In the land of 100 nations within the kingdom of Zhao Qingyun Prefecture stood the great city of Wanxiang City. At this moment a young man dressed in white robes with sword-shaped brows and starry eyes, and a strikingly handsome face, was wandering through the city observing his surroundings with quiet interest. It took me an entire year, traveling nearly 100,000 kilometers, to finally leave the kingdom of Chu and reach the kingdom of Zhao. Surely the family won't pay attention to me here. First I should buy a residence and settle down here for now, Lin Fan murmured to himself. He had already been observing Wanxiang City for several days and felt that it was a suitable place to temporarily establish his home. Lin Fan was an orphan from the Blue Star who had died, saving another person. After reincarnating into this world, 31 years had passed, and just 1 year ago the memories of his past life had awakened. 1 year ago Lin Fan had been an ordinary member of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the kingdom of Chu. The Lin family was a clan with over 5,000 years of heritage, considered ancient even within Chu, and its strength ranked only below the royal house. The Lin family branch that Lin Fan belonged to alone had over 1 million clansmen, and with the wives who married in the total population exceeded 5 million. Moreover, all of them were martial artists. The publicly known ancestor was a powerful cultivator at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Besides this ancestor, there were 3 supreme elders at the mid-stage of Purple Mansion and 5 at the early stage. A Purple Mansion cultivator could live up to 800 years. To ordinary people, they were nothing less than ancient monsters. Such strength could be considered top tier, even within the kingdom of Chu. After all, the publicly known ancestor of the Chu royal family was only at the early stage of the divine platform realm, just one major realm above Purple Mansion. As for whether the Lin family had even stronger experts hidden in the shadows, Lin Fan did not know. Such matters were beyond his reach. His understanding of this world's power system was far from complete. He only knew of the 5 body tempering realms: scripture, changing marrow, washing bone, forging organ, refining, and blood renewal. Beyond that came the transcendence stages: origin, opening, chi, see, Purple Mansion, divine platform, divine ability. As for what realms lay beyond, Lin Fan had no idea. Currently Lin Fan was at the blood renewal stage, having completed body tempering. Even at merely the peak of body tempering, his lifespan had already reached 150 years, twice that of his previous life. As for why Lin Fan had appeared in Wanxiang City of the kingdom of Zhao, it was because Lin Fan and the Lin family of Chu no longer had any ties. It wasn't that the Lin family had expelled Lin Fan. Rather, Lin Fan had chosen to leave the family and establish his own branch. The Lin family had a rule: anyone who reached the age of 30 without breaking through to the origin opening realm had to face a choice. Either help manage the family's industries and earn resources for the clan, or choose to leave the family and establish a branch lineage elsewhere. Those who chose to establish a branch lineage would receive 100 yellow-grade spirit stones from the family as startup capital, the family's final assistance. After leaving the family, whether one lived or died, the family would no longer intervene. Precisely because of this separation, one would no longer enjoy the family's protection. When faced with this choice, most members of the Lin family would choose to manage the family's industries. Those like Lin Fan who chose to establish a branch lineage were exceedingly rare. In a world filled with dangers everywhere, leaving the family without even reaching the origin opening realm naturally meant facing grave peril at every turn. Staying within the family to manage industries would reduce the time available for cultivation, making it difficult to advance one's strength. However, with the family's protection, at least one's life and safety would not be threatened. In fact, the Lin family's approach could be considered a precaution against future disasters. This world was far from peaceful. Families and factions were occasionally wiped out over conflicts regarding cultivation resources. If the Lin family were ever suddenly destroyed, these scattered branch lineages might survive, and in doing so preserve the clan's bloodline and legacy. And all they had to pay out was merely 100 yellow-grade spirit stones. For the Lin family, this amount was insignificant. The Lin family possessed its own spirit stone mines. The reason Lin Fan chose to leave the family was because when he awakened the memories of his past life a year ago, he had bound a system. This system was called the strongest family system. Although it had already been bound, it had not yet met the activation conditions. It could only be activated once he became the family head. Within the Lin family, Lin Fan was merely an ordinary member. His parents had perished while carrying out a mission for the family when he was young. He could truly be said to have no one to rely on. Therefore, given his status, it was impossible for him to ever sit in the position of Lin family head. Moreover, the upper echelons of the family were constantly fighting for power. After all, the higher one standing in the family, the more cultivation resources one received. Such situations were inevitable. The power struggles among those above had resulted in countless eyes coveting the position of Lin family head. If Lin Fan had dared to propose becoming the family head before he could even finish explaining, his body would have been reduced to bones within minutes. Since there was no possibility of becoming the family head, it was far better to start his own ancestral lineage and build a family from scratch. After all, he held no deep sense of belonging to the Lin family. He had no friends within the Lin family, no childhood sweetheart. Truly, there was nothing tying him down. After leaving the family, in order to avoid being noticed by the Lin family, during his development, Lin Fan chose to travel far from the kingdom of Chu and head to the neighboring kingdom of Zhao to establish himself. This world was far too vast. The kingdom of Chu alone had a territory of 2 billion square kilometers. The kingdom of Zhao was comparable in strength to Chu, and the relations between the two nations were neither good nor bad. With so many nations here, war was naturally inevitable, which led to the two kingdoms sometimes huddling together for warmth. Lin Fan chose the kingdom of Zhao primarily because it was close by. There was no choice. A single nation's territory could easily span tens of billions of square kilometers. It was simply too vast. For someone at merely the peak of body tempering like him, reaching the kingdom of Zhao was already pushing his limits. Any further, and he might not have survived the journey. Building a family without a family residence won't work, but I don't need to rush that yet. First, I'll purchase a residence to settle into. The most important thing now is to become a family head, then activate the system. With his decision made, Lin Fan didn't delay. Soon Lin Fan found a broker's office. The moment Lin Fan stepped through the door, an attendant came over to greet him. "Young master, how may I be of assistance?" "I intend to purchase a residence. Do you have any suitable ones available?" "Young master, we have several residences for sale. Let me introduce them to you first. See if any appeal to you." "Very well." Following the attendant's introduction, Lin Fan spent 500 taels of gold to purchase a 3-courtyard mansion. In this world, the common currency for ordinary people was likewise gold, silver, and copper coins. Only martial artists above the origin opening realm would need to use spirit stones. Spirit stones were graded from low to high as yellow, black, earth, heaven, saint, and emperor grades. 100 yellow grade spirit stones equaled 1 black grade spirit stone, and so on. 1 yellow grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 1,000 taels of gold. 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver. 1 tael of silver equaled 1,000 copper coins. The purchasing power of 1 copper coin was equivalent to roughly 1 unit of currency from his previous life. The 100 yellow grade spirit stones given by the family was already considered a tremendous fortune for Lin Fan, who was only at the peak of body tempering. After settling in completely, Lin Fan sat down beside the stone table in the courtyard and called out to the system in his heart. "System, I've established my home here. Does that count as being a family head?" In his heart, Lin Fan was still somewhat uneasy. After all, he was currently nothing but a lone commander with no followers. Ding. Detected that the host has initially established a family residence. The system begins activation. Please wait patiently. 150. Seeing that the system had begun to activate, Lin Fan finally felt at ease. Before long, the system startup reached 100. Ding. The strongest family system has been activated, granting the host a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Hearing about the novice gift pack, Lin Fan showed an expectant expression. Whether this system is stingy or generous, the rewards of the novice gift pack would tell. The novice gift pack can wait. System, please introduce your functions first. Since the novice gift pack wouldn't run away, Lin Fan decided to first understand the system's functions. Function 1, branching out. As long as the host expands, the family rewards will be granted. Function 2, as long as the family's strength improves, the system will also give rewards. Function 3, system space. The system space is infinite but can only store non-living items. Function 4, probe. The host can probe others' favorability and loyalty toward the host, as well as personal information. Currently, the system is at the initial stage, and after upgrading, more functions will be unlocked. Although there were only 4 functions, Lin Fan was already very satisfied. With these 4 functions, it was like adding wings to a tiger for him. System, do I have a status panel? Ding. Yes. Does the host wish to open the status panel? Open it. Host Lin Fan, remaining lifespan 119 years, identity patriarch of the Lin family, family fortune 100, family level 0, strength, body tempering, perfection, talent yellow grade, supreme martial art yellow grade, upper Nian Ju martial techniques yellow grade, upper shattering stone hand, minor success, clear wind sword art great success, yellow grade, supreme swift wind step great success, weapon yellow grade, lower Qingyun sword, wealth yellow grade, spirit stones 100, gold 2500 taels, silver 500 taels, pills yellow grade, lower body tempering pill 3 bottles, each bottle 10 pills. Lin Fan looked at his status panel. It could only be described as ordinary. In the past, he would definitely be disheartened because yellow grade supreme talent theoretically could only cultivate to the Qi realm and would require many resources to reach it. Of course, obtaining some heavenly treasures could also defy fate. But how could he possibly obtain such a level of heavenly treasures? With his previous identity, he probably couldn't gather the resources to cultivate to the Qi realm even until death, let alone heavenly treasures. Breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm was already the peak for Lin Fan. But even if he broke through to the Kaiyuan realm, he would only have 300 years of lifespan. This lifespan was naturally too short for Lin Fan, who desired eternal life. But now with the system, everything was possible. Next, Lin Fan decided to first find a few concubines, and then develop low-keyedly. Before gaining strength, the path of survival was the best choice. He had been in Wanxiang City for several days, and had roughly understood the situation here. The forces in Wanxiang City were not strong. The strongest was naturally the City Lord's mansion, with the City Lord at the late Kaiyuan realm. Meanwhile, the City Lord's wife had also reached the early Kaiyuan realm. Apart from the City Lord's mansion, there were also the Chun, Li, and Wang families. Among them, the Chun and Li families each had a retired patriarch at the mid-Kaiyuan realm, while the Wang family had a retired patriarch at the early Kaiyuan realm. Apart from these forces, there were 8 families with body-tempering perfection martial artists. As for the remaining families below body-tempering perfection, there were dozens of them, with the strongest at the organ refining realm. Below organ refining, they could only be considered unranked forces in Wanxiang City. Of course, even unranked forces were still high above ordinary people. Wanxiang City's jurisdiction covered over 5 million square kilometers with a population of about 200 million. Among so many people, those who could become martial artists were probably less than 1 million, most of whom were at the bone cleansing and marrow washing stages. In fact, everyone in this world could cultivate. Even the most ordinary mortal grade talent, by grinding with time, could reach the marrow washing stage of body tempering. Once reaching the marrow washing realm, a single arm swing could generate thousands of gene of force, far surpassing ordinary people. Unfortunately, most people had no path to cultivation. Cultivation techniques were all in the hands of families and sects. Ordinary people had no access to them. Although many sects recruited disciples, they all had talent requirements. Moreover, the journey to the sects was extremely long, and ordinary people had a high chance of encountering bandits on the way. Besides bandits, there were even more terrifying demon beasts and evil cultivators. For ordinary people, encountering demon beasts and evil cultivators meant certain death. Therefore, most people, for the sake of their lives, did not dare to leave their hometowns. Lin Fan finished looking at the status panel, rubbed his hands together, and showed an expectant expression. System, open the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have opened the novice gift pack and obtained a portable miniature world. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a family sacred tree. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an exclusive technique, Xiankuan He Dao Ju. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 yellow great spirit stones. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1000 Xian Great Spirit Stones. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 Xian Grade Supreme Techniques and 100 Yellow Grade Supreme Techniques. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 Xian Grade Supreme Martial Techniques and 100 Yellow Grade Supreme Martial Techniques. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 bottle of Yellow Grade Supreme Breakthrough Pill, which can help a Kaiyuan Realm Perfection Cultivator break through to the Qihai Realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 bottles of Yellow Grade Upper Breakthrough Pill, which can help a Body Tempering Perfection Cultivator break through to the Kaiyuan Realm. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 bottles of Yellow Grade Middle Spirit Coagulation Pill, which can aid Kaiyuan Realm cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 bottles of Yellow Grade Lower Body Tempering Pill, which can aid body tempering cultivation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Yellow Grade Supreme Longsword, 10 Yellow Grade Upper Longswords, 100 Yellow Grade Middle Longswords, and 100 Yellow Grade Lower Longswords. All rewards have been stored in the system space. The host can check them at any time. The portable world has been fused with the host and can be entered with a thought. System, you are truly generous. Looking at these rewards, Lin Fan was grinning from ear to ear. With these pills alone, he could cultivate 10 Qihai Realm experts in a short time. A Qihai Realm expert could become an elder in the Lin family of the Chu Kingdom, holding significant sway within the family. In particular, the portable world filled Lin Fan with anticipation. Let me go see my portable world first. With a thought, Lin Fan vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared in the portable world. Unlike the birdsong and floral fragrance Lin Fan had imagined, inside there was nothing but an endless expanse of black soil and a large lake with no trace of life. There was not even a single plant. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energy inside was more than 10 times that of Wanxiang City, even richer than the original Lin family. Cultivating here would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. System, please introduce this portable small world to me. Host, the current area of the small world is 100 square kilometers with 30 square kilometers occupied by lakes. As your strength improves, the small world will gradually expand. Meanwhile, the time flow inside is 5 times that of the outside world. 1 day outside equals 5 days inside. And more importantly, spending 5 days of lifespan inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. In other words, as long as the host stays in the small world, the lifespan is equivalent to 5 times that of a martial artist at the same level. Excellent. With such an overpowered ability, even a pig placed here could eventually become a pig demon. However, Lin Fan soon thought of a crucial question and immediately asked the system. System, if I bring outsiders in, is there a way to prevent them from leaking secrets? With such an extraordinary small world, it would undoubtedly be an ideal place to cultivate the family. But if there was no way to prevent leaks, he would absolutely not bring anyone in, not even his closest people. If the small world were exposed, he feared he could only hide within it and never step out. Host can first plant the family divine tree in the small world. With the family divine tree, there will be a means to prevent information leaks. Family divine tree. Lin Fan had naturally heard about it back then, but had not paid much attention. He never expected it to be the key to preventing leaks. With the thought the entire small world was under his control. As the master of the small world, he was equivalent to the heavenly Tao within it. Except for being unable to create life or produce something from nothing, he could do anything. That island at the center of the lake is quite nice. It's equivalent to the center of the small world. I'll plant it there. With a thought, Lin Fan appeared on the island in the lake. This island was not small, covering an area of 10 square kilometers. I didn't expect there to be a spiritual pool of 10 acres here. I suppose the heavenly and earthly yuan qi of this small world emanates from it. Lin Fan took a sip and immediately felt his entire body relaxed, his cultivation base quietly trembling on the verge of a breakthrough. What a blessed land. I'll plant the family divine tree here. Soon a 1 tall family divine tree was planted by the spiritual pool by Lin Fan's hand. After Lin Fan watered it with some spiritual pool water, it emitted a rich aura of vitality. Lin Fan inspected it carefully, but could not discern any special features of the family divine tree, only finding it aesthetically pleasing. System introduced this family divine tree. Host, the family divine tree grows stronger as the family grows stronger. Currently, it can suppress the family's fortune. With the family divine tree present, those methods of stealing fortune will be ineffective against your family. Anyone the host brings into the small world, as long as their favorability or loyalty toward the host reaches 70 or above, will have a mark implanted in their soul by the divine tree, one they cannot detect. Even if a powerful expert conducts a soul search on them, they will be unable to detect any information regarding the host or the host's family. More importantly, as the family grows stronger, the divine tree will also bear fruits that can alter cultivation aptitude. In the future, it is not impossible for every family member to become a saint body. Reading these introductions, Lin Fan was dumbstruck. He could only sigh that he was about to take off. The dream of longevity was no longer unreachable. However, he still needed to stay low-key. Boosting his own strength was the key. He needed time to grow. He should avoid conflict with other forces as much as possible, though naturally, if others provoked him, that was a different matter. System introduce my exclusive cultivation method, the Heaven and Earth Combined Tao Art again. The Heaven and Earth Combined Tao Art is a cultivation method far surpassing the Emperor rank. After cultivation, it can continuously improve the host's aptitude, and even the aptitude of the host's Tao companion will slowly improve. Meanwhile, this is also a powerful dual cultivation method that can rapidly enhance both partners' strength. System, hurry and transmit the cultivation method to me. After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Fan could barely contain his impatience. Who could resist such a powerful cultivation method? Soon 1 day had passed in the outside world, while 5 days had passed in the small world. Lin Fan finally finished cultivating the method. System, open the status panel. Host, Lin Fan, remaining lifespan 269 years, identity patriarch of the Lin family fortune, Lin family, level 0 in strength. Perfect stage of Yuan Kai realm aptitude, lower grade mystic and cultivation method, Heaven and Earth Combined Tao art, martial skills, movement techniques, yellow grade high tier, shattered stone, hand miner success, Qingfeng sword art, great mastery, yellow grade top tier, swift wind step, great mastery and weapon, yellow grade top tier, dragon pattern sword, wealth 1,000 mystic grade origin stones, 1,000 yellow grade origin stones, 250 tails of gold, 500 tails of silver and pills, 1 vial of yellow grade mid-tier breakthrough pill, 10 vials of yellow grade high-tier breakthrough pill, 100 bottles of yellow grade medium-tier condensed origin pill, 103 bottles of yellow grade low-tier body tempering pill, weapons, 1 yellow grade top-tier longsword, 10 yellow grade high-tier longswords, 100 yellow grade medium-tier longswords, 1001 yellow grade low-tier longswords. Feeling the powerful strength within himself, Lin Fan was in excellent spirits. With his current strength, he could suppress 100 of his former selves with a wave of his hand. Although the body tempering realm possessed great physical power, with the perfect stage capable of delivering a strike of over 10,000 Jin with a single arm. It still belonged to the mortal phase with a maximum lifespan of only 150 years. But the essence of the Yuan Kai realm was to open the Dantian and sense Yuan Shi with lifespan reaching 300 years. Placed in Lin Fan's past life, 300 years was enough for a dynasty to rise and fall. Unlike the body-tempering realm, which tempered the body, the Yuan Kai realm required carving out a space within the Dantian to accommodate Yuan Shi. And after opening the space, one could absorb the heaven and earth's Yuan Shi into the body, transforming it into personal Yuan Shi. From then on, one could truly step through the door of cultivation, using Yuan Shi to enhance attacks and defenses. And currently Lin Fan's Dantian, a space of 1 square li, was already filled with Yuan Shi. As long as he continued to expand the Dantian space, he would be able to break through to the Qi Si realm. And, if I consolidate my cultivation for another day or two, I'll be able to break through to the Qi Si realm with the help of yellow-grade top-tier breakthrough pills. As for breaking through to the Qi Si realm, Lin Fan was extremely eager. Experts at the Qi Si realm would only appear in prefecture cities, not in small towns like Xiangwan City. At the Qi Si realm, one would already be considered high-ranking elders within the Chu country Lin family. And what excited Lin Fan most was that Qi Si realm experts could fly. Surely no man could resist the temptation of flight. And even at the initial stage of the Qi Si realm, flight speed could exceed 10 Mach, equivalent to traveling more than 120 kilometers per hour. Such speed could make the Ultraman from his past life movies get dragged across the ground. And now that my strength is unrivaled in Wanxiang City, it's time to prepare for taking concubines. By the way, system, I have one more question. Are there any requirements for taking concubines? Lin Fan was truly afraid that the system might demand a divine body or a saint body. If that were the case, it would be troublesome. Such physiques were not something he could access at his current level. Rest assured, host, there are no such requirements. It's entirely up to your preferences. However, the better the talent of the concubine, the greater the rewards you will receive. Hearing that there were no requirements, Lin Fan finally felt relieved. He was just starting out and had no illusions about marrying a divine body or saint body now. Perhaps when he grew stronger, such physiques would come to him on their own. Without strength, it was better to lie low. I didn't expect the small world to have expanded as well. Its area has reached 200 square kilometers. Having such a vast space lying empty is simply a waste. After taking concubines, my next goal is to plant this land with spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, and spiritual rice. Gazing at this land, Lin Fan was filled with confidence and a sense of security. But the time ratio hasn't changed. It's still 1:5. Well, 1:5 is enough for now. I shouldn't be too greedy. By the way, system, what are the requirements for upgrading the clan level? Requires 1 cultivator at the Qi Si realm, 10 at the Kaiyuan realm, and 500 luck points. Lin Fan felt that he could achieve this condition soon. System, tell me about this world and its cultivation levels. Lin Fan knew that the world was vast, but he had no concept of just how vast. Host, this world is called the Shenhuang realm. The Shenhuang realm comprises 3,000 continents, each separated by boundless starry voids. Even the closest 2 continents are over 1,000,000 light-years apart. The continent you are on is called the Xiantian continent, one of the 3,000 continents of the Shenhuang realm. The Xiantian continent is divided into 5 regions: eastern, southern, western, northern, and central. Your current location is within Qianzhou, one of the 9 prefectures of the eastern region of the Xiantian continent. On the edge of Qianzhou lies a mountain range stretching trillions of li, known as the Million Great Mountains. System, do you mean that my land of 100 nations is just a part of Qianzhou in the eastern region, separated by the Million Great Mountains? At this moment, Lin Fan was stunned. According to the system's description, the place he was in now didn't even qualify as a novice village. He knew the world was vast, but he hadn't expected it to be this vast. After all, the land of 100 nations was not small. Here 100 nations contended with over 100 dynasties competing against each other. Even the weakest dynasty had a territory exceeding 10 billion square kilometers. Powerful dynasties boasted territories of hundreds of billions or even trillions of square kilometers. Yet this massive land was merely a small part of Qianzhou, one of the 9 prefectures of the eastern region of the Xiantian continent. However, after learning the size of the world, Lin Fan felt even more motivated. System, continue introducing the cultivation realms of this world. The cultivation realms of this world are body tempering Kuyuan Qi, Sea Purple Mansion, Divine Platform, Divine Ability, Venerable Quasi-Sage, Sage, Saint King, Saint Emperor, Saint Sovereign, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor. The body tempering realm is divided into 5 minor stages: sinew transformation, marrow cleansing, bone forging, organ refining, and blood exchange. From the Kaiyuan realm to the Venerable realm, there are 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and perfection. From Quasi-Sage to Great Emperor, there are 9 levels. System, are there realms beyond the Great Emperor? Naturally there are, but host is still too weak. Do not aim too high too soon. Lin Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. But he was still far from the great emperor realm, so there was no need to know about the realms beyond. System introduced the classification of cultivation talent. Cultivation talent from highest to lowest is divided into 7 grades: Emperor, Saint, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow, and Mortal. Each grade is further subdivided into 4 minor levels: Supreme, Upper, Middle, and Lower. In addition, there are special physiques such as Spirit Body, Divine Body, and Saint Body. Yellow grade talent corresponds to the body tempering to Chi-Si realms. Mystic grade talent corresponds to the Purple Mansion and Divine Platform realms. Earth grade talent corresponds to the Divine Ability and Venerable realms. Heaven grade talent and Spirit Body correspond to the Quasi-Sage and Sage realms. Saint grade talent and Divine Body correspond to the Saint King to Saint Sovereign realms. Emperor grade talent and Saint Body correspond to the Quasi-Emperor and Great Emperor realms. Other categories such as pills, formations, techniques, and weapons are also classified into Emperor, Saint, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow, and Mortal grades. After the system's introduction, Lin Fan finally gained some understanding of this world. However, this only strengthened his resolve to lie low and develop slowly. This world was far too dangerous. Wanxiang City, Baiwa Tower. Lin Fan left the small world and arrived here. This was not a brothel, but rather a matchmaking agency similar to those in his past life. However, unlike a matchmaking agency, the girls here all belonged to Baiwa Tower. They had been trained by Baiwa Tower since childhood, making them well suited for Lin Fan's current needs. Lin Fan was not unfamiliar with Baiwa Tower, as there was one in the capital of the Chu Kingdom. This organization spanned the land of 100 nations and was immensely vast. In Lin Fan's view, most dynasties probably did not possess the strength of Baiwa Tower. Now that he had a general understanding of the world, Lin Fan even suspected that Baiwa Tower was not a force of the land of 100 nations, but rather a major power of the Xiantian continent. Of course, this was just Lin Fan's speculation. As for what kind of organization Baiwa Tower was, it didn't matter to him at the moment. Regardless of its origin, it was not something he could deal with at his current level. Oh, young master, you look quite unfamiliar. It must be your first time at Baiwa Tower. My name is Xionyang. May I ask your name, young master? Are you here to find a Dao companion? As Lin Fan arrived, a gaudily dressed matchmaker quickly approached him and began to greet him. My surname is Lin. I am here to find a Dao companion, and I also intend to purchase some maidservants. Do you have any recommendations, Xionyang? Hearing that, Lin Fan also wanted to buy maidservants, and several at that. Xionyang's eyes lit up. If this deal went through, she would earn a handsome commission. Even the most ordinary girl at Baiwa Tower cost 100 taels of gold. The body-tempering clans in the city usually came only to take a concubine. No one would be willing to spend a large sum of money to buy maidservants here. 100 taels of gold could buy over 100 maidservants and servants outside. Human life was the most worthless thing in this world, for the world lacked nothing more than people. Wanxiang City, though a small city, had a population of 200 million. Below Qingyun Prefecture, there were over 10 such small cities. The Zhao Kingdom had 6 prefectures in total. Qingyun Prefecture was only average in the Zhao Kingdom, with its strongest being the prefect at the Qi-Si perfection stage. The Zhao Kingdom alone had a population of over 50 billion. In this world, ordinary people's lives were arduous, with vast wealth concentrated in the hands of martial artists. When natural disasters and human calamities struck, selling sons and daughters to escape starvation was everywhere. Just a few taels of silver could secure a child. The 100 Flowers Pavilion commanded such exorbitant prices because even their most commonplace girls possessed aptitude at the yellow grade low tier. Moreover, their minimum strength level reached the Yijing stage. Beyond their combat prowess, they received specialized training in zither chess, calligraphy, and painting, comparable to the refined young ladies of noble households. Having invested heavily in their cultivation and refinement, the pavilion's high prices were only natural. This was never meant for ordinary folks. Xionyang glanced at Lin Fan, uncertain whether he truly intended to make a purchase, but she patiently began her introduction. Young Master Lin, as this is your first visit, let me outline our establishment. Even the humblest maids at the 100 Flowers Pavilion carry yellow grade low aptitude with strength, just entering the Yijing stage. As for their beauty, there need be no concern. Each has been meticulously selected. Consequently, the pricing runs steep. Girls with yellow grade low aptitude are valued at 100 taels of gold. May I ask if this suits young master's discretion? Upon finishing her introduction, Xionyang cast an expectant glance at Lin Fan, naturally hoping to close the deal. As for Lin Fan, hearing merely 100 taels of gold per girl, he felt no pressure whatsoever. He currently possessed 1,000 Xiangrade Spirit Stones and 110,000 Huangrade Spirit Stones, a sum equivalent to 200,000 Huangrade Spirit Stones. A single Huangrade Spirit Stone could purchase 10 maidservants. This burden was negligible for him. Of course, ostentatious display of wealth bred danger, so he would certainly not purchase too many at once. Xionyang money is of no consequence. Please introduce the pricing for every aptitude tier available within your pavilion. Very well, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin yellow grade mid-tier aptitude requires 500 taels of gold with strength at the Yijing period. Yellow grade high tier demands 10 Huang grade spirit stones with strength at the marrow cleansing stage. Yellow grade peak tier requires 100 Huang grade spirit stones with strength at the bone tempering stage. Having said this, Xiaonyang fell silent. The price for yellow grade high tier aptitude leaped dramatically because such individuals stood a chance of ascending to the Kai Yuan realm, transcending the threshold of ordinary humanity. No Xin grade aptitude. Lin Fan regarded her with mild surprise. Young Master jests. Xiangwan City is but a small town. Even the city lord's mansion would strain its resources to wed someone of Xian grade aptitude. Furthermore, Xian grade aptitude is transacted using Xian grade spirit stones. Therefore, this branch of the 100 Flowers Pavilion carries no Xian grade maidens. Should young master require them, a deposit of 100 Xian grade spirit stones may be placed, after which the person would be delivered from the prefecture city 100 Flowers Pavilion. Of course, the maiden must willingly accompany you. For Xian grade aptitude, our pavilion never coerces. Everything is left entirely to her own volition. However, young master may rest assured that should she decline, the deposit shall be fully refunded. After speaking, Xiaonyang gazed at Lin Fan with a bright, anticipatory smile. Xian grade low-tier aptitude carried the promise of reaching the Zifu realm, hence the exorbitant price. The manager of their branch pavilion herself possessed merely Xian grade low-tier aptitude. Once Xian grade aptitude was attained, one gained autonomy. The 100 Flowers Pavilion would then invest significantly in their training, making them the backbone of the establishment. At this level, they could choose to remain as managers of various branch pavilions. Alternatively, they could choose to marry, though the spirit stone cost would be substantially higher. The 100 Flowers Pavilion was no charity. Profitable enterprise remained paramount. There is no need to discuss Xian grade aptitude. I merely asked out of curiosity. I possess neither that wealth nor Xian grade spirit stones. Very well. Let me take 5 of the peak tier and 10 of the high tier. Upon hearing Lin Fan desires such quantities, Xiaonyang's heart swelled with joy. This constituted a contract worth 600 spirit stones. Should the order be secured, she would receive a commission of 6 spirit stones. Please wait, young Master Lin. I shall arrange everything immediately. With that, Xiaonyang departed, her face alight with excitement. She could hardly contain herself. In all of Xiangwan City, only the city lord's mansion and the 3 great families, Yangchun and Li, possessed such fortune. Other bodies, tempering realm families, could scarcely scrape together several Huang grade spirit stones, negligible by comparison. Though the gap between tempering and Kai Yuan realms appeared but a single boundary, the chasm between them was immeasurable. While tempering families hoarded much gold, they rarely encountered spirit stones. Only through extraordinary fortune, acquiring a yellow grade high or superior spiritual herb, might they exchange it for spirit stones. Whether they could preserve such gains was another matter entirely. To martial artists above the Kai Yuan realm, gold was no more than worthless slag, while spirit stones served as resources capable of elevating one's strength. Spirit stones harbored pure primordial energy, easily absorbed and refined through cultivation. Soon after, Xiaonyang returned, leading dozens of young women toward them. To be honest, this marked Lin Fan's first encounter with such a spectacle, a veritable garden of blossoms in full bloom. The temperament these women radiated could never be compared to the short video influencers of his past life. When beauty transcended a certain threshold, temperament alone set one apart. The aura of a martial artist was nothing like that of ordinary folk. Young Master Lin, the first 15 here all possess peak tier aptitude. Our branch pavilion has but these remaining. Please examine them carefully to see if any meet your satisfaction. Lin Fan studied them thoroughly. Frankly, he found himself unable to decide, for each one matched his preferences. The choice proved agonizing. Finally, steeling his resolve, Lin Fan declared, Xiaonyang, I will take them all. Since he could not choose, he decided not to bother. The spirit stones were no hardship for him. Young Master Lin, are your words sincere? At that moment, even Xiaonyang's voice trembled. This branch of the 100 Flowers Pavilion had never encountered a client of such magnitude. Each of those great families rarely acquired but 1 or 2 annually. This explained why peak tier maidens were so scarce. That Lin Fan had chosen to embrace them all struck her with genuine astonishment. Meeting her uncomprehending gaze, Lin Fan produced a storage bag without hesitation. Xiaonyang, within this bag lie 1,600 spirit stones. As for the 10 high-tier maidens, I shall leave the selection to you. Deliver them to my residence when convenient. I trust you shall not disappoint me. Lin Fan feared that should he linger, he might again falter and choose them all despite his better judgment. Though the spirit stones were not lacking, he could not afford to appear too conspicuous. Handing over the storage bag, he explained its origin. Gifted by the Lin family, it held 1 cubic meter of space and was valued at 1 spirit stone, a standard provision for Lin family members. After inspecting the spirit stones within, Xiao Nyang's smile could not be contained. Young Master Lin, please leave your address. Our pavilion shall arrange a carriage to deliver them promptly, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, saying no more. After leaving his address, Lin Fan departed from Baiwa Pavilion. Next, Lin Fan went to purchase some daily necessities and instructed them to deliver to his residence. Not long after Lin Fan returned to his residence, Xiao Nyang arrived with the girls. Why aren't you greeting your master? This Lord Lin will be your master from now on. Make sure to serve him well. Hello, master. Upon hearing that title, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable tingle, such a delightful sensation. However, having lived 2 lifetimes, he quickly composed himself. There is no need for such formalities. Lin Fan then turned to Xiao Nyang. Xiao Nyang, why have there been so many more? Indeed, beyond the 25 he had requested, an additional 50 had arrived, far exceeding his expectations. Young Master Lin, you are our most valued client at Baiwa Pavilion. Our mistress has asked me to present you with 30 low-grade prospects and 20 mid-grade ones. For a major client like him, Baiwa Pavilion naturally hoped to retain his business. Upon hearing these were complimentary, Lin Fan was quite surprised. This represented worth of 1500 taels of gold. After calculating more carefully, it amounted to merely 15 origin stones. Trivial for a house of their stature, especially considering he had just spent 1600 origin stones himself. It made sense that such a large establishment operated as they did. In that case, Lin Fan said, please convey my thanks to your proprietor on my behalf when you return. Since they were gifts, Lin Fan had no reason to decline. Young Master Lin, these are their deeds of sale. I entrust them to your care. Very well. Lin Fan accepted the documents. If you have no further matters, I won't keep you. I imagine you have much to attend to. Should you require anything in the future, you may seek me out directly. Then farewell, Xiao Nyang. If I need anything, I'll be sure to contact you. As Xiao Nyang departed, the girls regarded Lin Fan with anxious expressions. Their fates now rested entirely in his hands. I see your apprehension about what lies ahead. Do not worry. If you obey, I am quite easy to get along with. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Fan, head of the Lin family. However, our family currently has only me. To expand the lineage, I need women of supreme quality to bear children. From this moment forward, you are all members of my Lin family. Lin Fan spoke plainly and directly. He was not one to mince words. He certainly didn't have time for romance. Upon hearing that Lin Fan intended for them to bear children, the girls actually felt relieved. Such a requirement was acceptable to them. It was the best possible outcome. The fact that Lin Fan had spent 1600 origin stones on them suggested wealth far beyond their comprehension. At minimum, their lives would improve compared to remaining at Baiwa Pavilion. Once they bore Lin Fan's children, their status within the household would surely rise as well. Moreover, Lin Fan was handsome, so they felt no loss. Compared to those purchased for marriage, they were already quite fortunate. However, the girls of upper, middle, and lower grades felt some anxiety. Clearly, the young master before them considered them unworthy of bearing his children due to their inferior aptitude. Observing their worried expressions, Lin Fan readily understood their concerns. You need not worry either. From now on, you will serve as maids in my Lin family, and I shall impart cultivation techniques to you as well. Master, are you saying you'll teach us cultivation techniques? One bold girl dared to ask. The others quickly caught on their worry, replaced with excitement as they stared at Lin Fan. Although Baiwa Pavilion had also taught them cultivation methods, the level was only low-grade yellow tier and incomplete. Reaching the visceral refinement stage was unlikely. Now Lin Fan was offering to teach them cultivation techniques. Of course they were thrilled. Merely cultivation techniques. As long as you remain loyal to the family, I will not withhold them. With the family's divine tree present, Lin Fan had no real concern about their loyalty, yet he spoke the words anyway. Master, might we inquire about your current cultivation realm? Oh, you're quite bold, girl. Know that asking about someone's cultivation is considered taboo. Upon hearing these words, the girl trembled. She had already offended her master on their first meeting, and she had no idea what punishment might await her. Now then, there's no need to fear. This once only. Let it not happen again. Yes, thank you, master, for sparing this servant, she said, preparing to kneel in gratitude. Enough, there's no need for that. Lin Fan waved his hand, and a force prevented her from kneeling. I suppose everyone is curious about my strength. Since you will all be part of my Lin family from now on, I have no objection to telling you. My current realm is the peak of the origin opening stage. Within Wanxiang City, I can ensure your safety. Hiss. Master, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Your strength actually surpasses the city lord. At this moment, all the girls present looked at Lin Fan with admiration. Their favorability ratings surged upward rapidly, soon exceeding 70 across the board. In this world where strength reigns supreme, Lin Fan's power gave them a strong sense of security, and their favorability naturally rose quickly. Now then everyone please quiet down for a moment. Soon everyone fell silent, though their eyes still overflowed with admiration. You 15 should introduce yourselves first so I may know you. From now on you will be my consorts. Although he had already used the system to investigate them, such an ability could not be revealed. Master, my name is Luo Iran. I am 20 years old and my strength is at the bone forging stage of tempering the body. Name Luo Iran, age 20, aptitude yellow tier supreme, grade realm tempering the body, bone forging stage technique, fragmentary low-grade yellow tier 5 elements, art favorability 83, an 83 favorability score, was considered remarkably high, indicating genuine affection. Perhaps it was her admiration for a powerful figure that had caused her to fall in love with Lin Fan. Master, my name is Honglu, Fanning, Pengyu, Changji, Suyi, Suzi, Huangya, Zotong, Mishan, Ningyu, Zhu Haian, Bao Xinting, Zhong Siki, Ling Manqing. Soon all 15 had completed their introductions. Their cultivation levels were roughly equivalent, all at the bone forging stage. In contrast, Lin Fan himself had already reached the peak of tempering the body realm at the same age. Unfortunately, by age 30, he remained stuck at that stage, illustrating just how difficult it was to break through to the origin opening realm. Without the system, he might never have achieved it. That single step represented the vast chasm between the tempering the body and origin opening realms. Of course, their natural talent mirrored Lin Fan's past self. Had they possessed resources equal to Lin Fan's, they likely would have reached the peak of tempering the body by now. Lin Fan then asked the remaining girls to introduce themselves. At the same time, he checked their favorability scores, all above 70. Given this, Lin Fan decided to bring them into his small world. His 3-courtyard residence simply couldn't accommodate over 70 people without severe overcrowding. Having made his decision, Lin Fan wasted no time. Do not resist, I will take you somewhere. Though curious about his command, they complied without hesitation. Lin Fan's consciousness then enveloped them all. Retrieve. In an instant, everyone present, including Lin Fan himself, vanished from the residence. Master, where is this place? At that moment, all the women revealed expressions of shock. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at a strange place. This was utterly astonishing for them. Were it not for Lin Fan being right beside them, coupled with his recent words, they would not have remained so composed. Don't worry, this is my world, and also our true home. A small world. Our true home. At this moment, they were somewhat perplexed by Lin Fan's words. Suddenly, they all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. All right, now let me tell you about this small world. Then Lin Fan explained the functions of the small world to them. The moment they entered, the family divine tree had imprinted a mark on them, eliminating any possibility of leaking secrets. Moreover, due to the mark, their affinity toward Lin Fan instantly reached its maximum. However, the family divine tree had a limit of 70 points for affinity and loyalty. Without this restriction, Lin Fan would have simply brought in the patriarchs and elders of the martial families of Wanxiang City and forcibly branded them. In that case, Wanxiang City would have been under his control in no time. Unfortunately, it was only a fantasy. Though somewhat regretful, Lin Fan was already quite satisfied with such a powerful function. At this moment, after learning about the power of the small world, Luo Iran and the others were filled with excitement. At the same time, they were deeply grateful that Lin Fan had not yet become immensely powerful, or otherwise they would not have been worthy to be by his side. Let alone bearing children for Lin Fan, they wouldn't even qualify to be his maidservants. Alright, next I will impart cultivation techniques to you. You can cultivate here in peace. Saying this, Lin Fan took out the techniques obtained from the newbie gift pack. Here are 100 yellow grade supreme techniques and martial arts. Each of you can choose one suitable technique and one martial art to cultivate. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing that they were yellow-grade supreme techniques and martial arts, their excitement was indescribable, and they did not forget to express their gratitude to Lin Fan. These were techniques that could cultivate up to the Qi-Si realm. In Wanxiang City, only the city lord's mansion possessed techniques of this level. Of course, forces like the Baihua Tower, which spanned hundreds of countries, were not included. They only engaged in business and did not interfere in any conflicts between factions. Besides the Baihua Tower, there was also the Baibao Pavilion in Wanxiang City, which operated similarly. Both were forces spanning hundreds of countries. Honglu, here are 10 mystic-grade supreme techniques and martial arts for you all. Upon hearing that they were mystic-grade supreme techniques, they became even more excited. These were techniques that could cultivate up to the divine platform realm. Thank you, Master. Coming back to their senses, they hurriedly thanked Lin Fan. Don't stand on ceremony with me. The best way to thank me is to work hard on improving your strength. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone present showed a determined expression. They absolutely must not betray Lin Fan's expectations. By the way, these are body tempering pills suitable for your current stage. I'll give each of you a bottle first. When you run out, just ask me for more. At this moment, everyone was deeply moved, never expecting Lin Fan to be so kind to them. Especially those who were given away for free by the Baihua Tower, felt even more fortunate. If they had not been selected and sent here, they would have missed the greatest opportunity of their lives. Meanwhile, in the Baihua Tower, Xianyang was reporting to their mistress. The mistress of the Baihua Tower was an extraordinarily beautiful woman whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, a fact unknown to outsiders. How is it, Xianyang? Have you learned anything about this young Master Lin? The mistress of the Baihua Tower was somewhat intrigued by the sudden appearance of Lin Fan. Mistress, this young Master Lin only moved here not long ago. His residence was just purchased. Apart from that, I know nothing else. Interesting. A martial artist at the early Kaiyuan realm has suddenly appeared in Wanxiang City. I wonder if it will bring any changes to the city. Mistress, should we continue to keep an eye on this young Master Lin? No need. Just pay a little attention. He's only at the early Kaiyuan realm and alone at that. He can't change anything. The early Kaiyuan realm was naturally the strength Lin Fan revealed. With the system's concealment, even an emperor wouldn't be able to discern Lin Fan's true cultivation. Since he intended to develop in the shadows, he naturally would not reveal his full strength. If he encountered a rival of the same cultivation level, he could deliver a fatal blow when the opponent underestimated him. Inside the small world, after everyone had finished switching to the new cultivation techniques, Lin Fan also grew a bit impatient. He looked at Luo Yiran beside him and said softly, "Yiran, are you ready?" "Master, I am ready." Luo Yiran's voice trembled slightly. At this moment, she was filled with anticipation, yet also fear and nervousness. Then she glanced around at the others and her expression became somewhat bashful. "Master, right here. Isn't it a bit inconvenient?" They were currently on the island in the middle of the lake. The terrain was flat and open with nothing but the family divine tree and bare black soil. There was no place to hide. If it were really here, it would be far too embarrassing after all so many people were watching. But if Lin Fan insisted on doing it here, she couldn't refuse. "Don't worry, I have a way." Saying this, Lin Fan set up a barrier around their location. There they can't see us or hear anything now. Seeing that Lin Fan possessed such a miraculous ability, Luo Yiran breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, please be gentle." "All right, leave it to me. Don't be too nervous." To be honest, Lin Fan was quite excited. Having lived 2 lives, this was still his first time. Although he had no practical experience, he had watched the works of many teachers, so he wasn't afraid of making a fool of himself. Half an hour later, Luo Yiran and Lin Fan were leaning against each other chatting. There was no helping it. Luo Yiran was a virgin, so Lin Fan naturally couldn't be too excessive. With the Qinquan Union Dao art, Lin Fan had no need to worry about such matters. "Yiran, can you tell me about your life in the Baihua Tower?" "Master." "Wait, from now on call me husband." "Master sounds strange. After all, I don't look like an old man." Giggle. Luo Yiran was amused by Lin Fan's words. But then she hesitated slightly and said, "Who?" "Span, but can I really call you that?" "You see, in this world, only the principal wife could call her husband husband. A concubine status was only slightly higher than a maidservant's. Some people even use their concubines to entertain guests. You are my woman, so of course you can call me husband. Moreover, we are martial artists. Don't be bound by mundane rules. In the world of martial artists, strength reigns supreme. Having powerful strength was the ultimate truth. Husband, you are so good. I don't know what good deeds I did in my past life to have met you in this life." Luo Yiran said, her heart full of joy, her eyes brimming with love for Lin Fan. A gentle smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. He softly stroked Luo Yiran's hair and said tenderly, "Yiran, our meeting can be considered fate." Luo Yiran nodded, believing that it was indeed fate. "Husband, on the whole, I lived quite well in the Baihua Tower. Although in the Baihua Tower my destiny was not under my control, but the living conditions there were indeed good. I never had to worry about food or clothing, and my quality of life was much higher than that of ordinary people. I even had the opportunity to cultivate." Lin Fan listened quietly. He knew that for Luo Yiran and the others, the Baihua Tower was both a place to make a living and a cage that restricted their freedom. However, from another perspective, the Baihua Tower did provide them with a certain degree of life security and cultivation opportunities. Of course, the Baihua Tower was not a charity. Training them was naturally for its own benefit. Now Luo Yiran had brought a return of 100 spirit stones to the Baihua Tower. The cost of investment was roughly several dozen taels of gold. This was equivalent to 100-fold profit, so the Baihua Tower would naturally not mistreat such a cash cow. "Yiran, why were you sold to the Blossom Pavilion? Can you tell me?" As Lin Fan inquired, Luo Yiran recalled the scene from the past. "Husband, when I was a few years old, a drought struck my hometown. The crops in our fields yielded nothing. To survive, my parents sold me to the Blossom Pavilion." This event had long passed, and Luo Yiran had already come to terms with it, feeling no sorrow. "Do you hate them?" Lin Fan held her tighter. Luo Yiran felt the change in Lin Fan and was filled with a sense of security. "If you talk about hate, at first I did. As time passed, I gradually began to understand things. After I came to understand a lot, I no longer hated them. Given the situation back then, if they hadn't sold me to the Blossom Pavilion, I would surely have died, and they probably wouldn't have survived either. As for whether they are still alive now, I don't know. My home is not in Wanxiang City. I came from another city. Of course I won't go looking for them either. The silver they got from selling me back then, I consider it repayment for their birth and upbringing. From the moment they accepted that silver, we were no longer related. Actually, most of the sisters in the Blossom Pavilion are in the same situation. The most tragic are those ordinary people with mortal grade talent. The Blossom Pavilion doesn't accept them. To survive, they might end up in brothels. Regarding Luo Yiran's experience, Lin Fan could only lament how cheap human life was in this world. Only by possessing great strength could one survive in this world. The world of warriors is actually more brutal than that of ordinary people. Most warriors are consumed by the pursuit of cultivation resources and might perish in the struggle for them at any time. Alright, Yiran. From now on you have me. Don't overthink. Although you are just one of my wives, I will not treat you poorly. What others have you will have too. Thank you, husband. To have met you in this life, I am already content. As she said this, a happy smile appeared on Luo Yiran's face. Suddenly Luo Yiran's expression changed. Husband, it seems my cultivation has reached the peak of body tempering. What is going on? She hadn't noticed earlier because she was still recovering from the shock. Now that she sensed her enhanced strength, Luo Yiran was naturally startled by her own transformation. She had only been at the bone forging stage before, and now she had directly skipped the organ cleansing stage to reach the blood exchange stage, the peak of body tempering. This rate of improvement was incredibly astonishing to her. Now in Wanxiang City, as long as she didn't provoke those forces at the Kai Yuan stage, she could act with impunity. Yiran, don't be so excited. It's because of my cultivation technique. Lin Fan was now at the peak of the Kai Yuan stage, so raising Luo Yiran to the peak of body tempering was no problem. Husband, does this have any negative effect on you? Luo Yiran looked at Lin Fan with concern. Don't worry, it's beneficial for both of us. Upon learning that it was harmless to Lin Fan, and even beneficial, Luo Yiran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yiran, after you stabilize your cultivation for a few more days, I'll give you a top-grade breakthrough pill. Then you will be able to break through to the Kai Yuan stage. Hearing that Lin Fan would give her a pill to break through to the Kai Yuan stage, Luo Yiran was stunned. Husband, such a pill must be very expensive. Isn't it too wasteful to use it on me? Luo Yiran certainly wanted the pill, but she feared she couldn't bear its cost. A pill that allows one to break through from body tempering to the Kai Yuan stage would be fought over even if it cost thousands of yellow-grade spirit stones. And she was only worth 100 spirit stones at the Blossom Pavilion. Silly girl, you are my woman. From now on, don't think like that, or I'll be angry. Just accept what I give you. Lin Fan said with a stern face. Husband, I understand. Please don't be angry. That's more like it. Lin Fan was satisfied with Luo Yiran's response. Husband, let's drop the barrier. Everyone must be waiting anxiously. And I can sense that you haven't been fully satisfied yet, so I won't delay your time any longer. Lin Fan didn't refuse Luo Yiran's suggestion. When the two appeared before everyone, Luo Yiran was still a bit embarrassed with so many eyes on them. Everyone knew what they had been doing. Lin Fan waved at Hong Lu. Hong Lu, it's your turn now. Yes, master. Hong Lu's heart was also pounding with nervousness. But since Lin Fan had called on her, she dared not refuse. When the two disappeared again, the others quickly gathered around Luo Yiran, asking about what had happened. Yiran, tell us quickly, is the master easy to get along with? We're not sure, and we're afraid of making him unhappy. Dear sisters, don't worry. The husband is very easy to get along with, and he was gentle with me. Then Luo Yiran briefly explained, and knowing that Lin Fan was easy to get along with, they finally felt relieved. Time passed imperceptibly. Over 10 days had gone by in the outside world. In the small world, more than 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Lin Fan had spent most of his time in the small world. He had come out a few times in between to collect some building materials, flowers and trees. Otherwise, the barren landscape would have been uncomfortable. As for construction, there was no need to worry about workers. With sufficient materials, Lin Fan could erect pavilions and towers with just a thought. Under Lin Fan's manipulation, these structures appeared as if naturally formed without any flaws. Now on the island in the lake of the small world, there was a manor covering 1 square kilometer. Near the family sacred tree, there was also a 9-story pavilion, which Lin Fan built as a library. He placed all the rewarded cultivation techniques inside. Now at last the small world looks a bit more alive. Lin Fan felt satisfied with his creation. It's time to see what I've gained during this time. Lin Fan summoned his system in his mind. System, how many rewards have I received these days? Host has taken 15 concubines in succession, obtaining a total of 1500 yellow-grade spirit stones and 1 ton of top-grade yellow-level crescent moonrise seeds, enough to plant 300 mu of land. System, you're generous. I spent only 100 spirit stones per person, and you directly returned 100 spirit stones, plus the extra ton of crescent moonrise seeds. Top-grade yellow-level spiritual rice was very expensive, costing 1 spirit stone per caddy. Long-term consumption was effective even for the Chi Si realm. It's a pity I can't go to the Blossom Pavilion too often, or I'll attract attention. Without strength, it's better to stay low-key. With this in mind, Lin Fan decided to go once a year, which was safer. Since he had the crescent moon rice seeds, he planned to plant them immediately. It was too painful to leave such a large tract of land empty. Without further ado, in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan appeared outside the manor. He began to plan the 300 mu of rice paddies, then diverted lake water into the fields. As the godlike existence of the small world, such operations required only a thought from Lin Fan. "Husband, what are you doing?" Luo Yiran saw a large expanse of farmland suddenly appear before her eyes, her gaze filled with curiosity. The others, drawn by the commotion, also came over. They were curious about what Lin Fan intended to do and began chattering with questions. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Lin Fan smiled and explained, "I have obtained some moon crescent rice seeds, a top-grade yellow-grade spirit rice. I'm going to plant these seeds now. They will mature in just 1 year, and then this moon crescent rice will become our staple food." As he spoke, Lin Fan had already planted all 300 mu of land with moon crescent rice. "Wow, I never expected it to be top-grade yellow-grade spirit rice. Once it matures in a year, will we be able to have as much moon crescent rice as we want? From then on, eating moon crescent rice at every meal will our strength surge rapidly. Of course, even for those with lower yellow-grade talent, as long as they eat moon crescent rice at every meal, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm will no longer be a dream." The women buzzed with discussion, full of anticipation for the moon crescent rice. At the same time, they felt joy in their hearts for having such an opportunity. Eating top-grade yellow-grade spirit rice at every meal. This was something they had never imagined before nor dared to think of. If resources were abundant, the Qi realm would not be a fantasy, and the Zifu realm would not be impossible. It is true that the limit for top-grade yellow-grade talent is the Qi realm, but with sufficient resources, that limit can also be broken. In truth, the great Tao is impartial. All living beings have a glimmer of hope. It just depends on whether they can seize it. With the small world, Lin Fan would never lack cultivation resources. For those who were utterly loyal to him, Lin Fan would not be stingy. It could be said that apart from Lin Fan, no faction would waste resources on those with low talent, for it was not worth the cost. Just like the girls of middle and lower grade talent in the Baiwa Tower, they were not even worth a caddy of moon crescent rice. If one were to nurture them with moon crescent rice, one would not know how much loss would be incurred. Spirit rice of the grade of moon crescent rice. Even the Lin family, where Lin Fan once stayed, only the core members could enjoy it. As for ordinary family members like Lin Fan, they didn't even have a chance to smell it. Even the lowest grade inferior spirit rice, Lin Fan only ate a little, just 1 caddy per month. Spirit rice required spirit fields to grow, which was precisely why its price was so steep. Within the range of Wanxiang City, there were probably not many mu of spirit fields, and those that existed were low-grade yellow-grade spirit fields. As for Lin Fan's small world, it could be said that all of it was spirit fields and of no low grade. The central island was equivalent to top grade earth grade, other areas reached mysterious grade, and the places near the lake reached lower grade earth grade. As Lin Fan's strength increased, the grades would only become higher in the future. By the way, system, if Hong Lu and the others become pregnant with the small world's 5-fold time flow, wouldn't they give birth after just 2 months in the outside world? Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan was quite satisfied. Naturally, the higher the talent of his own children, the better. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, 2 months had passed in the outside world. During this time, Lin Fan finally managed to impregnate Iran and the others. At the same time, Luo Iran and the other 15 women all broke through to the Kaiyuan realm. Not only that, Lin Fan's strength also made a breakthrough, reaching the Qi realm. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to change the landscape of Wanxiang City. However, Lin Fan was not very interested in Wanxiang City. This place was not suitable for him to build a family estate lacking resources. Lin Fan did not want to expose his strength prematurely. He did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Once he reached the Zifu realm, he would go find a suitable place to build a family estate. Although the true family estate was in the small world, which was also his foundation, he still needed an estate in the outside world to conceal his true situation. It must be said that martial artists had much more difficulty conceiving than ordinary people. It must be noted that he had spent 10 months in the small world before successfully impregnating Luo Iran and the others. As strength increased in the future, conceiving would become even harder. Lin Fan stopped dwelling on this, thinking that he was about to become a father of a dozen children. Lin Fan was naturally excited. So next he needed to prepare for the children's birth. Ding. Congratulations, host, your family level has been upgraded to level 1. You have received a family upgrade gift pack. Would you like to open it? I almost forgot. Now that my strength has broken through to the Qi realm, Iran and the others have reached the Kaiyuan realm, and the family's fortune has also increased, we have met the upgrade conditions. System, open the upgrade gift pack. Ding. Congratulations host on opening the upgrade gift pack. You have received a yellow grade alchemist inheritance, including all yellow grade pill formulas, spiritual herb knowledge, and a top grade yellow grade alchemy furnace. Ding. Congratulations host, you have obtained 1000 mysterious grade yuan stones and 1000 yellow grade yuan stones. For this reward, Lin Fan was very satisfied. An alchemist could strengthen the family's foundation. System, open the attribute panel. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 469 years. Identity, head of the Lin family. Family level 1. Family members 15 wives and concubines 60 maids. Offspring in gestation. Family fortune 150000. Strength early Qi Si realm. Talent lower mysterious grade. Cultivation method Qiankuan harmony Dao art. Martial skills and movement techniques top grade mysterious grade. Overlapping waves palm. Beginner. Flowing cloud sword art. Beginner top grade mysterious grade. Bamboo shadow step beginner. Weapon top grade yellow grade dragon pattern sword. Family wealth 2000 mysterious grade yuan stones, 21340 yellow grade yuan stones. Small world area 1000 square kilometers. The Qi Si realm has a lifespan of 500 years. If one lives in the small world, that would be equivalent to 2500 years, almost comparable to the lifespan of the divine power realm. System, what are the conditions for the family to upgrade to level 2? Ding. The conditions for the family to upgrade to level 2 are 1 person in the Zifu realm, 20 people in the Qi Si realm, and a family fortune of 500. Seeing this data, Lin Fan felt a headache. It would be quite difficult to reach level 2 in a short time. After thinking it over, Lin Fan summoned the 10 maids with upper grade talent and the 20 maids with middle grade talent. Now these 30 maids, after 10 months of growth in the small world, and with sufficient resources provided by Lin Fan, had all reached the organ refining stage. They were only 1 step away from the blood exchange stage of perfect body tempering, truly rapid growth. Even the 30 maids with lower grade talent had now reached the bone forging stage. With the pills Lin Fan would provide in the future, breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm would be no problem. Soon these 30 maids stood before Lin Fan. Walking at the forefront was the head, maid Li Han, whom Lin Fan had selected. Her strength had already reached the perfect body tempering stage. Greetings, family head. No need for formalities. I called you here because there is a task I need you to do. Please give your orders, family head. Naturally, they would unconditionally carry out Lin Fan's commands. Now that the madams are all pregnant, I need you to form groups of 3, find some midwives, and learn from them how to deliver babies. Yes, family head. We guarantee to complete the task. This kind of task was not difficult for them, and they also understood its significance. Lin Fan nodded and led them out of the small world. Regarding matters of the small world, Lin Fan had tested it before, and after they came out, they could not mention the small world. Even matters related to him could not be mentioned. It could be said that their mouths could not speak, their hands could not write. Even more terrifying, as soon as this thought arose, they would instantly perish body and soul, with their very soul scattered. Seeing this, Lin Fan could not help but marvel at the power of the family sacred tree. Family head, we will take our leave now. Go ahead. Come back once you have learned. Remember to be safe. Seeing that Lin Fan still worried about their safety, their hearts were filled with boundless gratitude. They vowed in their hearts to cultivate diligently and dedicate their lives to protecting the Lin family. In fact, with their Zhang refining realm cultivation and the practice of top-tier yellow-grade techniques and martial arts, the 3 of them together could surround and eliminate even an enemy who had reached the pinnacle of body tempering. Therefore, within the boundaries of Wanxiang City, Lin Fan did not worry about their safety. Although there were a few open heaven realm cultivators in Wanxiang City, they were all in secluded cultivation and would never be seen wandering about. After they left, Lin Fan did not rush back to the small world, but instead stepped out of the mansion. He needed to visit Baibao Pavilion to purchase some spirit herb seeds. As long as he had spirit herb seeds, he would never lack spirit herbs in the future. Now that he had the inheritance of a yellow-grade alchemist, anyone with interest could learn it. Once the spirit herbs were cultivated, there would only be more in the future, and there was no need to worry about waste at all. If he had enough hands later, Lin Fan would even establish a merchant guild like Baibao Pavilion to earn yuan stones. With a merchant guild, he could leverage it to acquire rare spirit herb seeds. As long as there was one seed, he could rely on the advantages of the small world to make it propagate into countless spirit herbs. Young master, may I ask what you need? As soon as Lin Fan entered Baibao Pavilion, an attendant came forward to greet him. I need a large quantity of spirit herb and spirit fruit seeds. I wonder how many varieties you have here. Alright, I want all these seeds. Pack them up for me. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to buy everything, the attendant was somewhat slow to react. He had never seen someone purchase spirit herb seeds in such a manner. Young master spirit herbs are difficult to cultivate and require spirit fields. If they fail to grow, we cannot be held responsible. I understand. Please calculate how many yuan stones that will cost. Certainly, young master, please wait. Soon the attendant brought several large bags of seeds, enough to plant hundreds of mu of land, no problem at all. However, these seeds were still a drop in the bucket for the small world. Fortunately, Lin Fan was not in a hurry. The crescent moon rice in the small world was about to ripen. By then, apart from rations, the rest would be saved as seeds for continued planting. Once it reached a large scale, he could sell them to exchange for yuan stones. After these medicinal herbs were planted, they would produce seeds every year. He was convinced that the small world would eventually be fully cultivated. Young master, all the seeds our shop has are here. The total price is 1,000 yuan stones. As for seeds of Shuanga grade, or above, there were none at all. Such a small place as Wanxiang City could not cultivate them. Here are 1,000 yuan stones. Please count them. The amount is correct. We look forward to your next visit, young master. After leaving Baibao Pavilion, Lin Fan spent another 2,000 yuan stones to purchase a batch of first-grade spirit fish fry, ranging from top to low grades with over 100 varieties. A lake spanning 300 square kilometers deserved to have spirit fish raised in it, and he would continuously add new varieties in the future. Aside from spirit fish, Lin Fan also bought a swarm of spirit bees. Without spirit bees, the spirit fruit trees simply could not bear fruit. He certainly wasn't going to do it himself. While it could be done with a mere thought, it was too troublesome. Raising some spirit bees could also produce spirit honey, which was a win-win situation. After that, Lin Fan spent another 2,000 yuan stones to buy 10 dairy cows, 2 males and 8 females. This was the food ration Lin Fan had prepared for his unborn children. The dairy cows here were not ordinary. They were a type of demon beast. Due to their gentle temperament and the rich nutrition in their milk, they were highly favored by cultivation families. When Lin Fan brought all of this to the small world, it naturally attracted the attention of Luo Iran and the others. Husband, I never expected you to have even prepared food for the children. That goes without saying. As their father, how could I let them go hungry? In any case, their nutrition must not be lacking. Hearing Lin Fan's words, they were at a loss for what to say. How could they ever go hungry? But they did not argue either. Of course, they were delighted that their children would have such a responsible father. Next, Lin Fan began to make plans. He designated a section for the dairy cows and set up a barrier so they would not stray. The spirit fish were treated the same way. Each grade of spirit fish needed to be separated, otherwise the lower grade fish would become food for the higher grade ones. Carnivores and herbivores also needed to be kept separate. For now, he would let the spirit fish propagate first. Before the spirit fish reached a certain scale, he had no intention of mixing different types. After finishing these tasks, he planted all the spirit herb seeds. The planting area reached 200 mu. Consorts, is there anything you need? Upon hearing this, all the women shook their heads in unison. Husband, we lack nothing. By the way, husband, now that we are all pregnant and unable to attend to you, would you like to visit the 100 Flowers Pavilion again? For Luo Iran's suggestion, Lin Fan shook his head. It would be inappropriate to go now. It would easily attract attention. Let's talk about it in a year. Hearing this, they also found his reasoning reasonable. Husband, since we cannot go to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, why don't we learn from them? We could secretly adopt some orphans with talent and raise them. Once they grow up, they will become a significant asset to our Lin family in the future. Besides, we have the small world, which gives us an even greater advantage over the 100 Flowers Pavilion. At the same time, we can also send people to the villages outside the city to test the aptitude of unmarried girls. Anyone with talent can be brought back for training. Most people in this world did not know their own cultivation aptitude. Although Wanxiang City had places to test aptitude, they were organized by the authorities. Such aptitude testing facilities existed in virtually every city, but the fee was not cheap. It required 1 or 2 gold coins. At such a high price, ordinary people could naturally not afford it. 1 or 2 gold coins were extremely hard for most farmers to save in a lifetime. If someone had aptitude, it would be fine. Those with high aptitude would be recruited by the great families in the city, or even the authorities, and would receive generous rewards. But if they had no aptitude, an entire generation's savings would be wasted completely, a cost that ordinary people simply could not afford. Seeing his women all offering ideas for the family's development, Lin Fan was quite satisfied. My dear ladies, I have also considered this matter. However, we currently lack sufficient manpower, and Li Han and the others are not yet strong enough. I need to cultivate Li Han and the others to the Kaiyuan stage before I can address this matter. Lin Fan had indeed given this careful consideration. Although it required 70 points of affinity or loyalty for the family's divine tree to brand them, he believed he could first bring people in and nurture them. He was confident that through persistent guidance he could raise their loyalty. Besides, those who had not been branded would never be allowed to leave the small world, so there was no need to worry about leaks. But such things could only be done gradually. He currently lacked sufficient manpower and needed at least some of his subordinates to reach the Kaiyuan stage. Since our Huband has already made a decision, we can rest assured. We hope you will not blame us for meddling. Lin Fan waved his hand, a smile playing on his lips. It is fine. You may raise any suggestions at any time. I cannot account for everything myself. Time flew swiftly. More than 10 days had passed in the outside world, while over 2 months had elapsed within the small world. At this moment, the crescent rice inside the small world had already ripened. The golden rice ears gleamed beautifully, captivating to behold. It has finally matured. Can we eat crescent rice soon? Luo Yiran and the others gazed at the rice fields, their eyes filled with anticipation. Hubin, we can harvest now? The yield should be excellent. It certainly looks promising. Leave the rest to me. For Lin Fan, harvesting the rice required only a single thought. Harvest. In the blink of an eye, all the crescent rice was gathered. Even the stalks were collected, which could serve as feed for the dairy cows. A perfect solution that addressed multiple needs at once. Even though everyone knew Lin Fan could accomplish anything within the small world, they were still deeply astonished each time they witnessed such a scene. How did we do, Hubin? What was the yield? Not bad. We have 300 tons. 1 ton equals 2,000 jin, which amounts to 2,000 jin per mu. This yield was truly remarkable. In the outside world, 500 jin per mu was already considered high yield. But this was perfectly understandable, as the crescent rice was cultivated in earth-grade spiritual fields. No one in the outside world would waste earth-grade spiritual land to grow yellow-grade spirit rice. That would be far too extravagant. For now, Lin Fan lacked higher-grade spirit seeds and could only use what was available. Upon hearing these numbers, Luo Yiran and the others were greatly surprised. Hubin, the crescent rice yield is actually this high. In their understanding, 500 jin per mu was already considered excellent. Yet the crescent rice had reached 2,000 jin per mu, 4 times what they had known. You need not be surprised. The conditions in the small world are far superior to those in the outside world. We are using earth-grade spiritual fields combined with the rich heavenly and earthly chi in the small world, and there are no pests or diseases. Such a yield is perfectly normal. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, everyone came to their senses. With the small world's unique advantages, a yield like this was hardly surprising. All right, let us keep 100 tons for ourselves to eat and plant the remaining 200 tons. Without delay, they set to work. Soon 200 tons of crescent rice were sown, covering an area of 60,000 mu, precisely 40 square kilometers. Lin Fan calculated that by the next harvest, they would have 60,000 tons of crescent rice. At that point, 60,000 tons of crescent rice could be planted across 18 million mu, equivalent to 12,000 square kilometers. The small world, including its lakes, was only 1,000 square kilometers. Filling it completely would be effortlessly easy, while filling the small world is no great difficulty. In fact, the small world is too small. At this thought, Lin Fan felt a touch of disappointment. His small world was not as vast as he had imagined. Noticing Lin Fan lost in thought, Luo Yiran walked beside him and gently linked her arm with his, saying softly, "Hubin, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing. I was just wondering what the crescent rice tastes like." "That is simple. Let us try it and find out. It is almost time for lunch." "Very well. I will shell this crescent rice right away." Lin Fan did not waste a moment and quickly dehulled all 100 tons of crescent rice. After removing the husks, 70 tons of crystal clear crescent rice remained. Lin Fan did not waste the husks either. He processed them all into pellet feed for the spirit fish. Then Lin Fan caught 10 golden thread carp. These fish shimmered with golden light, especially dazzling under the sunlight. They belonged to the top-grade first-stage spirit fish. Since they had only been raised for a relatively short time, they currently weighed about 2 jin each. Once they reached full maturity, gaining 100 jin would be no problem. But there was no avoiding it. Who wanted to taste their flesh? Lin Fan would simply have to apologize to them. With the maids bustling about, the meal was quickly prepared. "Hubin, this rice smells wonderful. Truly worthy of being top-grade yellow spirit rice. I never dare dream I would ever eat such precious food. Not just the rice, the fish is equally mouth-watering. Enough now. Let us all taste it together." As for the flavor of these spiritual delicacies, Lin Fan was quite looking forward to it. "Hubin, please eat first." Luo Yiran picked up a piece of spirit fish and held it to Lin Fan's lips. Lin Fan accepted it without hesitation and swallowed the fish meat. "Hubin, how does it taste?" At this moment, all eyes turned to Lin Fan. "All I can say with one word is fresh." To be honest, this was the most delicious food Lin Fan had ever tasted. "All right, stop looking at me. Let us all eat." This time, everyone picked up their chopsticks. While the spirit fish is truly delicious and this rice is wonderful too, it is a pity we cannot eat spirit fish often. We need to save some for breeding. But it is fine. I believe in a year we will be able to have spirit fish as much as we want. After the meal, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Even the maids shared in the joy. Although the maids could not eat spirit fish, there was plenty of crescent rice to go around. Once the spirit fish reproduced successfully, they would be able to eat it whenever they wished. Such luxury was something even the Lord of Wanxiang City did not possess. If this were to spread, countless people would be envious. Soon another 3 months passed in the main world. And in the small world the crescent rice had once again reached maturity. As Lin Fan had predicted, this harvest reached 60,000 tons. This time Lin Fan left the lake island unplanted and sowed crescent rice across all other areas. The current layout of the small world was as follows. The lake island covered 100 square kilometers with 200 mu planted with medicinal herbs and 10 dairy cows occupying 1 square kilometer. The spiritual pool that had once stood at the center of the lake island had now transformed into a small lake spanning 1 square kilometer. As for the original lake, it covered an area of 300 square kilometers encircling the lake island. The remaining 600 square kilometers consisted entirely of land surrounding the lake. Now all 600 square kilometers of this land were planted with crescent rice equivalent to 900,000 mu. Thinking that in the future, every 2 months in the main world 900 tons of yuya rice could be harvested, Lin Fan's heart was filled with astonishment. Even after removing the husks for sale, there would still be 6,300 tons of yuya rice. If this were exchanged for yellow-grade spirit stones, it would amount to 1.26 billion pieces. Of course, the wholesale price would certainly not be as high as 1 spirit stone per caddy, but exchanging for 800 million yellow-grade spirit stones would still be no problem. In 1 year of the main world, approximately 4 harvests could be grown in the small world. By then, solely from yuya rice, there would be a conservative annual income of 3.2 billion yellow-grade spirit stones. However, this income was incomparable to the Lin family of Chu Kingdom, where Lin Fan had previously resided. The Lin family of Chu Kingdom possessed numerous spirit stone veins, including several mystic-grade spirit stone veins. The annual output of spirit stones was considerable, naturally beyond what Lin Fan could currently match. Moreover, the Lin family of Chu Kingdom had many other businesses that also generated substantial spirit stones. Fortunately, Lin Fan was not discouraged. Catching up with the Lin family of Chu Kingdom was only a matter of time. The only problem at present was the sales channel for yuya rice. Thinking about this, Lin Fan felt a headache. With such a vast amount of yuya rice, the Baibao Pavilion could certainly absorb it. But if Lin Fan sold so much yuya rice to the Baibao Pavilion now, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Baibao Pavilion's higher-ups. They might even send someone to investigate the origin of his yuya rice. If they couldn't find anything, they would likely suspect that he harbored a great secret, and that would spell trouble. No rush, there will surely be a way later. After all, I can store it in the system storage space without worrying about the yuya rice spoiling. When I reach the Zifu realm, I can also establish a trading company behind the scenes and sell yuya rice myself. The market for top-grade spirit rice is huge. There's no need to worry about sales. With this thought, Lin Fan stopped fretting. In the 3 months that had passed in the main world, aside from 1 harvest of yuya rice, the strength of Luo Iran and the others had also improved, all reaching the middle stage of the Kaiyuan realm. This was only natural. After all, they consumed yuya rice every day and supplemented their cultivation with spirit stones, so their strength naturally advanced quickly. Even the 30 maidservants with low-grade aptitude had now reached the peak of body tempering. It must be said that with sufficient resources, those with low-grade aptitude also improved rapidly. However, Lin Fan did not hurry to give them superior realm break pills to break through to the Kaiyuan realm. Li Han and the others were still outside studying and had not yet returned. He would only give the pills after Li Han and the others returned and broke through first. As for Lin Fan himself, he was still at the early stage of the Qi realm. Improving one's cultivation in the Qi realm was not as easy as in the Kaiyuan realm. The difficulty was at least 100 times greater. Even so, Lin Fan was not far from breaking through to the middle stage of the Qi realm. The main world. Li Han and her 3-member team had completed their training and were now on their way back to the Lin mansion. At that moment, they were in a forest about 100 li away from Wanxiang City. Suddenly, 2 unconscious young women appeared in their line of sight. Sister Li Han, there are 2 young women here who have fainted. They seem to be seriously injured. Should we save them? Seeing this, Li Han felt troubled. The injuries of the 2 women before them would not allow them to wake up anytime soon. If they left them lying here, even if their enemies didn't find them, they would likely die from beast attacks. But if they took them back, she feared it might bring trouble to Lin Fan. Sister Li Han, these 2 young women are very beautiful, and they look quite similar. They must be sisters. If their aptitudes are good enough, they might even become the family head's wives. How about we take them back? Seeing that both of them wanted to rescue the women, Li Han became even more conflicted. Are you sure you want to save them? If we do this, we might be punished by the family head. Sister Li Han, we are sure we want to save them. Of course, the final decision is yours. Li Han gritted her teeth. All right, let's take them home and let the family head decide. But we must be quick and discreet and not be discovered by others. We don't know who their enemies are. If their enemies are too powerful, it won't be good for our Lin family. Don't worry, Sister Li Han, we know what to do. We'll never let anyone trace it back to our Lin family. Soon the three of them took the two injured young women and quickly left the place. Half an hour after Li Han and the others left, over a dozen people appeared at the scene. They examined the traces left behind and already had their answer. Steward, they must have been unconscious here for a while, and then someone took them away. Should we pursue? Judging by the situation, they left more than half an hour ago. It's too late to chase now. This place is very close to Wanxiang City. They've likely already gone there. Then what should we do, Steward? The young master ordered us to capture those two sisters alive. At the mention of the young master, they all couldn't help but shiver. Thinking of their young master's ruthlessness, if they failed the mission, the steward in front of them might be fine, but they would certainly face severe punishment. Let's go. We'll go to Wanxiang City and ask the city lord to search for any trace of those sisters. Steward, will the city lord of Wanxiang City be willing to help? Although I'm no match for the city lord of Wanxiang City, I doubt he would dare to refuse when I ask him to help our Huiyuan sect find people. Hearing the steward's words, the group regained their confidence. After all, the ancestor of their Huiyuan sect possessed the strength of the late Qi realm, and the sect master was also at the early Qi realm. Within the entire Qingyun prefecture, there were no more than 10 forces of this level, only slightly weaker than the city lord's mansion of Qingyun Prefecture City. Although Wanxiang City was backed by Qingyun Prefecture City and belonged to the official forces of Zhao Kingdom, the steward dared to believe that the city lord would not dare to defy the Huiyuan sect's face. Li Han and the others were unaware of what happened later. Under careful disguise, they returned to the Lin mansion in just 1 hour. After they had settled the two injured young women, as luck would have it, Lin Fan also returned to the mansion from outside, having just purchased some supplies. Greetings, family head. The three of them immediately bowed when they saw Lin Fan. Li Han, you're back. How did your studies go? Seeing Li Han and the others return safely, Lin Fan was very pleased. Family head, we have perfectly completed the task and have undergone many practical exercises. There will be no problems. Very good, you've worked hard. Once you return to the small world, take a good rest. Family head, we are not tired. Everything is for the family. Lin Fan was very satisfied with their performance. By the way, family head, on our way back, we encountered two severely injured young women. I took pity on them and brought them to the Lin mansion. They are still unconscious. I took the liberty of bringing strangers into the family. Please punish me, family head. As she spoke, Li Han knelt down to confess her fault to Lin Fan. The other two, seeing Li Han taking all the blame upon herself, also knelt down. Family head, this matter is not Sister Li Han's fault. We begged her to do it. If you must punish someone, punish us. All right, all of you get up. This time I'll let it slide, but don't let it happen again. In the future, when encountering such situations, you must report to me. You must not act on your own. Thank you, family head. Lin Fan nodded, then turned to Li Han. Li Han, take me to see these two young women. Family head, please follow me. Soon they arrived at the guest room in the mansion. Looking at the two young women before him, whose faces were pale and clearly gravely injured, even their breathing was unsteady. If not treated in time, their lives might be in danger. System scan their information. Name Mu Shishua. Age 20. Identity: eldest daughter of the Mu family, one of the 4 great families of Chongning City. Constitution: mysterious, grade top class. Strength: early Kaiyuan realm, currently severely injured with less than 10% of her power. Name Mu Shiyu. Age 20. Identity: second daughter of the Mu family, one of the 4 great families of Chongning City. Constitution: mysterious, grade top class. Strength: early Kaiyuan realm, currently severely injured with less than 10% of her power. After reading their information, Lin Fan was somewhat astonished. He had not expected that both of their constitutions were mysterious grade top class. Moreover, judging by their age, they were clearly twin sisters. Mysterious grade top class constitutions were rare, even in the Lin family of Chu State, and all such individuals received focused training. As for their strength, Lin Fan was not surprised. It was normal for someone with mysterious grade top class constitution to reach Kaiyuan realm at age 20. Moreover, given their status, they clearly lacked nothing in terms of cultivation resources. If they had been born in a major family like the Lin family of Chu State, their strength would likely have reached the peak of Kaiyuan realm, and they could have begun preparing to break through to Qihai realm. But as the eldest and second daughters of the Mu family, one of the 4 great families of Chongning City, why were they here and so gravely injured? Lin Fan had some knowledge of Chongning City. It was also a city under Qingyun Prefecture, but its strength far surpassed that of Wanxiang City. Among the 16 cities of Qingyun Prefecture, it ranked in the top 3, and there were Qihai realm experts in the city. As one of the 4 great families, the Mu family naturally had Qihai realm experts as well. Though puzzled, Lin Fan did not dwell on it. After all, once the two woke up, he could simply ask them. Han, when you returned, were you noticed by anyone? Whoever could injure them so severely was certainly no ordinary person. It might also be a conflict between powers, and Lin Fan naturally did not want to attract attention. Rest assured, family head. We disguised ourselves, and after entering the city we changed our appearance several times before returning to the Lin mansion. Seeing how cautious they were, Lin Fan nodded. Han, prepare yourselves. Help them both, we are returning to the small world. Since they possessed mysterious grade top-class constitutions, and also matched his aesthetic, Lin Fan would not let them go. Of course, if they were unwilling they would have to stay in the small world forever. If he placed them in the main world, there was a risk of being discovered. He did not want to invite unnecessary trouble. Small world. When Lin Fan brought the two injured women back, it naturally drew the attention of Luo Iran and the others. Husband, what happened to these two young women? They seemed to be severely injured. Iran Han encountered them on the way back. Seeing them gravely wounded, she took pity and brought them here. Husband, can you save them? Of course, no problem. I plan to refine a batch of yellow-grade top-class healing pills. After taking them, they will recover fully with some rest. During this time, Lin Fan had received the inheritance of a yellow-grade alchemist, and now he was thoroughly familiar with refining yellow-grade pills. Unfortunately, this inheritance could only be passed on once. If others wanted to learn, they would have to start from scratch. Otherwise, he could have mass-produced yellow-grade alchemists. By the way, Iran, before that, give them some spiritual liquid to stabilize their injuries and prevent deterioration. Then you go refine the pills, husband. We will take care of the rest. Good. During this time, Lin Fan had refined pills several times, and he had just purchased the herbs for healing pills. As for the herbs he had planted earlier, they were still not mature. Yellow-grade, middle, and lower-grade herbs could mature in a year or two. Upper and top-grade herbs required 5 to 10 years. An hour later, Lin Fan finally finished refining the pills. Not bad, 10 pills, all of perfect quality, without a trace of pill poison. Lin Fan was very satisfied with his alchemy skills. For a single batch, the most perfect result was 12 pills. But for most alchemists, reaching 9 was the limit. As the saying goes, 9 is the extreme, 12 is perfection. Of course, this referred to the yield from a single set of ingredients. If multiple sets of ingredients were used in one batch, it was normal to get dozens of pills. High-level alchemists often did this when refining low-grade pills, saving a lot of time. But it would certainly waste a lot of materials. For example, with one set of ingredients, he could produce 9 pills, but if he combined multiple sets, the average yield per set might only be 5 or 6 pills. After tidying up, Lin Fan left the alchemy chamber with the pills. Soon he appeared in the room where the Moose sisters were. Han and the other two were taking care of them. Han, how are they? Family head, we just helped them wash up and gave them some spiritual liquid. Their complexion has improved a lot. Lin Fan looked at their complexions. Indeed, they were much better than before. Han, this is the healing pill. Give it to them. Yes, family head. Han took the pills and fed them to the two. After they had taken the healing pills, Lin Fan did not intend to stay long. Han, I'll leave them to you. When they wake up, come and inform me. Yes, family head. Both would wake up soon, so Lin Fan naturally would not wait long there. With this time, it would be better to go chat with Luo Iran and the others. Over here, Luo Iran saw Lin Fan arriving at her residence, a joyful expression blossoming on her face. She hurried forward to greet him, asking, husband, have you finished refining the pills? You little fool, be careful. You're with child, he said, pulling her into an embrace. It's fine, husband. I'm no ordinary woman. With my strength at the middle stage of the Kaiyuan realm, I'm considered a formidable expert in the myriad elephant city. But from the looks of it, you've already completed the pill refining, haven't you? As she spoke, Luo Iran's expression turned mischievous. After spending so much time with Lin Fan, Luo Iran had grown much more cheerful. Perhaps this was her true nature all along, but in a place like the 100 Flowers Pavilion, she had never dared to let her spirit soar. The same transformation had occurred in the other women as well. Lin Fan was naturally pleased by this change, for it showed that they had come to rely on him and opened their hearts to him. Iran, I've already given them the pills. They should wake up by tomorrow. That's a relief. Still, those two sisters were truly fortunate to have been found by Han and the others. Luo Iran had her reasons for saying this. Only those who were considered part of Lin Fan's inner circle could be brought into the small world. Even serving as a maid, there was a tremendous blessing. After all, those who remained by Lin Fan's side would never lack cultivation resources in the future. As his power grew, the resources he obtained would become increasingly refined. As for whether Lin Fan would continue to grow stronger, that was beyond doubt. With the small world at his disposal, the Lin family would only become more formidable. By the way, husband, have you examined their aptitudes? Luo Iran was quite curious about the two sisters' potential. If their aptitudes reached at least the yellow grade supreme, she would gain 2 more sisters. Iran, it seems you're quite eager for them to have high aptitudes. Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course, I hope they excel. High aptitudes will strengthen the foundation of our Lin family. Lin Fan was pleased with her answer. Iran, those two sisters are remarkably talented. Both have reached the mysterious grade supreme. What? Their aptitudes are that high. To be honest, Luo Iran felt a pang of envy. Such extraordinary aptitudes meant they would cultivate much faster than she could. Of course she felt envy, but not jealousy. Higher aptitudes could only benefit the Lin family. Iran, you don't need to envy them. Your own aptitudes will improve in the future. Hearing that her aptitudes could be enhanced, Luo Iran was stunned. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Husband, is that true? Can my aptitudes really be improved? Even now, Luo Iran found it hard to believe. What do you doubt my words? Lin Fan asked with a neutral expression. Of course not. I just can't believe it. Afraid of angering him, Luo Iran quickly explained. Iran, I won't say much for now. You'll understand in time. I trust you, husband. After chatting with Luo Iran for a while, Lin Fan went to spend time with Hong Lu and the others. Soon a day had passed within the small world. The Mu sisters awakened one after another. Finding themselves in an unfamiliar place, a flicker of panic crossed their eyes. Fortunately, seeing each other there brought them some comfort. Sister, where are we? It seems someone saved us. Xiaoyu, I've just woken up too. I don't know where this is, or who rescued us. Sister, do you think grandfather, father, mother, and our uncles are all gone? Mu Shiyu's voice was filled with sorrow. Hearing her sister mention their family, Mu Shiyu's eyes turned red, and a murderous intent blazed within them. The Mu family had been annihilated. The Blazing Cloud sect, along with the other 3 major families of Chongning City, had joined forces against them. Though the Mu family was one of the 4 great families of Chongning City, the combined might of the 4 powers was far beyond what the Mu family could withstand. If their grandfather hadn't sacrificed himself to send them away, the 2 sisters would have been captured and taken to the Blazing Cloud sect to entertain its young master. Just then, Li Han, who had been practicing martial techniques outside, heard the commotion and pushed open the door. You're finally awake. You seem to be recovering well. Seeing Li Han, Mu Shiyue quickly composed herself. Though sorrow still lingered on her face, the murderous intent had vanished. Then, with a hint of gratitude, she asked elder sister, where is this place? Did you save us? I brought you back, but it was our family head who saved you. You were gravely wounded. I couldn't have healed you. When our family head saw your injuries, he personally refined a furnace of yellow-grade supreme healing pills. That's why you recovered so quickly. What? Supreme healing pills and personally refined. The 2 sisters were utterly astonished. They had heard of supreme healing pills, which were nearly impossible to obtain in Chongning City. Even a severe injury in the Qi realm could be fully healed by a supreme healing pill as long as the foundation wasn't damaged. A pill master capable of refining such pills would be treated as an honored guest, even in sects that housed Zifu realm experts. As for the Mu family, they had never been able to reach such a level of pill master. Clearly, the person who saved them was no ordinary figure. With the status of a yellow-grade supreme pill master, one would be untouchable across the entire Qingyun prefecture. Seeing the sisters shocked, Li Han thought smugly to herself, this is nothing. Wait until you learn that you're in a small world. That will truly shatter your worldview. But soon Li Han's expression turned serious. You've been unconscious for so long. You must be hungry. I've had some porridge prepared. Once you've eaten, I'll take you to meet our family head. With that, she left, leaving the 2 sisters exchanging bewildered glances. Soon Li Han returned with 2 large bowls of porridge. Here, please enjoy. I'll be right outside if you need anything. Thank you, elder sister. You're welcome. After Li Han left, the sisters finally picked up their bowls and began to savor the porridge. Sister, this porridge is so fragrant. It must be made from supreme spirit rice. Indeed, it is supreme spirit rice. They had eaten it before, but only in limited quantities, 10 jin per month. The Mu family only had 10 mu of spirit fields capable of growing supreme spirit rice, yielding too little to distribute to everyone. After all, the Mu family numbered over 100,000 people. The sisters got such a share only because of their high aptitudes. They had many siblings, but most had only yellow-grade aptitudes and were not entitled to supreme spirit rice. Buying it on the market was out of the question. Though it cost 1 spirit stone per gene, it was simply unavailable. Spirit fields were mostly controlled by families and sects. The rice they grew was barely enough for themselves, so none was sold publicly. If the price were raised, some might sell, but then it wouldn't be worth the cost. Spirit rice wasn't worth that many spirit stones. With that money, it was better to buy pills. This created an awkward situation. Supreme spirit rice was priced at 1 spirit stone per gene, but none could be found in the market. Only low and mid-grade spirit rice circulated in the market. The sisters were surprised to see porridge made from supreme spirit rice. But remembering that the family head was a yellow-grade supreme pill master, they understood. If he could give them supreme healing pills freely, supreme spirit rice was nothing. Spirit rice couldn't be bought with spirit stones, but pills could certainly get it. Sister, what kind of person is the family master that the woman just mentioned? How would I know? I haven't even seen her. Mu Shiyue gave her younger sister an exasperated glance. Sister, do you think there's any chance we could ask this family master to help us take revenge? With this family master being a top-tier yellow-grade alchemist, it should be easy for him to help us avenge our family. Mu Shiyu shared her thoughts. Xiaoyu, what are you thinking? Why would he help us seek revenge? Do you have anything valuable to offer as compensation? Mu Shishue was truly baffled by her sister's naive idea. The Mu family now had only the two of them left with nothing in their possession. Even if they offered themselves as servants, it would be impossible to persuade a top-tier yellow-grade alchemist to act on their behalf. Hearing her sister's words, Mu Shiyu instantly deflated. Sister, then what should we do? Should we just give up on avenging our family? Mu Shiyu's voice was filled with sorrow. Revenge must be sought. Our Mu family's 100,000 clan members cannot have died in vain. I will make these major factions pay a terrible price. Recalling the massacre of the Mu clan that day, Mu Shiyu's killing intent flared once more. Sister, let us cultivate together with all our strength. With our talent, we will surely be able to take revenge in the future. Mu Shiyu harbored no less hatred toward those major factions than her elder sister. Very well, we sisters will strive together, and one day we shall avenge our fallen kin. Mu Shishue spoke with unwavering resolve. Then silence fell between them, broken only by the sound of porridge being consumed. Xiao Yui finished eating. It's time we went to meet the one who saved our lives. Yes, sister. Both harbored anticipation about Lin Fan, their savior. After tidying themselves up, they prepared to head out. Though their injuries had not fully healed, they could walk without difficulty. Miss, we have finished our meal. Could you please escort us to meet our benefactor? Very well, please follow me. Along the way, the two kept looking around, but despite the vast estate, they hardly saw anyone. Soon Li Han led them into the main hall. Please take a seat here for a moment. I shall inform the family master of your arrival. Once Li Han departed, Mu Shiyu could contain her curiosity no longer. This place is so quiet. There hardly seem to be many people here. Sister, do you think it's possible that our savior recently founded this family? Hearing this, Mu Shishue's eyes lit up immediately. Xiao Yu, that makes perfect sense. With so few people, it's highly likely this is a newly established family. If that's true, then we might actually have a chance at revenge. Mu Shishue's reasoning was grounded in something specific. A newly established family naturally starts with few members. To build prosperity, it would need to continuously take concubines and marry. In this world, families typically begin this way. If their speculation proved correct, she would have the opportunity to become this family master's concubine. Sister, you don't mean to? Mu Shiyu's eyes widened in shock. She wasn't foolish and immediately grasped the implication behind her sister's words. Yes, I do harbor that thought. Otherwise, just the two of us it would take who knows how long to achieve revenge. Although our talents are decent, reaching sufficient strength would require considerable time, at least a century before we could even contemplate vengeance. Moreover, if we leave this place, we might be captured by the Fire Cloud sect and the three major families. Throughout Qingyan Commandery, their spies and agents are everywhere. It would be extremely difficult for us to safely escape Qingyan Commandery. Seeing her elder sister so resolute, Mu Shiyu clenched her teeth and declared firmly, Sister, if you've made up your mind, then we'll face it together. Agreed. Mu Shishue did not decline Mu Shiyu's suggestion. Together their chances of success would improve. Besides, with no one else to rely on, staying together here was undoubtedly the best course of action. Oh, by the way, sister, if our benefactor asks about our background later, should we tell the truth? Of course. There's no need to conceal our past. The Fire Cloud sect and those three major families would be beneath the consideration of a top-tier, yellow-grade alchemist. A top-tier yellow-grade alchemist could command many such factions if he wished. If we deliberately hide information, it would only displease our benefactor. Moreover, before long, news of the Mu family's destruction will spread throughout Qingyan Commandery. When that happens, our benefactor can easily trace our identity with a simple inquiry. Yes, sister, I understand what to do. In their hearts, both began to pray that their suspicions were correct, that this was indeed a newly established family. If they were mistaken, their hopes would remain unfulfilled. Meanwhile, Li Han located Lin Fan. Lin Fan was at Hong Lu's residence at that moment. Family master, the two of them have awakened and are currently in the main hall. Good, then I shall go meet them. As he spoke, Lin Fan turned to Hong Lu beside him. Lulu, would you like to come with me? Husband, I'm fine. I can go take a look as well. Then let's go. I'll support you. Husband, I'm not so delicate. Though Hong Lu claimed this, the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Soon the three arrived in the main hall. Both of you, this is our family master, and beside him is Lady Hong Lu. The two sisters were quite surprised to see Lin Fan. They had never expected him to be so young. Of course, there were many powerful elders who maintained youthful appearances. But they didn't consider Lin Fan to be such a person, because there was no trace of weariness about Lin Fan. So they believed Lin Fan's age couldn't be too advanced, certainly not exceeding 100 years. Compared to the 500-year lifespan of the Sea of Qi realm, being under a century old was still quite youthful. Looking at Hong Lu beside them, her lower abdomen was slightly rounded, clearly indicating pregnancy. This further confirmed their earlier speculation, causing both of them to feel a bit excited. But soon the two snapped back to reality. They then respectfully greeted Lin Fan and Hong Lu. Greetings, benefactor. Greetings, madam. Disrespect was not an option. First and foremost, Lin Fan was their savior, and they owed him their gratitude. Secondly, given Lin Fan's status, even their grandfather would have shown him deep respect if he were still alive. This was the prestige commanded by a top-tier yellow-grade alchemist. As for Xian-grade alchemists, those above yellow rank, only the leading powerhouse nations possessed them. Zhao Kingdom currently had none. Seeing the two women's respect, Lin Fan waved his hand. Ladies, you need not be so formal. I can tell from your complexions that your recovery is progressing well. With a little more rest, you will be fully healed. That is all thanks to the pills you refined, benefactor. Without your pills, we would not have recovered, or in fact our injuries might have worsened, and whether we would have survived is uncertain. The Mu sisters were well aware of their own condition. After their grandfather sacrificed himself to send them away, they had encountered many pursuers on their escape route. They fought desperately, but the enemy was too numerous, and they were gravely wounded, hovering on the brink of death. Had it not been for the burning desire for vengeance, they would never have made it this far, where Li Han and her companions found them. Enough, don't keep calling me benefactor. My surname is Lin, my given name Fan. You may address me as Patriarch Lin. Very well, Patriarch Lin. By the way, Patriarch Lin, could you tell us where this place is? Having fled in panic, they had no idea which region they had reached. This is Wanxiang City. Wanxiang City. I never thought we would end up here. They had heard of Wanxiang City. It belonged to the same prefecture as their own Chongning City. In their understanding, the city lord of Wanxiang was only at the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. Yet here hidden was a mighty figure like Lin Fan. This truly surprised them. But upon reflection, they realized Lin Fan had likely just established his clan. In a city of modest strength like Wanxiang, it was actually more suitable for a clan's early development. Once the clan's power grew, they could move to a larger city later. Ladies, why don't you introduce yourselves? Hearing Lin Fan's inquiry, the sisters snapped to attention. They had indeed forgotten to introduce themselves. Forgive us, Patriarch Lin. We were rude. I am Mu Shishua, and this is my twin sister Mu Shiyu. We are from the Mu clan of Chongning City. The Mu clan of Chongning City. I recall something. Aren't you one of the 4 great families there? Lin Fan put on a thoughtful expression. Yes, Patriarch Lin, but now there is no Mu clan in Chongning City anymore. At these words, the sisters' faces showed sorrow. Lin Fan was somewhat astonished. From their expressions and words, it seemed the Mu clan had been wiped out, which explained why they were nearly dead from their injuries. Ladies, why do you say there is no Mu clan? What happened? Is it related to your severe injuries? Lin Fan was curious about the events. A clan that was considered quite powerful in Qingyun Prefecture had been destroyed. That truly surprised him. Patriarch Lin, our Mu clan was besieged by the Huiyun sect together with the other 3 great families of Chongning City. It no longer exists. Only my sister and I have survived. Thinking that only the 2 of them remained of their clan, the sisters shed bitter tears. Hong Lu, witnessing this, felt deep sympathy for them. She was also touched by the realization that such a great clan could be wiped out so easily. Now she understood why her husband, despite his current strength and ability to dominate Wanxiang City, had not done so. Instead, he developed quietly here, drawing no attention. She finally grasped her husband's reasoning. Being too conspicuous would inevitably attract the notice of other forces, and then development would face great resistance. No power wants another entity nearby that can compete for resources. But Hong Lu wanted to know why the Mu clan had been attacked by 4 forces. So she asked the sisters, did your clan offend these 4 powers? It's all because of that young master of the Huiyun sect. The sisters clenched their teeth at the mention of him. He was the root cause of their clan's destruction. Lin Fan and Hong Lu did not interrupt, quietly watching the 2. After calming down, they continued their story. Somehow that young master found out that we sisters have Xin-level top-grade aptitudes. After confirming the news, the Huiyun sect immediately sent people to our Mu clan to propose marriage, intending to take us as concubines. But we knew his true character very well. He had been practicing some evil cultivation technique that drains vitality. Everyone he drained died within a year, suffering terrible fates. My grandfather and parents would never push us into such a fire pit. They refused the proposal on the spot. Thus the conflict between our Mu clan and the Huiyun sect began. However, my grandfather and parents did not take it seriously at first. In their view, although the Huiyun sect was stronger than our Mu clan, relying solely on the Huiyun sect to subdue us would cost them dearly. Moreover, Chongning City had 3 other great families and the city lord's mansion. They assumed the Huiyun sect would not dare to attack openly. But the result was beyond our expectations. To obtain us, the Huiyun sect secretly began lobbying the other 3 families. The 3 families, eager to carve up the Mu clan's assets, joined forces with the Huiyun sect against us. As for why the city lord's mansion did not intervene, we never found out. After hearing their story, Hong Lu was furious. The Huiyun sect is utterly despicable. They destroy a whole clan just because they were refused. Lulu, in this world there is no absolute good or evil, only the strong prey on the weak. Only the strong hold the power of speech. When one's strength is so great that no one dares to provoke them, even the worst deeds go unpunished. That is reality. Having lived in this world for 30 years, Lin Fan had heard of many such incidents. That was exactly why he kept such a low profile. Stay hidden to develop better. Husband, I understand. I will train harder from now on. Seeing Hong lose determination, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Then Lin Fan turned to the Mu sisters. Ladies, what do you plan to do next? Patriarch Lin, there is no place for us sisters in Qingyun Prefecture. If we leave now, we will surely be spotted by the eyes of those four forces. For our own safety, we beg you to take us in. We are willing to be servants, even slaves. Mu Shixue's tone was sincere. The matter of becoming a concubine could wait until an opportunity arose. The priority was to stay so that there would be a chance. Besides, becoming a maidservant to a top-grade Huang-level alchemist was no disgrace. If news got out, countless people would envy them. Lin Fan did not immediately agree to the two. Instead, he checked their information. Name Mu Shixue, age 20. Aptitude, profound, grade peak realm Kaiyuan stage, early favorability 65. Name Mu Shiyu. Age 20. Aptitude, profound, grade peak realm Kaiyuan stage, early favorability 68. Her favorability is already approaching 70. It must be because I am their savior. I expect it won't be long before it exceeds 70. Lin Fan pondered to himself. Seeing him lost and thought, the Mu sisters grew anxious, their glances toward him becoming tense. Uncertain whether Lin Fan would keep them, they waited. Soon Lin Fan finally spoke. My Lin family has just been established and indeed needs people. You may stay. But let me be clear up front. Staying is allowed only if you pledge absolute loyalty to the family. Should anyone betray us, the consequences need not be elaborated upon. I trust you can guess them. Hearing they could stay, the two erupted in joy. Especially Lin Fan's mention of a newly established family confirmed their earlier suspicions. This was the best news for them. As for betrayal, it was unthinkable. They were not foolish. Please rest assured, my lord. From now on we will be utterly loyal to the family. You saved our lives. We are not people who forget kindness. Their expressions were resolute. Good. I hope you can keep your word. Having entered the small world, Lin Fan naturally had no concern about betrayal, but he felt it necessary to state his terms. Actually, there is another option for you. Hearing there was another choice, the two sisters perked up and looked at Lin Fan. They hoped this alternative would benefit them. If you are willing, you could become my concubines. I have just established this family and need to expand my lineage. Upon hearing Lin Fan's proposal, their eyes widened in astonishment. Their wish had come true before they had even made a move. How could it be so simple? Seeing their silence, Lin Fan frowned. If you have not decided yet, you may take some time to consider, and then give me your answer. My lord, no need to deliberate. We accept. Such a splendid opportunity lay before them. How could they possibly let it slip away? Excellent. Lin Fan was quite pleased with their answer. Your injuries have not yet healed. Rest for now, and recover fully first. As for your grudges, I will ensure they are avenged. However, do not expect immediate revenge. The family must lie low and develop silently for several years. During the early stages of establishment, ostentatious behavior is ill-advised. But in a few years you may not need my intervention at all. The two of you could personally exact blood vengeance. The several years Lin Fan mentioned referred to the timeline of the main world. With his continuous provision of cultivation resources, the two could potentially break through to the Purple Mansion stage within a few years. At that point, dealing with forces merely at the Qi Si stage would be effortlessly within their grasp. My lord, will we truly have the ability to seek personal vengeance in a few years? The two sisters felt overwhelming excitement. To avenge themselves personally, they would need to reach at least the peak of the Qi Si stage. In other words, over the coming years, Lin Fan would need to cultivate them into experts at the peak of the Qi Si stage. This sounded almost unbelievable. Their grandfather had cultivated for hundreds of years and only reached the early Qi Si stage. Yet for some reason a voice within their subconscious told them that Lin Fan's words were true. Rest assured, I do not joke about such matters. You will see for yourselves when the time comes. Thank you, my lord. Having said this, Lin Fan left them no choice but to believe. Their hearts filled with anticipation. It would be even better if they could personally slay their enemies. Return to your rooms and rest for now, given that your injuries have not yet healed. Yes, my lord. We shall go rest at once. Soon the two sisters departed the main hall under Li Han's guidance. Congratulations to both of you ladies. To become my lord's concubines is undoubtedly the greatest blessing of your lives. On the way back, Li Han offered her congratulations, though envy lingered in her gaze. Alas, her aptitude was inferior, denying her the opportunity to become a concubine, a lingering regret in her heart. Sister, we truly are quite fortunate. This was their honest sentiment. Had they not been so fortunate, they would not be safely standing here, but rather captured and returned to the Fire Cloud sect. Upon returning to their residence, Mu Shixue immediately inquired of Li Han. Sister, could you tell us? What kind of person is my lord? Full of curiosity about Lin Fan, they wished to understand him thoroughly. Seeing them still address her as sister, Li Han hurriedly waved her hands. My ladies, please do not call me sister. I am merely a maid within this estate. My name is Li Han. You may call me Li Han or Xiao Han. Now that the two had become concubines of the Lord, Li Han dared not act superior before them. Sisterly, please do not say such things. It is only proper that we call you sister. If you had not brought us back, we would certainly have been captured and taken to the Fire Cloud sect. We dare not imagine what would have awaited us. Therefore, regardless of our status, sister, Li will forever be our elder sister. Both harbored deep gratitude toward Li Han. Besides, they were merely concubines, their status little different from maids. A maid with good fortune could also rise to become a concubine. Moreover, Li Han was clearly one of Lin Fan's trusted confidants. As the Lord's close aide, her position within the family arguably surpassed even that of a concubine. At least in their perception, this was so. Just as Li Han intended to explain further, Mu Shishua interrupted. Enough, sisterly. No need to dwell on this matter of address. Please tell us about my lord instead. Share only what you can. If anything involves my lord's secrets, there is no need to tell us. Mu Shishua spoke thus, naturally not wishing to place Li Han in an awkward position. My lord has no secrets that cannot be shared, or rather what I know is hardly secret to you. My ladies, I may tell you this, my lord is extremely mysterious and is most likely a reincarnated supreme powerhouse. After regaining her composure, Mu Shiyu hurriedly grabbed Li Han and asked, Sister Li, are you saying that the family master is likely a reincarnation of a powerhouse at the divine ability realm? Mu Shiyu stared wide-eyed at Li Han, desperate to know whether this was true. Mu Shishua felt the same way. The reason the two sisters never contemplated higher realms was that in their understanding the divine ability stage was already the pinnacle that a martial artist could reach. They had never before considered whether even more profound realms existed beyond divine ability. Not only were they unaware, but even their grandfather lacked knowledge of such matters. After all, while the Mu family was one of the 4 great clans in Changning City, they were considered an insignificant force across the 100 Kingdoms. Breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm was already beyond their reach, let alone aspiring to the divine ability stage. In the 100 Kingdoms, the conventional understanding of cultivation realms spanned from physique tempering to divine ability. This was precisely why the two sisters assumed the supreme powerhouse Li Han mentioned was at the divine ability stage. Madams, the supreme powerhouse I refer to is not at the divine ability stage, but rather the great emperor realm. Madams, your current understanding of cultivation realms remains quite limited. I was once in the same position. The primary reason is that our 100 Kingdoms region exists in isolation, cut off from the outside world. Our understanding of martial cultivation realms is largely confined to the spectrum from physique tempering through divine ability. Actually, the 100 Kingdoms where we reside represents only a fraction of this world. Only those who have cultivated to the divine ability stage possess the strength to safely traverse the Million Mountain Range and reach the vaster world beyond. Most people in our 100 Kingdoms cannot even imagine what the world beyond the Million Mountain Range is like. To us, those at the divine ability stage wield power capable of devastating heaven and earth, making them invincible within the 100 Kingdoms. Yet across the entire Xuani continent, a divine ability cultivator could only serve as the head of a mediocre faction. Thus, divine ability hardly qualifies as the pinnacle of power. Ever since arriving at the Lin residence, Li Han and the others had learned from Lin Fan about the broader scope of this world. Only upon grasping its vastness did they realize how narrowly they had been viewing things before. The two sisters were reeling from this revelation. The notion that divine ability practitioners could only lead minor factions, along with concepts like the Xuani continent and the Great Emperor title, were entirely unknown to them. Sister Li, please tell us, what realms exist beyond divine ability? The sisters looked at Li Han with ravenous curiosity. The title Great Emperor sounded profoundly commanding, surely denoting an incomparable existence. Madams, beyond the divine ability realm lie numerous higher stages: Venerable Quasi-Sage, Sage, King Sage, Emperor Sage, Venerable Quasi-Emperor, and Great Emperor. I never imagined there were so many realms beyond. Mu Shishua's face radiated longing, and Mu Shiyu shared the same feeling. Their previous understanding of this world had been remarkably limited. Li Han's revelations had unlocked a brand new world for them. They now understood that vaster realms awaited beyond. Such knowledge was reserved exclusively for the most elite forces within the 100 Kingdoms. After processing this information, Mu Shishua said with emotion, Sister Li, I never expected you to know so much. It was the family master who shared this with us, otherwise I wouldn't know these things either. Madams need not worry excessively. With the family master by your side, your futures are certain to be extraordinary. The family master's ambitions have never been confined to the 100 Kingdoms. He looks toward the vaster world beyond. Upon hearing this, the two nodded fervently, their hearts now brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. By the way, Sister Li, how do you know the family master is most likely a great emperor reincarnation? Did he admit it himself? Hearing this, Li Han immediately shook her head. Madams, this is merely speculation among myself and the other sisters. If the family master does not volunteer such information, we would never dare to ask. But I can be certain, the likelihood of the family master being a great emperor reincarnation is quite high. Seeing Li Han's conviction, the two also grew eager to understand the reasoning behind her certainty. Sister Li, please tell us in detail what's going on. Since you've concluded the family master is a great emperor reincarnation, there must be some basis for this, correct? Li Han nodded. Naturally there is. Madams, do you happen to know where we currently are? The family master just mentioned it. We're in Wanxiang City. The two were puzzled as to why Li Han would ask such an obvious question. Yes, we are indeed in Wanxiang City, but tell me, we're in Wanxiang City, could there be such dense spiritual energy? That's true. Sister Li, I hadn't even noticed until you pointed it out. The spiritual energy here is extraordinarily dense, several times more concentrated than where my grandfather practiced in seclusion. Could there be a formation of at least the Xian grade erected here to gather spiritual energy? Li Han immediately shook her head. Madams, there is no spiritual gathering formation here. What we are in is actually a world created by the family master. This place exists in complete isolation from the outside world. Without guidance from the family, no one can enter. More importantly, time flows 5 times faster here than in the outside world. In other words, when one day passes externally, 5 days have elapsed within the small world, yet our lifespan consumption remains the same, 1 single day. This means if we live within the small world, our effective lifespan becomes 5 times that of others. The two sisters were completely stunned. They were in a small world carved out by someone's power, with time flowing 5 times faster than the outside world. Only someone of immense power could accomplish such a feat. Likely, as Li Han suggested, their family master was indeed a great emperor reborn. Otherwise, how could this be explained? Li Han was not surprised by their astonishment. She herself had been deeply shocked when she first learned these things. After a long while, the sisters finally recovered from their shock. Sister Li, how many concubines does the family master currently have? Mu Shishua asked, raising the question that weighed most heavily on her mind. The family master currently has only 15 concubines, and all of them are pregnant. Upon hearing this number, the two sisters instantly felt much more at ease. 15 was truly not many. Even her father had several hundred concubines. For those at the Purple Mansion realm, having thousands, or even tens of thousands of concubines was commonplace. The higher one's cultivation realm, the lower the fertility rate. Thus, powerful individuals seeking to continue their bloodline had no choice but to spread widely. Madams, your injuries have not yet fully healed, so you need proper rest. I will take my leave now. If you need anything, just call for me. I live not far from here. Then safe travels, Sister Li. The two did not attempt to keep Li Han any longer. They still needed time to properly process the information Li Han had just shared. After a moment of silence, Mu Shishua spoke. Xiao Yu, we must seize this opportunity with all our might. Whatever the family master asks of us, we must comply. Under no circumstances can we displease him. As for the Fire Cloud sect and the 3 great families, let them enjoy a few more years of life. Once our strength has grown, we shall personally exact revenge. As she finished speaking, a killing intent flashed briefly in Mu Shishua's eyes. She would avenge the 100,000 members of the Mu family. Sister, I know exactly what to do. Mu Shiyu's expression turned resolute. After confirming that Fan Lin was the reincarnation of a great emperor, the two could be certain that under his guidance, within no more than 5 years, they would be able to exact revenge themselves. Previously, they had only believed Fan Lin to be a top-grade yellow-tier alchemist, never expecting his true identity to be countless times more terrifying than that of an alchemist. They knew not how powerful a great emperor was, having never encountered any records or legends on the matter. Yet the great emperor realm stood a full 8 major realms above the divine ability realm. Thus, the true extent of a great emperor's power lay far beyond their imagination. Shall you take good care of your injuries first? Once you recover, strive to conceive a child as soon as possible. Only when we have a child will we truly belong to the Fan family. Yes, I will certainly try my best. The two women did not act out of cunning, rather the destruction of the Mu family had forced them to mature. In the main world, Liao Chun, an elder from the Fire Cloud sect, arrived at Wanxiang City after several hours' journey with over a dozen disciples. Upon entering the city, they made their way directly to the city lord's mansion. Who goes there? This is the city lord's residence. No one may enter without an invitation, or death shall be the consequence. As soon as they arrived outside the mansion, they were stopped by the guards. The city lord's mansion being the most powerful force in Wanxiang City, its guards had grown accustomed to arrogance and naturally treated these newcomers with hostility. I am Liao Chun, an elder of the Fire Cloud sect. Go and inform your city lord Yang that I have urgent matters to discuss with him. After all, they were there seeking assistance. Though Liao Chun was displeased with their attitude, he refrained from forcing his way in. Moreover, with his mid-Kayuan cultivation, he could not defeat the city lord, who had reached the late Kayuan stage. So you are an elder of the Fire Cloud sect. Please wait a moment, I shall report to the city lord at once. Upon hearing that they were from the Fire Cloud sect, the guard's demeanor shifted from arrogant to subservient, even carrying a hint of flattery. If he had offended an elder of the Fire Cloud sect, his fate would surely have been grim. The city lord might not even protect him. After all, he was merely a guard. Soon the guard found the city lord. My lord Liao Chun, an elder of the Fire Cloud sect, has arrived with a group of disciples requesting an audience. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss. An elder of the Fire Cloud sect wishes to see me. City Lord Yang was puzzled. He did not know this person and had no connection with the Fire Cloud sect. Why would they seek him out speaking of urgent matters? I shall see what they want. Bring them in. Yes, my lord. An elder was hardly worth his personal attention. Though the Fire Cloud sect was powerful, his position as city lord of Wanxiang City was granted by the commandery lord, so he felt no fear of retaliation. As footsteps drew near, Liao Chun and his party appeared before City Lord Yang. Greetings, City Lord Yang. Forgive the intrusion, but we have urgent business and beg your assistance. Elder Liao is too kind, replied the city lord. Your visit brings honor to my humble residence. What manner of assistance do you require? One does not strike a smiling face, and since Liao Chun was so courteous, the city lord had no intention of being rude. As for the favor, he wished to understand its nature first. City Lord Yang, we have come to pursue enemies of the Fire Cloud sect. We discovered that the enemy we were hunting was rescued by someone approximately 100 li from Wanxiang City. Therefore, we ask for your assistance in determining whether a faction within Wanxiang City was responsible. Rest assured, this favor will not go unrewarded. Should you find them, we shall present you with a top-grade breakthrough pill. At the mention of the top-grade breakthrough pill, Liao Chun felt genuine pain. This time he had truly invested heavily. Top-grade breakthrough pills were exceedingly precious within the Fire Cloud sect. Each year, the Fire Cloud sect produced merely 3 top-grade breakthrough pills for disciple rewards. Considering the sect boasted hundreds of thousands of disciples, though most were outer disciples handling menial tasks. Even so, there were several thousand inner disciples, and 3 pills were far from enough to distribute. This particular pill had been granted to him as a reward for helping the young sect master find a girl with an upper-grade Shin spiritual root. He had already reached the mid-Kayuan stage and had no further use for it. Once the Mu sisters were captured, he was certain his rewards would be even greater. As the saying goes, one must be willing to sacrifice to achieve one's goals. He firmly believed that such a generous reward would tempt City Lord Yang. Once tempted, the City Lord would spare no effort in his search. Hearing of the top-grade breakthrough pill, City Lord Yang was indeed tempted. With such a pill, his family would gain another Kayuan stage powerhouse. Having made his decision, City Lord Yang immediately donned an air of noble resolve. Since they are enemies of the Fire Cloud sect, I shall naturally spare no effort in investigating. Then I troubling you, City Lord Yang. Once they are found, I shall present the top-grade breakthrough pill with both hands. Excellent. Next, Liao Chun provided City Lord Yang with basic information about Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu, along with 2 portraits before departing. Scarcely had the words left his lips when a figure appeared before City Lord Yang. My lord, what are your orders? Investigate the 4 main city gates. See if anyone has seen these 2 women. Remember, this must be conducted in absolute secrecy. Yes, my lord. After the guard departed, City Lord Yang muttered to himself, could one of the Chun Li or Wang families be responsible? If so, they are in grave danger. The Fire Cloud sect is not known for its patience. But if the 100 Flowers Tower is behind this, then I shall simply abandon the matter. Previously, the commandery lord had warned him never to provoke the 100 Flowers Tower or the 100 Treasures Pavilion, for neither faction could the entire Zhao Kingdom afford to offend. If the whole Zhao Kingdom could not cross them, how could a mere city lord like him dare? Fortunately, these 2 factions dealt only in commerce and never interfered in the conflicts of other powers. City Lord Yang, 5 days have passed, and still nothing. Liao Chun was growing impatient. He had been urged several times by their young sect master for updates. Elder Liao, I have deployed all my resources, yet there remains no news. Therefore, I suspect either the 2 never came to Wanxiang City, or they are at the 100 Flowers Tower. I presume Elder Liao is aware of the 100 Flowers Tower's strength. It is far beyond what I could ever oppose. Thus, I dared not investigate that avenue. At the mention of the 100 Flowers Tower, Liao Chen's expression grew equally grave. He did not know their exact strength, but he was certain they were far beyond what the Fire Cloud sect could confront. If the Mu sisters had truly sought refuge at the 100 Flowers Tower, there was no way he could bring them back. City Lord Yang, I've troubled you these days. Here are 500 spirit stones as a token of gratitude for your efforts. Liao Chun felt a pang of reluctance in his heart at parting with 500 spirit stones, but he had no choice but to give them. Although there had been no gains these days, City Lord Yang had indeed exerted great effort. If he didn't offer some benefits this time, he couldn't expect assistance when encountering difficulties in the future. Seeing the 500 Spirit Stone City, Lord Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to take them. Then I thanked Steward Liao for his generosity. Although City Lord Yang felt some regret for not obtaining the top-grade breakthrough pill, having 500 Spirit Stones was still a considerable consolation. The wealth of those at the Kaiyuan realm was not substantial. Having a few thousand to tens of thousands of Spirit Stones in one's coffers was already considered a lot, which was why Liao Chen felt so pained. Those Kaiyuan realm forces that had been passed down for centuries might have slightly more wealth, but it was still difficult for them to produce 500 Spirit Stones. At least the families of Wanxiang City could not. Having served as the City Lord of Wanxiang City for over 100 years, City Lord Yang still could not scrape together 100 yellow-grade Spirit Stones. There was no way around it. With low strength, one could hardly compete for many resources. In the land of 100 kingdoms, only upon reaching the Qi-Si realm would one's wealth gradually manifest. This was because only those at the Qi-Si realm and above had the ability to guard small yellow-grade Spirit Stone veins. The main reason was that small Spirit Stone veins had high mining costs and yielded few stones, so the Zifu realm forces looked down on such meager resources. It was precisely for this reason that these small Spirit Stone veins fell into the hands of the Qi-Si realm forces. Although the Zifu realm forces disdained such meager income for the Qi-Si realm forces, it was a tremendous fortune. A small Spirit Stone vein could conservatively yield anywhere from several tens of thousands to over 1 million Spirit Stones annually. Of course, a considerable portion of the Mind Stones had to be offered as tribute to the Zifu realm forces, which was an unspoken rule. Returning to the main topic, after handing over the 500 Spirit Stones to City Lord Yang, Liao Chen slunk away from Wanxiang City. He needed to return to the Fire Cloud sect as quickly as possible to report this matter to the young sect leader. If the Mu sisters had truly gone to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, then they would have to give up. At the same time, they must guard against the possibility of the Mu sisters seeking revenge on the Fire Cloud sect after they grew stronger. Although this would take a long time, they had to be wary. In the main world, 5 days had passed, while in the small world, nearly a month had elapsed. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu's injuries had fully healed, and their strength had been restored. The spiritual fish in the lake had played an indispensable role in their rapid recovery. Now the spiritual fish in the lake had begun to form a sizable population and had already spawned. Furthermore, fed with feed made from crescent rice husks, these fish grew rapidly, each weighing over 10 jin. So during this time, the two had eaten quite a lot of spiritual fish. With the nourishment of spiritual rice and spiritual fish, their recovery was naturally swift. Apart from healing, the sisters also built good relationships with Luo Iran and the others. In addition, Lin Fan occasionally came to visit them, gradually warming their feelings toward him. Now both of their affection levels for Lin Fan had exceeded 70, and they had been marked by the family's sacred tree. Besides these, the two had also gained a comprehensive understanding of the small world during this period. It could only be said that the more they learned, the more astonished they became. The mere sight of the 900 mu of crescent rice left them speechless for a long time. It was simply too overwhelming. The value of a single season's harvest alone surpassed the Mu family's accumulated wealth over 500 years. Sister, our injuries have healed, and the family head is coming tonight. You must perform well. I know, Xiaoyu, don't worry about me. The two had already discussed this matter. Mu Shishue, as the elder sister, would go first. Sister, are you nervous? Mu Shiyu asked curiously. If you're not nervous, why would I be? I'm your elder sister. Mu Shishue said, feigning calmness. Despite her words, her slightly trembling voice betrayed her. Mu Shiyu naturally noticed, but she didn't call her out lest her sister become even more nervous. Sister, I heard from Sister Iran that the family head is very kind. I know. Don't worry, Xiaoyu, I'm fine. Mu Shishue said, forcing calmness. As the elder sister, she didn't want to be looked down upon by her younger sister. It's getting late, let me help you dress up. A woman is most beautiful on this day, we must leave a beautiful memory. Xiaoyu, then I'll trouble you. It's nothing, tomorrow you'll help me too. Then Mu Shiyu began to dress Mu Shishue up. After an hour of bustling, Mu Shiyu finally stopped. Sister, you are so beautiful. When the family head sees you, he'll definitely be mesmerized beyond all reason. Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense. The family head is not someone to be bewitched by beauty. Mu Shishue rolled her eyes at Mu Shiyu in exasperation. Sister, have you heard that even heroes are vulnerable to a beauty's charms? Mu Shiyu said playfully. You're always so glib. Mu Shishue rolled her eyes at her. Hee, I won't tease you anymore. Sister Li has already prepared dinner. The family head should be arriving soon. Let's go out quickly. The two tidied up and walked out of the room. The place they lived in was similar in style to a 3-courtyard compound, and including the rear garden, it covered an area of over 10,000 square meters. The entire small world belonged to Lin Fan, so the residence had naturally been built on a grand scale. All he had to pay was the cost of materials, which was nothing to him. Once he acquired high-level spiritual wood in the future, Lin Fan would replace these ordinary materials. The two arrived at the courtyard and found Li Han already waiting there. "Two ladies, the dishes are ready. The family head will be here shortly. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Li. You're too kind, madam. It's my duty." Li Han was not a personal maid assigned by Lin Fan to serve the two. Her position in the Lin family was equivalent to that of a palace steward managing all the maids in the Lin household. Since Lin Fan was coming to stay here tonight, she naturally came ahead to make arrangements. Of course, it was because Mu Shishue was the bride today that she needed to be arranged for Luo Iran and the others. There was no such need. Now, with the help of a top-grade breakthrough pill, Li Han's strength had reached the early Kaiyuan realm. In truth, even without the pill, she could have broken through on her own, but it would not have been as fast. Next, the scene grew quiet, and the two sisters sat at the dining table, silently waiting for Lin Fan's arrival. Li Han also stood quietly to the side. Before long, Lin Fan appeared before the three. As Lin Fan appeared, the two sisters quickly stood up to bow. "Greetings, family head." "All right, we are all family, no need for formalities. Sit down, everyone." "Yes." At Lin Fan's instruction, the two obediently sat to his left and right. Lin Fan glanced around, and then recalled that he had not arranged maidservants for the two. He thus instructed Li Han, "Xiaohan, find time to go to Baihua Lu and purchase some maidservants with low-grade aptitude." Xiaohan understands. "I'll go take a look tomorrow." Even if Lin Fan hadn't mentioned it, she would have suggested the same. The previous 30 maidservants with low-grade aptitude had already been assigned, with Luo Iran and the others each receiving exactly 2. Now there were none left to assign to the two. "By the way, Xiaohan, remember to conceal your cultivation level. If Baihua Lu sees that you have already broken through to the Kaiyuan realm, it might cause unnecessary trouble." Li Han had once been a member of Baihua Lu, so Baihua Lu knew her situation very well. If they saw that Li Han had advanced to the Kaiyuan realm so quickly, they would naturally connect it to Lin Fan. "Rest assured, clan leader. I know what to do." Li Han was not foolish, she naturally understood the reasoning. Fortunately, among the 10 Xiangrade supreme cultivation techniques that Lin Fan had obtained from the novice gift pack, one was the Lianxi Ju breath concealment art. This technique could conceal one's strength. After Lin Fan saw its effect, he had everyone practice it. At present, everyone had cultivated it to the minor accomplishment stage. Without a Zifu realm cultivation, one could not discern their true strength at all, which was sufficient for Wanxiang City. If cultivated to perfection, even those below the Shintong realm could not see through it. As for Lin Fan himself, since he had the system, he did not need to practice this technique. After the meal, only Lin Fan and Mu Shishue remained in the room. The scene suddenly turned quiet. Earlier, with Mu Shiyu and Li Han present, everyone had been chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Now that they were alone, Mu Shishue became exceptionally nervous. Lin Fan watched her fidgeting with her small, restless hands due to extreme tension. Lin Fan smiled, stood up, and sat down beside her. "Shishue, how are you finding life here? Are you getting used to it?" Oh, I'm fine here. Sister Iran and the others have been very kind to me." Because of her nervousness, Mu Shishue almost failed to respond. "Shishue, don't be nervous. This is your home from now on. With me here, no one can bully you." Thank you, clan leader." Mu Shishue was genuinely grateful to Lin Fan. Back when she and her sister were fleeing, they had even considered ending their lives, thinking it would be a complete release. But recalling the horrific deaths of their clan members, they were seized by a persistent obsession for revenge. They absolutely could not die like that. However, with the strength of the two sisters, it was still uncertain whether they could survive the pursuit. Even if they narrowly escaped the pursuit of the 4 major powers, the sisters would have to live in hiding. After all, the strength of the 4 major powers was insurmountable for them at present. Compared to most people, their talent was decent, but they still needed time to grow, as well as a great deal of cultivation resources. It was impossible to know when they would be able to avenge their clan. Before losing consciousness, they had even thought they were doomed. If they remained unconscious in the forest, even if the enemies didn't find them, they would be devoured by demon beasts. Yet who could have imagined that shortly after they fell unconscious, they were fortunate enough to be discovered by Li Han and the other two, thus changing their fate. Now, with Lin Fan's support, she could cultivate in peace without worrying about resources, and revenge was merely a matter of time. After realizing all this, Mu Shishue suddenly relaxed. Then, like a clinging bird, she leaned into Lin Fan's arms, looked up with wide eyes, and said, "Clan leader, it's getting late. Let's return to our room and rest." In the pocket world, there was also night. Although there was no sun or starry sky at present, it still had day and night, with each day lasting 12 hours. Lin Fan had set it up this way, he would feel uncomfortable without the alternation of day and night. Seeing Mu Shishue's sudden change, Lin Fan was quite surprised. "Shishue, why are you no longer nervous?" "Because with the clan leader here, I feel very safe." "That's right. And from now on, remember to call me husband." Lin Fan was very pleased with Mu Shishue's answer. "Husband." Louder, I didn't hear you." Husband. Mu Shishua wasn't shy, instead she called out loudly. Haha, let's go back to our room. After a journey of mountains and rivers, Mu Shishua was fast asleep and Lin Fan checked the system rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining a new concubine. Reward 1000 Xiangrade Primordial Stones, 1 Xiangrade Supreme Soul Nourishing Fruit Tree. It seems that the rewards for taking a concubine are related to aptitude. Shishua has Xiangrade Supreme Aptitude, so the reward is a Xiangrade Supreme Spiritual Herb. A Xiangrade Supreme Spiritual Herb is already very precious in the land of 100 Kingdoms. This level corresponds to a Shintai realm powerhouse. Lin Fan had heard of the soul nourishing fruit. It was said that consuming it could enhance the soul power of the Shintai realm, and it was also the main ingredient for the Xiangrade Supreme Pill, the Soul Forging Pill. The Soul Forging Pill could help Zifu realm cultivators at the peak break through to the Shintai realm. In the land of 100 Kingdoms, it was a rare find. Whenever it appeared, Zifu realm experts would fight fiercely over it. One Soul Forging Pill represented the birth of a Shintai realm powerhouse. The Shintong realm experts in the land of 100 Kingdoms were either in seclusion cultivating or had crossed the Million Mountains to the true Xintian continent. Thus, the Shintai realm could be considered the highest level of power in the land of 100 Kingdoms. Currently, Lin Fan was at the Qi Si stage. When he reached the peak of the Qi Si, he could begin to open the Sea of Consciousness and advance to the Zifu realm. The Zifu realm granted spiritual sense, allowing one to use mental martial techniques to silently annihilate enemies. After reaching the peak of the Zifu realm, one needed to sublimate the spiritual sense and condense it into soul power. Then within the Sea of Consciousness, one would use soul power to construct a solid divine platform protecting the core of the soul's essence. The effect of the Soul Forging Pill was to allow Zifu realm cultivators at the peak to rapidly condense soul power, thus construct the divine platform and become Shintai realm experts. The soul nourishing fruit is not needed now, but I can plant it first. It will take 30 years for the fruit to ripen. 30 years was not long for a Zifu realm expert, since they could live up to 800 years. The higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the longer it took to grow. Imperial grade spiritual herbs required at least 10,000 years to mature. Looking at these rewards, Lin Fan felt increasingly hopeful about the future. In the future, the higher the aptitude of the concubine, the better the reward would surely be. Then with a thought, Lin Fan planted the soul nourishing fruit tree not far from the clan sacred tree. As the master of the pocket world, doing such a thing was naturally effortless. He didn't even need to move. As expected of a top-grade Xian talent, my aptitude is about to advance to mid-grade. Tomorrow, with Mu Shiyu's help, there's no doubt I'll reach mid-grade. Moreover, my strength will also break through. Lin Fan's rapid advancement in aptitude was also due to his previous accumulation. Although Luo Iran and the others only had top-grade Huang aptitude over time, they had been a great help to Lin Fan. Meanwhile, they were not far from advancing to low-grade Xian aptitude. It could only be said that the Qianquan Harmony Dao art was too powerful, enabling both husband and wife to progress together. Mu Shishua also gained a lot tonight. Her strength broke through to the mid-stage of Kaiyuan. After breakfast the next day, Mu Shiyu pulled Mu Shishua aside for a private conversation. Sister, how did it feel? It was her turn tonight, so she naturally wanted to inquire carefully. Xiaoyu, your husband, treated me well, don't worry. Also, my strength has broken through to the mid-stage of Kaiyuan. What? Sister, you actually broke through? Mu Shiyu was utterly astonished at this moment. She knew they had only recently broken through. She herself would need at least a few more years of cultivation to reach the mid-stage, yet her sister had broken through so quickly. This was truly unbelievable to her. Xiaoyu, don't be surprised. According to your husband, the art he cultivates allows both parties to enhance their strength together. Mu Shiyu's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Lin Fan's cultivation art to be so powerful. But thinking that Lin Fan was the reincarnation of an emperor, she felt relieved. Thinking that her own strength would also increase tonight, Mu Shiyu was filled with anticipation, even wishing time would pass faster. It was just that Lin Fan hadn't yet told them that the art he cultivated not only enhanced strength, but also improved their aptitude. When they learned this news, they would be utterly amazed. Indeed, there were heaven-defying treasures in this world that could improve aptitude. But such spiritual treasures were not easily found. Night arrived as expected, and amidst Mu Shiyu's anticipation, her strength indeed broke through to the mid-stage of Kaiyuan. Seeing her own strength increase, Mu Shiyu fell asleep contentedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a new concubine. Reward 1000 Xiangrade Spirit Stones, 1 top-grade Xian Flame Sword. A top-grade Xian weapon is not bad. Even the Divine Platform realm uses weapons of this grade. With it, as long as my enemies don't have weapons of the same grade, I am invincible at the Qi Si realm. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this reward. Besides this, his aptitude, as expected, had successfully advanced to mid-grade Xian. He could clearly feel that his absorption of Qi was much faster than before. System, open my status panel. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 469 years. Identity patriarch of the Lin family. Family level 1. Family members 17 wives and concubines 60 maidservants. Offspring in gestation. Family fortune 180000. Strength mid-stage, Qi Si realm. Aptitude mid-grade Xian. Art Qiankuan harmony Dao art. Martial arts and movement techniques top-grade Xian. Overlapping waves palm. Beginner, flowing cloud sword art. Beginner top-grade Xian, bamboo shadow step beginner. Weapon top-grade, Xian flame sword. Family wealth 4000, Xian grade spirit stones approximately 2100 yellow grade spirit stones. Small world area 1000 square kilometers. Time flow is 5 times that of the main world. Besides aptitude, my strength has also improved to mid-stage. But the small world hasn't expanded. To expand it, I need to break through a major realm. Feeling his changes, Lin Fan was naturally very satisfied. By the way, system-wise, the pregnancy time of Iran and the others synchronized with the main world, while the cows and spirit fish don't have this limitation. The cows Lin Fan had bought earlier after being bred in the small world for over a year had successfully given birth to 8 calves. The spirit fish were the same. This phenomenon filled Lin Fan with confusion. This only applies to the host's wives. If the host transfers people from the main world to the small world to procreate, then those people lose contact with the outside world and will procreate according to the small world's operation. But the host is different. The host can freely travel between the main world and the small world, which means the host has not left the main world, so it must be calculated according to the main world's time. After the system's explanation, Lin Fan finally resolved his doubts. The next day, Li Han brought the spirit stones Lin Fan had given her and arrived at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Xiaonyang, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed Li Han. Oh, isn't this Lady Li Han? Does young Master Lin have any instructions? Xiaonyang had always kept Lin Fan a big client in her heart. Now that Li Han belonged to Lin Fan, Xiaonyang dared not put on airs in front of her. Especially sensing Li Han's strength at the bone-forging stage, she felt that Lin Fan must value Li Han highly. When Li Han had left before, she was only at the marrow-washing stage. In just a few months, she had advanced to the bone-forging stage. This must have consumed a lot of resources. Even Li Han, with her superior grade aptitude, could improve so much. Luo Iran and the others with top-grade aptitude probably improved even more. She thought that Luo Iran and the others might have already broken through to the organ-tempering stage. If Xiaonyang knew that Li Han's true strength was at the Kaiyuan stage, she would be amazed. Xiaonyang, the master, sent me to purchase 100 maidservants with low-grade aptitude. Do you have that many? Li Han did not waste words and got straight to the point. Of course, I'll prepare them right away. All right, here are 10 spirit stones. Just deliver the people to the mansion. Seeing Li Han pay directly with spirit stones, Xiaonyang was quite surprised. Although 1 spirit stone was equal to 1000 taels of gold. Even with 2000 taels of gold, one couldn't find a place to exchange for a single spirit stone. It was easy to exchange spirit stones for gold, but exchanging gold for spirit stones was out of the question unless one met someone in need. Lady Li Han, since you're paying with spirit stones, I'll take the liberty of giving you 150 people. Xiaonyang said with a smile. Although it appeared she had given 50 extra people, in reality, it was not a loss-making deal for the 100 Flowers Pavilion. After all, the value of 10 spirit stones far exceeded 1500 taels of gold. Li Han naturally understood this, so she nodded and accepted Xiaonyang's goodwill. Seeing Li Han so agreeable, Xiaonyang's mood improved further. So she continued cheerfully, then please put in a good word for me before young Master Lin, and ask him to come to the 100 Flowers Pavilion more often to patronize our business. Lady Li Han, you also came from our 100 Flowers Pavilion, so you naturally know how hard life is for the girls here. If they could be bought by young Master Lin, it would be a good ending for them. Xiaonyang's words deeply moved Li Han. The girls here were indeed unfortunate. If they could marry into a good family, they could live out their lives in peace. But the chance of encountering a kind family was slim. Not everyone was as lucky as she was to meet a patriarch as good as Lin Fan. Xiaonyang, rest assured, I will certainly put in a good word for you before the master. Whether it works or not, that is beyond my control. All right, whether it succeeds or not, I thank you on behalf of the girls here. Xiaonyang did not really expect Li Han to sway Lin Fan. She had merely mentioned it casually. Mainly, Li Han seemed to be living very well. If Lin Fan could frequent this place, their Baiwa Lu would not only make money, but also provide a good destination for the girls here. After leaving Baiwa Lu, Li Han, following Lin Fan's instructions, purchased a dozen or so first-tier fowl, such as flame kuan and spirit feather duck. He also bought a few pairs of breeding stock for other creatures like mountain spirit goat, strength ox, and flame blood pig. Once these multiplied, there would be no shortage of meat in the future. Though spirit fish were delicious, eating fish every day would get tiresome. After completing these tasks, Li Han returned to the mansion. Within the small world, Lin Fan had handed over the 150 people he had brought in to Li Han for arrangements. with Li Han and the others around Lin Fan did not need to explain the situation to them. As for the flame Kuan and such, Lin Fan divided them into zones for breeding. The fowl were fed directly with crescent rice, while the mountain spirit beasts were fed with straw, and he also planted a batch of spirit pasture grass. If outsiders knew that Lin Fan was using premium spirit rice to feed first-tier fowl, like flame Kuan, one could only imagine their astonishment. But then again, Lin Fan had plenty of crescent rice if nothing else. The 600 square kilometers of crescent rice had already yielded a harvest. In his storage space, including the previous harvest, he now had 950 tons of crescent rice. With so much, it was only natural to use some to feed the flame Kuan. In the next month or so of the main world, thanks to Lin Fan's efforts, Mu Xiu and Mu Shishue finally became pregnant. As for Luo Iran and the others, they were already 6 months pregnant. Those whom Lin Fan had sent out to study had now all returned. With ample resources provided by Lin Fan, they all embarked on cultivation. Lin Fan hoped that before the children were born, all 60 maidservants who had followed him earlier would reach the Kaiyuan realm. At the Huiyun sect, tens of thousands of miles away from Wanxiang City, their young master Luo Tsang was in a towering rage. "Steward Liao, I hope you can give me an explanation. Why did so many people go after them, yet you still lost them? What are you all good for? Do you have any idea how many resources our Huiyun sect has invested for those two?" Thinking of the resources given to the 3 great families of Chongning City and the city lord's mansion, Luo Tsang's heart bled. The total resources given to these 4 powers were worth at least 1 million yellow great spirit stones. It would take the Huiyun sect several years to save up such a sum. Although the Huiyun sect had an annual income of over 1 million spirit stones after deducting expenses for disciples and tributes to the Zifu power, they could barely retain 0 at most. Now losing 1 million spirit stones without obtaining the girl's Luo Tsang was so frustrated he wanted to vomit blood. His urgency stemmed from the fact that after plundering them, he could elevate his talent to Earth grade lower. If his talent reached Earth grade lower, this loss would be nothing. But alas, it was all for naught. Having paid so much, yet losing the targets, how could he accept it? Seeing Luo Tsang's murderous glare, Liao Chun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Young master, we did our best. When we chased them near Wanxiang City, they were rescued by someone. I had the city lord of Wanxiang cooperate in the search, and we confirmed that the Baiwa Lu saved them." Though there was no clear evidence, blaming Baiwa Lu was the best option. The Huiyun sect did not dare to confront Baiwa Lu about this matter, so in the end it would be swept under the rug. "Ah, Baiwa Lu, why do you oppose me?" Luo Tsang roared to the heavens. At that moment, he was filled with hatred for Baiwa Lu, yet helpless. The Baiwa Lu's influence was too vast for the Huiyun sect to provoke. Though cruel, he was not stupid. "Sunger, what are you doing? Just 2 women, why such anger?" "Greetings, sect master." Liao Chen hurriedly bowed upon seeing the newcomer. The arrival was a graceful woman, Luo Qingyan, sect master of the Huiyun sect, and Luo Tsang's mother with a cultivation base at the early Qi realm. Above her, the Huiyun sect had another Qi late-stage powerhouse, Luo Yunzhou, who was sect master Luo Qingyan's father and Luo Tsang's grandfather. This was why Luo Tsang was so doted upon in the Huiyun sect. With both top powerhouses as his close relatives, he could do whatever he pleased. "Steward Liao, you may leave now." "Yes, sect master." Relieved, Liao Chen quickly departed. Luo Tsang's pressure was overwhelming. "Mother, I am so resentful." Luo Tsang's voice was filled with grief and indignation. "Sunger, there are other girls with Xiangrade top talent in the world besides the Mu family. That art, though capable of improving talent through plundering, could at most elevate it to Earth grade lower. Because its cultivation method was too evil, it had major drawbacks and a high probability of causing demonic possession. Now hundreds of girls with Xiangrade talent had died miserably under Luo Tsang's plundering. His talent had risen from initial yellow grade upper to Xiangrade top. Though his talent had greatly improved, Luo Tsang's personality had become increasingly cruel. Many maidservants who served him were brutally killed for no reason. Now any servant in the Huiyun sect was terrified upon hearing they had to serve the young master. "Mother, it's too late to turn back now." Luo Tsang knew his personality had changed drastically, but he could not control his violent nature. "Mother, you must help me. I can sense that once my talent reaches Earth grade lower, I will immediately break through to the Qi realm. Then our Huiyun sect will have 3 Qi powerhouses, which will elevate our standing in Qingyun County and secure more resource allocation." "All right, mother, will certainly send people to search with all their might." Luo Qingyan resolved to find the 2 girls with Xiangrade top talent as soon as possible. She did this not only for her son, but also for the benefit of the Huiyun sect. Lin Fan was unaware of the events unfolding at the Huiyun sect. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have paid much attention to such a trivial sect. The Huiyun sect he intended to leave for Mu Shishue and the others to avenge themselves. Soon another 4 months passed in the main world. The small world became exceptionally busy today. At Luo Iran's residence, maidservants were coming and going, bustling incessantly. Because today Luo Iran, who was the first to become pregnant, was about to give birth. At this moment Lin Fan was pacing back and forth outside the delivery room. Although he knew that with Luo Iran's current strength childbirth would not be dangerous. But having lived 2 lives, he was about to become a father today, and his heart could not help but be tense. Mu Shishue, feeling dizzy from Lin Fan's pacing, quickly grabbed him. "Husband, don't be nervous. Pacing back and forth here won't help. Sister Iran is no ordinary person, there's no danger." "That's right, husband. Instead of pacing around, you should think about the child's name," Mu Shiyu suggested from the side. Seeing Mu Shiyu ask about the child's name, Lin Fan stopped. "Shiyu, I've already thought of a name. Iran's child is a boy, and I have named him Lin Haochen. As the eldest son, I hope he shines like the stars in the sky." Naturally, the child's gender could not be hidden from Lin Fan's perception. "Besides the child's name, I have also prepared 10 generation names for the children. 4 boys, Haoming Qingyu Shiyuan Jingxing Qiyuan. These 10 generation names compose the set. 4 girls, Yuyao Bingxing Ruashi Zhiyun Yuyan. These 10 generation names. If we run out of generation names in the future, we can add more." Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu clearly hadn't expected Lin Fan to have already chosen names in advance. The name Lin Haochen was quite pleasant. "Wah, wah, wah." A child's cries interrupted the discussion outside. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Fan disregarded everything else and walked straight in. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue followed him in. As for Hong Lu and the others who were close to their own deliveries, Lin Fan didn't let them come. Seeing Luo Iran lying on the bed with a face full of exhaustion, Lin Fan quickly appeared by her side. Especially that Lin Fan's first priority upon entering was to care for her, not the child, which made her heart even warmer. Even though thinking this way might seem a bit like competing for favor with the child. But which woman wouldn't want her husband to be good to her? "Husband, quickly look at our child." Hearing Luo Iran's request to see the child, Li Han quickly brought the baby over. Patriarch Lady Iran, the young master, is so adorable. His skin is very smooth, not at all like ordinary newborns. He will surely be extraordinary. Li Han had seen many children born during her previous studies outside, and every newborn had been wrinkled and scrawny. Not like their young master, who was so beautiful right from birth. As Lin Fan took the child, a feeling of blood kinship surged within him. This also made him feel a sense of responsibility and duty. "Iran, our child is so adorable. By the way, I have already named him Lin Haochen." Saying this, Lin Fan carefully placed Lin Haochen beside Luo Iran. Luo Iran gazed at Lin Haochen and gently stroked his face with her finger. "Little Haochen, did you hear that? Your father has named you Lin Haochen. Do you like it?" "Giggle. Husband, look. Little Haochen is smiling. He must really like this name." Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu looked at Lin Haochen with expressions of fondness. "Congratulations, sister. Little Haochen is so clever. He will surely be extraordinary in the future." "Thank you both, sisters. Little Haochen's future younger siblings will certainly be extraordinary too." While the three were talking about Lin Haochen, a status panel of his son appeared before Lin Fan's eyes. Name Lin Haochen. Identity eldest son of Lin Fan, age newborn. Aptitude Earth grade lower tier. The panel was simple and clear. When Lin Fan saw Lin Haochen's aptitude, he was truly astonished. He hadn't expected Lin Haochen's aptitude to reach Earth grade lower tier. After all, when Luo Iran conceived, his own aptitude was only Mystic grade lower tier, and Luo Iran was merely Yellow grade supreme. Given their aptitudes at the time, the child's aptitude would most likely be Yellow grade supreme or Mystic grade lower tier, with a very slim chance of Mystic grade middle tier. And yet now it had become Earth grade lower tier. It seems to be the merit of the small world. Lin Fan remembered that the system had said staying in the small world during pregnancy could slowly enhance the child's aptitude. He hadn't expected such a significant enhancement. Although parents with low-grade aptitudes could also give birth to children with high-grade aptitudes, the probability was far too low. Husband quickly checked Little Haochen's cultivation aptitude. They knew that Lin Fan could discern others' aptitudes with his naked eyes. If it were anyone else, they would need to use testing tools. Of course, after reaching the divine ability realm, one could also see ordinary people's aptitudes with the naked eye without needing tools. To be honest, Luo Iran's heart was full of anxiety at this moment. She didn't know what Lin Haochen's cultivation aptitude was like. If it were too poor, would Lin Fan despise him? It was normal for Luo Iran to have such thoughts. In the cultivation families of this world, those without aptitude were greatly despised. Although they wouldn't be bullied by servants, they wouldn't be treated with respect either. Iran, rest assured. Haochen's aptitude is excellent, reaching Earth grade lower tier. Wow, it's actually Earth grade lower tier. Congratulations, Sister Iran. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu offered their congratulations to Luo Iran. Luo Iran was also overwhelmed with joy at this moment, unable to conceal the smile on her face. This was Earth grade lower tier aptitude. under Lin Fan's cultivation becoming a divine ability realm powerhouse, was as certain as iron nailed down. All worries vanished in an instant, and her heart completely relaxed. Both sisters, don't be envious. Your aptitudes are much higher than mine. When your children are born, their aptitudes will surely be even higher. Then we'll take Sister Iran's auspicious words. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shirshu, and naturally hoped their children would have even better aptitudes. Seeing everyone concerned about the children's aptitudes, Lin Fan spoke up. Actually, you don't need to worry about the children's aptitudes. Even if they have mortal grade aptitude, they are still my children, and I won't despise them. Moreover, our family does not lack resources. Even with mortal grade aptitude, I can still cultivate them. Lin Fan's words served as a reassurance to them. This instantly relieved Mu Shiyu and Mu Shirshu greatly. Although their aptitudes were higher than Luo Iran's, no one could guarantee that their own children would have high aptitudes. Even with Earth-grade aptitude, many of their descendants would have mortal-grade aptitude. Actually, those with ordinary aptitude are not incapable of breaking through to higher realms. Their cultivation merely progresses more slowly and requires greater resource consumption. The body tempering stage grants only 150 years of lifespan, leaving them insufficient time to strive for higher breakthroughs. But Lin Fan was different. Residing within the small world, even those at the body tempering stage could expect a lifespan of 750 years. Such an extended period was more than ample to pursue breakthroughs to higher realms. Therefore, Lin Fan harbored no concerns whatsoever regarding his children's aptitude. Once the family sacred tree matured to a certain extent, it would bear fruits capable of enhancing their cultivation potential. By then, even those born with ordinary aptitude would stand a chance of becoming a sacred body. Wah! 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 The child's sudden wailing sent Luo Iran, who had been leisurely playing with the baby moments before, into immediate disarray. She glanced at Lin Haochen, who lay crying uncontrollably, her expression filled with anxiety, as she found herself utterly at a loss. Husband, why is little Haochen crying? Facing the endlessly weeping infant Luo Iran, a first-time mother had no idea what to do. Just then, before Lin Fan could respond, Li Han from the sidelines quickly hurried over. Master of the house, madam, the eldest young master is likely hungry. Allow me. I will go feed him spirit milk. Upon learning the child was crying from hunger, Luo Iran finally felt relieved. You little rascal, causing your mother such distress the moment you were born. After lightly scolding him, Luo Iran handed the baby over to Li Han. Once Li Han carried Lin Haochen away, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shirshu also prepared to take their leave. Husband, please stay here and keep Sister Iran company. We shall depart first. Mu Shirshu spoke to Lin Fan in a gentle tone. Indeed, husband, the other sisters are still waiting for us to share this wonderful news with them. Mu Shiyu chimed in as well. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Watching them coexist in such harmony, he felt deeply gratified and content. If palace intrigue were to erupt among them, that would give him quite a headache. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first child. Reward 100 Earth-grade spirit stones, and the Earth-grade low-tier cultivation technique myriad transformations returning to origin. All the rewards are Earth-grade. It seems the bonuses for bearing children are also tied to aptitude. Though he had not received any divine grade or emperor grade rewards, Lin Fan was quite satisfied. With the system at his side, he believed such rewards would come in due time. For now, he only needed to remain low-key and continue developing. During the following period, Hong Lu and the others all began giving birth in succession. In merely 20 days of the main world, Lin Fan had become a father to 15 children. Hong Lu gave birth to a daughter named Lin Yue with Earth-grade low aptitude. Fan Ying bore a daughter named Lin Yuqing with profound-grade supreme aptitude. Peng Hu had a son named Lin Haoyu with profound-grade supreme aptitude. Yu Chang Ji delivered a son named Lin Haoshuan with profound-grade supreme aptitude. Su Yi gave birth to a daughter named Lin Yuhan with profound-grade supreme aptitude. Su Zi had a son named Lin Haoqian with Earth-grade low aptitude. Huang Ye bore a daughter named Lin Yuding with Earth-grade low aptitude. Zhou Tong delivered a daughter named Lin Yushi with Earth-grade low aptitude. Mi Shan gave birth to a daughter named Lin Yufei with profound-grade supreme aptitude. Ning Yu had a son named Lin Haoyuan with profound-grade supreme aptitude. Zhu Haiyan bore a son named Lin Haoza with Earth-grade low aptitude. Bao Xinting delivered a son named Lin Haoran with profound-grade supreme aptitude. Zhong Siki gave birth to a daughter named El. Adding Lin Haochen, born to Luo Iran, Lin Fan now had 7 sons and 8 daughters in total. Their cultivation aptitudes consisted of 7 with Earth-grade low potential and 8 with profound-grade supreme potential. Overall, their cultivation aptitude was quite remarkable, placing them among geniuses in the 100 States region. But if considered across the entirety of the Xiantian continent, they would not stand out particularly. With the birth of these children, Lin Fan also received numerous system rewards. Including the bonus for Lin Haochen's birth, he had accumulated a total of 700 Earth-grade spirit stones and 8,000 profound-grade spirit stones. Beyond the spirit stones, the earth-grade low rewards included 1 cultivation method, 3 martial skills, and 3 weapons. The profound grade supreme rewards comprised 1 profound grade supreme jute fruit tree, 100 aptitude detection jade stones, and 100 sound transmitting jade talismans. 10 bottles of profound grade supreme yuan stabilizing pills, 1 copy of the profound grade supreme artificer inheritance, and 5 pairs of stage 5 demon beast cock dragon horse foals, currently at stage 2 in strength, but capable of reaching stage 5 upon maturity. 2 sets of profound grade supreme formations, 1 for defense and 1 for offense. A hive of purple crystal bees comprising 1 queen bee currently at stage 3 capable of growing to stage 5. If she were to evolve into a hive sovereign, she could break through to stage 6 or even higher. 100 male bees currently at stage 2 maturing to stage 4. 10,000 worker bees currently at stage 1 reaching stage 3 upon maturity. The purple crystal honey can enhance one's strength. Honey produced by stage 1 purple crystal beams benefits those at the body tempering stage, and so on. Thus honey from stage 3 bees aids practitioners at the Chi-Si stage. Royal jelly proves even more effective, not only boosting cultivation, but also promoting beauty and rejuvenation. As for hive sovereign jelly, it greatly assists those at the divine ability stage. Surveying these rewards, Lin Fan felt deeply satisfied, especially with those 2 sets of profound grade supreme formations, if combined and deployed throughout the family compound. Then unless a divine ability realm expert appeared, no one could pose a threat to the Lin family. However, Lin Fan still resolved to wait until he reached the Purple Mansion stage before constructing the family residence. At his current strength, he could hardly find a suitable location to establish a family compound anyway. The profound grade supreme yuan stabilizing pills had arrived at precisely the right moment. After giving birth, Luo Iran and the others would deplete their own primordial essence. If it were not replenished, it would affect the aptitude of their next child and also impact Luo Iran and the others' own cultivation. Now that they had the yuan stabilizing pills consuming, just 1 would restore their depleted essence in a short time. Lin Fan had originally planned to refine the pills himself, but he could currently only refine yellow grade supreme pills whose effects naturally fell short of the yuan stabilizing pills. As for the artificer inheritance, Lin Fan had no intention of using it himself. He had already mastered alchemy and had no desire to pursue artifact refinement in the near term. He would consider it once he acquired a higher tier artificer inheritance. Perhaps he could find a suitable time to pass this inheritance along to one of his concubines. Next, Lin Fan planted the jute fruit trees and positioned the purple gold beehives near the family sacred tree. The 5 pairs of cock dragon horse foals also received proper care from Lin Fan, who allocated a 1 square kilometer territory for them. Once the small world expanded in the future, he could simply enlarge their enclosures. When these cock dragon horses multiplied, they would serve as the Lin family's mounts. These were stage 5 demon beasts. Upon reaching adulthood, their strength would equate to the divine altar stage. In the 100 States region, they would be considered dominant overlords. Even across the entire Xiantian continent, they could not be disregarded. However, it would take 500 or 600 years for the cock dragon horses to mature. Yet Lin Fan was not anxious. Not to mention that time in the small world flowed 5 times faster than in the main world. With sufficient resources for cultivation, he could likewise accelerate their growth. Perhaps in the future, with the right treasures, he might even enable them to evolve. After handling these matters, Lin Fan returned to his residence to formulate his next plan. Li Han, come in for a moment. Moments later, the door was gently pushed open and Li Han entered with light, graceful steps. She approached Lin Fan and offered a respectful greeting, her voice soft, "Master of the house." Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand, indicating she need not be so formal. Then he asked directly, "Little Han, report to me on your cultivation progress." Upon hearing this, Li Han immediately straightened her posture and replied, "In respect to you, Master of the house, with your abundant resource provisions, my 9 sisters of premium talent, and I have successfully broken through to the mid-stage of Kaiyuan." She paused briefly before continuing, "The remaining 50 sisters have all smoothly reached the early stage of Kaiyuan realm." Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction and continued, "What about the 150 people who joined later? How is their cultivation progress?" "Master of the house, due to limited time, they have only reached the stage of refining the inner organs. However, a few among them have already achieved the perfection of body tempering." After hearing this, Lin Fan's face showed a gratified smile as he praised, "Excellent. It seems everyone is working hard at their cultivation." He silently mused that these people's improvement speed was quite remarkable. It was only after 1 year of developing in Wanxiang City. Now the Lin family's strength had become incomparable to before. If exposed, they could surely secure a place in Qingyan Commandery. Currently, the only gap between them and those factions was population. Those Chi-Si realm families had at least 100,000 people at minimum, and he himself, counting the maidservants, had only over 200 people. Such a vast disparity. But there was no need for haste after all those factions had developed for hundreds of years at minimum, while he was only just beginning. Lin Han felt no arrogance toward Lin Fan's praise. The master of the house has provided so many resources along with such an excellent environment. If everyone still didn't work hard at cultivation, they wouldn't deserve to stay here. One should know that such cultivation conditions are beyond the wildest dreams of countless people, so all the sisters cherished them deeply. What Lin Han said reflected not only her own thoughts, but those of everyone. Lin Fan was even more satisfied with Lin Han's response. Lin Han, I called you here not only to understand your cultivation situation, but also because there are some matters I need you to arrange others to handle. Hearing about a mission, Lin Han immediately perked up. Please give the order, master of the house. Go arrange 30 people, and all of them must have strength at or above the Kaiyuan realm level. Then divide them into 10 groups of 3. At that time have them separately leave Wanxiang City and head to various mountain villages and small towns to find those children with aptitude and bring them back. Of course, everything requires their voluntary participation. Absolutely no forcing them. Even with excellent aptitude, if they're unwilling, I don't need them. At that point, they'll be the ones missing out on the opportunity, not me. Meanwhile, for those willing to follow us, their families should also receive generous compensation. Additionally, what requires special attention is that the requirements for boys should be stricter. Their aptitude must reach at least the Xian level, and their age cannot exceed 12 years. As for the girls, having aptitude at the Huang level lower rank is sufficient, and as for age, they should not exceed 20 years old. Anyone who hasn't yet been married will do. Understood, master of the house. I'll go arrange the personnel right away and ensure the task is completed. Lin Han was equally decisive and efficient, and upon leaving immediately began gathering personnel. The reason Lin Fan had such high requirements for boys was that he now needed to start cultivating his family's underground forces. If their aptitude were too low, these children's cultivation speed would be extremely slow, providing little benefit to the Lin family and unable to keep pace with its growth. By comparison, the aptitude requirements for girls could be somewhat lower. After all, even if their strength were slightly inferior, they could still remain at home to serve as maidservants. Before long, Lin Han appeared before Lin Fan, leading 30 people. Greetings, master of the house. Everyone need not be so formal. Lin Fan said with a smile. I suppose Lin Han has already explained the general situation of this mission to you, so I won't elaborate further. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Fan continued, this time you go out, you must be extremely careful. The mission is undoubtedly important, but first and foremost you must ensure your own safety. Lin Fan's tone was serious and earnest. He certainly didn't want any casualties among these people. Please rest assured, master of the house, we will definitely be careful. Lin Fan's concern made them feel especially warm, and a surge of gratitude welled up in their hearts, deepening their respect for him. If calculated by the time in the small world, they had been following Lin Fan for over 5 years. Over these 5 years, Lin Fan had continuously provided them with cultivation resources without any interruption. Having encountered such a kind master of the house, they were willing to give everything. These are 10 quality testing jade stones and 10 communication jade talismans, Lin Fan showing the items in his hands to the group. The quality testing jade stones, I believe you all understand. I won't elaborate further. Lin Fan paused briefly before continuing. These communication jade talismans are a type of magical artifact for conveying messages. Even across thousands of li, they can communicate with each other. You each group will share one to use for contacting me. This time you need to travel far. Centered on Wanxiang City, your operational range will be within a radius of 10,000 li. On the way, you'll pass through the territories of other cities and factions, so you must be careful. After you find some children, gather at a hidden location and send me a message during the Shin hour in the afternoon. This is when I'll be in the main world every day. Once you've contacted me, wait there, and I'll come to you. With Lin Fan's current flying speed, he could cover 10,000 li in under 15 minutes. Next, Lin Fan distributed yellow-grade top-quality long swords from his novice gift pack to them. Since they might need to face combat this time, they couldn't go without weapons. After finishing his instructions, Lin Fan led them out of the small world. Remember to be extremely careful and test for aptitude discreetly. Don't make a spectacle of it. Rest assured, master of the house, we know what to do. Good, then you may leave. Regardless of the outcome, return after 1 year. Farewell, master of the house. Farewell to you as well. After exchanging parting words, the 30 people divided into 10 groups and secretly departed from Wanxiang City. After leaving the city, they exchanged blessings with each other and soon scattered in different directions. After watching them depart, Lin Fan murmured to himself, 10,000 miles around, already spanning nearly half the territory of Qingyun Commandery. I hope you managed to gain something useful. If there aren't many people, then we'll need to expand our search range in the future. Lin Fan did not remain long in the main world before returning to the small world. With nothing urgent to attend to, he kept company with Luo Iran and the others, amusing those 15 little ones. The small world was lively now, with the occasional cry of a child echoing through the air. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu were not close to giving birth yet, with nearly 4 months remaining. Fortunately, the small world did not restrict their growth. Otherwise, growing for 5 years within the small world and still appearing only 1 year of age would have been a dire problem. The only issue was that their bone age would not advance. A 5-year-old body would carry only a 1-year bone age. However, this mattered little. As long as they remained in the small world until the main world's equivalent of their early teens, outsiders would not notice anything amiss. Iran, I plan to visit the Million Mountain Range tomorrow. During their conversation, Lin Fan shared his next intention. Husband, what did you say? You're going to the Million Mountain Range tomorrow. Luo Iran blurted out in alarm, her face etched with deep concern. Her startled exclamation drew the attention of Mu Shiyu and the others, who turned their gazes squarely toward Lin Fan and Luo Iran. Sister Iran, what happened? Why so loud? Hubby says he's going to the Million Mountain Range tomorrow. Seeing the confusion in everyone's eyes, Luo Iran immediately explained. Upon learning that Lin Fan intended to go to the Million Mountain Range, deep concern washed over their faces. The Million Mountain Range was a place brimming with the unknown and peril, where demonic beasts roamed fierce and deadly, and a single misstep could prove fatal. Not only that, but the region's rich spiritual resources drew countless martial artists seeking treasures. Where people gathered, incidents of robbery and murder inevitably multiplied. It's merely a trip to the Million Mountain Range. Do you really need to react like this? Lin Fan, observing their expressions, could not help but feel perplexed. He had only sought a chance to temper himself, never imagining it would cause them such distress. Having been reincarnated into this world for 30 years, he had yet to experience genuine fierce combat. He wished to venture into the Million Mountain Range, find some demonic beasts to test his skills against, and sharpen his practical battle abilities. After all, possessing formidable strength alone was far from enough. Without sufficient combat experience, one would surely suffer devastating setbacks when clashing with real enemies. Husband, didn't you previously say the Million Mountain Range was exceedingly dangerous, passable only for experts at the divine ability realm? Your current cultivation sits at the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Why the sudden desire to venture there? Luo Iran's luminous eyes gazed steadily at Lin Fan, her expression a mixture of deep concern and puzzlement. Seeing the worried look on Luo Iran's face, Lin Fan felt a wave of warmth in his heart and fully understood why they were so concerned. So you were worried about this? My fault for not explaining things clearly back then. The Million Mountain Range is indeed dangerous, but only for those who venture deep into its heart. As long as one stays within the outer regions, the danger is relatively manageable. Those powerful demonic beasts all reside in the depths of the range. The outer areas are primarily inhabited by first and second-tier demons, which pose no real threat to me. Lin Fan smiled confidently, possessing absolute conviction in his own capabilities. Moreover, even if danger does arise, I am hardly defenseless. Remember, I still have the small world. Whenever an emergency strikes, I can retreat into the small world at any moment to ensure my safety. As long as he was not instantly annihilated, Lin Fan harbored no concerns about his own security. Upon hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Luo Iran and the others' expressions gradually eased. They had previously assumed every corner of the Million Mountain Range teemed with lethal danger, which was precisely why they worried so intensely over Lin Fan's decision. Since the danger was not as severe as they believed, they would naturally not attempt to halt his plans. Husband, no matter what, please prioritize your safety. Don't worry. I cherish my life more than anyone else. Enough of this serious talk. Let Li Han and the others look after the children. Let's go create another one. Thanks to the Yuan pills, aid Luo Iran and the others' foundational energies had fully recovered, making another pregnancy entirely possible. One day in the main world equaled several days in the small world, so conceiving there might prove difficult. Yet enhancing their aptitudes remained a straightforward matter. Currently, Luo Iran and the others' aptitudes stood merely a step away from advancing to the low-tier Xian grade. As Lin Fan had anticipated, their aptitudes all successfully broke through to the low-tier Xian grade. Moreover, the enhancement of their aptitudes simultaneously propelled their cultivation forward. By now they had all shattered through to the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. Upon witnessing their transformations, Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu were rendered utterly speechless with shock. If not for their concern over the two children each carrying within their wombs, they would certainly have dragged Lin Fan into their chambers and refused to let him leave. Indeed, each of them bore twins. It was only natural. After all, they were twin sisters blessed with the genetic predisposition for bearing multiple births. On the morning of the second day in the main world, after emerging from the small world, Lin Fan set out toward the city outskirts. Once confirming no one was watching, he took to the skies, heading directly toward the Million Mountain Range. The distance from Wanxiang City to the outer edges of the Million Mountain Range was not particularly great, approximately 100,000 kilometers. Of course, for ordinary people such a distance was insurmountable. They would exhaust their entire lives attempting the journey and never succeed, for the path ahead was far from safe. After 5 hours of flight, Lin Fan finally arrived at Tianfeng City, a settlement on the periphery of the Million Mountain Range. Tianfeng City did not belong to any single nation, rather it had been jointly established by several major powers. Within the city, the Zhang family, led by Lord Zhang Bao at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm, along with 3 early-stage Purple Mansion elders, held the greatest authority. The second strongest force was the Vicious Wolf mercenary group, commanded by Vicious Wolf at the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion realm, with Ferocious Wolf serving as deputy commander at the early stage. The remaining 3 families, Gao Ning and Fong, each possessed 2 early-stage Purple Mansion experts. Of course, the 100 Treasures Pavilion and the 100 Flowers Pavilion operated within the city as well, though they engaged solely in commerce. There were actually quite a few such cities scattered throughout the outer regions of the Million Mountain Range. After all, the outer reaches of the Million Mountain Range stretched for hundreds of millions of li, bordering numerous kingdoms. Unlike other locations, outsiders wishing to enter Tianfeng City were required to pay 1 yuan stone as an entry fee, with additional payments demanded for stays exceeding 1 month. However, anyone capable of reaching this place was hardly an ordinary person, and a single yuan stone was a trivial sum. Furthermore, all combat was strictly prohibited within the city. Violators would face the united assault of the 5 major powers. This arrangement served as a protective measure for most residents. Many had chosen to settle here specifically to evade their enemies. Of course, if one's adversaries proved stronger than these 5 powers combined, the situation would be entirely different. Regardless, the 5 major forces, however lacking in wisdom, would never provoke a faction superior to themselves. Lin Fan kept his cultivation at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, then made his way toward the city gate. Come and take a look, everyone. These are treasures I found in a powerful expert's cave dwelling. Don't miss out. Second-rank demon beast sword boar hatchlings, only 10 spirit stones each. Economical and affordable, don't miss out. As soon as he entered the city, a continuous stream of vendors' cries reached his ears. The prosperity here rivaled that of the Chu Kingdom's royal city, where Lin Fan had once been. The abundant resources of the Million Monster Mountains were more than enough to sustain this flourishing city. Lin Fan planned to first find a place to stay, then stroll around Tianfeng City. Soon he found an inn. Honored guest, please come in. Would you like a meal or lodging? Prepare an upper-class room for me. Very well, honored guest. That will be 1 tael of gold per night. Hearing this price, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected it to be so expensive. After all, this was merely an ordinary inn. But then again, those who could travel from out of town to come here were all martial artists, even those above the Kaiyuan realm. This amount of money was truly nothing significant. Lin Fan said nothing more and directly handed over 10 taels of gold. He didn't pretend to be generous by giving a single spirit stone, for there was no need. Honored guest, please follow me. Soon the waiter led Lin Fan to an upper-class room. Honored guest, if you need anything, feel free to call me. Very well, go about your duties. Once the waiter had left, Lin Fan set up a formation barrier and returned to his small world. Hubby, have you arrived at the Million Monster Mountains? I've reached Tianfeng City, a town on the outskirts of the Million Monster Mountains. I'll settle in here first, then go out to explore later. Then hubby, please be careful. Rest assured I will. After sharing a meal with everyone in the small world, Lin Fan emerged. In an unfamiliar place, it was unwise to linger too long within the small world. If someone discovered anomalies, it would bring trouble. Stepping out of the inn, though dusk was approaching, there were still numerous pedestrians coming and going. Occasionally one could spot someone hastily carrying a critically injured person to a medical clinic for treatment. Such scenes had long become commonplace to the people here. None could guarantee that they themselves wouldn't end up stretchered away like that someday. Being close to the Million Monster Mountains, there were plenty of people who ventured there to hunt demon beasts and gather spiritual herbs. If they encountered formidable demon beasts, being injured or even devoured was inevitable. Aside from demon beasts, they also had to guard against ambushes from other martial artists. Bandit cultivators were far from rare here. If a solitary person fell under their targeting, their fate would hardly be enviable. This was simply how the world worked. Most people had to risk their lives to compete for cultivation resources. One wrong step, and it meant eternal damnation. Let's go explore first, and see if we can stumble upon something worthwhile. Along the way, stopping and walking intermittently, Lin Fan found nothing that caught his interest. Just then Lin Fan noticed a crowd gathered ahead, engaged in animated discussion. He decided to approach and see what was happening. Drawing nearer, he discovered an extraordinarily beautiful woman seated there. Before her lay a sign reading, "Seeking 1 top-grade yellow class detoxification pill. I am willing to pledge my life in return." Lin Fan was somewhat astonished upon reading this. This woman's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. In Wanxiang City, she would be virtually invincible. There was no logical reason she couldn't afford a single top-grade yellow-class detoxification pill. Though he hadn't investigated the market prices of pills in detail, a top-grade yellow-class detoxification pill certainly shouldn't exceed 5,000 yellow-grade spirit stones. Lin Fan stood quietly aside and began to probe this young woman's information. Name Su Qingyuan. Age 35. Cultivation peak of Kaiyuan realm. Talent top-grade mystic. Identity loose cultivator. Favorability 0, complete stranger. A mere loose cultivator who had reached the peak of the Kaiyuan realm at the age of 35 could be considered quite remarkable. At that moment someone offered Su Qingyuan some advice. Miss top-grade yellow-class detoxification pills are exceedingly scarce. The 100 Treasures Pavilion supplies only 3 per month, and all have already been purchased in advance by the 5 great factions. If you urgently need pills to save someone, you might as well try those 5 great factions. This person may have spoken out of goodwill, offering a timely reminder. After saying this, he departed. Su Qingyuan naturally knew that the 5 great factions possessed such pills. She had indeed sought them out before, but unfortunately they refused to provide any. Top-grade yellow-class pills corresponded to Qi-Si realm martial artists. Although the 5 great factions had Purple Mansion realm experts presiding over them, it was the Qi-Si realm cultivators who formed their true backbone. The Purple Mansion realm experts of the 5 great factions were all in seclusion cultivation, with affairs managed by Qi-Si realm martial artists. Her talent was genuinely commendable, yet it paled in comparison before the 5 great factions. Every year, countless individuals sought refuge with the 5 great factions, and top-grade talents were accepted, 1 or 2 annually. They were hardly inclined to waste a top-grade yellow-class detoxification pill on her. Moreover, top-grade yellow-class detoxification pills could save lives at critical junctures, and each family's reserves were limited. One must understand that the Million Monster Mountains harbored no shortage of poisonous demon beasts, and many perished from venom each year. The 100 Treasures Pavilion supplied merely 3 pills monthly, utterly insufficient to meet demand. In truth, the 100 Treasures Pavilion faced difficulties, as well maintaining branch stores in every city. However, alchemists above the top-grade yellow class were exceedingly rare. Even if they refined pills ceaselessly each day, the output still wouldn't suffice for so many cities to divide among. Tianfeng City fared better, for as a major city, it received 3 monthly. As for Wanxiang City, not to mention top-grade pills, even upper-grade pills could only appear at the annual auction. The 100 Treasures Pavilion in Wanxiang City dealt primarily in mid to lower-grade pills. After hearing this person's explanation, Lin Fan was quite surprised. He hadn't expected top-grade yellow-class pills to be so scarce. But then again, considering the Lin family of the former Chu state, they had possessed merely 1 top-grade yellow-class alchemist, and his pill success rate was hardly impressive. Achieving even 1 successful batch out of 5 furnaces was already a cause for celebration. Even upon success, a single batch yielded merely 2 or 3 pills. While not resulting in losses, it barely achieved a break-even point. With such meager output, even a month's production couldn't cover a single day's consumption for the Lin family. Observing that no one could produce a detoxification pill, Su Qingyuan's eyes filled with desolation. Yet she had come here merely as a last resort, harboring little expectation. The scarcity of top-grade yellow-class detoxification pills was common knowledge. It wasn't merely detoxification pills. Other top-grade yellow-class pills were equally scarce. But without a top-grade yellow-class detoxification pill, her older sister would be in grave peril. Her older sister had been injured by the ink scale serpent while protecting her. If a top-grade yellow-class detoxification pill wasn't obtained within 3 days to neutralize the poison, the only outcome would be death. Fortunately, this serpent had not yet reached adulthood and possessed only the strength of a second-rank demon beast. An adult ink scale serpent was a third-rank demon beast, utterly beyond their capability to confront. Precisely because the ink scale serpent belonged to the third-rank demon beasts did it require a top-grade yellow-class detoxification pill. Had it been an ordinary second-rank demon beast, an upper-grade detoxification pill would have sufficed. Watching the crowd murmuring among themselves, yet no one could produce an antidote pill, Su Qingyuan rose to her feet dejected. She realized that it was a waste of time to linger here. It would be better to return home and accompany her elder sister. Without an antidote pill, her elder sister's time was running short. She must spend the final moments by her sister's side. Seeing Su Qingyuan's slightly quivering figure, Lin Fan followed after her. "Miss, may I have a word in private?" "Who are you?" Su Qingyuan regarded Lin Fan with a cautious gaze. "Miss, you require a yellow-grade supreme antidote pill. I can help you." "Are you telling the truth? You possess a supreme antidote pill?" Su Qingyuan's voice trembled. She had just given up, yet now hope suddenly appeared before her. If Lin Fan truly had it, then her elder sister could be saved. She and her elder sister had depended on each other for so many years as she truly did not want to lose her. Moreover, her sister had been injured while saving her. After her elder sister was hurt, her heart had been tormented. Miss, this is not the place to talk. Standing on the street, Lin Fan naturally would not reveal that he was an alchemist. If Su Qingyuan cried out in excitement, his identity as an alchemist would be exposed. At present, he was only at the Qi realm, and being targeted by those at the Purple Mansion realm would not be a good thing. Though the status of an alchemist was high, he had no background. He might be captured and imprisoned, forced to serve as a pill-refining slave. Once he reached the Purple Mansion realm, he would no longer have such worries. After all, powers with a divine platform realm expert would not care about a yellow-grade supreme alchemist. As for those Purple Mansion realm forces, once he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, they would likely not dare to offend him easily unless it affected their interests. Su Qingyuan looked at the passers-by coming and going. Indeed, this was not a suitable place for such a discussion. She had been thoughtless earlier. Even if someone possessed a yellow-grade supreme antidote pill, they would not dare to produce it in public. If their strength was insufficient, they would surely be coveted. It might be safe within the city, but once outside the city, danger lurked. If the 5 major powers took notice, even the city might not be secure. The 5 major powers had many ways to secretly abduct someone. After all, this was their territory. Su Qingyuan pondered for a moment, then said softly, "If you don't mind, sir, you may come home with me." Su Qingyuan was not worried that Lin Fan would harm her. The aura Lin Fan emitted was comparable to hers, both at the Kaiyuan realm perfection. Even if Lin Fan was slightly stronger, he could not subdue her quickly. Moreover, this was Tianfeng City, where fighting was forbidden. She did not believe Lin Fan would dare to act against her within the city. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Lin Fan gave her a feeling of wanting to be close. That was why she had inexplicably invited him to her home. Though Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, he did not intend to refuse. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Since you invite me, miss, I shall not decline." On the way, they did not speak much. Lin Fan simply followed quietly behind Su Qingyuan. Soon she led him to the sisters' residence. Their dwelling was a small courtyard consisting of a living room, 3 bedrooms, a woodshed, a kitchen, and a latrine. Nothing particularly lavish. Yet such a house in Tianfeng City would require at least 1,000 spirit stones to purchase. It was not that the house was valuable, but rather that it was equivalent to paying a protection fee of 1,000 spirit stones. "Sir, please sit for a moment. I'll go check on my elder sister." "All right." By now, Lin Fan needed no further questions to know that the one needing the antidote pill was Su Qingyuan's elder sister. After a while, Su Qingyuan emerged from her sister's room. "How is your sister?" "The situation is grim. She is currently unconscious." Worry and anxiety filled Su Qingyuan's face. "By the way, sir, my name is Su Qingyuan. May I know your name?" "My surname is Lin, given name Fan, meaning ordinary." "Brother Lin, let's get down to business. Do you truly have a supreme antidote pill?" Su Qingyuan's gaze was full of anticipation. "I don't have it at the moment." Upon hearing that, she instantly became dejected. Was fate playing a joke on her again? "Miss Su, don't worry. Though I don't have it now, I can refine it." "What? Brother Lin, you are an alchemist?" Su Qingyuan, who had been disappointed, suddenly became excited. An alchemist, appearing before her. This was simply too incredible. Lin Fan had expected this reaction. It was fortunate that he had not revealed his identity on the street. If Su Qingyuan had shouted out, then hiding it would have been impossible. "Miss Su, don't be so excited. I am indeed an alchemist. A supreme antidote pill is nothing, as long as I have the herbs I can refine it at any time." Lin Fan's tone was confident, and he truly possessed such ability. Any yellow-grade pill was child's play for him. Seeing Lin Fan's confidence, Su Qingyuan inexplicably felt a surge of trust in him. "Brother Lin, tell me what herbs you need, and I'll go buy them right away." "I swear if Brother Lin saves my elder sister, I will obey your every command from now on." Then she added, "Not only me, but my elder sister as well." Su Qingyuan was not foolish. An alchemist capable of refining yellow-grade supreme pills was someone she naturally had to latch onto. Not only would she do so, but she would also bring her sister along. Such an opportunity was beyond the wildest dreams of casual cultivators like them, yet she had encountered it. She understood all too well the influence of an alchemist. If the 5 major powers found out, they would surely treat Lin Fan as an honored guest. Would her elder sister agree? Of course she would. Even if she didn't, she would have to. After all, he was a lifesaver. Offering oneself in gratitude was not excessive. Lin Fan had not expected to get a 2-for-1 deal. It was quite a bargain. Seeing Su Qingyuan's urgency, Lin Fan listed the required herbs. To be safe, he added some irrelevant herbs as well. This way no one could deduce the purpose of purchasing these herbs. The Baibao Pavilion, though lacking pills, did not lack these herbs. Moreover, being near the Million Mountains, herbs were the least scarce resource. Though he had planted many herbs in his small world, the variety was still too limited, and he could not gather all the ingredients for the antidote pill. He would find time to visit the Baibao Pavilion in Tianfeng City to purchase some spiritual herb seeds and supplement the variety in his small world. By the way, Miss Su, do not reveal to anyone that I can refine pills. This must be kept secret. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I know what to do. Su Qingyuan was not foolish. The fewer people who knew that Lin Fan was an alchemist, the better. Then she hurriedly left the place. About half an sun passed before Su Qingyuan rushed back. Without waiting for Lin Fan to speak, she placed a storage pouch into his hands. Lord Lin, all the medicinal herbs are here. I bought 3 portions of each. I wonder if it will be enough. Su Qingyuan spoke with a hint of concern in her voice. Her spirit stones could only afford so much, and most of them had already been spent on her cultivation. Why buy so much? Do you have too many spirit stones to waste? Lin Fan looked at her somewhat exasperated. Lord Lin, don't alchemists need to prepare multiple portions of herbs in advance? Otherwise, if a batch fails, we'd have to go buy more. Hearing this, Lin Fan grew anxious. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, who do you think you're talking to? How could I possibly fail? But remembering that Su Qingyuan meant well, he didn't press the matter further. Very well. Find me a quiet place. I'm going to begin refining pills. Lord Lin, please follow me. Su Qingyuan led Lin Fan into the room. Lord Lin, our home is rather modest. Will this suffice? It will do. As long as I'm not disturbed, that's all that matters. The location meant nothing to Lin Fan. Having mastered every yellow-grade pill refinement technique, he faced no possibility of failure, so long as nothing interrupted him. Rest assured, young master, no one will disturb you. May I watch from nearby? Go ahead and watch if you wish. Learning alchemy required more than mere observation, so Lin Fan harbored no fears of having his technique stolen. Besides, Su Qingyuan would soon be one of his own. If she wished to learn pill refinement, she would make an excellent choice. Su Qingyuan's heart surged with excitement at Lin Fan's agreement to let her remain and watch. Were it not for Lin Fan's injunction against disturbance, she might have leapt up in celebration. Unbothered by her fervor, Lin Fan retrieved his pill furnace and arranged the necessary herbs upon the table. Once preparations were complete, Lin Fan focused his mind and fierce flames erupted from his palm. Had he not restrained them, the inferno could have reduced the entire dwelling to ashes in an instant. After tossing all the herbs into the furnace one by one, Lin Fan found himself with a moment's leisure. Noticing Su Qingyuan's fixed gaze upon his work, he decided to engage her in conversation. Nothing would impede his pill refinement. Miss Su, alchemy is a tedious pursuit. Do you truly wish to learn it? Su Qingyuan was taken aback that Lin Fan still had time for idle conversation. She distinctly recalled his earlier warning not to be disturbed, yet here he was chatting freely. Still with the question posed directly to her, she could hardly remain silent. Lord Lin, alchemists are held in the highest esteem. Should the opportunity arise, I would naturally be eager to learn. Moreover, alchemy proves quite profitable. Those 3 portions of herbs I purchased cost merely 600 spirit stones. Yet with these 3 portions, merely 2 successful pills could fetch no less than 100 spirit stones. A fortune essentially risk-free. My sister and I risk our lives hunting demon beasts in the 100 million mountains just to earn spirit stones. Our combined annual income rarely exceeds 6000. After purchasing the pills necessary for cultivation, saving even 10 spirit stones annually would be considered fortunate. Lin Fan felt no surprise at Su Qingyuan's sentiments. As rogue cultivators without the backing of any sect or clan, Su Qingyuan and her sister constantly struggled to secure the resources needed for cultivation. Hunting demon beasts actually yielded far greater returns than what the established families of Wanxiang City could offer, but so too did the dangers. Su Qingyuan's sister currently lay in critical condition, her life hanging by a thread. Some chose to settle in smaller towns and build their own factions for greater stability. Yet doing so meant foregoing access to richer resources, which inevitably slowed their cultivation progress. Consider the mayor of Wanxiang City. He is over 100 years old, yet has only reached the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. With his accumulated wealth, he could scarcely afford a few top-grade pills without facing ruin. Though he held the position of mayor, the majority of his income went to the commandery capital, leaving him with relatively little. Compared to those like Su Qingyuan who lived by the sword, his circumstances paled in comparison. Observing Su Qingyuan's genuine interest in alchemy, Lin Fan felt a plan forming in his mind. However, before offering anything, he wanted her to understand the arduous path of becoming an alchemist. Miss Su, you are correct. Alchemy proves highly profitable. Even a low-tier alchemist commands far greater wealth than others of the same cultivation realm. But have you considered, Miss Su, that not everyone is born an alchemist? Before achieving success, one must endure countless failures. The spirit stones consumed in such endeavors amount to staggering sums. Only the great sects and clans can afford to invest heavily in cultivating their own alchemists. For rogue cultivators like yourself, becoming an alchemist is exceedingly rare, unless one possesses extraordinary talent allowing them to succeed without wasting excessive resources. Yet even with exceptional talent, securing proper transmission remains a monumental challenge. Without an authentic lineage or manual, attempting to master alchemy through solitary experimentation is virtually impossible. This encompasses not only refining techniques, but also the pill formulations themselves. Both are of paramount importance. Thus, the premium prices of refined pills are hardly unwarranted. Lin Fan's words rendered Su Qingyuan silent. As he had stated, the initial investment required to become an alchemist proved far too substantial. Observing the disappointment etched across Su Qingyuan's face, Lin Fan made his decision. Miss Su, should your interest in alchemy prove sincere, I will teach you. Su Qingyuan, who had been visibly despondent, now widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing Lin Fan's offer. Lord Lin, do you truly mean that? You are willing to teach me alchemy? You will soon belong to me. There is no harm in instructing you in this art. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed crimson. She found herself murmuring inwardly, what does he mean by belonging to him? Does Lord Lin harbor feelings for me? Should I accept? Perhaps I am overthinking this, she reasoned. After all, I shall serve as Lord Lin's attendant, and in that capacity, I do indeed belong to him. Moreover, Lord Lin is a top-tier alchemist, someone far beyond the station of a lowly rogue cultivator like myself. To serve as his attendant would be the greatest blessing I could hope for. But if Lord Lin agrees to teach me alchemy, and I someday achieve the rank of top-tier alchemist, would that make me worthy of him? At this thought, clarity returned to Su Qingyuan's eyes. Su Qingyuan, you can certainly accomplish this. In that moment, she resolved within her heart to become an alchemist as swiftly as possible. Just when she had felt most helpless, Lin Fan had offered her hope. Now he went further, promising to teach her alchemy. Consequently, Su Qingyuan's regard for Lin Fan grew steadily stronger. At this point, the liquid within the pill furnace still required purification to remove impurities. Lin Fan could ill afford to divert his attention, and thus failed to notice Su Qingyuan's transformation. Over the course of a shurchen, while Su Qingyuan's mind wandered with idle thoughts, Fan Lin's pill refinement was approaching completion. Miss Su, bring me the pill bottle. Rise. Fan Lin gave a soft command, and the lid of the alchemy furnace instantly levitated. Collect. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 milky white pills emitting a fragrant medicinal scent flew out of the furnace. Under Fan Lin's control, they were then transferred into the pill bottle. 10 pills. He actually refined 10 perfect pills. Su Qingyuan murmured to herself, her face filled with disbelief. Although she was not proficient in alchemy, she had heard rumors and had a general understanding of the craft. To her knowledge, obtaining more than 5 pills was already extremely rare, with 9 being the absolute limit. 10 perfect pills. This shattered her entire understanding of alchemy. More importantly, it represented enormous profit. One batch of medicinal herbs cost 2,000 yuan stones, while each of the 10 pills was worth 5,000 yuan stones, totaling 50,000 yuan stones. This was a 25-fold profit margin, and pills of this quality were in such high demand that selling them would be effortless. How many beast cores would she and her sister need to gather just to accumulate such a vast amount of spirit stones? This only solidified her resolve to earnestly study alchemy under Fan Lin's guidance. Enough daydreaming. The pills are ready. Take me to see your sister now. Yes, young Master Lin, please follow me. Now was hardly the time for such thoughts. Saving her sister took priority. Soon the two made their way to Su Qingyuan's sister's chamber. Lying unconscious on the bed was a woman, her lips tinged black, brows occasionally knitting together in pain. Even in her comatose state, the poison was exacting a terrible toll. Young Master Lin, this is my sister Su Qingyuan. Gazing at her sister, lying motionless on the bed, Su Qingyuan's expression was heavy with anguish. Fan Lin seized the opportunity to examine Su Qingyuan's status. Name Su Qingyuan. Age 37. Cultivation peak of the Kaixian realm, severely poisoned, in an extremely frail condition. Talent top tier, profound grade. Affection 0, estrangers. Noticing both sisters shared the same rare talent, Fan Lin was somewhat surprised. Though not twins unlike the Moose sisters, the fact that both possessed identical talent spoke volumes about their parents' formidable lineage. At minimum, they were equally exceptional. At 37 years old, she was still young for someone at the Kaixian realm with its 300-year lifespan. Thus, Su Qingyuan appeared no older than 20. Without wasting further time, Fan Lin produced an antidote pill and placed it in Su Qingyuan's mouth. He then retrieved a gourd containing spiritual liquid from his small world. He fed her some of the liquid as well to aid the pill's absorption. Good. After she takes the pill, she should awaken by dawn tomorrow. It's already late at night. If there's nothing else, I'll return to rest. Originally, when Fan Lin had set out, dusk was approaching. Between purchasing herbs and refining pills, considerable time had passed. Now it was deep into the night. Young master, where do you reside? Allow me to escort you. Beyond merely seeing him off, she wished to learn where Fan Lin lived. She genuinely feared that once he departed, he might never appear before her again, and with him her greatest opportunity of this life would vanish. Having resolved to cling to Fan Lin's favor, she could not afford to let this chance slip away. His alchemical prowess only further confirmed his extraordinary nature. She was certain that a yellow-grade alchemist was far from his limit. Achieving profound-grade status was merely a matter of time. In the entire 100 Kingdoms region, profound-grade alchemists held exalted standing. Even serving as his attendant would grant her a far superior position compared to her current life. Though unaware of Su Qingyuan's thoughts, Fan Lin had no intention of concealing anything. He had just noticed her affection toward him had already surpassed 80. Though he wondered at the rapid ascent, he considered it a favorable development and let it be. Miss Su, I don't reside here. I only arrived at Tianfeng City today and am staying at an inn. Hearing Fan Lin had just reached Tianfeng City, Su Qingyuan felt an immense sense of relief. Had Fan Lin come a day later, or if she hadn't gone out seeking pills, her sister would certainly have perished. Yet if he was staying at an inn, it would prove more convenient for him to reside at her home instead. Young master, if you don't mind, you may stay here. We have 3 vacant rooms. Upon saying this, Su Qingyuan gazed at Fan Lin with quiet anticipation, truly hoping he would agree. Fan Lin pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, I'll stay here then. I hope I won't be any trouble. Staying at an inn was inconvenient. Too many passers-by, and Fan Lin wasn't fond of such crowds. Seeing him agree to stay, Su Qingyuan was overjoyed. Young master, how could your presence be any disturbance? I should be delighted. Please wait here a moment while I prepare your room. With that, Su Qingyuan hurried away. Soon she returned. Young master, your room is ready. You may rest now. Very well, I'll go rest then. Fan Lin entered his room and surveyed it briefly. It was quite comfortable, far preferable to the inn. Thereafter, he erected a restriction barrier and returned to his small world. Such was his circumstances. Luo Yiran and the others were eager for another child, and he could hardly remain idle. Having finished his principal affairs, Fan Lin shared the story of the Su sisters with everyone. Husband, if what you say is true, we'll be gaining 2 more sisters soon. That's excellent. It seems you need to venture out more often, husband. If you remain confined to Wanxiang City, such encounters simply won't happen. Indeed. We barely stepped outside and already encountered 2. There's no such fortune to be found within Wanxiang City. All discussed animatedly, hoping Fan Lin would seek out more sisters for the family's prosperity. To rapidly develop the family, relying solely on the few of them would be insufficient. Even a modest Air Sea Realm family in a small city boasted a population of 100,000. Compared to such, the Fan family's journey was long and arduous. Witnessing their fervent discussion, Fan Lin found himself both amused and exasperated. Enough. I must go out as well. It's impractical for me to remain in the small world while abroad. Fan Lin had spent nearly 2 days within the small world, and dawn was approaching in the main world. Then husband, you go ahead first. With so many of us here, there's no need for concern. Upon returning to the main world, he found the sky still dark. With no choice but to wait, Fan Lin lay down on his bed for a while. On this side, the unconscious Su Qingyuan groggily opened her eyes. At the same time, she noticed Su Qingyuan resting by her bedside. Last night, Su Qingyuan did not return to her own room, but stayed by her sister's side all along. Xiao Yuan. Su Qingyuan raised her hand and gently nudged Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan was instantly startled awake. When she saw that her sister had awakened, she became ecstatic. Sister, you're finally awake. That's wonderful. Xiao Yuan, what happened? Logically, I shouldn't have woken up. Why is the poison in my body already gone? Su Qingyuan found it hard to believe that she had regained consciousness. She knew all too well how deep the poison had penetrated. Without a top-grade antidote pill, there was no chance of survival. Yet given her family's circumstances, purchasing such a pill was utterly impossible. Sister, it's like this. I encountered a powerful alchemist. Then Su Qingyuan recounted the entire story of how she met Lin Fan in great detail to Su Qingyuan. After hearing her sister's account, Su Qingyuan was stunned. What kind of fortune was this? That her sister had befriended an alchemist who even helped refine an antidote pill. What's more, that alchemist was now staying in their home. Such luck was simply too incredible. As for Su Qingyuan's pledge of loyalty to Lin Fan, she had no objections and was even delighted. This kind of opportunity was something others could only dream of. How could she refuse? At the same time, her heart was filled with goodwill toward the Lin Fan she had yet to meet. Sister, don't worry. The young master is very easy to get along with. He's different from the alchemists and legends. He doesn't put on airs and chats with me casually. Following the young master will undoubtedly be a tremendous fortune for us. Afraid that Su Qingyuan might oppose her decision, Su Qingyuan quickly spoke well of Lin Fan. Xiao Yuan, don't worry, I have no objection to your decision. Besides, he saved my life, it's only right that I serve him in the future. Serving a powerful alchemist was not a disgrace to her, but an honor. She had enough self-awareness to realize that. Seeing that her sister had no objection to her decision, Su Qingyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If her sister had disagreed, she would not have known how to explain it to Lin Fan. Xiao Yuan, you've worked so hard for me these past few days. Sister, don't say that. A little hardship is nothing. If it weren't for you, I would have been the one injured. As they chatted, the sky outside gradually brightened. Xiao Yuan, it's dawn. I still can't move, so I'll trouble you to prepare breakfast for our benefactor. At their cultivation level, they could go without eating for 10 days or half a month, and they rarely ate. But Lin Fan was her benefactor. She couldn't very well not prepare a meal for him. Of course, sister. Leave it to me, don't worry. After half an hour of work, breakfast was almost ready. At this moment, Su Qingyuan had fully entered the role of a maidservant. Miss Su, what are you doing? Lin Fan was a bit taken aback. Young master, as I said before, if you saved my sister, I would serve you for life, and my sister as well. Now that my sister has awakened, I must fulfill my promise. From now on, I am your maidservant. My sister is still recovering from her injuries and is somewhat indisposed. After saying this, Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. Lin Fan had agreed to her yesterday, but he hadn't formally accepted her yet. Whether the sisters could truly stay by Lin Fan's side still depended on his decision now. Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't say more. From now on, you sisters will follow me. In the early stages of his clan's development, Lin Fan was not picky, as long as they met his aesthetic standards they could stay. Later, when he grew stronger, he would raise the requirements for talent. Besides, mystic grade talent was already quite good in the 100 Kingdoms region. Thank you, young master, for taking us in. Su Qingyuan was now completely at ease. Next, under Su Qingyuan's attentive service, Lin Fan finished his breakfast. The breakfast was simple, a bowl of congee made from medium-grade spirit rice, paired with some demon beast meat. Quite tasty. Medium and low-grade spirit rice were the most common on the market and could be bought with gold. High-grade rice was relatively scarce and not always available. 1 primeval stone could buy 10 gene. Supreme-grade rice was unseen on the market, although its nominal price was 1 primeval stone per gene. It never circulated in the market. At least it couldn't be seen in the 100 Kingdoms region. Lin Fan was not sure about the Xiantian continent, but it was likely available there. The main reason was that the 100 Kingdoms was too barren compared to the Xiantian continent. Qingyuan, take me to see your sister. Since Su Qingyuan had awakened, Lin Fan naturally wanted to check on her. Young master, please follow me. Soon the two of them appeared in Su Qingyuan's room. Greetings, benefactor. Please forgive me for not being able to bow due to my injuries, and I hope you won't take offense. Seeing Lin Fan enter, Su Qingyuan spoke first. Miss Qingyuan, you're too polite. Your poison has just been dispelled, and you're still injured. There's no need to be overly concerned with formalities. By the way, here is a healing pill. Take it now, and you should recover fully in 3 to 5 days. Lin Fan had already refined this pill back in Wanxiang City. This trip to the Million Great Mountains was for battle. Lin Fan dared not assume he wouldn't be injured, so he naturally prepared thoroughly. Seeing Lin Fan produce a top-grade pill on the spot, Su Qingyuan was truly astonished. She had only heard of top-grade healing pills, but never seen one. Unfortunately, the Baibao Pavilion in Tianfeng City only had a limited supply each month, and they couldn't purchase any. Though the annual auction offered a few more, they were still beyond her means. Coming to her senses, Su Qingyuan gently shook her head. Benefactor, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Miss Qingyuan, you know who I am. A single healing pill means nothing to me. Qingyuan must have told you that you will serve me from now on. Now that you're lying injured in bed, how can you serve me? Yes, sister, please accept it quickly. Don't disappoint the young master's kindness. Afraid that her sister might displease Lin Fan, Su Qingyuan also urged her. Then, benefactor, I will accept this pill. Since the debt of gratitude was already beyond repayment, owing a little more wouldn't matter. Su Qingyuan took the pill and placed it directly into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and she felt a warm current repairing her injuries. No wonder this is a top-grade pill. Its effect is truly remarkable. Compared to an upper-grade pill, it's worlds apart. After sensing the power of the top-grade pill, Su Qingyuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. That was only natural. Upper-grade pills corresponded to the Kaiyuan realm, while top-grade pills corresponded to the Qi realm. If injuries at the Qi realm could be healed by such a pill, then what of her who was only at the Kaiyuan realm? The healing pill would work even better for her. Very well, Miss Qingyuan. After taking the pill, rest properly. I shall take my leave now. Thank you, benefactor. After speaking, Su Qingyuan turned to Su Qingyuan and instructed, Xiao Yuan, you must take good care of our benefactor on my behalf. He is the one who saved my life. Don't worry, sister. I will definitely take good care of him. Sister, you rest first. Call me if you need anything. I'll leave with the young master now. All right. Watching the two leave, Su Qingyuan smiled. I never expected that after surviving such a disaster I would encounter such an opportunity. After leaving the room, Su Qingyuan began chatting with Lin Fan. Young master, where are you from? How did you come to Tianfeng City? With Su Qingyuan's poison now cured, Su Qingyuan was in high spirits and her personality had become much more cheerful. I come from Wanxiang City in Qingyun Commandery Zhao State. I'm preparing to head to the Million Mountains to practice on some demon beasts and perhaps find some higher grade spiritual herbs along the way. Zhao State Qingyun Commandery. Isn't that very far from here? Tianfeng City bordered Zhao State, so Su Qingyuan had at least heard of Qingyun Commandery. As for Wanxiang City, she had never heard of it. It's not too far about Tuzhou Li. It wasn't boasting on Lin Fan's part. In the current era, Tuzhou Li was truly not far for him, merely a matter of a few hours of flight. That's not considered close. At full speed it would take us at least several months to cover Tuzhou Li. From Su Qingyuan's perspective, Lin Fan had the same cultivation level as she did, so he would undoubtedly need just as long to reach his destination. Lin Fan smiled without elaborating further. The strength he had revealed was merely the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. By the way, young master, given that you've become an elite alchemist, I assume your organization must be quite formidable. May I ask if I've heard of it? Su Qingyuan remained curious about Lin Fan's background. Now that she was his personal mate, asking such a question hardly seemed inappropriate. I have no backing or influential family behind me. I was once a loose cultivator just like you. After departing from the Lin family of Chu State, he could no longer reveal his connection to them, so Lin Fan posed as a wandering cultivator. You're actually a loose cultivator. That's simply unbelievable. Su Qingyuan stood there utterly astonished. Having been a loose cultivator herself, she understood all too well how arduous such a path could be. Every day was a struggle for cultivation resources, otherwise one's cultivation would stagnate. Yet Lin Fan had risen to become an alchemist admired by most all, while maintaining his status as a loose cultivator. His accomplishments were truly extraordinary. Qingyuan, I'm no longer a loose cultivator now. A year ago I established a family in Wanxiang City, and now I serve as its patriarch. Master, you founded a family and hold such a position of authority. Why would you consider venturing into the Million Mountains? Is it truly just to practice on demon beasts? In Su Qingyuan's view, Lin Fan had just established his family, and should be occupied with taking concubines and expanding his household. How could he possibly have time to visit the Million Mountains? If it were someone else, there might indeed be concerns about lacking cultivation resources. As for whether he lacked resources, most likely not. As an alchemist leading a developing family, Lin Fan certainly would not lack resources. And as for seeking out demon beasts merely to practice, that seemed even less plausible. Qingyuan, I truly did come here to spar with demon beasts. He understood she might doubt his words, but what he said was the truth. Seeing Lin Fan speak with such conviction, Su Qingyuan felt there was no reason for him to deceive her, none whatsoever. Still, she found his intentions somewhat puzzling. Yet such matters were hardly hers to question. Qingyuan, since you and your sister frequently hunt demon beasts in the Million Mountains, you must know the area well. Tell me about what lies within. Lin Fan remained unfamiliar with the Million Mountains. Given how often the Su sisters ventured there for hunting, she would undoubtedly possess considerable knowledge of the region. Master, the Million Mountains stretch vast and unfathomable. Legend speaks of reaching an entirely new world beyond its depths. Powerful cultivators congregate there in great numbers. Those at the Purple Mansion realm hold little standing. Whether such tales hold truth, I cannot say. Regarding the Million Mountains, my sister and I venture no deeper than 5 li. That territory qualifies as little more than the outer fringes, if that. Within that 5 li radius, countless first and second stage demon beasts make their homes alongside abundant spiritual herbs. Beyond that boundary, my sister and I dare not venture further, for stronger third-stage demon beasts dwell in those depths. This time my sister's injury occurred because we encountered a black-scale serpent at the farthest reaches of our journey. This demon beast possesses lethal venom and proves exceedingly difficult to manage, reaching third stage upon maturity. If that black-scale serpent had not yet matured to its full second-stage power, neither my sister nor I would have survived to return. The memory of that serpent still sent shivers through Su Qingyuan. Though it was only second stage, its strength far exceeded that of ordinary beasts at that level. Had it been typical, their combined efforts would not have left them so severely battered. By the way, young master, the greatest danger in the Million Mountains isn't the demon beasts themselves. It's the martial artists. Those who encounter weaker cultivators will rob them, and the more ruthless ones won't hesitate to kill for their treasures. Such incidents occur with alarming frequency within the mountains. More perish at the hands of fellow cultivators than from demon beast attacks. Having absorbed Qingyuan's account, Lin Fan now possessed a reasonable understanding of the region's outer reaches. Qingyuan, do you happen to know how far third-stage demon beasts typically roam? Now that Lin Fan had reached the Qi C stage, hunting second-stage creatures would hardly be worth his time. Master third-stage demon beasts range quite widely across the territory. According to what I've heard, their domain extends throughout the 5-0 Li zone. I'm uncertain about fourth-stage beast territories. Such knowledge likely rests only with the 5 great powers in Tianfeng City. Only they have Purple Mansion realm experts to guard them. Without Purple Mansion cultivation, attempting to venture deeper would prove exceedingly perilous. Although Lin Fan already grasped the sheer scale of the Million Mountains, the fact that third-stage demon beasts roamed across 5-0 Li left him pondering what lay beyond. What could the activity ranges of 4th, 5th, and 6th-stage beasts possibly be? He suspected that 4th-stage demon beasts alone would have activity ranges measured in tens of millions of li. Young master, the Baiwan Mountains are very dangerous. Are you truly determined to go? To be honest, Su Qingyuan genuinely advised against Lin Fan venturing into the Baiwan Mountains. Lin Fan was an alchemist. There was no need for him to take such risks in a perilous place. Qingyuan, I must go to the Baiwan Mountains. As for the danger, you need not worry. I have means to protect myself. All right then, please wait a few days, young master. Once my elder sister recovers from her injuries, we shall go together. We are quite familiar with the Baiwan Mountains and can offer you considerable assistance then. Since they could not dissuade Lin Fan, they naturally decided to accompany him. Good, then we will go together after your sister recovers. For now, there is nothing pressing. Accompany me for a stroll around Tianfeng City. Lin Fan intended to visit the Baibao Pavilion to purchase some spiritual herb seeds that his small world did not yet possess. Tianfeng City was bustling, and its variety of seeds was certainly far greater than that of Wanxiang City, given its proximity to the Baiwan Mountains. Since Lin Fan wanted her to accompany him around Tianfeng City, Su Qingyuan naturally would not refuse. After informing Su Qingluan, the two stepped out onto the main street. Young master, where shall we go next? First, let's go to the Baibao Pavilion. I need to purchase some spiritual herb seeds. All right, I'll take you to the Baibao Pavilion right away. Su Qingyuan was not surprised by Lin Fan's intention to buy spiritual herb seeds. After all, Lin Fan was an alchemist and naturally required many medicinal herbs. Cultivating them himself was the most economical approach. Soon the two arrived at the Baibao Pavilion. Seeing customers enter, an attendant came forward. Honored guests, how may I assist you? I wish to purchase some spiritual herb and spiritual fruit seeds. If you have viable seedlings as well, that would be fine. How many varieties do you have here? Upon hearing this, the attendant realized this was a major transaction. He immediately became even more enthusiastic toward Lin Fan. Young master, we have over 10,000 varieties of spiritual herb seeds. Among them, over 500 are Xian grade, though most are low grade. There are 60 middle grade varieties, 20 high grade, and only 5 supreme grade. The rest are yellow grade spiritual herbs with numerous varieties at each level. By the way, young master, this jade slip contains all the introductions. Please take a look. With so many seed varieties, it would be impractical to record them in a book. Hence, all information about the seeds was inscribed on the jade slip. Lin Fan took the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. Instantly, all the information recorded within the jade slip flooded into Lin Fan's mind. In the end, Lin Fan eliminated over 600 varieties of spiritual herb seeds that his small world already possessed, and he wanted all the remaining ones. Naturally, this included the Xian grade spiritual herbs. When Lin Fan stated his requirements, the attendant was stunned. As for Su Qingyuan, she was also rendered speechless by the shock. She had no idea how many spirit stones such a vast quantity of seeds would cost. Although seeds were much cheaper than mature herbs, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Even if she and her sister sold everything they owned, they could not scrape together that many spirit stones. Young master, are you truly certain you want so many seeds? The attendant, having regained his composure, asked Lin Fan once more. You heard correctly. Prepare all the ones I just mentioned, 100 seeds of each variety. 100 seeds should suffice. They could be used for propagation later, and buying more would be wasteful. Young master, this place is crowded and prying eyes are everywhere. Please follow me to a private room. The Baibao Pavilion was a bustling place where ill-intentioned individuals might target customers making large transactions, waiting to ambush and rob them outside the city. As a major client, the Baibao Pavilion naturally had to ensure Lin Fan's safety. If malicious individuals witnessed a large transaction of spirit stones, it could spell trouble for Lin Fan. The Baibao Pavilion treated not only Lin Fan, but all its major clients this way. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the pavilion's practices. It must be said that the Baibao Pavilion was very thoughtful. There was a reason its business had grown so large. After entering the private room, the attendant prepared a pot of tea for Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan. Young master, please rest here for a moment. Such a large transaction requires me to report to the manager. Very well, go ahead. After the attendant left, Su Qingyuan finally spoke. Young master, you're buying far too many seeds. Won't it require a great many spirit stones? Especially those Xian-grade spiritual herb seeds. They must be traded with Xian-grade spirit stones. Indeed, yellow-grade spirit stones could not purchase Xian-grade spiritual herbs. Xian-grade spirit stones were necessary. There was a reason for this. Once one reached the Zifu realm, yellow-grade spirit stones were no longer effective for cultivation. For Zifu realm cultivation, Xian-grade spirit stones were required. This made it easy to exchange higher-grade spirit stones for lower-grade ones, but no one would do so. Consequently, it was nearly impossible to exchange lower-grade spirit stones for higher-grade ones. Qingyuan, don't worry. I have everything under control. I welcome any spiritual herb seeds I don't already have. As for the reason, you'll find out in due time. Actually, many high-grade pills also require the assistance of various low-grade spiritual herbs. Hence, the more varieties of herbs the better. He had a small world, so he didn't need to worry about where to plant them. Lin Fan hoped that one day, every variety of spiritual herb in the Shenhuang realm could be found in his small world. Since Lin Fan had said so, Su Qingyuan could not press further. She was somewhat curious about where Lin Fan would plant so many spiritual herb seeds. Such a vast quantity of seeds would require many spiritual fields to plant. Moreover, spiritual herbs grew slowly and would take a long time to yield returns. The clan had just been established. Planting spiritual rice in the initial stage would be the most suitable. If income were lacking, it would hinder the clan's development. However, thinking of Lin Fan being an alchemist, Su Qingyuan felt relieved. Casually refining a few pills would earn far more than planting spiritual rice. Soon the attendant returned with a middle-aged man. Young master, I am Manager Zhou the steward here. May I confirm that you truly require that many spiritual herb seeds? To guard against any misunderstandings, the manager needed to verify in person. Of course. Is there any issue? Naturally, there is no problem. Young master, please wait a moment. I will have the preparations made immediately. The Baibao Pavilion was very efficient. Within less than a quarter of an hour, all the seeds were packed for Lin Fan. Young master, all the seeds you requested are here. The Xian-grade seeds are worth 130 Xian-grade spirit stones, and the yellow-grade seeds are worth 500 yellow-grade spirit stones. The most expensive among them were the supreme-grade Xian-grade spiritual herb seeds, each costing 2 Xian-grade spirit stones. Just these 500 seeds alone required over 1,000 Xian-grade spirit stones. Hearing such a huge number of spirit stones, Su Qingyuan's heart trembled. Even if she and her sister scrimped and saved, it would likely take them centuries to accumulate that many spirit stones. Yet this amount of spirit stones was nothing to Lin Fan. Manager Zhou, here are the spirit stones. Please count them. Manager Zhou used his spiritual sense to inspect the storage pouch, and the spirit stones within came into view. The count is correct. Does the young master require anything else? I have nothing else to buy today. I shall return when I need something. Then take care, young master. After Lin Fan left the 100 Treasures Pavilion, he sensed someone watching him. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Interesting. I didn't expect to be followed, even after retreating to a private room. But then again, those who can afford a private room must have some value. However, I hope you don't come after me, or you might find that coming here was your last mistake. Lin Fan could sense that the person shadowing him was only at the initial stage of the Kaiyuan realm, and there must be accomplices behind. Even if they were Qi-Si realm warriors, Lin Fan remained unperturbed. He was now wielding a top-grade profound level weapon, and had also cultivated a top-grade profound level martial technique and movement skill. Moreover, his cultivation method surpassed even the emperor level. Thus, even without combat experience, Lin Fan could achieve invincibility within the same realm. He did not suspect the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The few spirit stones he had taken out were hardly worth the attention of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. If the pavilion had such a narrow vision, it could never have grown so large. Young master, what should we do next? Su Qingyuan did not sense the observer. The person was well hidden. Had Lin Fan not been in the Qi-Si realm, he too might have missed their presence. This showed that the stalker was experienced, and many had likely fallen victim to them. Let's browse the street stalls and see if we can find any treasures. Though targeted, Lin Fan was in no rush. Regardless of their intentions, they would not dare to act against him in Tianfeng City. Thus, the two spent most of the day wandering. They did make some gains. Lin Fan bought over a dozen seedlings of profound grade low-grade spirit herbs. The seedlings were cheap, costing only 1 profound grade spirit stone for the lot. What delighted Lin Fan most was that the seller threw in over 1,000 seeds of the profound grade top-grade spirit flower, jade crystal flower. The seller had no idea what the seeds were, having found them in a warrior's cave dwelling. Lin Fan only recognized them through the system's detection. This was hardly surprising. The Shenhuang realm had countless spirit herbs, and even high-level alchemists could not identify them all. Even more so for seeds, which were even harder to recognize. The jade crystal flower was a main ingredient for many profound grade pills, and it also benefited the growth of the purple crystal bees in Lin Fan's small world. The honey they produced would be more potent as a result. Lin Fan knew he had struck gold. These seeds were worth 2,000 profound grade spirit stones. Qingyuan today was quite fruitful, but it's getting late. Let's head back. As you wish, young master. When they returned home, Lin Fan sensed that the stalker had left. Since they see me as a fat sheep, let's see who the real fat sheep is. As they entered the courtyard, they saw Su Qingwan sitting there having already prepared a meal. Benefactor Xiao Yuan, you're back. The food is freshly made. Perfect timing. Sister, why are you out of bed and cooking? Are your injuries all right? Su Qingyuan looked at her sister with concern. It's fine. Thanks to the benefactor's healing pills, our wounds have mostly healed. Only our strength hasn't fully recovered. Don't worry about me. That's a relief. Hearing that her sister was fine, Su Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Benefactor, please sit and try my cooking. All right, let me taste your skill. Lin Fan picked up a piece of beast meat and took a bite. It's delicious. Now that their affinity with him had reached over 80, it was time to make them truly his own. With that decision made, Lin Fan wasted no time. Qingyuan and Qingwan, don't resist. I'll take you somewhere. All right. Though they didn't understand what Lin Fan meant, they only needed to obey. In the next instant, Lin Fan willed it, and the three vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in an unfamiliar environment, leaving the sisters astonished. But seeing Lin Fan there, they breathed easier. At the same time, unbeknownst to them, the world tree of the clan imprinted a mark upon them. Before they could ask questions, they saw over a dozen stunningly beautiful women walking toward them. Husband, you're back. These must be Su Qingyuan and Su Qingwan, right? Luo Yiran was the first to greet Lin Fan. Yes. Lin Fan nodded, then turned to the sisters. Qingwan, Qingyuan, these are my wives and concubines. Get to know them. Hearing that these were all Lin Fan's women, the sisters quickly bowed. Greetings, ladies. But their hearts were far from calm. Did the young master bring us to Qingyun County in Zhao State with a single thought? If so, how powerful is he truly, or what extraordinary artifact did he use? Su Qingyuan thought in shock. No need for formalities, sisters. We'll address each other by age, as our husband said. Luo Yiran and the others knew that the sisters with their top-grade profound level aptitude were not meant to be maids. Yiran, please explain everything to them. I have matters to attend to. Of course, husband. Go ahead, leave this to us. Lin Fan nodded, then looked at Su Qingwan and Su Qingyuan. Don't be nervous. Yiran will explain everything. I'll go plant the spirit herb seeds first. Please go ahead, young master. We're fine. Lin Fan nodded and vanished, reappearing at the herb garden. The previous herbs had already produced many seeds. The herb fields now spanned 1,500 mu. Lin Fan had not harvested the mature herbs. The longer they grew, the better their potency, and they would not wither. Under certain conditions, they could even evolve. With such benefits, Lin Fan was in no hurry to harvest, especially since he had plenty of spirit fields. He then reorganized the herbs, dividing them by grade. After that, he planted all the newly purchased seeds. Nearly 1,800 mu, with over 10,000 varieties. Gazing at his handiwork, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. He would likely never lack for materials to refine yellow-grade pills. He already had all the commonly used herbs. In the main world, the one who had been watching Lin Fan had now returned to a secluded courtyard. At this moment, seated in the main seat of the hall was a middle-aged man with a face full of ferocity. This man exuded the aura of the perfected Kaiyuan realm, his terrifying expression making him appear dreadful. To his left sat a middle-aged man with a cunning face who possessed the strength of the late Kaiyuan realm. Apart from them, there were over a dozen people standing in the hall, all martial artists at the perfected Kidi realm. When that man pushed open the door and entered the hall, the man in the main seat showed a delighted expression. Third brother, you're back. Please sit down. After the man sat down, the one in the main seat continued to ask, Third brother, did you gain anything? The middle-aged man sitting to the lower left also looked at him with anticipation. Big brother, second brother, I've discovered a big fish. Hearing about a big fish, the man in the main seat was overjoyed. Third brother, tell me the details. At this moment, everyone present looked at the man who had just entered. This man was the third boss here, known as Poison Scorpion. Including the big boss Poison Dragon and the second boss Poison Snake, they were collectively called the Three Poisons, all sworn brothers. Together they had established the Three Poisons Gang, and this was their base. Rogue martial artists deeply detested the Three Poisons Gang, because the gang specialized in robbery and plunder, causing many rogue cultivators great suffering. Many rogue martial artists had died at the hands of the Three Poisons Gang. This time Poison Scorpion had set his sights on Lin Fan. After confirming Lin Fan's residence, he immediately rushed back. Big brother, second brother, I saw a young man coming out of a private room at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Although I don't know what their transaction was, or how many primal stones were involved, I saw that the steward was extremely pleased, which means this deal must have been substantial. I suggest we make him our next target. After speaking, Poison Scorpion looked at the man in the main seat, their big brother Poison Dragon. The final decision rested with his elder brother Poison Dragon. Third brother, your analysis is sound. This guy is likely a big fish. For a transaction that required the steward of the 100 Treasures Pavilion to personally handle, the conservative estimate is at least 500 yellow-grade primal stones. With that many primal stones, our strength could be greatly enhanced in a short time. But did you investigate his identity and power level? Although they engaged in robbery and plunder, they only targeted those without significant backgrounds. This was the reason they had survived all these years without being eliminated. As for the major powers, as long as they weren't provoked, they couldn't be bothered with such matters. Big brother, after he left the 100 Treasures Pavilion, I followed him all the way, even finding his residence. It's a very ordinary courtyard not belonging to any major force. The only troublesome part is that his strength seems to be the perfected Kaiyuan realm, and the woman accompanying him is also at the perfected Kaiyuan realm. 2 perfected Kaiyuan realm cultivators. Poison Dragon frowned deeply. They appeared to have numerical superiority, but he was the only one at the perfected Kaiyuan realm. If it came to a fight, they would actually be at a disadvantage. At this moment, the second brother Poison Snake spoke up. Big brother, I think this plan is feasible. Second brother, do you have any ideas? Poison Snake nodded. Big brother, they only have 2 perfected Kaiyuan realm cultivators. When the battle begins, you can engage one, while third brother and I hold off the other. As long as you quickly kill your opponent, and then come to help us finish off the remaining one. Moreover, we are in the shadows while they are in the light. With the element of surprise, our advantage is even greater. My only concern is whether they have any other allies. After hearing Poison Snake's analysis, Poison Dragon found it very reasonable. The opportunity for wealth was right before them. There was no reason not to seize it. Third brother, investigate their information as much as possible without being discovered. If they have no additional allies, then we'll go through with this job. Once he leaves the city, we'll strike immediately. Understood, big brother. Leave it to me, I'll get to the bottom of it. In the small world with Luo Iran and the others' introductions, Su Qingyuan and Su Qingwan had already gained a good understanding of the situation there. They could never have dreamed that this place was a small world controlled by Lin Fan. Su Qingyuan finally understood why Lin Fan had bought so many spirit herb seeds. With a small world, it would be a shame not to plant more spirit herbs. These were all cultivation resources. Over the next few days, with the matchmaking efforts of Luo Iran and the others, the two smoothly became Lin Fan's concubines. As for Su Qingwan's injury, only 1 day had passed in the main world before she was completely healed. Now with Lin Fan's help, both sisters had successfully broken through to the Qihai realm. While their strength had increased, Lin Fan had also gained considerable benefits. His own cultivation had reached the late Qihai realm. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 468 years. Identity Lin Family Patriarch. Family Level 1. Family members, wives and concubines 19, maidservants 210. Descendants, sons 7, daughters 8. Family fortune 250000. Cultivation late Qihai realm. Talent middle grade profound rank. Cultivation method heavenly unity Dao art. Martial skills and movement techniques earth grade low rank. Thunderclap finger. Beginner profound grade supreme rank. Overlapping wave palm. Adept flowing cloud sword art. Adept profound grade supreme rank. Bamboo shadow step. Adept. Weapon profound grade supreme rank flame sword. Family wealth earth grade primal stones 700 or profound grade primal stones 10697 yellow grade primal stones approximately 1600 yellow grade spiritual rice 1.85 million tons. Small world area 1000 square kilometers. Time flow is 5 times that of the main world. Now I have 1.85 million tons of crescent rice, and the next harvest is about to begin. Adding them together, it will be 2.75 million tons. After removing the husks, it will be 1.925 million tons. Looking at these spiritual grains, Lin Fan had already made a decision. He would sell them himself. Of course, he would not appear openly. Before he had a firm foothold in the 100 Kingdoms region, this business could not be linked to his Lin family. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue could manage this business, as no one outside knew about their relationship with him. However, the Fire Cloud sect and the 3 great families of Chongning City had not yet been dealt with, so the two were not suitable to come forward at present. The only ones who could appear in the open now were Su Qingwan and Su Qingyuan. Premium spiritual rice was in short supply and would be snapped up once it hit the market. At 1 primal stone per caddy, that would be 3.85 billion yellow-grade primal stones, a huge fortune. Wait a little longer until my strength advances further. It's safer to break through to the Zifu realm first, then I can establish a presence in multiple cities. It's a pity that yellow-grade primal stones can't be exchanged for profound-grade ones. But I can change the sales strategy for transactions using profound-grade primal stones. 1 profound-grade primal stone can buy 200 caddies of crescent rice. Although the profit margin would seem to have Lin Fan had no cost to begin with, so giving up half the profit was acceptable. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about this. I'll deal with it after I break through to the Zifu realm. After inspecting the growth of the medicinal herbs, Lin Fan found Su Qingyuan, who was studying alchemy. Qingyuan, how is your research coming along? Seeing Lin Fan's arrival, Su Qingyuan's face lit up with joy. Husband, I've made some progress. It should be no problem to refine the body tempering pill. The body tempering pill, a yellow-grade low-grade pill, was the basic pill for beginners. It was suitable for the body tempering realm, capable of enhancing cultivation speed, and cost 2 taels of gold per bottle. Qingyuan, it seems you truly have a talent for alchemy. Hearing Lin Fan's praise, Su Qingyuan was naturally delighted. Would you like to try refining a furnace? I'll watch over you. The most important aspect of alchemy is practice. Yes, I've been wanting to give it a try. Then, under Lin Fan's guidance, Su Qingyuan began her first attempt at alchemy. Suddenly, with a bang, black smoke billowed from the alchemy furnace. Su Qingyuan's first attempt at alchemy ended in failure. Seeing this, she looked at Lin Fan with an awkward expression. Husband, this. Qingyuan, don't be anxious. It's perfectly normal to fail on the first try. You need to control the heat slowly. If the fire is too strong, the medicinal herbs will burn. Come try another furnace. Only by learning from failures can you improve. Alright, let me try again. Bang! Bang! After failing 10 more times in this manner, Su Qingyuan started another furnace. By now, beads of sweat were forming on her forehead. The 11 failed attempts had drained a significant amount of her internal energy. Qingyuan, steady your mind, control the fire, you're almost there. Su Qingyuan, who had been growing anxious, steadied her heart upon hearing Lin Fan's words. At this moment, the medicinal herbs inside the furnace had all dissolved into liquid. The next crucial step was condensation. After another quarter of an hour, a fragrance of medicine began to emanate from the furnace. Rise! With a sharp cry, the lid of the furnace was lifted. Collect! As the words fell, 3 pills flew out from the furnace. Husband, I finally succeeded. Su Qingyuan hugged Lin Fan in excitement. Although it was only 3 pills for Su Qingyuan, it was a monumental leap forward. The successful refinement of the pill meant she had become a yellow-grade low-grade alchemist. Qingyuan, congratulations on becoming a qualified alchemist. It's all thanks to you, husband. I must reward you properly. Oh, such a wonderful thing. How will you reward me? Lin Fan said with a chuckle. Husband, let's talk in our room. With that, Su Qingyuan pulled Lin Fan toward his residence. So, husband, are you satisfied with this reward? You little minx, are you rewarding me or yourself? Husband, you're terrible. Calling me terrible? Then I'll have to reward you again. Giggle. After the playful banter, Lin Fan brought up the serious matter. Qingyuan, I plan to go to the Million Mountains tomorrow. Alright, I'll come with you, husband. But since we'll be going into the territory of third-rank demon beasts, we must be cautious. Now that Su Qingyuan had broken through to the Qi realm and knew Lin Fan's true strength, she naturally wanted to venture into the domain of third-rank demon beasts. Good, once I arrive at the location tomorrow, I'll call you out. Lin Fan had not forgotten the incident of being watched before. Since Su Qingyuan had just broken through to the Qi realm and had not yet begun cultivating a concealment technique, if he had brought her out early and let them learn of her strength, they would surely not dare to make a move. Lin Fan had no thoughts of ridding the world of evil, but since they had set their sights on him, they must be prepared to die. By the way, Qingyuan, do you know which demon beasts in the Million Mountains have good taste? I plan to catch some and raise them in the small world. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to raise demon beasts in the small world, Su Qingyuan immediately became interested. Husband, the Million Mountains have many demon beasts with excellent flavor. For instance, the golden horn ram, a second-rank demon beast, not very strong among its kind, but its meat is quite delicious. On the market, 1 yellow-grade spirit stone can buy 5 gene of golden horn ram meat, and a single beast can weigh up to 500 gene. There's also the azure striped yak, another second-rank demon beast with equally good taste. An adult can reach 2,000 gene, and the price is also 1 spirit stone for 5 gene. However, azure striped yaks are usually gregarious with at least 30 individuals, so open aperture realm cultivators dare not provoke them. The ones on the market are all hunted by Qi realm cultivators. For open aperture realm cultivators to take on azure striped yaks, they would need at least several dozen people working together. Of course, there are other demon beasts too. We can capture them on the spot when we encounter them. Early the next morning, Lin Fan walked out of Tianfeng City. Sensing the eyes following him, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish soon. Then leisurely he made his way toward the Million Mountains. At the Three Poisons Gang's stronghold, a subordinate rushed in hurriedly. Boss, the third boss, just sent word that the big fish has left the city heading toward the Million Mountains, and he's alone. The gang leader was overjoyed. Haha, heaven helps me. Brothers, let's move out quickly. We need to reach the Million Mountains before him and set up an ambush. Yes, boss. Then the entire Three Poisons gang mobilized, led by the boss Poison Dragon, as they rushed toward the Million Mountains. What's going on? Who is the Three Poisons gang planning to rob this time to mobilize everyone? Why doesn't someone deal with these scum? They're definitely up to no good. The main thing is that the boss of the Three Poisons gang is clever. They never rob anyone with a background. It's said that the Three Poisons gang has connections with the Evil Wolf mercenary group, and they give a portion of their loot to them. With the backing of the Evil Wolf mercenary group, as long as they don't offend the major powers in the city, naturally, no one will move against the Three Poisons gang. The martial artists of Tianfeng City watched the commotion and began to murmur among themselves. An hour later, Lin Fan finally arrived at the Million Mountains. This time he did not fly, instead he deliberately slowed his pace, which is why it took so long. By now Lin Fan had already sensed an ambush lurking in the forest ahead. The strongest among them was only at the Open Aperture Perfect Realm. Lin Fan showed contempt for this, an Open Aperture Perfect Realm cultivator daring to ambush him, a Chi Si realm martial artist. What was he thinking? Truly the Million Mountains. Endless ranges, towering ancient trees everywhere, and an exceptionally dense concentration of spiritual energy. Such a fine place is well suited for a burial ground. Don't you agree, friend behind me? At that moment, Du Xie, following behind Lin Fan, felt a jolt in his heart. What's going on? Could he have discovered me? No, I've hidden myself so well. How could he possibly find me? He must be bluffing. What a cunning fellow, but I won't fall for it. Du Xie grinned coldly and remained motionless. Seeing that man hiding motionless behind a large tree, Lin Fan found it somewhat speechless. This guy probably thinks I'm bluffing. He's got some brains, but not much. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to waste words. He directly executed a strike of the shocking thunder finger toward that large tree. In an instant, an arc of lightning struck the tree like a beam of light. With a thunderous crash, the tree was reduced to ashes. Immediately afterward, a shriek reached Lin Fan's ears. The lingering force of the shocking thunder finger sent Du Xie flying backward. He collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood profusely. Haha. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. Then in a flash he appeared right beside Du Xie. Gazing at the half-dead Du Xie, Lin Fan felt no trace of pity. If he hadn't held back, this man would have already lost his life. A Kaiyuan realm cultivator is utterly vulnerable before a Chi Si realm cultivator. I told you to come out, but you refused. You thought I was bluffing. What kind of brain do you have? You? How? Is this possible? How can you be so powerful? Are you a Chi Si realm powerhouse? Du Xie's eyes were filled with terror as he stared at Lin Fan. He knew he had kicked an iron plate. Lin Fan's strength exceeded his imagination. A Kaiyuan realm cultivator could never possess such power. Now you're afraid. I knew you had your eyes on me the moment I walked out of the Baibao Pavilion. What did you want to rob me? What kind of brain do you have? Didn't you even bother to find out my strength before attempting a robbery? Normally, I wouldn't even bother with someone like you. But since you've come right before me, I have no reason to let you off. Lin Fan said with a hint of amusement, looking at Du Xie. What? Back then? You already discovered me. You are indeed a Chi Si realm powerhouse. At this, Du Xie gave a bitter smile. Du Xie knew he had no chance of survival. A Kaiyuan realm cultivator trying to rob a Chi Si realm cultivator. What else could that be but courting death? Those hidden in the woods. Are they your companions? Yes, Du Xie admitted directly. He didn't bother to conceal it, as there was no point. Given Lin Fan's Chi Si realm strength, there was no way for them to escape. A Chi Si realm cultivator could fly with speed 100 times greater than theirs. How could they possibly flee? Since that's the case, it's better to confess outright. Maybe then I'll die a quick death. How well prepared. Any other Kaiyuan realm martial artist would have fallen to your trap. Unfortunately, you ran into me. Just give me a quick death. Du Xie didn't want to say anything more. There was no use in saying more. Fine, I'll give you a quick death. I'll send your brothers down to accompany you soon. With that, Lin Fan first seized Du Xie's storage pouch, then delivered a palm strike directly to him. In the blink of an eye, Du Xie turned to ashes under Lin Fan's palm. Never in his wildest dreams had Du Xie imagined that after robbing for half his life, he would end up being robbed by his own prey. This is my first time killing, and I feel no discomfort at all. Seems like this world suits me well. There's still another group over there. I'll deal with them first. Lin Fan would never let anyone who intended him harm go unpunished. Because of the distance of several li and the obstruction of many large trees, Du Jiao and the others had no idea what was happening here. Boss, it's been such a long time. That fat sheep should be arriving soon, right? Du Xie rubbed his hands together, his greed for this fat sheep. Lin Fan, overflowing. Second brother, you're right. Just now, third brother sent me a message. That fat sheep will be here very soon. There are 2 Kaiyuan realm perfection cultivators back at his home, yet this guy went out alone. Isn't that just handing himself over? At this, Du Jiao burst into loud laughter. What's so funny that you're so delighted? Just then Lin Fan's voice reached their ears. Who? Du Jiao, who had been laughing heartily, was instantly startled awake. To be able to approach them silently meant the person's strength was terrifying, at least above theirs. Oh, weren't you waiting for me? Why ask who I am? As the words fell, Lin Fan appeared right beside Du Jiao. What? It's you. How is this possible? At this moment, Du Jiao's gaze at Lin Fan was filled with terror. He had not detected Lin Fan's arrival at all. Someone like this was beyond his ability to deal with. When the others saw their boss's expression, they too began to feel afraid. If even their leader feared this person, how could they possibly be a match? Any last words? If not, I'll send you on your way. Hearing that Lin Fan intended to kill him, Du Jiao was terrified. No, you can't kill me. I'm backed by the evil wolf mercenary group. If I die, they will surely avenge me. Hey, even you don't believe those words, do you? Lin Fan didn't believe for a moment that the evil wolf mercenary group would avenge these scoundrels. No. If the evil wolf mercenary group learns that you killed us, they will definitely avenge me. I pay tribute to them every year, especially to the leader's son. I give him plenty of benefits. Even though you pay tribute to the group, expecting them to avenge you is nothing but wishful thinking. Now, Lin Fan didn't want to waste any more words. He struck at them with a single palm strike of the overlapping wave's palm. Even if the evil wolf mercenary group truly wanted to avenge these men, Lin Fan was not afraid. Because they would never know who killed them. Besides, he wasn't from Tianfeng City. Once his journey to the Million Mountains was over, he would return to Wanxiang City. No. Seeing Lin Fan's palm strike, Du Jiao's hair stood on end. Second brother, we must join forces to counter this, or we'll only meet death. All right. Dushi didn't hesitate. He gathered all his strength to face the attack. Because Lin Fan's palm strike was aimed at all of them. He couldn't evade, even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to receive the blow with all his might. Unfortunately, their resistance was futile. When the palm force struck them, everyone was sent flying backward. In an instant, all of them fell silent, including the body-tempering realm underlings. And so the three poisons gang detested by independent cultivators was wiped out by Lin Fan's hand. If they knew, they would surely be filled with gratitude toward Lin Fan. Next, Lin Fan collected the storage pouches of Du Jiao, and she then left the place. I wonder how fruitful these storage pouches are. Let me return to the small world and take a look. With a thought, Lin Fan returned to the small world. Lin Fan quickly arrived at Su Qingyuan's residence. Husband, why the delay? With your cultivation level, the journey to the Baiwan Mountains should not have taken so long. Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. I dealt with some rats along the way. It cost me some extra time, Lin Fan said with an easy, carefree smile. Dealt with some rats. Su Qingyuan showed a hint of confusion. But soon realization dawned on her. Husband, did you encounter bandit cultivators? Lin Fan nodded. I did encounter bandit cultivators. In fact, ever since we left Baibao Pavilion that day, we were being shadowed by someone with malicious intent. Today, I deliberately traveled slowly, intending to lure them into making a move. I never expected these fools would actually follow me out. Having heard Lin Fan's account, Su Qingyuan felt almost incredulous. What sort of judgment did these bandit cultivators possess to mistake her husband for a soft target? Her husband had now reached the late stage of the Qi realm. Excluding those at the Purple Mansion realm, she could not imagine anyone in Tianfeng City being a match for him. However, all the Purple Mansion cultivators were engaged in seclusion for deep cultivation. They had no time to engage in petty banditry. Su Qingyuan could only sigh that these fellows had neglected to check the almanac before venturing out. Yet thinking that her husband, despite possessing strength at the late Qi realm, continued to conceal his true cultivation and only displayed the peak of the Kaiyuan realm, she felt sincere pity for those with ill intentions. Su Qingyuan could sense that today's attackers were merely the first wave, certainly not the last. More foolhardy individuals would undoubtedly come seeking trouble. But none of this warranted her concern. She had full confidence in Lin Fan's strength. Those coming after them were not there to cause trouble, but rather to enrich him. No, I must learn the breath concealment mantra as soon as possible. Then I too can pretend weakness while striking from the shadows. After all, none of these people are righteous. I do not seek out trouble, but cross me, and there will be consequences. With this thought, Su Qingyuan smiled faintly and turned to Lin Fan. Husband, do you know who those people were? Su Qingyuan was genuinely curious about the identities of those unfortunate souls. I do not know their backgrounds. I did not ask. However, based on how they addressed each other during conversation, their leader was called Poison Flood Dragon, the second in command was Poison Viper, and the third was Poison Scorpion. They had rendezvoused behind me earlier, and I overheard their exchanges clearly. So it was those three scoundrels. Well done. Oh, Qingyuan, have you heard of these three? Su Qingyuan nodded. These three are the founders of the Three Poisons Gang. They have been engaged in robbery and plunder for years. The free cultivators in Tianfeng City despise them utterly. Hearing how notorious these fellows had become in Tianfeng City, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. Qingyuan, since they are so infamous, why has no one taken action against them? Husband, these ruffians mainly prey upon cultivators weaker than themselves. They dare not offend any of the factions within the city. Moreover, they pay annual tribute of resources to the Bad Wolf mercenary group. With this connection, the factions in the city refrain from acting against them to avoid provoking the Bad Wolf mercenaries. As for those free cultivators with greater strength, they too fear offending the Bad Wolf mercenary group and have not acted against them. Su Qingyuan explained the complex web of interests to Lin Fan. So there is a connection behind this. No wonder these fellows are so arrogant. In that case, the Bad Wolf mercenary group is not exactly a righteous organization, either, is it? Su Qingyuan nodded. The Bad Wolf mercenary group is certainly not a virtuous organization. In the Baiwan Mountains, besides searching for resources, they also engage in robbery and plunder. Of course, if it is merely worthless items, such as certain second-stage spirit beasts, they would not deign to steal them. Furthermore, the Bad Wolf mercenary group typically targets outsiders rather than the established factions within Tianfeng City. It is not only the Bad Wolf mercenary group. Other major factions are no better. If you encounter their people in the Baiwan Mountains, it is wise to remain vigilant. Having listened to Su Qingyuan's account, Lin Fan felt no surprise. This world operated on the principle of the strong preying on the weak. The powerless could only be dominated by the powerful, so he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Only upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm would one possess influence within a nation. He had come to the Baiwan Mountains not merely to gain combat experience, but also to acquire resources. For instance, he intended to raise some spirit beasts. Wanxiang City mostly contained first-stage beasts with limited variety, offering little value to him. Given his current strength, capturing third-stage creatures posed no difficulty. With a steady supply of beast meat, his children would be able to grow rapidly. Qingyuan, these are the storage bags from the three of them. Let us see what we have gained. Very well. Su Qingyuan was quite eager about these storage bags. After all, the Three Poisons gang had plundered so many cultivators over the years. They might contain valuable items. Lin Fan did not hesitate, emptying all 3 storage bags at once. After a rough inventory, Su Qingyuan was somewhat disappointed. There does not seem to be anything particularly valuable. Just over 50,000 spirit stones, some miscellaneous low-grade pills, and a few weapons of mediocre quality. Had she obtained these supplies before meeting Lin Fan, Su Qingyuan would have been thrilled. The spirit stones alone were worth years of gains for the two sisters. But after witnessing the resources Lin Fan possessed, these modest gains failed to spark any interest in her. Come now, you are aware that the Three Poisons gang must surrender a portion of their resources to the Bad Wolf mercenary group, so naturally, they would not keep anything valuable. Having amassed this many spirit stones is already quite respectable. That is true. Let us go, Qingyuan. Come with me outside. All right, husband. We shall set out now. I have never ventured into third-stage beast territory before. Su Qingyuan was quite eager about exploring third-stage beast territory. With Lin Fan beside her, she felt no concern about potential dangers. Should they encounter beasts beyond their capabilities, they could retreat to the small world at any moment. Notably, Lin Fan had not summoned Su Qingyuan. After Su Qingyuan had expressed interest in artifact refinement, Lin Fan had passed on the heritage of a Xian-grade artifact refiner to her. Currently, Su Qingyuan had become a genuine Xian-grade artifact refiner. The only limitation was the scarcity of refining materials, which meant she had so far only managed to craft some Huang-grade weapons. The results had been quite impressive. Several top-tier Huang-grade weapons had already been forged. Now the two sisters each pursued their respective arts, one refining pills and the other crafting artifacts. Once they matured in their skills, they would prove invaluable to the clan. Qingyuan, do you know where the golden-horned ram and the green-striped yak typically appear? Let us go capture some first. Husband, I am familiar with their general territory. Follow me. With that, Su Qingyuan began leading the way ahead. Husband, look, those are Jin Jiaoyuan. At that moment, within Lin Fan's line of sight, 6 beast-like creatures resembling sheep appeared grazing there. These beasts were much larger than ordinary sheep, each weighing over 400 jin, with the largest even nearing 600 jin. They bore a pair of golden horns, which was the origin of their name. Lin Fan did not tarry with his formidable strength. These 6 Jin Jiaoyuan were effortlessly subdued and then taken into his small world. Lin Fan had already harvested the yuya rice yesterday. Now this batch of yuya rice was only planted on 300 square kilometers. Apart from the land on Huxin Island, Lin Fan had set aside 300 square kilometers of land for backup, so there was no need to worry about having no place to raise them. The beasts that Lin Fan had raised before were now moved out of Huxin Island. From now on, apart from the manor where they lived, the rest of Huxin Island would be dedicated to growing spiritual herbs. Of course, the Zijing bees were not moved to Lin Fan, kept them on Huxin Island. Next, under Su Qingyuan's guidance, Lin Fan harvested a total of 100 Jinjiao, Yuan 500 Qingwen Mao, and 300 Lingfeng deer. Lingfeng deer were also second-order beasts with a better taste than the former and could grow to around 200 jin. In terms of price, they were slightly more expensive. 1 spirit stone could only buy 3 jin. The most precious part was its antlers. A pair of antlers was worth 50 yellow grade spirit stones. Lingfeng deer were extremely fast and difficult to catch. Ordinary Kaiyuan realm cultivators could not catch up to them at all. However, in front of Lin Fan, once discovered, they were definitely unable to escape. Fortunately, these were all herbivorous beasts with low intelligence, so they could be raised together. Lin Fan designated a 50 square kilometer area in the small world for them. He then left plenty of yuya rice straw for them to eat. As a yellow grade supreme spiritual rice, yuya rice's straw was also nutritious and was the favorite of these beasts. After entering the small world, aside from the initial panic, it didn't take long before they started eating the yuya rice straw. Looking at their harvest, Su Qingyuan was pleasantly surprised. Husband, we've caught so many beasts. From now on we won't lack beast meat. Well, today's harvest is indeed quite good. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with today's harvest. If sold, it could fetch over 100,000 yellow grade spirit stones. It must be said that earning spirit stones was much easier for Qi realm cultivators than for Kaiyuan realm cultivators. If a Kaiyuan realm cultivator acted alone, even killing one would not be easy, because these beasts were always gathered in groups of at least 2 or 3. Although these beasts had low intelligence, they could still gain the upper hand through numerical advantage. Of course, Lin Fan could catch so many because he had a small world. For other Qi realm cultivators, even having a 100 cubic meter storage bag was already a luxury. Storage bags of 1 cubic meter, 5 cubic meters, and 10 cubic meters were relatively common and not expensive. A 10 cubic meter storage bag could be bought for just 1,000 spirit stones. However, a storage bag reaching 100 cubic meters was expensive, costing 5,000 yellow grade spirit stones each. If it reached 1,000 cubic meters, it would require 1,000 mysterious grade spirit stones. The reason storage bags became astronomically more expensive with size was that storage bags could not be stacked and placed inside another storage bag. However, hanging too many storage bags on one's body was too conspicuous and would invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, when reaching the Qi realm, cultivators would grit their teeth and buy a 100 cubic meter one. As for storage rings, bracelets, and the like with better spatial capacity, Qi realm cultivators were not worthy of possessing them. Qingyuan, it's getting late. Let's return to the small world first and come out when it's dawn. The Baiwan Mountains must be very dangerous at night, with many beasts coming out to forage. We'd better be careful. Yes, after hearing that there were large lakes in the Baiwan Mountains, Lin Fan instructed Su Qingyuan to start refining a fishing net. Since there were lakes, there would definitely be spirit fish. In the lakes of his small world, there were only first-order spirit fish. Although they tasted good, they were only effective for forge body realm cultivators. He needed to catch some higher-order spirit fish to raise. Whether for their own consumption or for training subordinates, it would be excellent. Since he was going to catch spirit fish, he would definitely need a fishing net, but an ordinary net would not do. So Lin Fan went to Baibao Pavilion and spent 5,000 yellow grade spirit stones to buy a large quantity of refining materials. Then he entrusted the task of refining the fishing net to Su Qingyuan. This task was naturally not difficult for Su Qingyuan, who had now become a mysterious grade artifact refiner. Soon the two returned to the small world. Then they went together to the refining room. Seeing the two appear, Su Qingyuan ended her research work. Husband Xiaoyuan, you're here. Sister, my husband and I spent the whole day catching beasts in the Baiwan Mountains, and the harvest was quite good. Hearing that the harvest was good, Su Qingyuan was naturally very happy. Next, as Su Qingyuan recounted today's harvest, Su Qingyuan became even happier. In all these years, the total harvest of the two sisters combined was less than half of today's. By the way, husband, the task you gave me, I have also completed. As she said this, Su Qingyuan took out the fishing net. Lin Fan took the net and examined it carefully. It was a casting net that, when fully spread, could cover a circumference of 100 meters, and its grade reached the yellow grade supreme. As long as the fish caught were not above the third order, it would be difficult for them to escape. Of course, one also needed the strength to control third-order spirit fish. After all, third-order spirit fish were not inferior to Qi realm cultivators in strength, and they had an advantage in water. Ordinary Qi realm cultivators in water were no match for them. Qingyuan, you have refined it really well. This fishing net should bring us a great harvest. As long as you are satisfied, husband. Su Qingyuan was very happy to be able to help Lin Fan. Qingyuan, don't always stay in the refining room. Usually you should communicate more with the other sisters. This can also enhance everyone's feelings. Husband, rest assured I know what to do. I won't become estranged from the other sisters. Although she spent a lot of time in the refining room, she still made time to go out and chat with everyone. By the way, today is the 15th day for the family banquet. Let's go together. All right, husband. Lin Fan had previously set a rule that on the 1st and 15th of every month a family banquet would be held. This was calculated according to the small world's time so that it could enhance everyone's feelings. Of course, those in secluded cultivation were excluded. Soon the three arrived at the palace where Lin Fan lived. Luo Iran immediately came forward upon seeing the three of them. Husband Qingyuan Qingyuan, you have arrived. I was just about to send Li Han to summon you. It seems we have arrived just in time. Lin Fan said with a smile. Yes, husband, please come and sit. Apart from their large table, Lin Fan's 15 children were also seated at a nearby table under the care of the maids. Although these little ones, in terms of the time within the small world, were only a few months old, they could not yet speak, let alone eat such dishes, but Lin Fan valued the atmosphere. Husband, having spent the day in the Million Great Mountains, what gains have you made? Mushiyu asked curiously. Today's gains were quite good. Then Lin Fan elaborated on his gains for the day. Hearing that he had obtained so much, everyone was overjoyed. At the same time, they could not help but sigh. No wonder so many warriors come here to train. I never imagined that the resources of the Million Great Mountains would be so abundant. Most importantly, this is only the tip of the iceberg. Yes, this place is truly a paradise for warriors, but also a graveyard for most, mainly because the Million Great Mountains are far too dangerous. Although the demon beasts have territorial divisions, no one can say for sure when a high-level beast might come out to hunt. If an unfortunate warrior encounters such a situation, they would likely become the beast's prey. With that, they did not forget to remind Lin Fan and Su Qingyun, husband Qingyun, you must be cautious in the Million Great Mountains, for this is the domain of demon beasts. Rest assured, I have a clear understanding. Lin Fan had no intention of trifling with his life. He would not underestimate the dangers of the Million Great Mountains just because of today's smooth progress. What the women had thought of he had already considered. As soon as he sensed any danger, he would immediately take Su Qingyuan back to the small world. He had the system in the small world. As long as he developed discreetly, he would surely become a powerhouse in the future. He would not risk his life through carelessness. After the meal, they chatted for a while, and then Lin Fan began his task. There was no help for it. Luo Iran and the others were eager to have a second child, and he had to work hard. He wondered if the increase in their cultivation levels had made pregnancy more difficult. So much time had passed, yet none of them had conceived. However, Lin Fan was not anxious. He had plenty of time. The next day, Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan appeared once more in the Million Great Mountains. Then the two flew deeper into the Million Great Mountains. Today, their target was the territory of third-tier demon beasts. After traveling 100,000 li inward, a vast lake appeared before them. According to rumors circulating in Tianfeng City, the lake before them was over 100,000 li wide, with countless islands of various sizes dotting its surface. A lake with a width of 100,000 li. Lin Fan did not know what to say. The land of 100 nations where he was located was said to have only one vast shattered star sea, but countless other lakes and rivers. Lin Fan could hardly imagine how vast the oceans of this world truly were. He recalled that the widest part of the Pacific Ocean in his previous life was less than 40,000 li. In other words, the lake before him alone was more than 10 times, even dozens of times the size of the Pacific Ocean. Husband, look, there is a demon beast drinking water. It looks like a marten-type beast with purple fur all over. It's so cute. As for exactly what kind of beast it was, Su Qingyuan did not know. The variety of demon beasts was too vast, and she only recognized the common ones. However, such an adorable beast made Su Qingyuan want to capture it and keep it as a pet. Such fluffy, cute creatures were irresistible to women. Lin Fan did not recognize the beast either. But that was no problem, he had the system. So he summoned the system in his mind. System, scan this demon beast's information. Soon the beast's information appeared in his mind. Race, purple lightning marten. Growth potential 6th tier. Growth stage infant. Strength 2nd tier. Racial talents treasure-seeking lightning. After reading this information, Lin Fan was astonished. This was the offspring of a 6th tier demon beast. A 6th tier beast was equivalent to the divine ability realm, a dominant force in the Million Great Mountains. How could its offspring be here? Then Lin Fan cautiously surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. He was truly afraid that a 6th tier beast might suddenly appear, leaving him no time to flee to the small world. Seeing Lin Fan suddenly so wary, Su Qingyuan was puzzled. Husband, what is wrong? Is this beast special? Qingyuan, this beast is more than special. It is the offspring of a 6th tier purple lightning marten. I was just worried that its parents might be here, so I looked around. Lin Fan did not conceal the beast's identity. What? The offspring of a 6th tier beast. Why is it here? Should we return to the small world first? Su Qingyuan was shocked by the beast's identity, and her face showed worry. Qingyuan, don't worry. Its parents should not be here. I just sensed around and heard many sounds of demon beasts hunting. If a 6th tier beast were present, its aura would have cowed these weaker beasts, preventing them from moving or hunting. The territory of 3rd tier beasts naturally contained not only 3rd tier ones. 1st and 2nd tier beasts also existed here, even more than in the outer regions. Otherwise, what would the 3rd tier beasts feed on? Hearing that the 6th tier beast was not present, Su Qingyuan relaxed. Husband, what should we do now? Should we leave this area? It's fine. I intend to capture this purple lightning marten and raise it. It possesses a talent for treasure seeking, and I cannot miss this opportunity. Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to capture the marten, Su Qingyuan's expression changed. Husband, won't that be too dangerous? This is the offspring of a 6th-tier beast. Su Qingyuan was still worried that the marten's parents might be nearby. Qingyuan, rest assured there will be no danger. I will first send you into the small world, then capture it as quickly as possible. Husband, you must be careful. Knowing she could not dissuade Lin Fan, Su Qingyuan had no choice but to agree. Staying outside would only hinder him. After sending Su Qingyuan into the small world, Lin Fan once again cautiously looked around. Confirming there was no mishap, he flashed to the side of the purple lightning marten. Before the marten could react, Lin Fan subdued it. After all, the marten was only at the 2nd tier, utterly powerless against Lin Fan. The moment he controlled the marten, Lin Fan brought it back to the small world. Su Qingyuan, who had been full of worry, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him return safely. How did it go, my husband? No unexpected complications, I hope. I'm not certain yet. Let me sense the surroundings first. Fan Lin wasted no time and immediately reached out through his small world to perceive the outside environment. After a while, finding no disturbance from the outside world, Fan Lin finally felt relieved. Though what he had done today was indeed somewhat risky. If the purple lightning weasel's parents were truly nearby, his actions would have been extremely perilous. Fan Lin had no idea just how powerful a 6th-rank demon beast could be, for he had never encountered one before. If a 6th-rank demon beast appeared before him, he might not have had enough time to retreat into his small world. The reason Fan Lin took such a risk was because he was captivated by the purple lightning weasel's extraordinary treasure hunting talent. Otherwise, a 6th-rank demon beast's cub alone would hardly warrant such recklessness. Qingyuan, it seems our worries were unfounded. This little one's parents are not nearby. Hearing that all was well, Su Qingyuan also felt relieved. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, the purple lightning weasel in Fan Lin's hand began to protest impatiently. It simply lacked the ability to speak. Otherwise, it would have made clear just how filthy its curses were. It had only stepped out to drink some water, yet ended up captured. Life was truly unfair. Haha, husband, this little guy is so cute. Su Qingyuan was amused by the purple lightning weasel's indignant expression. You're the cute one, and your whole family is cute too. The purple lightning weasel bared its tiny fangs and glared fiercely at Su Qingyuan. Fan Lin was also amused by the creature's expression. Little one, you can actually get angry. But don't worry, following me will surely be your greatest opportunity. You'll understand in time. With that, Fan Lin looked towards Su Qingyuan. Qingyuan, keep an eye on it inside. I'll go out first. All right, husband. Please be careful. Since they had already arrived at the lake, it no longer mattered whether Su Qingyuan went out or not. Fan Lin had only planned to catch some fish here today anyway. Upon emerging into the outside world, Fan Lin double-checked that no dangers lingered before turning his gaze toward the lake surface. Fan Lin couldn't help but sigh to himself. I never thought that after beginning cultivation I would still have the chance to experience the feeling of fishing. Once he detected movement in a particular area, Fan Lin swiftly flew toward it, and seizing the right moment, cast his net with great speed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, that massive fishing net was flung onto the lake surface. It worked. Looks like there are quite a few fish. Feeling the movement within the net, Fan Lin's face broke into a smile. This catch was truly generous. Sensing the fish struggling ever more fiercely, Fan Lin did not waste a moment. He quickly reeled in the net, and promptly returned to his small world. Seeing several hundred lively fish wriggling in the net, Fan Lin had no choice but to summon Li Han and the others to help. After untangling the fish from the net, he tossed them directly into the lake within his small world. Fortunately, Fan Lin employed the power of the small world's master to suppress these fish, preventing them from moving wildly. After all, these fish were equivalent to 2nd-rank demon beasts. Even out of water, their combat strength could not be underestimated. Without suppression, even though Li Han and the others possessed Kaiyuan realm cultivation, untangling all these fish would have required tremendous effort and consumed far more time. The commotion quickly drew the attention of Luo Iran and the others. Husband, so many fish. The large ones must weigh over 100 gene each. What kind of fish are these? Though Fan Lin himself was unsure, it didn't matter. He had the system. Race flametail base. Rank 2nd rank. Effect delicious in taste. Regular consumption can eliminate toxins from the body, effective only for those below the Qihai realm. Armed with this information, Fan Lin immediately felt confident. Iran, these are flametail base. He then explained the beneficial effects of the flametail base to them. While I didn't expect these fish to be so beneficial, they can actually purge toxins from the body. Martial artists do accumulate toxins within their bodies, especially those who consume pills continuously for cultivation. When toxins accumulate to a certain extent, they begin to hinder cultivation progress. This is why pills cannot be consumed indiscriminately. Generally, after taking a pill, one needs to spend several days expelling the toxins from the body. Of course, perfect grade pills are an exception. Once a pill reaches perfection, no toxins remain. All the pills Fan Lin refined were of perfect quality. After finishing with the fish, Fan Lin once again ventured outside. A single day passed quickly, and through his repeated efforts today's harvest proved equally impressive. The species he captured included moonsoul carp, a second-rank spirit fish. Regular consumption can accelerate cultivation progress at the Kaiyuan realm. Red-eye ray, a second-rank spirit fish. It can assist in breaking through to the Kaiyuan realm from body tempering perfection. Cloud pattern cod, a second-rank spirit fish. It can heal injuries. Frost scale sturgeon, a third-rank spirit fish. It can accelerate cultivation progress at the Qihai realm. Yes, Fan Lin had managed to catch third-rank spirit fish. The quantity was modest, only 15. Fortunately, both males and females were included, so they could breed within his small world later. Capturing these fish had required tremendous effort from Fan Lin. After all, a single netful containing over 10 third-rank spirit fish unleashed a combined force that was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Fan Lin ultimately triumphed over them and brought them back to his small world. The second-rank fish were far more numerous, with some catches exceeding 1,000 and others numbering in the hundreds. In addition to these, he had also captured a large quantity of first-rank fish. For these first-rank spirit fish, Fan Lin separated some as breeding stock, while the rest were mixed together with the second-rank spirit fish. Or rather, these first-rank spirit fish served as prepared feed for the second-rank spirit fish. Even the ones Fan Lin had previously purchased in Wanxiang City were processed in the same manner. As long as breeding stock remained, these fish would never face extinction. That evening, Fan Lin gathered everyone for a grand fish feast. One had to admit, setting aside their medicinal effects, second-rank spirit fish tasted absolutely delightful. Everyone ate with great satisfaction. Die! Roar! A beast's roar filled with unwillingness echoed through the air as a third-rank wind-chasing wolf collapsed to the ground lifeless. Gazing at the dead wind-chasing wolf, Fan Lin murmured to himself, "This is the 100th third-rank demon beast I have slain." Ever since catching the spirit fish that day, Fan Lin had spent another 2 days fishing and hunting demon beasts. This had also enriched the biodiversity of his small world considerably. Thereafter, Fan Lin began seeking out third-rank demon beasts to temper his combat skills. Half a month passed in this manner, during which Fan Lin killed exactly 100 third-rank demon beasts. This greatly enhanced Fan Lin's combat experience. Of course, beyond combat, Fan Lin also harvested quite a number of spirit herbs. He transplanted them all into his small world. Whether they enhanced strength or carried potent toxins, Fan Lin accepted them all without discrimination. Even toxic spirit herbs could be refined into numerous valuable medicines. The purpose of coming out has been achieved, and it is time to head back. Lin Fan was very satisfied with the results of this trip. Seeing that night was approaching, Lin Fan decided to wait until dawn the next day to continue the journey. By now he had ventured 30,000 li deep into the Million Mountain Range, where traveling at night was hardly safe. If a fourth-rank demonic beast were to suddenly appear, that would be troublesome. Then Lin Fan stored the wind-chasing wolf into his storage space and vanished from the spot. A third-rank demonic beast was worth quite a few origin stones, so naturally Lin Fan would not waste such an opportunity. Of course, Lin Fan had no intention of selling it. Though he was well-fed himself, he maintained a large group of subordinates, and this was the perfect way to strengthen their abilities. Over this period, with Lin Fan unconditionally supplying demonic beast meat, the 10 girls among Li Han, with excellent yellow-gray qualifications, had already advanced to the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. The rest had also reached the mid-stage of Kaiyuan. Even the 150 maids who joined later had all broken through to the Kaiyuan realm. There was no way to avoid it. Who made Lin Fan provide such abundant resources? They ate third-rank demonic beast meat without restraint, yet in the 100 Kingdoms region, no minor household in any faction enjoyed such treatment. With so many resources supplied, if they still had not broken through, they would truly have to throw themselves against a block of tofu to their deaths. They had all broken through, and Luo Iran and the others were no exception. They had all reached the perfect stage of Kaiyuan realm. As long as Lin Fan wished, he could enable them to break through to the Qi Si realm at any time. However, Lin Fan planned to let them consolidate their cultivation for a while without rushing the breakthrough. Not only that, they had finally gotten pregnant again during this period, including the newly added Su Qingyuan and Su Qingwan. The moment Lin Fan returned to the small world, the purple lightning mink leaped into his arms. Half a month had passed in the main world, while over 2.5 months had elapsed in the small world. After such extended time together, the purple lightning mink had grown deeply affectionate toward Lin Fan. That was only natural. Lin Fan had all the food and pills one could desire. With such overwhelming indulgence, taming even a young demonic beast cub was as simple as reaching out and grasping it. "You little female mink, tomorrow I will take you out. Remember to find treasures for me." The purple lightning mink nodded repeatedly. "All right, let us see what your treasure hunting abilities can do tomorrow." Lin Fan had no intention of flying back directly. It was not urgent anyway. On the way home, taking a different route to search for treasures would be far more interesting. Lin Fan had now confirmed that the purple lightning mink's parents were no longer alive, otherwise he would never have dared release it here. Every time Lin Fan asked about its parents, the purple lightning mink's expression grew sorrowful, enough to confirm that its parents had perished. Since its parents were gone, Lin Fan no longer needed to worry about a 6th-rank demonic beast coming after them. As a 6th-rank demonic beast's offspring, the purple lightning mink possessed remarkable intelligence, comparable to a 6-year-old child, though it could not speak. Once its strength reached the 5th rank, it would be able to speak. For a demonic beast to achieve human transformation, it must first attain the 9th rank, equivalent to a martial artist's Saint realm. After spending 2.5 days in the small world, dawn broke in the main world. Lin Fan bid farewell to everyone and reappeared in the Million Mountain Range with the purple lightning mink. Little one, I am setting off. Let me know if you encounter anything valuable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Oh, I forgot you cannot say Z. You only chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The purple lightning mink protested at Lin Fan's teasing. All right, enough teasing. Let us go. As he spoke, Lin Fan soared into the sky with the purple lightning mink. However, he did not fly particularly high, nor did he maintain a fast pace. Otherwise, the purple lightning mink would not be able to sense anything valuable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. After merely 15 minutes of flight, it relayed its findings. So soon. Let us see what your treasure hunting abilities can do. Following the purple lightning mink's guidance, Lin Fan arrived at a spiritual fruit tree. Roar. Before Lin Fan could approach, a fierce roar echoed through the air. Soon a leopard-like demonic beast appeared before him. It regarded Lin Fan with wariness. Clearly it could sense that Lin Fan was not someone to be trifled with. Yet this spiritual fruit tree was its own. It would never allow the human before it to seize it. Lin Fan activated his system to scan the beast, and information surfaced in his mind. Species: wind-rending leopard. Potential 3rd rank. Combat power 3rd rank. Too ordinary, not worth raising. Lin Fan decided abandoning his capture attempt. If he wanted the spiritual fruit tree, killing the beast was the only option. As if sensing Lin Fan's thoughts, the purple lightning mink glared at the wind-rending leopard with open mockery. Despite its 2nd-rank cultivation as a 6th-rank beast's offspring, it held no fear of the wind-rending leopard. Especially with Lin Fan nearby, it had even less reason to be afraid. Roar. The wind-rending leopard let out another fierce cry, attempting to intimidate Lin Fan away. But Lin Fan was no ordinary person, and such tactics would never work on him. Thunderpalm. Lin Fan struck first. Rather, he struck the demon first. He launched a devastating thunderpalm technique directly at the wind-rending leopard. In an instant, a surge of formidable force rocketed toward the wind-rending leopard. Though the beast braced itself, it was struck almost immediately. Roar. Wounded and enraged, the wind-rending leopard countered fiercely. As a speed-type demonic beast, it closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. A vicious swipe followed, aimed straight at Lin Fan. To most observers, such attack speed appeared as nothing but a blur. But in Lin Fan's eyes, it was different. He could effortlessly trace its movement. Lin Fan countered with a layered wave palm strike. Boom. The two attacks collided, and the wind-rending leopard was sent flying over a kilometer away, obliterating a stretch of ancient trees. Lin Fan did not hesitate. He pressed his advantage without delay. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan reappeared beside the wind-rending leopard and struck again. Roar. The wind-rending leopard released one final agonized howl. With a thunderous crash, the wind-rending leopard's life force extinguished completely. At Lin Fan's current power level, a 3rd-rank demonic beast stood no chance. The purple lightning mink chirped with excitement at the kill. Little one, now let us go see what treasure you have found. As he spoke, Lin Fan stored the wind-rending leopard's carcass. Then with a flash, he appeared beside the spiritual fruit tree. The spiritual fruit tree was massive, standing over 6 meters tall, bearing over 100 purple fruits the size of melons. Their shape closely resembled peaches. Variety: purple essence peach. Grade: profound, rank supreme. Effect: restores primal energy for cultivators at the Shuntai realm within a short time, suitable for brewing wine. Little one, you are wonderful. I did not expect a profound, rank supreme spiritual fruit. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At Lin Fan's praise, the purple lightning mink was overjoyed. The purple lightning mink chirped happily, basking in Lin Fan's commendation. Next, Lin Fan transplanted the purple jade peaches into his small world. Currently, these peaches were not yet ripe, otherwise the wind-splitting leopard would not have been able to guard them. When the purple jade peaches ripened, their fragrance would attract numerous nearby demon beasts to fight for them. As a Xian-grade supreme spirit fruit, it held great allure, even for 6th-rank demon beasts. If the wind-splitting leopard could guard them and consume these spirit fruits, there was a high chance it could break its racial limit and become a 4th-rank demon beast. Little one, let's continue. I hope we'll find greater gains ahead. With that, Lin Fan picked up the purple lightning marten and set off once more. Thus another month passed in succession. Lin Fan finally left the Million Great Mountains and returned to Tianfeng City. The harvest of this month was quite fruitful. With the help of the purple lightning marten, he found many Xiangrade supreme spirit herbs, including soul-condensing grass, seven-star grass, dragon blood vine, mystic ice, lotus moon soulflower, crimson marrow mushroom, and dew-condensing vine, among others. There was also a crimson sun fruit tree, which was also of Xiangrade supreme quality. It was all thanks to the purple lightning marten, who otherwise Lin Fan would not have found these spirit herbs so easily. Apart from these, he also found many lower-grade herbs. This trip to the Million Great Mountains could be deemed highly rewarding. Just for the captured and raised demon beasts, Lin Fan had used 200 square kilometers of land in his small world. On this land, he had also transplanted large tracts of trees. None of these trees were ordinary. The lowest grade ones were at least Huang-grade mid-tier. As for the demon beasts, Lin Fan had suppressed their power, allowing them to exert only the strength of first-ranked demon beasts. Otherwise, if a second-ranked demon beast suddenly went berserk, it would cause great losses. Restricting them to first-rank strength minimized the destructive capacity. As for the remaining 100 square kilometers, Lin Fan had already built many houses there. Of course, not the entire 100 square kilometers were covered with buildings. The houses currently built could accommodate 100 people. They were all small courtyards, each occupying 200 square meters with a yard containing 4 rooms, enough for 4 people. Before coming to the Million Great Mountains, Lin Fan had sent many people to gather talented children. He had to take advantage of the resources now to build the houses first. The materials used for the houses came from a large grove of Huang-grade superior iron cedar trees that Lin Fan encountered on his return journey. The hardness of these iron cedar trees surpassed that of steel from his previous life, with diameters exceeding 2 meters. Fortunately, Lin Fan was omnipotent within his small world, so building the houses was not a problem. The iron cedar grove was found 300 li within the Million Great Mountains. Many martial artists could only stare helplessly at such trees, unable to transport them. Their storage pouches were too small, storing just one tree would fill them up. Carrying them back one by one was not worthwhile, given the distance from Tianfeng City. It was more practical to hunt demon beasts instead. Although those dynasties had large flying boats, they required massive amounts of primal stones to operate, which was also not cost-effective. Flying boats were typically used for interstate warfare to transport troops, not for such trivial matters. Since others could only gaze helplessly at these spirit trees, they naturally became easy pickings for Lin Fan. Not only that, but whenever he encountered beautiful plants, they ended up as greenery on the island at the center of the lake in his small world. All of them were at least Huang-grade supreme. Anything lower was beneath Lin Fan's notice now. The island in the lake had been transformed into a paradise by Lin Fan. Flowers, trees, melons, fruits, and vegetables. Everything was available. The area of spirit herb cultivation had also reached 200 mu. Looking at the changes in his small world, Lin Fan could only sigh. This trip was truly worthwhile. After being busy for so long, Lin Fan planned to stay in Tianfeng City for a few more days before returning to Wanxiang City. He had been away for nearly 2 months. The maidservants he had sent on missions earlier had not yet contacted him, but surely they had already obtained results. "Husband, would you like to visit the Baiwa Pavilion in Tianfeng City?" Su Qingwan suggested to Lin Fan. "That sounds good. Do you know anything about the Baiwa Pavilion in Tianfeng City? Since we're here, it wouldn't hurt to check out the Baiwa Pavilion sometime. If there are suitable individuals, I must take them in." Su Qingwan replied, "I don't know much about it. I only know that the pavilion master possesses the strength of the Zifu realm." As a woman and a loose cultivator, Su Qingwan naturally paid little attention to the Baiwa Pavilion. Lin Fan was not surprised to learn that the pavilion master was at the Zifu realm. After all, the 5 major forces here all had Zifu realm cultivators, so the Baiwa Pavilion had to station a Zifu realm expert. It was likely that the expert's strength had reached the Zifu perfection level, otherwise they would not be able to suppress these forces. With nothing else to do, Lin Fan began preparing tools for brewing wine. Yes, he was going to brew wine. When he took Su Qingwan as his concubine, he had obtained 500 Xian-grade primal stones and the inheritance of a Xian-grade superior brewer. From Su Qingyuan, he had obtained 500 Xian-grade primal stones and the inheritance of a Xian-grade superior alchemist. After accepting these 2 inheritances, Lin Fan was now not only a Xian-grade superior alchemist, but also a Xian-grade superior brewer. He had so much crescent moon rice, turning it into spirit wine would be even more profitable. 1 gene of Huang-grade supreme crescent moon rice sold for 1 primal stone. But 1 gene of Huang-grade supreme spirit wine could cost over 100 primal stones, some even several hundred, and it was always in high demand. 1 gene of crescent moon rice could produce about 1.5 gene of supreme spirit wine. Of course, some spirit herbs needed to be added. After calculating the cost, Lin Fan estimated that 1 gene of spirit wine cost only about 2 primal stones. That was a 50-fold profit comparable to alchemy. Moreover, the effects of spirit wine of the same grade were not inferior to pills, and spirit wine had no pill toxicity. However, one had to drink a large amount of wine to achieve the same effect as a pill, so pills still had their advantages. In the end, with Su Qinghuan's help, Lin Fan spent 2 days successfully crafting a set of brewing tools. Then he prepared all the brewing materials and began his first batch of wine. Thus, for the next few days in the small world, the aroma of steamed crescent moon rice lingered. The maidservants were all helping out. It's finally done. Now we just wait for fermentation. For this batch, Lin Fan used 1.0 gene of crescent moon rice and brewed 5 varieties, all Huang Grade Supreme. He gave them 5 names: Moonlight Brew, Mystic Frost, Liquid Azure, Drunkenness, Burning Heart, Dew, and Starry Brew. These 5 wines had similar effects, enhancing cultivation speed, but differed in taste. Some had low alcohol content, others high. As for the flavor, it would only be known after the brewing was complete. Although it was his first time brewing, Lin Fan was not worried about failure, because he was not only a Xian Grade superior brewer, but also the master of the small world. Compared to other brewers, Lin Fan had a great advantage within the small world. He could precisely control the fermentation temperature, achieving the optimal state. As for higher grade Xian level spirit wine, it would have to wait. The Xian grade spirit fruits in the small world were not yet ripe, so brewing Xian level spirit wine would require some more time. Lin Fan had been busy brewing wine these days. Su Qinghuan was also occupied crafting containers for the wine. These vessels were as transparent as glass bottles from his past life. Although they had not yet reached the yellow grade, they were far harder than glass bottles and would not shatter even if dropped, unless a martial artist deliberately threw them with force. The styles included large vats for storing spiritual wine, each capable of holding over 1,000 jin. There were also 1 jin bottles, 5 jin urns, and 10 jin jars, making them convenient for future sales. With many helpers, the crafting progressed quickly. Several maids interested in artifact refining followed Su Qinghuan to learn. Su Qingyuan faced a similar situation, with many pursuing alchemy studies alongside her. Even Luo Yiran and the others had quite a few drawn to alchemy. Having stayed in the small world for so long, they still wished to occupy themselves. Lin Fan fully supported this. As for prenatal care, there was no need to worry. They were all martial artists, so unless engaged in life and death combat, fetal harm was unlikely. On the second day after completing the brewing, Lin Fan exited the small world and arrived at the 100 Flowers Pavilion in Tianfeng City. To rapidly increase his strength in the early stages, he would need to take more concubines. The 100 Flowers Pavilion here stood 5 stories tall, far more magnificent than the one in Wanxiang City. Its floor area exceeded Wanxiang City's by more than tenfold. This filled Lin Fan with anticipation. Meanwhile, the strength he currently displayed was at the early stage of the Qi realm. Lin Fan understood the rules of the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Any girl reaching Xian grade or above possessed the right to choose for herself. If he revealed too low a strength, few would willingly follow him. They were not foolish. Should they marry and find life worse than remaining here, they would simply stay. Those performing well could even rise to become branch leaders. Of course, competition for the position of building leader remained fierce. Even a small city's branch leader attracted many competitors. As Lin Fan entered the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a matchmaker approached to greet him. "Young master, welcome to the 100 Flowers Pavilion. I am the matchmaker Xuanning. If you need anything, young master, please let me know." As Xuanning spoke, she was sizing up Lin Fan. Although he only displayed early Qi realm strength, she sensed this man before her was extraordinary. Though she could not explain why, she trusted her intuition. At that moment, with the system's assistance, Xuanning's information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name: Xuanning. Age: 61. Talent: superior Xian grade. Strength: middle Qi realm. Affiliation: 100 Flowers Pavilion. Favorability: 30. First meeting. Lin Fan was somewhat amazed. He had not expected a matchmaker from the 100 Flowers Pavilion to possess middle Qi realm strength. There were quite a few matchmakers here. Presumably the others also held Qi realm strength. And at only 61 years old, there remained significant room for advancement. 61 seemed advanced, yet facing the 5-century lifespan of the Qi realm, 61 remained quite youthful. Xuanning's appearance also preserved itself at approximately 20 years of age. Xuanning introduced me to the girls here first. I wish to know their cultivation talents. Certainly, young master. Xuanning had momentarily felt exposed by Lin Fan, which greatly surprised her. Yet now was not the time to ponder such matters. Young master, the lowest talent among our girls reaches superior yellow grade. The highest is superior Xian grade, though rare. Only 3 possess such talent, while others of different grades are more numerous. Prices range from low to high: 100 yellow grade yuan stones, 200 Xian grade, 500 Xian grade, 100 Xian grade, and 200 Xian grade. Their respective strengths are body tempering realm, bone forging period, Kaiyuan realm early stage, Kaiyuan realm middle stage, Kaiyuan realm late stage, and Kaiyuan realm perfection. Higher talent corresponds to greater strength. Of course for girls of Xian grade and above, young master must win their hearts yourself. We shall not compel them. Xian grade pricing proved genuinely expensive. Superior Xian grade talent commanded 2,000 Xian grade yuan stones equivalent to 2,000 yellow grade yuan stones. Though Lin Fan could exchange 2,000 Xian grade stones for yellow grade, ones offering 4,000 yellow grade yuan stones might still find willing traders. Yet Lin Fan suffered no loss. Taking a concubine of superior Xian grade talent yielded 1,000 Xian grade yuan stones plus either a superior Xian grade resource or inheritance. Should he later father a child, even with merely superior Xian grade talent, he would recoup his yuan stone investment. Moreover, he would gain 2 additional superior Xian grade resources or inheritances. Xuanning, I wish to meet those 3 girls of superior Xian grade talent first. Very well, young master. Wait momentarily, I shall arrange it at once. Soon Xuanning approached again. Young master, please follow me. Next, young master must meet each of them individually. Lin Fan nodded and followed Xuanning upstairs. Quickly arriving at a chamber door, he heard, "Young master, the rest rests with you. I await outside. After you emerge, I shall escort you to the next." Lin Fan nodded and knocked upon the door. Knock, 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 enter. With a soft creak, Lin Fan pushed through the door and promptly closed it behind him. By the tea table within, a girl adorned in crimson robes sat. Her beauty required no concern. The 100 Flowers Pavilion held no plain faces, every woman stood flawless. Upon seeing Lin Fan, the girl rose immediately. She smiled and greeted, "Young master, please be seated." "You are too kind, miss." Lin Fan took his seat opposite her. At that moment, the system transmitted her information to his mind. Name: Zhang Wanqing. Age 30. Talent: superior Xian grade. Realm: Kaiyuan realm perfection. Favorability: 35. Reaching Kaiyuan realm perfection at 30 proved remarkably accomplished. The 100 Flowers Pavilion clearly invested substantially in cultivating exceptional talent. Achieving such refinement by age 30 without resources valued at tens of thousands of yellow grade yuan stones remained impossible. Once Lin Fan settled, Zhang Wanqing poured him tea. "Young master, partake in tea." "Thank you." Lin Fan accepted the cup with gratitude. "Young master, I am Zhang Wanqing. May I inquire how you should be addressed?" Having spoken, her large eyes continued assessing Lin Fan. "I am Lin Fan." Lin from the Doublewood character Fan, meaning ordinary. Rather than feeling discomfort at Zhang Wanqing's scrutiny, Lin Fan found himself equally observing her. In that moment, they functioned as though on a matchmaking rendezvous, necessitating careful mutual observation. After a moment, Zhang Wanqing spoke. "Young master Lin, have you come here seeking me, or something else?" "Indeed, I came for you. I have just established a clan, and I need a bloodline inheritance. Moreover, my aim this time is not limited to just one person." Lin Fan was straightforward. If it worked out, he would take her away. If not, he would lose nothing. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had established a clan, Zhang Wanqing was astonished. She had thought Lin Fan was merely a playboy, but she never expected him to be a clan leader. This identity alone made her somewhat tempted. Being able to establish a clan already surpassed the young masters of various forces in Tianfeng City in terms of capability. In terms of status, being a concubine of a clan leader was far more prestigious than being a concubine of those young masters. Moreover, Lin Fan was the founder of the clan, meaning he was the highest authority within it. Even if she were only a concubine, only Lin Fan and his principal wife would outrank her in the clan. With her status settled, the next issue was cultivation resources. "Young master Lin, if I follow you, will you provide me with cultivation resources continuously?" Zhang Wanqing asked the question that worried her most. "Rest assured, Miss Jiang, I am not stingy with my own women. I will always provide cultivation resources." For Lin Fan, cultivation resources were the least of his concerns at the moment. "All right, then I am willing to follow young master Lin." Lin Fan looked at her with some surprise. "Miss Jiang, have you decided so quickly? Don't you have any other questions?" "There's nothing else to ask. Not only are you at the Qi realm, but you are also the head of a clan. Following you is already an honor for me. Moreover, you have promised to provide me with cultivation resources continuously. What more could I ask for?" At this point, Zhang Wanqing paused, then said with a teasing expression, "Or could it be that young master Lin has not taken a liking to me?" "It's not that I haven't taken a liking to you. I just didn't expect it to be this simple. It caught me off guard. Since you have agreed, I will take you away shortly." This was precisely his purpose for coming. Since she had agreed, what was there to hesitate about? "All right, I'll wait here for you. You'll have to spend a great deal later." To be honest, 2,000 Xian-grade spirit stones were an enormous sum for Zhang Wanqing. Thinking that Lin Fan would have to spend so many spirit stones to redeem her, she even felt a bit distressed. "Miss Zhang, there's no such thing as spending too much. It's worth it to me. Please wait here for a while. I still need to go see the others." "All right, young master, go ahead." After watching Lin Fan leave, Zhang Wanqing was filled with anticipation for the future. In truth, Zhang Wanqing was gambling on Lin Fan's future. Even if she lost the bet, it wouldn't matter. Following Lin Fan was no loss for her. Having finally encountered a promising opportunity, how could she let it slip away? If she rejected Lin Fan, whether she remained in the Baihua Tower or married into another power as a concubine, her future achievements would likely be limited to the Qi realm at best. As for the Purple Mansion realm beyond that, it was not even worth considering. Such level of experts were only a handful in Tianfeng City. To break through to the Purple Mansion realm, talent alone was insufficient. One also needed abundant cultivation resources and a high-quality cultivation technique. Following Lin Fan, she could also break through to the Qi realm. Although the two scenarios seemed similar on the surface, the actual differences were substantial. Joining a newly established clan like Lin Fan's, even as a concubine, her status within the clan was relatively high. In the entire clan, only Lin Fan, his principal wife, and their children outranked her. Living in such a clan, she would not have to humble herself, nor would she have to worry about offending someone too powerful within the clan. But the great powers were different. At first glance, they seemed to possess abundant cultivation resources and appeared wealthier than a newly established clan like Lin Fan's. However, no matter how many resources there were, they would not be allocated to a concubine of some young master. Consequently, the cultivation resources she would receive might end up being less than what Lin Fan could provide. Moreover, the relationships within great powers were intricate and fraught with factional strife, though she might fall victim to conspiracies any day. Comparing the two, following Lin Fan was the most suitable choice. Next, under Xue Ning's guidance, Lin Fan met the other two. They were Lu Zhixia and Xin Ruotang. Both were the same age as Jiang Wanqing, 30 years old, and at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. In the end, they made the same choice as Jiang Wanqing. They were willing to follow Lin Fan. In truth, anyone not foolish would know how to decide. Having finally encountered a promising opportunity like Lin Fan, they naturally would not let it pass. After selecting the three women, Lin Fan had a headache. He currently had only 11697 Xiangrade Spirit Stones. The redemption cost for Jiang Wanqing and the other two totaled 600, leaving him with 5697. With these Spirit Stones, if he wanted to select women with Xiangrade superior quality, he could only take 5, which made Lin Fan a bit conflicted. Alas, Xiangrade Spirit Stones are insufficient. Although I still have 700 Earthgrade Spirit Stones, it's not appropriate to use them now. Earthgrade Spirit Stones were only needed by those at the Divine Ability realm or above. If he brought them out now, he would likely attract unwanted attention. Forget it, I'll pick 25 more women with Xiangrade lower quality and 100 with Huanggrade supreme quality. In the end, Lin Fan spent 1100 Xiangrade Spirit Stones and 100 Huanggrade Spirit Stones. He took away 3 women with Xiangrade supreme quality, 25 with Xiangrade lower quality, and 200 with Huanggrade supreme quality. Yes, 200, because the extra 100 were given by the Baihua Tower as a gift. For a major client like Lin Fan, the Baihua Tower naturally wanted to build a closer relationship. 100 Huanggrade Spirit Stones seemed pitifully insignificant compared to 110 Xiangrade Spirit Stones. When he returned to the former residence of Su Qingwan and her sister Lin Fan, put them all into his small world. Once inside the small world, the expressions on Jiang Wanqing and the others were remarkably similar to those of Luo Yiran and her group back then. Lin Fan smiled and entrusted the matter to Luo Yiran and the others. He also let them get acquainted with each other. Then he returned to the main world, preparing to go back to Wanxiang City. Until he broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, Lin Fan did not plan to enter the Million Mountains again. 5 hours later, Lin Fan traversed hundreds of thousands of miles and returned to Wanxiang City. It was already dark, but the city gates were still bustling with people coming and going. Darkness posed no problem for martial artists. After more than 2 months away, I'm finally back. With a sigh of emotion, Lin Fan then walked toward the city gate. Lin Fan could have flown directly home. With his strength, even if he flew, others would not notice. But he decided to walk back as he was in no hurry. Alas, have you heard? The Mu family of Chongning City has been wiped out by the other 3 great families together with the Fire Cloud sect. What? Is that true? What exactly happened? The old patriarch of the Mu family was a mid-stage Qi realm expert, and they were annihilated just like that. What happened? Why did these 4 forces join forces to destroy the Mu family? Alas, it's said that the young master of the Fire Cloud sect took a fancy to the 2 pearls of the Mu family's patriarch. After his marriage proposal was rejected, he flew into a rage and joined with the 3 families to annihilate the Mu family. Then the Fire Cloud sect is truly despicable. Indeed, it's said that the young master of the Fire Cloud sect is no good. All the women who married him before died miserably. This young master of the Fire Cloud sect is so ruthless. Could he be a demonic cultivator? Who knows? It's just pitiful for the Mu family. Their entire clan of 100,000 people was slaughtered. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Fan overheard these passers-by discussing the annihilation of the Mu family. Has it been nearly 10 months since this incident, and it only reaches here now? But thinking that this place was tens of thousands of miles from Chongning City and Wanxiang City was remote with few outside martial artists, it did take considerable time for news to arrive. Even if the major families of Wanxiang City had learned of this earlier, they wouldn't dare to speak carelessly outside. The three great families of Chongning City and the Fire Cloud sect were not something they could afford to offend. Let you live a little longer. Once the children of Shi Shui and Shi you are born, your death awaits. He naturally had to avenge his women. Now he also had the strength to take revenge. Paying no further attention to the gossip, Lin Fan quickly returned to his home in Wanxiang City. The master is back. Several maidservants saw Lin Fan returning and hurriedly greeted him. We pay our respects to the master. Before leaving, Lin Fan had left 5 maidservants to watch over the house. Now seeing Lin Fan back, they were naturally very excited. Having not stayed in the small world to cultivate for so long, they missed it. Especially the strength of those sisters inside. They were probably far ahead of them. Yet they had no complaints because everything they had was given by Lin Fan. Whatever task Lin Fan gave them, they would never hesitate. You've worked hard. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the 5 quickly shook their heads. Master, please don't say that. This is what we should do. Besides, we were just watching the house. It's not hard work at all. The hardest working one is you, master. Towards Lin Fan, they had genuine respect, and he was their spiritual pillar. Seeing them flattering him incessantly, Lin Fan smiled and waved his hand. All right, enough with the teasing. Now come with me back to the small world, and you can focus on cultivation from now on. The others have all broken through to the Kaiyuan realm and above. You must work hard. But don't worry, I'll provide you with ample cultivation resources to break through to the Kaiyuan realm within a short time. Master, rest assured we will cultivate diligently and never disappoint you. Lin Fan nodded, and then led the 5 back to the small world. During the time Lin Fan was traveling back, almost 2.5 days had passed in the small world. After such a long period, Jiang Wanxing and the others had already gained a good understanding of the small world. At this moment, deep in their hearts, they were immensely grateful for their previous choices. Previously, they merely thought Lin Fan was a promising stock worthy of entrusting their lives to. Now, after understanding Lin Fan's true foundation, they realized he was far more than a promising stock. In their hearts, Lin Fan was the reincarnation of an emperor. To become a concubine of such a being might be a blessing cultivated in their past lives. Now their favorability had all reached the standard, and they had all been branded by the clan's sacred tree. At this moment, seeing Lin Fan appear in the small world, they hurried over to pay their respects. Greetings, master. All right, we're all family, no need to be so formal. Yes, master. Are you all getting used to life here? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Of course, this place is like a paradise. How could they not get used to such a wonderful place? They wish they could live here forever. I'm glad you're comfortable. This is the true ancestral land of the Lin family, and everyone will continue to live here from now on. Yes, master, we understand. As for living outside, they had no desire. With such an excellent cultivation environment, who would choose to live outside? Going out for a stroll once in a while was fine. All right, everyone disperse. I have something to attend to. Yes, master. In the end, only Jiang Wanxing, Lu Zhixia, and Shen Ruotang remained. Lin Fan looked at the 3, still they're a bit puzzled. Do you 3 have something else? The 3 exchanged glances, then Jiang Wanxing spoke. Master, will you need us to serve you tonight? If you're ready, of course, there's no problem. How could Lin Fan refuse such a good thing? Seeing Lin Fan's agreement, Jiang Wanxing and the others smiled. Master, we are ready. The 3 were not foolish, such matters naturally should be seized early. Although there was no distinction of rank, with Lin Fan being first would certainly have advantages. Since you're ready, it's settled. Lin Fan didn't care what they thought, but didn't affect him anyway. By the way, remember to call me husband from now on. Yes, husband. Let's go. I'll show you the spirit wine I've brewed, and you can taste it. Those spirit wines had been fermenting in the small world for many days, and now they were ready. It was time to separate the wine from the lees. Hearing they could drink the spirit wine, the 3's eyes lit up and their hearts filled with anticipation. They quickly followed Lin Fan's steps. The 3 had already heard about Lin Fan's brewing of spirit wine from Luo Iran and the others. They hadn't expected to be the first to taste it. Soon the 3 arrived at the place where the spirit wine was fermenting. At this moment, the entire space was filled with the aroma of wine, making one involuntarily intoxicated. Husband, this is so fragrant. Indeed, it's very fragrant. Let's try the taste. As he spoke, Lin Fan opened the seal of a wine jar. As the seal of the wine jar was opened, the fragrance grew even more intense. Then Lin Fan took out a wine ladle and drew out a ladle of the wine. Then he poured it into a white jade cup. The jade green liquor shimmered with a halo and spiritual energy, looking extremely appetizing. Would you like to have a taste? Lin Fan asked the 3 women. Though they were eager to sample the enticing spiritual brew, they ultimately shook their heads. Husband, you should taste it first. Since this was their husband's first batch of spiritual wine, it wouldn't be proper for them to drink before him. If others found out, it might cause dissatisfaction. Lin Fan nodded and did not insist. He raised the white jade cup and took a gentle sip, instantly captivated by the flavor. The liquid was icy upon entry, like dew condensed from moonlight. Then a warm current surged through his body, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. Excellent wine. Lin Fan could not help but exclaim. It was the finest drink he had ever tasted. This was only the freshly brewed batch. If aged further, it would surely be even better. Come, you all should try it too. Of course, husband. The three women could no longer contain their impatience. After sipping, they were all utterly conquered by the taste. Even their cultivation levels seemed to have subtly improved. If they drank a cup daily, it would likely not be long before they could break through to the Qi realm. Husband, this wine is divine. What is its name? I call it Moonlight Brew. Moonlight Brew. What a beautiful name, and it suits the wine perfectly. By the way, husband, are you going to separate the wine now? Yes. Then you go ahead, and we'll prepare ourselves first. All right. Oh, here are 3 yellow-grade Supreme Breakthrough Pills. They can help you reach the Qi realm. Go and break through first. Husband, are these really for us? Their voices trembled with disbelief. Supreme Breakthrough Pills. They had received them just like that. It felt like a dream. Previously, they could only admire such pills from afar, never daring to desire them, for they were far too scarce. The Baibao Pavilion in Tianfeng City only offered 2 yellow-grade Supreme Breakthrough Pills for sale each year, priced at 50 yellow-grade origin stones, never raising the price. This price was affordable for most Kaiyuan realm martial artists. Yet such a scarce pill could hardly be obtained by ordinary forces. Every year, these 2 pills fell into the hands of the major powers. Common martial artists never even had a chance to see a Supreme Breakthrough Pill. They had only heard of its name, never seen its form. The market price had been driven to 100 yellow-grade origin stones per pill, and some would even pay 2,000. But these major powers were not short of origin stones, so they naturally would not sell. 1 pill represented the birth of a Qi realm martial artist, though not guaranteed. The chance of failure was minimal. 4 Purple Mansion realm forces. This was a means to enhance family heritage. How could they sell it? In the 100 Kingdoms, only the Baibao Pavilion had the strength to offer such items for sale. Seeing their reluctance, Lin Fan waved his hand. All right, didn't Iran and the others tell you I can refine pills? These are just 3 yellow-grade pills. Don't think too much of them. They mean nothing to me. If the Xian-grade spiritual herbs were mature, I could even refine Xian-grade pills. You are my women now. I've seen that you've been stuck at the peak of Kaiyuan realm for a long time, so naturally, I want to help you. In truth, Lin Fan had another thought unspoken. The stronger their cultivation, the more benefits he would gain from dual cultivation. Perhaps he could even seize this opportunity to break through to the peak of Qi realm. Husband. The 3 women were deeply moved, their eyes reddening at a loss for words. Enough, take the pills and go cultivate. Once I finish here, I want to hear good news of your breakthroughs. Rest assured, husband, we won't let you down. With that, they solemnly accepted the pills from Lin Fan. After they left, Lin Fan began processing the spiritual wine. He sampled all 5 varieties. Each tasted exquisite. Perhaps because it was brewed with spiritual liquid, the effect surpassed what was mentioned in the inheritance. Each variety yielded 2,000 gene. As for the separated lees, Lin Fan decided to distill them into a high-proof spiritual wine. Without hesitation, he set to work. He had already prepared the distillation equipment. He mixed the lees with the husks of crescent rice. Then he began steaming. As the temperature rose, the liquid began to flow. The boiler he had crafted was large. After just 5 cycles, all the lees were distilled. In the end, Lin Fan obtained 2,000 gene of distilled spiritual wine. He tasted it. The alcohol content was high, yet it felt cool and refreshing with no burning sensation. However, the after effect was potent. Even a Qi realm martial artist drinking a gene would likely sleep for days. Its effect was to enhance one's cultivation speed. For Qi realm martial artists, a small cup before training could clear the mind and quickly induce a meditative state, boosting cultivation efficiency by 1.5 times for about an hour. For Kaiyuan realm martial artists, a single sip could double their cultivation speed. If this effect were known, it would surely spark a frenzy among martial artists. Those in the body tempering realm were not suited for it. Even a tiny sip would intoxicate them. Finally, Lin Fan named it divine drunkenness. With matters settled, it's time to see Wanqing and the others. Several hours have passed. They must have broken through successfully. With that, Lin Fan stored all the wine in the cellar he had built. The longer these spiritual wines aged, the better they would taste. After finishing, he packed some Moonlight Brew into his storage space and set off for Jiang Wanqing's residence. As the master of this small world, he knew exactly where the 3 women lived. Husband, you're here. Jiang Wanqing greeted him with a radiant smile. Good, you've already broken through to the Qi realm. Jiang Wanqing had just broken through. Her aura still unstable, but Lin Fan noticed immediately. All thanks to the pill you gave me, husband. If I had cultivated on my own, it would have taken years more. By the way, I've cooked a few dishes. Would you like to try my cooking? Is that so? Since you cooked personally, I certainly must taste it. Seeing Lin Fan agree so readily, Jiang Wanqing was delighted. Come, let's eat. She took his hand and led him toward her room. After arriving at Jiang Wanqing's room, Lin Fan saw that 5 dishes and a soup were already laid out on the dining table. The dishes were still steaming, clearly freshly prepared. The dishes on the table were abundant, including spirit fish, demon beast meat, and vegetables, all looking very appetizing. After the two sat down, Lin Fan brought out a jug of spirit brew. Wanqing, I brought some moonlight brew. Shall we have a drink? Good, tonight we really should have some wine. With that, Jiang Wanqing poured a glass for each of them. Husband, let us drink the nuptial wine. After saying this, Jiang Wanqing looked at Lin Fan with anticipation in her eyes. Once they drank the nuptial wine, they would truly be a family. All right. How could Lin Fan ever refuse such a thing? Seeing that Lin Fan did not decline, the smile on Jiang Wanqing's face deepened. Then the two drank the wine in their cups. Although there was no gourd, using cups was fine, for it was merely a ritual. After a few more cups of wine, a blush crept onto Jiang Wanqing's cheeks, making her even more captivating. Although the wine was not strong, it was no ordinary beverage and should not be consumed in excess. Husband, it is time for us to rest. At this moment, Jiang Wanqing's eyes were languid and seductive. All right. Lin Fan lifted Jiang Wanqing and walked toward the bed. Husband, please be gentle. Wanqing, don't be nervous. Leave everything to me. An hour later, the two finished their cultivation. Husband, I need to rest now. You've stayed here long enough. You should go to Jixia and the others. Then rest well. I'll take my leave. Lin Fan tidied up, planted a kiss on Jiang Wanqing's forehead, and then left the room. Soon after, Lin Fan arrived at Lu Jixia's residence. There, Lin Fan also shared a few cups of wine with Lu Jixia. After another hour of cultivation urged by Lu Jixia, Lin Fan went to Shun Ruotang's residence. After finishing his 3rd session of cultivation, Lin Fan finally checked today's gains. Taking 3 concubines earned him 3,000 Xian grade primal stones. In addition, he was rewarded with a Xian grade supreme quality aptitude enhancement opportunity, a Xian grade supreme quality alchemist inheritance, and 1 mu of Xian grade supreme quality purple crystal rice seeds. Upon seeing the first 2 rewards, Lin Fan already had a plan in mind. The Xian grade supreme quality aptitude enhancement opportunity would be of little use to Luo Iran and the others. After all, with him around, their aptitudes would eventually improve. So Lin Fan decided to give this reward to Li Han. As the head steward of the family, Li Han's yellow grade superior aptitude was somewhat inadequate. She was the most suitable recipient. As for the Xian grade supreme quality alchemist inheritance, Lin Fan intended to give it to Su Qingyuan. He was already a Xian grade superior alchemist, and using this inheritance would be somewhat wasteful. Giving it to Su Qingyuan was the best choice, as it would add a Xian grade supreme quality alchemist to the family. As for the 1 mu of purple crystal rice seeds, Lin Fan planned to plant them on the lake island. The growth cycle of purple crystal rice was relatively long, requiring 3 years to mature. Spirit rice of this grade was likely rare, even in the 100 Kingdoms region. Host Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 468 years. Identity head of the Lin family. Family level 1. Family members, wives and concubines 22. Offspring, sons 7, daughters 8. Family fortune 350000. Strength Qi C realm perfection. Aptitude Xian grade superior. Cultivation art Qiankuan harmony Dao art. Martial skills and movement techniques earth grade lower. Thunderclap finger minor accomplishment Xian grade supreme. Overlapping wave palm great accomplishment. Flowing cloud sword art great accomplishment Xian grade supreme. Bamboo shadow step great accomplishment. Weapon Xian grade supreme blazing flame sword. Family wealth earth grade primal stones 700 U Xian grade primal stones 3697 yellow grade primal stones 1500 yellow grade spirit rice 2. 75 million tons. Wives and concubines strength Qi C realm initial 5 persons origin opening realm perfection 17 persons small world area 1 square kilometers. Time flow 5 times the main world. As Lin Fan expected, he had successfully broken through to the Qi C realm perfection, only 1 step away from the purple mansion realm. Besides the advancement in strength, his cultivation aptitude had also improved to Xian grade superior. The next day, Lin Fan found Su Qingyuan in the alchemy room. At that moment, Su Qingyuan was teaching some maids the basics of alchemy. Greetings, family head. The maids quickly bowed upon seeing Lin Fan. Husband, are you going to refine pills today? Su Qingyuan asked curiously. Lin Fan first gestured for the maids to dispense with formalities, then said to Su Qingyuan, Qingyuan, I came to give you something good. Hearing there was something good, Su Qingyuan immediately became interested. Husband, don't hold back. Show me quickly. You always so impatient. Despite his words, Lin Fan brought out the inheritance. Qingyuan, this is a Xian grade supreme quality alchemist inheritance. Once you use it, you will become a Xian grade supreme quality alchemist. Wow, another inheritance, and it's my favorite alchemist inheritance. At this moment Su Qingyuan was very excited. She was no stranger to this kind of inheritance. Her sister had received one, and quickly became a Xian-grade superior quality artificer. Although she did not know how Lin Fan had accomplished this, since he never mentioned it, they would never ask. In their eyes, Lin Fan was the reincarnation of an emperor. Since he was an emperor's reincarnation, having such means was only natural. Next, with Lin Fan's help, Su Qingyuan quickly received the inheritance. It would take only a day to fully digest the inheritance. By then, Su Qingyuan would be a true Xian-grade supreme quality alchemist. Seeing Su Qingyuan still digesting the inheritance, Lin Fan instructed the maids not to disturb her. After that, he left the alchemy room and returned to his own residence. Li Han, come to my residence. Lin Fan's voice was very soft, but as long as Li Han was in the small world, she could hear it. Before long, Li Han stood before Lin Fan. Family head, you called for me. Yes, I have an opportunity for you. One that can elevate your aptitude to Xian-grade supreme quality. To be honest, Li Han was stunned by this news. She never expected Lin Fan to give such an opportunity to her, and it filled her with immense excitement. However, after coming to her senses, Li Han quickly shook her head. Family head, such a precious resource would be wasted on me. You should give it to the madam instead. Enough. The madam has her own opportunities. This one is for you. Lin Fan's tone brooked no refusal. Yes, family head. Li Han knew Lin Fan's character well. If she refused again, he would surely be angry. Then with Lin Fan's help, Li Han's aptitude was successfully elevated to Xian-grade supreme quality. Thank you for your cultivation, family head. Li Han will always remember this. Alright, go consolidate your foundation. I hope you will raise your strength as soon as possible. Yes, family head. Li Han will not disappoint you. After Li Han left, Lin Fan planted the purple crystal rice seeds on the lake island. Unconsciously, another month had passed in the main world. During this time, Lin Fan successively took into his harem 25 girls with Xian-grade low-grade aptitude. This allowed Lin Fan to recover 2,500 Xian-grade spirit stones. As for the other rewards, there was nothing outstanding. Just some Xian-grade low-grade weapons, medicinal herb seeds, and a Xian-grade low-grade alchemy furnace. That day, the small world received another joyous news. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu gave birth, each delivering a pair of twin daughters. Lin Fan named Mu Shiyue's two children Lin Yuqian and Lin Yuan. He named Mu Shiyu's two children Lin Yujing and Lin Yuyuan. At this moment, Lin Haochen scratched his head as he looked at his four crying younger sisters. Dad, Mom, why are my four little sisters crying all the time? Giggling, Luo Yiran was amused by her son's words. She gently pinched his cheek and said, Xiao Chun, don't speak ill of your sisters. You were just like this when you were born. No, I wasn't. I'm sure I was very well behaved when I was born, right, Dad? Lin Haochen quickly turned to Lin Fan for help. Haha, yes, my Haochen was very well behaved. Lin Fan laughed and patted his head. Mom, see, Dad said I was well behaved. I knew you were lying to me. Alright, you're very well behaved. Now go out and play with your younger siblings. Okay, Dad, Mom, and all my aunties, I'm going out to play. The four little sisters were too noisy and he wanted to escape quickly. Seeing Lin Haochen, who seemed to be fleeing, everyone burst into laughter. Now more than 4 months had passed in the main world since Lin Haochen's birth. 4 months in the main world meant nearly 2 years in the small world. In such a long time, Lin Haochen had already learned to speak and run. Husband, when do you plan to have Xiao Chun and the others begin cultivation? Don't rush cultivation. First, let them build a solid foundation. When they turn 1 year old, we'll start with medicinal bath body tempering. When they turn 2, we'll let them formally cultivate. In the 100 Kingdoms, children usually start cultivation at age 8. Of course, if conditions are good and they use secret recipes for body tempering, they can start as early as 6. Starting any younger would be unsuitable. It would not bring benefits, but rather harm the foundation. Lin Fan's children were different. At the bone age of 2, they possessed the physical constitution of a 10-year-old. Cultivating at this age was actually more effective, giving them an advantage over those who start at 6. Everyone had no objections to Lin Fan's arrangement. After chatting for a while, Lin Fan began to discuss serious matters. Sure, you rest for a few days first. Once your origin is restored, I'll help you break through to the Qi realm. Then I'll take you to seek revenge. Hearing that Lin Fan would take them to avenge, the two were naturally deeply moved. They naturally wished to kill their enemies as soon as possible. But was it too hasty to go for revenge now? Husband, should we wait a bit longer for revenge? Once you break through to the Purple Mansion realm, we can go. It won't be too long anyway. Yes, husband, there's no rush. We can wait until you break through to the Purple Mansion realm. The two were not worried that the Lin family was no match for the 4 major powers. In their view, the Lin family's current strength already surpassed these 4 major powers. Lin Fan's cultivation had now reached the Qi realm perfection. He was at the same level as the governor of Qingyun Prefecture, the peak of Qingyun Prefecture. The strongest among the four powers, the Huoyan sect, whose old sect master Luo Yunzhou was only at the Qi realm late stage. They were simply no match for the Lin family. However, the four powers had one advantage: their vast number of members. The Lin family currently lacked sufficient manpower, making it somewhat difficult to eliminate them all. Taking action now might alert the enemy and cause many to flee. But if Lin Fan broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, there would be no such worry. A Purple Mansion realm cultivator could easily wipe out these powers. Knowing their concerns, Lin Fan smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. I'm not far from breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm." "Husband, are you about to break through to the Purple Mansion realm?" the two asked with pleasant surprise. The others also looked at Lin Fan with excitement. "Yes, after you recover your origin, I'll likely be able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm." During this period, Lin Fan had been diligently cultivating every day and was infinitely close to the Purple Mansion realm. "Great! Our Lin family will soon be a Purple Mansion realm power." With the definite answer, everyone was overjoyed. In the 100 Kingdoms, a Purple Mansion realm cultivator was a hegemon. Even the emperors of those dynasties would not easily offend them. Instead, they would offer resources to win their favor. Usually, when a Purple Mansion realm power emerged, the dynasty would present a Xian-grade spirit stone mine and 5 yellow-grade spirit stone mines as a gesture of goodwill. This mechanism was the same across all dynasties. Of course, if one accepted these resources, they would be obligated to assist the dynasty in times of crisis. This led many Purple Mansion realm powers to decline such resources. "Sure, Shiyu, once I break through to the Purple Mansion realm, I'll use these 4 powers to establish our might." He couldn't reveal all of his power. "All right, husband, but that Huoyan sect's young master Luo Tsang must be left to us." They had to kill him personally to vent their hatred. "All right, I'll leave that bastard for you." Lin Fan naturally had no objection to such a small request. After the matter was settled, Luo Iran and the others began chatting about the children again. Lin Fan started to check his gains. The birth of the 4 children granted him 800 Earth-grade spirit stones. In addition, there was an Earth-grade mid-grade flying boat, an Earth-grade mid-grade cultivation method called Shadow Kill Art, an Earth-grade mid-grade clan protection array, and an Earth-grade mid-grade weapon, the Frost Condensation Sword. Looking at these 4 treasures, Lin Fan was very satisfied. It could be said that these 4 items were all excellent treasures. This Grade D mid-tier flying boat at full speed could traverse 500 million li in a single xuanshi, matching the velocity of a cultivator who had already attained perfection in the spirit transformation realm. The vessel's interior was remarkably spacious, containing 5,000 rooms, each capable of accommodating up to 5 occupants. Its defensive formations could only be breached by those at or above the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Next came the hidden killing art, a cultivation manual tailor-made for assassins, seamlessly integrating internal techniques with a variety of assassination martial skills capable of propelling a practitioner to the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. The acquisition of this technique proved perfectly timed, as Lin Fan intended to use it for training his family's shadow guards. As for the Grade D mid-tier protective formation for the ancestral estate, that was even more indispensable. Only an array master of equivalent caliber could dismantle it through artful means. Otherwise, only martial artists at the venerable realm and beyond would possess the brute force necessary to shatter the formation. Truly, the Xian-grade formation he had previously acquired was already obsolete before it could even be deployed. Once the family estate was properly established and this formation was laid out, the Lin clan would face no threats across the 100 Kingdoms. After all, the strongest cultivators in this region were merely at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. That Grade D mid-tier weapon was still beyond his current utility, so he could only store it within the system space for the time being. One day, a message arrived in Lin Fan's main world from one of the maids who had been dispatched on an errand. "Several months have passed. Have you finally found something? I wonder if you'll bring me some pleasant surprise." Lin Fan did not hesitate. He gathered his belongings and immediately took flight toward the location indicated by the transmission jade slip, which provided precise coordinates. There was no possibility of losing his way. The journey was not particularly arduous, spanning approximately 6,000 li. Lin Fan arrived at the maid's location in less than half a zhun, their position marked clearly by the tracking jade. "No need for such formalities," Lin Fan said warmly. "You have been away from home for so long. This has not been easy for you." "Lord of the house, this is merely our duty," the maid replied. It is hardly hardship at all. Though she spoke modestly, all three women were visibly moved. This acknowledgement from Lin Fan represented genuine recognition of their efforts. Enough, he said with a smile. Show me first what you have gathered. After you, lord of the house. The three quickly led Lin Fan to a substantial mountain stronghold. This place had previously been occupied by a band of brigands, though their strength was limited. Their leader was merely at the early stages of body tempering. Upon discovering how grievously these bandits were oppressing the local populace, the three women had coordinated and eliminated the entire gang, a suitable temporary base for their operations. Lord of the house, please take a moment to rest here while we summon the others. Very well. Within moments the three returned with nearly 500 people assembled before Lin Fan. Lord of the house, everyone has assembled. As the maid finished speaking, she turned to address the crowd. What are you all standing around for? Kneel before the lord of the house. Rise, no need for such formality, Lin Fan replied, offering a gentle wave that caused them all to stand on their own accord. This only deepened the reverence and longing in their gazes, as though they too aspired to become warriors of such formidable strength. Lord of the house, allow me to introduce their circumstances. Lin Fan nodded, slightly indicating for her to continue. Lord of the house, we have selected 485 individuals from among the millions who underwent testing. Among them 80 are boys, 45 with low Xian grade aptitude, 26 with mid Xian grade, 7 with high Xian grade, and 2 with peak Xian grade. That leaves 300 girls and 105 young women who have reached the age of adulthood. Among those 300 girls, 180 possess yellow grade peak aptitude. Among the remaining 120, there are 75 with low Xian grade aptitude, 33 with mid Xian grade, 9 with high Xian grade, and 3 with peak Xian grade. Among the 105 young women, 60 possess yellow grade peak aptitude, 30 have low Xian grade, 10 have high Xian grade, 4 have peak Xian grade, and 1, just 1, possesses mid-earth grade aptitude. After completing her report, she stepped aside and awaited Lin Fan's next command. When Lin Fan learned of a young woman with earth grade mid-tier aptitude, he was quite taken aback. Should such an aptitude become known beyond this region, every major sect would surely come seeking to recruit her. An earth grade mid-tier aptitude held the promise of reaching the pinnacle of the spirit transformation realm. Even if she only attained the divine platform realm, she would still be invaluable as a cornerstone of any nation. In countries like Chu and Zhao, their most powerful figures on display were merely at the early stage of the divine platform realm. Which one of you possesses earth grade mid-tier aptitude? Step forward so I may see. At that moment, a young woman emerged from the crowd, approximately 1.7 meters tall, but weighing less than 45 kilograms. From her appearance alone, it was evident she suffered from chronic malnutrition, far too thin. Despite her 1.7 meter height, she weighed less than 45 kilograms. Her facial features had good underlying structure. However, prolonged labor combined with poor nutrition had left her skin rough and darkened. It was not serious. She would recover with proper care and nourishment. Lord of the house, it is I, the girl said timidly, clearly intimidated by the imposing scene before her. Relax, there is no need for tension, Lin Fan said gently. I simply wish to get to know you. What is your name? Lord of the house, my name is Su Mei. Very well, I shall remember you. These words from Lin Fan drew envious glances from many present. To be remembered by the Lord of the house was undoubtedly an honor, and all the more so given her earth grade mid-tier aptitude, which would surely earn her significant cultivation resources. At that moment, Lin Fan took the opportunity to scan her information. Name Su Mei. Age 18. Cultivation none. Aptitude earth grade mid-tier. Favorability 53. Seeing her favorability at 53, Lin Fan suspected the three maids had likely spoken well of him beforehand. Such high regard after a first meeting was unusual. Have you all made up your minds to join my Lin family? I will give you one final opportunity to choose. If you wish to withdraw now, it is still possible. At that point, I shall have people escort you back. Once this opportunity passes, any desire to leave afterward would constitute betrayal. I show no mercy to traitors. Lin Fan spoke with grave seriousness, yet those below remained unwavering. The fact that they stood here now was proof they had passed rigorous trials. Their resolve to join the Lin family was absolute. Before this, most of them had struggled just to fill their stomachs. Now they could eat their fill at every meal, and even pursue cultivation, becoming the warriors they had once only dreamed of. Faced with such circumstances, only a fool would refuse. After a moment of silence, seeing no one chose to leave, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. If anyone had truly walked away, he would not have stopped them, for in the end it would not be his loss. Of course, he would also erase their memories. He absolutely could not let the outside world know about his secret recruitment of talents. Since no one is willing to leave, allow me to congratulate you here. You have made the right choice. By joining the Lin family, your future prospects are boundless. As long as you cultivate diligently, flying through the sky and burrowing into the earth will become a simple matter. Upon hearing the words flying through the sky, The eyes of everyone present burned with passion. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, no one did not wish to become powerful. Xiao Yue, I intend to bring them into the small world. The three of you remember to pacify them. Yes, Patriarch. Then with a thought, Lin Fan transported everyone into the small world, including Xiao Yu and her two companions. Their mission was already complete, so there was no need for them to remain here. Before leaving, Lin Fan glanced around, and finding nothing unusual, soared into the air and departed. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Fan returned to Wanxiang City. Perhaps Xiao Yu and the other two had set a good precedent for in the following days. Lin Fan received transmissions from time to time. Thus, after half a month, all 10 groups had been retrieved by Lin Fan. The gains from the latter 9 groups were substantial, likely because the regions they had visited were more densely populated. In total, there were 350 boys, 200 with Xian grade lower tier aptitude, 100 with Xian grade middle tier aptitude, 300 with Xian grade upper tier aptitude, and 98 with Xian grade supreme tier aptitude. There was also 1 with Earth grade lower tier aptitude, and 1 with Earth grade supreme tier aptitude. As for the girls, there were 900, 500 with Yellow grade supreme tier aptitude, 250 with Xian grade lower tier aptitude, 100 with Xian grade middle tier aptitude, 350 with Xian grade upper tier aptitude, and 147 with Xian grade supreme tier aptitude. There were also 2 with Earth grade lower tier aptitude, and 1 with Earth grade middle tier aptitude. Among them, 300 were unmarried girls over the age of 18. Among these 230 had Yellow grade supreme tier aptitude, 400 had Xian grade lower tier aptitude, 200 had Xian grade middle tier aptitude, 80 had Xian grade upper tier aptitude, and 18 had Xian grade supreme tier aptitude. There was also 1 with Earth grade middle tier aptitude, and 1 with Earth grade upper tier aptitude. In total, there were 15500 people. Though 15500 seemed like a large number, these people were selected from hundreds of millions by Xiao Yu and the others. In comparison, this number was not substantial. Nevertheless, what delighted Lin Fan was that among them there were altogether 7 individuals with Earth grade aptitude. For the time being, Lin Fan would certainly give them priority training. After bringing these people into the small world, Lin Fan did not involve himself much. He handed them over to Li Han. Most of these people were malnourished and illiterate. First, they would have to restore their health, then teach them to read and write. If they could not even recognize characters, how could they discuss cultivation? Cultivation could wait for a while. Thus, another month passed in the main world. During this time, Lin Fan finally succeeded in making Jiang Wanqing and the others pregnant. This included 25 girls with Xian grade lower tier aptitude. After that, Lin Fan chose to go into seclusion. Through his diligent cultivation over this period, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. 2 days after Lin Fan began his seclusion, the atmosphere in the small world grew somewhat tense. Luo Yiran and the others wore expressions of anxiety and anticipation. Husband, you will surely break through to the Purple Mansion realm. They silently prayed for Lin Fan in their hearts. Breaking through a major realm was extremely dangerous. If the breakthrough failed, at the very least one's cultivation would regress. In severe cases, the foundation could be damaged, or even death and annihilation could occur. Fortunately, before entering seclusion, Lin Fan had refined a furnace of obstacle-breaking pills, a Xian grade lower tier pill. These pills could increase the success rate of breaking through from the Qi Si realm to the Purple Mansion realm. Even if the breakthrough failed, the harm could be minimized. Thus, this breakthrough was not dangerous for Lin Fan. On that day, a powerful aura emanated from the place where Lin Fan was in seclusion. At the same time, following the release of this aura, the small world began to expand rapidly. Seeing this, Luo Yiran and the others were not panicked. Instead, they were overjoyed. Husband has succeeded in his breakthrough. That was the thought in all their hearts. At that moment, Lin Fan, who had been in seclusion, opened his eyes. Finally, I have broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Now I have a foothold in the 100 Kingdoms land. Feeling his newfound power, Lin Fan was deeply satisfied. He could now easily suppress his former self at the perfect Qi Si realm with a single thought. The difference between these two realms was vast. Crossing realms to kill an enemy was nearly impossible. Of course, if one possessed a high-grade treasure, that was another matter. In short, without external aid, relying solely on one's own combat power, it was impossible to cross realms and defeat an enemy between these two major realms. Now Lin Fan could, with the mere pressure of his aura, render martial artists below the Purple Mansion realm immobile. Lin Fan straightened his clothes, brushed off the non-existent dust, and then stepped out of his seclusion chamber. When Lin Fan walked out, he saw his wives, concubines, the children who could walk, and the maidservants all gathered there to welcome him. Congratulations, husband, for breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Congratulations, father, for breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Congratulations, patriarch, for breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Haha, today is a joyous day. Li Han, have someone prepare a banquet. Oh, we will celebrate tonight. Yes, patriarch. Soon Li Han gathered the staff. Then they began to slaughter spirit beasts, catch spirit fish, and prepare the dishes for tonight's feast. On the other side, the children who had not yet started cultivation were also summoned by the maidservants to help prepare the evening meal. During this period, nourished by spirit rice, spirit fish, and spirit beast meat, all these children had become healthy and robust, no longer frail as before. Their strength had even reached over 100 gene. It must be noted that the youngest among them was only 6 or 7 years old. Yet all of this was inseparable from the resources Lin Fan provided. By now these people had become Lin Fan's loyal followers, all branded by the family divine tree. After chatting with the women for a while, Lin Fan turned to Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu. Shiyu Shishue, are you ready? I plan to take you to the Fire Cloud sect tomorrow. Hearing that they could take revenge tomorrow, the two were excited. Now that Lin Fan had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, they had no worries. Husband, we are ready, the two said firmly. After such a long time, their original essence had fully recovered. Moreover, their strength had all broken through to the Qi realm. Even Luo Yiran and the others had also broken through to the Qi realm. Now the Lin family already had 1 member in the Zifu realm and 22 in the Qihai realm. The 25 concubines of Xian grade low-quality aptitude were still at the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm. However, with Lin Fan's supply of resources, it would not take long for them to break through to the Qihai realm. The conditions for the family's upgrade are almost met. We're just a bit short on luck before we can advance to a level 2 family. Ding! Congratulations, host, your family level has been upgraded to level 2. You have received a promotion gift pack. Upon hearing about the family upgrade, Lin Fan looked surprised. System, I checked earlier, and we were still short on luck. How did it suddenly upgrade? Host, you checked before entering seclusion. Now that your cultivation has advanced, it naturally increases the family's luck. Oh, that's true. I overlooked it. System, open the gift pack for me. Lin Fan was quite expectant of the upgrade gift pack. Congratulations, host. You have opened the gift pack and obtained 100 Xian grade Yuan stones and 100 yellow grade Yuan stones. In addition, you can enjoy a cultivation bonus from your children. Currently, the bonus effect is 1%. In simple terms, if your children cultivate for 100 days, you will receive the equivalent of 1 day's cultivation results. This includes the children's mothers, who also receive the same cultivation bonus. Please continue to strive, host. As the family level increases, the bonus effect will further improve. System, you are as generous as ever. Lin Fan was astonished by this reward, but even more so pleasantly surprised. Forget the various Yuan stones and such. The cultivation bonus was the most important. Though 1% seemed insignificant, he had many children. Not counting those in the womb, he already had 19 children born. Once his children grew up, he could grow stronger, even while lying down. Even more importantly, his wives and concubines would also enjoy the same cultivation bonus as him. Although the bonus was the same, they could not compare to him, because only the children they personally bore could grant them the bonus. For example, Luo Yiran could only enjoy the cultivation bonus of Lin Haochen. As for the other children, since they were not born from her, she naturally could not enjoy their cultivation bonuses. System, can I only obtain the cultivation bonus from my children? What if I have grandchildren in the future? Can I obtain their cultivation bonuses? Host, currently, only children can provide the bonus. After the family levels up in the future, it will be possible. Please continue to strive. Haha, that's wonderful. I didn't expect it to be possible. He was not in a hurry for now, since the children were still young. It would take many years before he had grandchildren. Once the children grew up, not only he, but also his wives and concubines could rapidly enhance their strength. In the future, with more descendants, it would be hard for his family not to become powerful. But I'll keep this news to myself for now. I'll give them a surprise once the children start cultivating. By the way, I've broken through to the Zifu realm, so the small world should have expanded. Let me see how big it is now. With that thought, Lin Fan immediately sensed the changes in the small world. When Lin Fan perceived the changes in the small world, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. The small world has expanded this much. Now the Lake Heart Island alone had become a 10000 square kilometer island. The spirit pool that previously generated the primordial energy of heaven and earth had also expanded to 100 square kilometers. It emitted a rich primordial energy, making the entire small world's energy even denser. The concentration of primordial energy in the small world was now twice what it was before. Over time, the concentration of primordial energy would only become higher. The land near the spirit pool had been upgraded to heaven grade medium quality. Meanwhile, all the land on the Lake Heart Island had reached heaven grade low quality. The upgrade in land grade made the spirit herbs grow even more luxuriantly. Even the low-grade spirit herbs had all advanced. Now the lowest grade spirit herbs in the small world had reached yellow grade high quality. Apart from the Lake Heart Island, the lake that was previously 300 square kilometers had now expanded to 300 square kilometers. From time to time, spirit fish could be seen leaping out of the lake surface. Clearly, the changes in the small world were beneficial to them as well. The environment here was far better than where they had lived before. The remaining continent had an area of 600 square kilometers. In summary, the small world had expanded from 100 square kilometers to 100 square kilometers. Such a massive expansion made the previously somewhat dense, small world feel spacious again. The next time Lin Fan went to the Million Mountains, he would probably be busy transplanting large trees again. Of course, ordinary trees would not be qualified to enter, only spiritual plants would do. The small world is already this big. I need to plan it out properly. He decided to act on it since it wouldn't take much time. Then Lin Fan transmitted a message to everyone. I am going to remodel the small world next. There will be some commotion, so don't be alarmed. Lin Fan's voice reached everyone in the small world. Luo Yiran and the others who had been chatting nearby all looked at Lin Fan. Husband, why are you suddenly remodeling the small world? Jiang Wanqing asked in confusion. After I broke through to the Zifu realm, the small world also expanded. Now the area of the small world has reached 100 square kilometers. Such a large place would be unsuitable without proper planning. What? The small world has grown this much. Everyone was shocked by the numbers. They had only felt the small world expanding, but hadn't expected it to be this much. Husband, with the small world now this big, it really needs proper planning. Lin Fan already had a rough idea for the plan. After sharing it with everyone, he received their support. First, he divided the Lake Heart Island into 7 islands. The island where he currently lived was named Tianshu Island. Among these 7 islands, Tianshu Island was the largest, covering 400 square kilometers. This included 360 square kilometers of land and the divided 400 square kilometers of spirit pool, which could now be called a spirit lake. The division did not affect the spirit lake. Otherwise, Lin Fan would certainly not have done this. The remaining 6 islands were named Tianxian Island, Tianji Island, Tianquan Island, Yuheng Island, Kaiyang Island, and Yaoguang Island. Lin Fan named these 7 islands directly after the Big Dipper. Each of the other 6 islands had an area of 100 square kilometers, including 100 square kilometers of Spirit Lake. Next was the continent of 600 square kilometers. It was simple. Lin Fan just divided it evenly into 4 continents, east, south, west, and north. Now the 4 continents faced each other across the lake, each with 140 square kilometers of land. A river ran through each continent. After the terrain was planned, the next matter was the placement of the children. Lin Fan pondered and decided to settle them in the eastern continent. The 6 remaining islands were reserved by Lin Fan for his own children. Once they began their cultivation, he would place them on one of those islands. Lin Fan would not waste the vacant islands. They could be used to plant spirit herbs first. Well, the small world had grown too large, and he now needed to procure a massive quantity of spirit herb seeds again. Next came the captive spirit beasts. Lin Fan thought for a moment and relocated them to the northern continent. With 140 square kilometers, they could freely reproduce. After all, they were all herbivorous spirit beasts for now, so there was no fear of them fighting. As for the 5 pairs of Jialong horses and Zijing bees rewarded by the system, Lin Fan kept them on Tianshu Island. The Zidian Diao was also left on Tianshu Island. This creature was very clingy to Lin Fan, and if it were sent to the northern continent, it might throw a tantrum. Now under Lin Fan's lavish nurturing, it had grown to the 3rd rank. Those captive spirit beasts could not be allowed to be ravaged by it. As for the western and southern continents, there were no plans yet, so Lin Fan decided to plant them all with spirit rice. The vacant areas in the eastern continent would also be planted with spirit rice. So much land must not be left vacant and wasted. The spirit herbs, spirit fruits, Zijing rice, and such would remain planted on Tianshu Island. After finalizing all these plans, Lin Fan finally had some leisure. As for Li Han and the others, they were busy preparing tonight's banquet. The recent changes in the small world did not affect them. System: what conditions are needed to upgrade the family to the next level? Host: to upgrade the family to level 3, you need 1 person at the Divine Platform realm, 10 people at the Purple Mansion realm, and 5 million fortune. Seeing this data, Lin Fan felt a headache. Raising the family to level 3 in a short time would be very difficult. Then Lin Fan checked his own attribute panel. Host: Lin Fan. Remaining lifespan 768 years. Identity: Patriarch of the Lin family. Family level 2. Family members: wives and concubines, 47. Offspring: sons, 7 daughters, 12. Family fortune 560000. Strength: early Purple Mansion realm. Qualification: top grade mystic. Cultivation: art Qianquan, He Dao art. Martial skills and techniques: earth grade lower Jing Lei finger minor achievement, mystic grade supreme. Dai Langpa major achievement, Lu Yun sword, art major achievement, mystic grade supreme. Zhu Ing step major achievement. Weapon: mystic grade supreme, blazing flame sword. Family wealth: earth grade spirit stones 1500, mystic grade spirit stones 13697, yellow grade spirit stones approximately 1.15 million. Wives: strength Qi Si realm, 22 persons, Kai Yuan realm, 25 persons. Small world area 100 square kilometers. Time flow rate 6 times that of the main world. At the time flow rate of the small world has actually become 6 times. This change delighted Lin Fan. Although it was only one extra time, it was already incredibly formidable. As his strength grew in the future, this multiplier would only increase. At that moment, Shinruotang came to Lin Fan's side. Husband, shouldn't we give the small world a name? Calling it small world all the time feels somewhat inappropriate. You are ripe, it's time to name the small world. With that, Lin Fan looked at the women. Do you have any ideas? Husband, you are the head of the family. This realm's name must come from you. Seeing that everyone agreed, Lin Fan had to think of one himself. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan had an answer. How about Shin Shao? What do you think? Shun means immortal, Shao means the 9 heavens. Someday our Lin family will rise above the 9 heavens and become the carefree immortals. Hearing Lin Fan's explanation, the women were greatly inspired. Husband, Shin Shao is excellent. From now on, our small world shall be called the Shin Shao realm. Thus the Shin Shao realm was established. Soon it was time for the banquet. Today was the day Lin Fan broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, and everyone was overjoyed. Although the children lived in the eastern continent, Lin Fan still took the time to visit them. Within the Shin Shao realm, Lin Fan could go anywhere with a single thought. Now Lin Fan was supreme in their eyes. His appearance filled them with immense excitement. Greetings, Patriarch. We congratulate you on breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. They had already learned about cultivation realms. They also knew that the Purple Mansion realm was a dominant force in the land of 100 nations. This filled them with awe and admiration for Lin Fan. No need for formalities. You have laid a solid foundation during this time. Soon I will have someone teach you cultivation techniques. Finally, we can cultivate. Everyone present cheered with joy. Ever since they arrived, they had been looking forward to the day they could begin cultivation. Now their dream had finally come true. Alright, don't get too excited. Cultivation is a very arduous endeavor. To become a strong cultivator is not easy. In this world, if you want to become strong, you must fight for it. Cultivation resources will not appear in your hands for no reason. You must contend for them. Along the path of growth, you will experience countless battles, and some of you may die. Tell me, are you afraid? Patriarch, we are not afraid. Their voices were resolute. Without Lin Fan, some of them might have starved to death. Thus death held no terror for them. They now had only one conviction: to become stronger. Good. Lin Fan was very satisfied with their answer. I will provide the initial cultivation resources, but later you will need to exchange contributions for them. I hope you will not disappoint me. Lin Fan would not support them indefinitely. If they could not create value, what use were they? Patriarch, rest assured we will never let you down. Could I look forward to the day you grow strong? Alright, that's all for today. Continue your meal, or I will take my leave now. With that, Lin Fan vanished from the spot. The eastern continent was where the children lived. Of course, Lin Fan had also arranged for people to look after them. As for those over 18, they lived together with the former maidservants. By now the family's maidservant scale had become quite massive. The original 210, plus the 200 girls with top-grade yellow qualifications brought back from Tianfeng City, and the newly added 300. In total, there were 3410 people. Of course, not all of them would remain maidservants. The newly added 300 had no cultivation foundation and still needed to be trained for some time. At least until they reached the Kai Yuan realm would Lin Fan assign them appropriately. The following day, Lin Fan departed Xinshao realm alongside Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishua. Today he intended to bring the 2 women to Huiyun's sect to seek vengeance. During this period, Lin Fan had gained a fairly thorough understanding of the power structures within Qingyun Commandery. Huiyun's sect was one of the 4 major sects within Qingyun Commandery. Within Qingyun Commandery, 3 other sects shared equal renown: Yunqiu sect, Xianyuan sect, and Qingming Valley. In addition, there were 3 prominent families, the Li Wang and He clans. The strongest cultivators among these 7 factions were all at the late stage of the Sea of Qi realm. Beyond them stood the official forces of Zhao Kingdom stationed in Qingyun Commandery. Naturally, the supreme authority of the entire Qingyun Commandery was the Commandery governor. It was said that the Commandery governor had entered seclusion for many years, attempting to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. As for whether he had succeeded, the outside world remained unaware. Beyond Qingyun City, where the governor resided, there were 3 other great cities: Chongning City, Raoping City, and Laihua City. Each of these 3 cities was guarded by a lord at the late stage of the Sea of Qi realm. Moreover, the jurisdiction of each city covered more than 30 million square kilometers. The combined territory of these 3 cities exceeded 100 million square kilometers, accounting for half of Qingyun Commandery's land. The largest was naturally Qingyun City, with a jurisdiction spanning 5,000 square kilometers. The lord of Qingyun City was none other than the governor's younger brother, whose cultivation had reached the peak stage of the Sea of Qi realm. With 2 cultivators at the peak stage of the Sea of Qi guarding the area, no one in Qingyun Commandery could ever threaten the governor's family status. The Huiyun sect that Lin Fan and the others intended to visit lay within Chongning City's jurisdiction. After destroying Huiyin's sect, they could conveniently head to Chongning City to deal with those three major families. Wanxiang City was tens of thousands of li away from Huiyin's sect. However, given Lin Fan's current strength, it took only a quarter of an hour for him to bring Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu above the skies of Huiyin's sect. Luo Tsang, the young master of Huiyin's sect, was unaware that his crisis had arrived. He was busy committing vile acts in his residence. Before him stood a woman glaring at him with utter fury. This woman had been delivered to him early that morning by Deacon Liao Chun. Capturing her had required considerable effort from Huiyin's sect, for her identity was no ordinary one. She was Yi Ningshuang, the youngest disciple of Gu Nanshi, master of Yunxiu sect. Bearing top-grade talent of the Xian rank, she had already cultivated to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm at merely 23 years of age. She was expected to break through to the Sea of Qi realm by the age of 25. Such remarkable talent naturally earned her the deep affection of her master Gu Nanshi. Yet Yi Ningshuang could never have imagined that simply carrying out a sect mission, she would be ambushed by Huiyin's sect. To capture her, Huiyin's sect had deployed 6 elders at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Luo Tsang, what do you think you're doing? My master is the sect leader of Yunxiu sect. If you dare harm me, our Yunxiu sect will certainly wage war against your Huiyin's sect. She had heard of Luo Tsang's reputation and felt nothing but disgust toward a man like him. But at this moment her cultivation was sealed, leaving her utterly powerless to resist. Haha, Yi Ningshuang, I've wanted you for a long time. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the right opportunity before. This time you won't escape. As for whether Yunxiu sect will declare war on us, you needn't worry about that. Your master has no idea you've fallen into my hands, so she wouldn't wage war on Huiyin's sect without reason. Therefore it would be wisest for you to comply. This will lessen your suffering. Upon hearing Luo Tsang's words, despair filled Yi Ningshuang's heart. As he had said, her master knew nothing of her capture by Huiyin's sect. There was almost no possibility of rescue. With her cultivation sealed, she could not escape from here. This was truly a dead end. Luo Tsang, your Huiyin's sect is truly despicable. If you have any courage, unseal my cultivation and face me in a real battle. If you defeat me, I will have nothing to say, and I will willingly submit to you. Her words were a stalling tactic, nothing more. Without her cultivation restored, escape was impossible. If Luo Tsang agreed, perhaps she could find an opportunity to flee. Though the hope of escape was slim, it was the only method she could think of. Huh? Luo Tsang laughed, amused by Yi Ningshuang's naivety. Besides, which woman beside me has ever survived past 1 year? You don't truly believe I've fallen for you, do you? Let me tell you, you are merely a tool to improve my aptitude. Luo Tsang's voice turned ice cold. At this point he was not far from descending into demonic cultivation. His mind was consumed solely by how to rapidly enhance his talent. Feelings between men and women had never entered his thoughts. Luo Tsang, you actually practice demonic arts. At that moment Yi Ningshuang understood Luo Tsang's true purpose. It was clear, he intended to drain her vitality to improve his aptitude. So what if I do? Luo Tsang admitted directly. Yi Ningshuang was already a fish upon his chopping block. What difference would it make if she knew his intentions? He enjoyed seeing fear in Yi Ningshuang's eyes. The more terrified she became, the more excited he grew. True enough, upon seeing Luo Tsang's confession, despair overwhelmed Yi Ningshuang's heart. Haha, afraid now? The more afraid you are, the more I enjoy it. Saying this, Luo Tsang slowly advanced toward Yi Ningshuang. Luo Tsang, I curse you to a wretched death. Yi Ningshuang cursed while frantically retreating. Haha, once I drain you, my aptitude will reach the lower tier of the D rank. With aptitude at the lower D grade, my strength will surge forward within a short time. When I break through to the Sea of Qi realm, let me see who in Qingyun Commandery will dare challenge me. Oh, really? Then tell me, could you sisters possibly kill me? Upon hearing an unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar voice behind him, Luo Tsang was startled. Who? Luo Tsang exclaimed, hastily turning around. What, after only a year you no longer recognize us? Mu Shishua sneered. What, it's actually you. How did you end up here? Looking at the two, then glancing at Lin Fan, Luo Tsang's eyes filled with wariness. Simultaneously, he secretly crushed a jade talisman in his hand. This was used to send messages to his mother. Once the talisman shattered, his mother would sense he was in danger and rush to rescue him. Luo Tsang was not foolish. The fact that the three had appeared silently meant their strength was at least at the Sea of Qi realm, and not just any Sea of Qi cultivator. His mother was merely at the early stage of the Sea of Qi realm. The fact that these three had managed to sneak past her and appear here suggested they might possess strength comparable to the mid-stage of the Sea of Qi realm. He knew Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishua's abilities. They had been at the early stage of the Kaiyuan realm back then. Even with their extraordinary talent, they could at most be at the mid-stage of the Kaiyuan realm now. He simply refused to believe they could have advanced to the Sea of Qi realm in such a short time. Thus he concluded that the reason they could appear here must be the man before him. At that moment Luo Tsang's gaze toward Lin Fan was filled with profound wariness. Luo Cong's every move naturally did not escape Lin Fan's notice, but Lin Fan did not intervene. It would be even better for Luo Cong to gather the experts of the Huoyan sect, as it would make handling them more convenient later. At this moment Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu looked at Luo Cong with eyes full of hatred. This man was the culprit who had caused the annihilation of their Mu family. Today he was finally going to die. Luo Cong, you slaughtered my entire Mu family. We came here today to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Now you are here harming other girls. A person like you deserves to die. Yi Ningxuang saw this scene and felt a hint of surprise in her heart. She had originally thought she was in a dead end, but unexpectedly a change occurred. At her most critical moment, Luo Cong's enemies actually came. Did this mean she was already saved? The three people before her could appear here, so openly their strength was certainly not ordinary. Judging from their expressions, they clearly were not afraid of the Huoyan sect. She had also heard about the Mu family's annihilation. At that time her master had scoffed at the Huoyan sect's actions, yet she never expected that the Mu family still had survivors who inadvertently helped her out. So Yi Ningxuang no longer hesitated. She quickly seized this opportunity and walked behind Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue. Hello, two elder sisters, and this elder brother. I am Yi Ningxuang from the Yunxiu sect. I was captured by the Huoyan sect. She was truly afraid that Lin Fan and the others would misunderstand her as being on Luo Cong's side. Hearing Yi Ningxuang's self-introduction, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue were both surprised. You are Yi Ningxuang. I've heard of you, the beloved young disciple of the Yunxiu sect's leader. I never expected the Huoyan sect to be so bold as to dare to capture even you. Aren't they afraid of provoking a war between the two sects? Or has the Huoyan sect become so arrogant that they look down even on sects of the same rank? At this point Mu Shishue glanced at Luo Cong again, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Two elder sisters, that's not the case. The Huoyan sect certainly wouldn't dare to start a war with our Yunxiu sect. I came out alone to carry out a mission, and then I was ambushed by a group of them. My master doesn't even know I've been captured yet. Fortunately you two elder sisters and this elder brother came, or I would have been doomed. Although the crisis had not yet been resolved, having Lin Fan and the others there made Yi Ningxuang feel much more at ease. So that's how it is. The Huoyan sect is as despicable as ever. After saying this, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue looked at Luo Cong with even more contempt. If they weren't waiting for the Huoyan sect's experts to arrive, they would have already struck and flayed Luo Cong alive. Luo Cong's earlier movements had not escaped the notice of the two sisters either. They were now at the Qi realm, so how could they fail to see the petty tricks of the Kaiyuan realm? Seeing the Mu sisters' repeated taunts, a cold glint flashed in Luo Cong's eyes. Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu, stop your petty quarrels here. The two of you were nothing but stray dogs before. If it weren't for Liao Chen being too useless, the two of you would have long become nourishment for my cultivation. Saying this, Luo Cong turned his gaze to Lin Fan. I suppose you are the backer they found. To be able to appear here without my mother noticing, you must have the strength of the mid-Qi realm. But don't forget, this is my Huoyan sect's territory. My grandfather is a master of the late Qi realm. If you know what's good for you, leave the two of them here, and leave quickly. If you wait until my grandfather and mother arrive, you won't have a chance to leave. Luo Cong's tone was full of threats. Shut up. Lin Fan snorted coldly, then slapped him flying. For such trash, he couldn't be bothered to talk. After Luo Cong fell to the ground, he spat a mouthful of blood, and his aura became weak. Lin Fan's casual slap nearly took half his life. Luo Qingyan, who had just arrived, happened to see this scene, and was immediately filled with heartache. She hurried over to help Luo Cong up. Songer, are you all right? Mother, I'm fine, but you should send a message to grandfather first. This guy is very strong. I'm afraid you are no match for him. Songer, it's good that you're fine. You rest here, I'll leave the rest to me. After helping Luo Cong to a chair, Luo Qingyan looked at Lin Fan with murderous intent. Who are you and why did you hit my son? If you don't give me an explanation, you won't leave the Huoyan sect today. Since her son said Lin Fan was strong, it must be true, so she did not rashly attack Lin Fan. Fortunately, before coming for safety, she had already sent a message to her father. Presumably her father would arrive soon. Why did I hit your son? These two are my women. Is that reason enough? I came here today not just to hit your son, but to destroy your Huoyan sect. Lin Fan said coldly. Absurd. A mere brat like you dares to speak of destroying my Huoyan sect. Who gave you the courage? With these words, an old man who appeared to be over 50 instantly appeared before everyone. Father, grandfather. Luo Qingyan and Luo Cong felt emboldened at the sight of the newcomer. Luo Yunzhou nodded at the two, then looked at Lin Fan. Young man, you have some strength and don't know your place. Coming to my Huoyan sect to cause trouble alone, you probably don't know how to spell death. Today you will pay with your life for your arrogance and ignorance. Yi Ningxuang saw this scene and began to worry for Lin Fan. Luo Yunzhou was a master of the same level as her sect's old leader. She didn't know if Lin Fan could match him. If Lin Fan lost, she too would not be able to change her fate. In any case, the Huoyan sect would not let her leave alive. Two elder sisters, what should we do now? Can this elder brother handle Luo Yunzhou? Ningxuang, you don't need to worry. A mere late Qi Si realm is like an ant in my husband's eyes. Ridiculous, their husband was at the Zifu realm. How could he not handle a Qi Si realm? Seeing that the two were not worried at all, Yi Ningxuang also relaxed. At this moment, Lin Fan picked his ear and looked impatiently at the old man. Are you done with your nonsense? If so, I'll send you on your way. You insolent fool. Seeing himself ignored by Lin Fan, Luo Yunzhou became enraged. Brat, take my palm strike. Luo Yunzhou launched the first attack. Familiar trick. Lin Fan snorted coldly, then struck back with a palm. To leave no survivors, he directly used 1/10 of his strength. Boom. The two attacks collided and Luo Yunzhou was instantly sent flying. When he landed on the ground, he didn't even let out a scream before completely falling silent. No, how is this possible? How can you be so strong? Seeing this, Luo Qingyan and Luo Cong both could not accept it. Luo Yunzhou was the guardian deity of the Huiyun sect. Yet in front of Lin Fan, he couldn't even withstand a single move. How strong was Lin Fan before him? Yi Ningxuang was also astonished by Lin Fan's overwhelming power. Luo Yunzhou could not withstand even a single move from Lin Fan. Did this imply that her former sect master, when facing Lin Fan, would similarly be unable to survive a single strike? She now grew curious about Lin Fan's true identity. How could such a formidable figure emerge in Qingyun County? The tremendous commotion naturally drew the attention of the elders and disciples of the Huiyun sect. It's coming from the young sect master's residence. Something must have happened. Let's hurry over. The elders dared not delay and all rushed toward the location. There was no choice. Although many were dissatisfied with the young sect master's cruelty, if Luo Cong met with trouble and they showed no response, Luo Qingyan and Luo Yunzhou would certainly not let them off. Some audacious disciples also began to gather here. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyan, unable to accept the death of her father, grew frantic with a wild expression on her face. She directly took out a pill from her storage pouch, gritted her teeth, and quickly swallowed it. As an alchemist, Lin Fan recognized the pill at a glance. The blood-burning pill, a yellow grade supreme pill. Once consumed, it could instantly allow a martial artist at the early Qihai realm to erupt with the strength of the peak Qihai realm. However, it lasted only for one breath's time. After the duration ended, the user would die completely. This pill was something Luo Qingyan had obtained by chance. At this moment, Luo Qingyan could not care about anything else. If she didn't kill Lin Fan, they would all die. In that case, she might as well gamble everything before Lin Fan made his move. If she waited for Lin Fan to strike, she wouldn't even have a chance to take the pill. As long as she could die together with Lin Fan, her son would survive. The moment Luo Qingyan swallowed the pill, her aura began to surge. Now she was exhilarated. Lin Fan had missed the opportunity to kill her with a single blow. Haha, young man, this is the consequence of your underestimation. Die. As she spoke, Luo Qingyan began to gather all her power, preparing to unleash her strongest strike against Lin Fan. She had to kill Lin Fan in one blow, or she would have no chance. Overreaching. Lin Fan snorted coldly and directly released the oppressive aura of the Zifu realm. PFF. Luo Qingyan, who had just finished gathering her power, was instantly severely injured by this pressure. No, how can this be? You are actually a Zifu realm powerhouse. How could there be a Zifu realm existence in Qingyun County? Although Luo Qingyan could hardly believe it, the truth was right before her eyes. The pressure emanating from Lin Fan was indeed that of the Zifu realm. At this moment, she looked at her son with a pitiful expression. Song, your mother has done her best. It seems this is your fate. I should never have let you cultivate this technique. With these words, Luo Qingyan breathed her last. No, how could this happen? How could you be a Zifu realm? This can't be real. In the span of just a short time, both of his powerful backers had died before his eyes. Luo Cong began to break down. Looking at Luo Cong, who was as pathetic as a dead dog, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with him. Sure, Shiyu, I'll leave this fellow to you. I'll go deal with those outside. All right, husband. After Lin Fan left, Yi Ningxuang finally snapped out of her shock. She had never imagined that Lin Fan was actually a Zifu realm expert. Such a powerhouse was invincible in Qingyun County. At this moment, she began to mourn for the Huiyun sect. Of all the people to offend, they had to provoke a Zifu realm master. From today onward, the Huiyun sect would vanish from Qingyun County. However, she felt no sympathy for the Huiyun sect. It was better that such a sect be destroyed. If not for the timely arrival of Lin Fan and the two, she dared not imagine how miserable she would have been. At this moment, Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu slowly walked up to Luo Cong. The hatred in their eyes erupted completely. Luo Cong, you now understand the pain of losing loved ones, don't you? We sisters swore in our hearts when we fled that as long as we lived we would avenge our family. How I never expected to fall into your hands. This is all Liao Chen's fault. At this moment, Luo Cong wished he could tear Liao Chen into 1,000 pieces. If not for Liao Chen's mistake in letting Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue escape, how could they have met such a powerful figure? What's the use of saying this now? Today is your death day, Mu Shishue said, preparing to strike at Luo Tsang. Who's afraid of you? You're only relying on that man. Although I'm injured, I'm still at the peak Kaiyuan realm. How could the two of you possibly deal with me? As he spoke, Luo Tsang assumed a desperate fighting stance. Yining Shuang saw this, and quickly spoke up, "Sisters, please unseal my cultivation, so I can deal with him." "Miss Yi, there's no need for you to bother with such a trivial matter." Despite saying that, Mu Shiyu still helped unseal her. At that moment, Mu Shishue released her full aura. Qihai realm. Impossible. You were only at the early Kaiyuan realm last year. Even if that man is a Zifu realm, he couldn't have boosted your strength so much in such a short time. Sensing Mu Shishue's aura, Luo Tsang shook his head repeatedly, his tone filled with disbelief. Yining Shuang was also dumbfounded. Last year they were at the early Kaiyuan realm, and in just 1 year they had broken through to the Qihai realm. How was this possible? Hey, you're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. How could you comprehend the power of my husband? Prepare to die. With that, Mu Shishue directly struck, crippling his limbs. Then she took out a dagger and began slicing his flesh one cut at a time. While Mu Shishue cut, Mu Shiyu sprinkled salt on the wounds. You are so cruel. Give me a quick death. Tortured like this, Luo Tsang now only wished to die. But he was at the Kaiyuan realm, far more resilient than an ordinary person. Under such torment he would not die for a while, nor could he even faint. I said I would cut you into 1,000 pieces, and I keep my word. Those women who died at your hands, were they not suffering even more than you are now, eh? Mu Shishue said coldly. Toward their enemy, the two sisters naturally felt no mercy. Yining Shuang couldn't help but shiver at the sight. She silently warned herself never to provoke the Mu sisters. This was truly terrifying. However, recalling that the Mu family had been annihilated by Luo Tsang, she felt a sense of understanding. If it were her, she would likely not have been any better. Outside, Lin Fan had already waited for the elders and disciples of the Huayan sect. At this moment, several thousand disciples had gathered. Upon seeing Lin Fan, they all stopped. This place was not far from Luo Tsang's residence, so they could clearly hear his agonized screams. This caused the elders walking in the front to change expression drastically. If anything happened to Luo Tsang, they would not fare well. Who are you? What have you done to our young master? I advise you to stop immediately. If the sect master and the old sect master arrive, you'll beg for death, and find it impossible. Actually, they were also puzzled. Their young master was in trouble, yet why hadn't their sect master and old sect master come? Could it be that the sect master and old sect master were not within the sect? That was the only explanation. However, they did not dare to act rashly against Lin Fan. Daring to lay hands on their young master within the Huayan sect, he was certainly no ordinary person. At the very least, his strength had reached the Qi Si realm. So what they needed to do now was stall for time, waiting for their sect master and old sect master to return. Looking at this group, Lin Fan asked calmly, "What? Are you all so loyal to your young master?" Everyone thought Lin Fan was trying to sow discord, and immediately an elder spoke up. He is our young master, and in the future he will be the sect master of the Huayan sect. As elders and disciples of the Huayan sect, we are naturally utterly loyal to the young master. Exactly. We are loyal to the young master. If you know what's good for you, release him at once, or else we'll make sure you die without a burial place. The others also began to chime in. Is that so? Lin Fan said. Then I'm sorry. Since you are all so loyal, you can all die. After saying this, Lin Fan directly hovered in midair. Then he began to gather power in his palm. The aura he emitted at this moment filled everyone present with terror. No, senior. We were just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Yes, senior. We are not loyal at all. Please spare us. By now, how could they not understand? Their sect master and old sect master had not arrived. They had likely already fallen at the hands of this person before them. The oppressive pressure of this palm strike made them feel despair. If it came down on them, there would be absolutely no chance of survival. Unfortunately, Lin Fan had already finished gathering his power and naturally would not listen to their nonsense. Then he struck the position where they stood. With a boom, the spot instantly turned into a deep pit dozens of meters wide with water starting to gurgle up from the bottom. The several thousand people who had just been standing there were reduced to ashes. Since they were so loyal, they could not be left alive. Lin Fan did not care whether they were telling the truth or lying. Next, he toured the entire Huayan sect. Everything of value was looted. As for the remaining disciples, under the system's inspection, all those who harbored hostility toward him were killed. By the time Lin Fan finished dealing with these matters, Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue had also finished. Luo Tsang was dead beyond dead. Sister, we have finally avenged ourselves. Mu Shiyu showed a relieved expression. Yes, all thanks to my husband. If not for him, not to mention revenge, we probably wouldn't even be alive. Let's go, sister. Let's see if my husband has finished handling matters in the Huayan sect. If not, we can help a bit. All right, let's go now. After that, the two women collected the storage pouches of Luo Yunzhou and the other two, and then walked out. Yining Shuang, seeing them leave, quickly caught up. Soon the three found Lin Fan. Husband, here are the 3 storage pouches. Lin Fan nodded and put the 3 pouches into his storage space. The storage space did not have the limitations of those spatial equipment, so it could also store storage pouches. Let's go. The Huiyun sect is done. Next we go to Chongning City to deal with the 3 great families. Seeing that Lin Fan and the other 2 were about to leave, Yining Shuang quickly spoke up, Senior, and you 2 sisters wait. Can you take me along? This was a big shot at the Purple Mansion realm. She naturally wanted to build a connection. If she missed this opportunity, there might never be another chance. Seeing Lin Fan silent, Yining Shuang looked at Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu with a pleading expression, hoping they would speak for her. Mu Shishue gave Yining Shuang a meaningful glance, and then said, Husband, why not take her along? All right. Since Mu Shishue had spoken, Lin Fan found it hard to refuse. Bringing one more person along while flying wouldn't affect him much. The distance was not far. It took only a few breaths for Lin Fan to bring the 3 to the sky above Chongning City. However, they were above the clouds, so no one noticed them. This time Lin Fan chose not to keep a low profile. Having reached the Purple Mansion realm, it was time to bring his family into the open. So he directly released his full aura. Instantly Chongning City was enveloped by a terrifying oppressive pressure. With the sudden appearance of this pressure, the martial artists in the city were filled with fear. The ordinary people, on the other hand, were not affected at all. The stronger one's strength, the heavier the oppressive pressure they endured. Those who felt it most deeply were the city lord Zhou Jinyan and the Qi realm martial artists of the 3 great families. Could this be a Purple Mansion realm expert? That was Zhou Jinyan's thought. He had never seen an expert of that level, but he had seen a Qi realm peak prefect. The prefect's strength was far inferior to this present one. At this moment, he only hoped that this expert had not come to trouble him. Although he was the city lord before a Purple Mansion realm expert, he was nothing. A Purple Mansion realm expert would not care about his status as city lord. After all, he was not a prefect. The prefect was appointed by the imperial court. Moving against a prefect without cause would be slapping the court's face, which the court would naturally not allow. As for him, the city lord was only appointed by the prefect, so the nature was different. Even if he were killed, the court would not intervene. Alas, I'd better go out and see. In the face of such an expert, if disaster is coming, it cannot be avoided. With that thought, Zhou Jinyan walked out trembling. Under Lin Fan's oppressive pressure, he could only move like an ordinary person, unable to exert his own strength at all. What is going on? Where did this expert come from? It seems he is targeting my Chongning City. What level of expert is this? This oppressive pressure is truly terrifying. Could it be that someone in our Chongning City has offended such a figure? Which damn person did this? I hope this expert doesn't involve us innocent people. Lin Fan paid no attention to what these people thought. He was not one to indiscriminately kill the innocent, so he naturally would not attack these people. Today he came here to eliminate the 3 great families and incidentally to establish his authority. After that he could begin formally establishing the Lin family in the open. Shishue, where are the 3 great families located? Husband, here is the Tian family, one of the 3 great families. Mu Shishue said, pointing to a manor covering dozens of square kilometers. On these 2 sides are the other 2 great families, the Liu family and the Yin family. Knowing the locations, the next steps were simple. Lin Fan hesitated no longer. He brought Mu Shishue and the other 2 down from above the clouds to the midair above Chongning City. At this moment, anyone who looked up could clearly see them. People of Chongning City, do not be afraid. I am here today only for the Tian Liu and Yin families. I declare that from today onward the 3 great families shall cease to exist. Lin Fan's words reached the ears of everyone in Chongning City. At the same time, the oppressive aura Lin Fan released no longer targeted them. His actions caused all the martial artists in Chongning City, except for those of the 3 families, to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as this powerhouse was not targeting them, it had nothing to do with them. At this moment, all the martial artists began to discuss among themselves. I never expected this powerhouse to come for the 3 families. It gave me a fright. I thought I was going to die here today. The people of these 3 families are too foolish. How could they have offended such a terrifying powerhouse? I feel that this senior's strength has reached the Zifu realm. The Zifu realm? That's impossible. Our Qingyun County doesn't even have a Zifu realm powerhouse. They wouldn't deign to come here. How can you say it's impossible? Although I have never seen a Zifu realm powerhouse, I have once glimpsed a Qihai realm perfection expert from afar. The imposing presence of that Qihai realm perfection expert was far inferior to this senior. If that's the case, this senior might indeed be a Zifu realm powerhouse. It seems the 3 families are doomed. Everyone looked quickly at the midair. Aren't the 2 women beside that powerhouse the eldest and second young ladies of the Mu family? It really is them. I once met them, and I'm absolutely certain. So that's it. The 2 young ladies of the Mu family have found a powerful backer. Today this senior is likely here to avenge them. Haha, the 3 families deserve it. Finally someone is dealing with them. Are you tired of living? Be careful, they hear you. What's there to fear now? They are already in dire straits. You have a point. If it were before, they would never have dared to say such things. The three families practically ruled Chongning City with an iron fist. They feared no one except the city lord's manor. If they had been overheard saying such things, they would probably be gone by the next day. Now that the three families faced a formidable enemy, those who had been oppressed for years naturally did not mind kicking them while they were down. Even the forces weaker than the three families secretly rejoiced. Previously, with the four great families in existence, they had no chance to rise. Any sign of prominence would be suppressed. If a clan member was rumored to have high talent, they risked assassination. But now that the Mu family was annihilated a year ago and the other three families were about to meet the same fate today, this naturally presented a golden opportunity for them to rise. Unlike their secret glee and schadenfreude, the members of the three families were all in utter panic. They had already sensed Lin Fan's overwhelming power. The mere oppressive aura he released was something they could not withstand. How formidable his true strength was they had no way of knowing. Yet such a powerhouse was their enemy. This instantly plunged the members of the three families into despair. At this moment, the patriarchs of the three families also emerged from their seclusion. Patriarch, what should we do now? This powerhouse is coming for us. This Huiyun sect is utterly useless. Not only did they lose track of them, but they also allowed them to find such a powerful backer. I told you we shouldn't have accepted their benefits. Now the retribution has come. For you saying you didn't take the benefits from the Huiyun sect. Now you're being all sanctimonious. Enough. What's the use of arguing now? Let's flee quickly. Every one of us who escapes counts. In the end, the patriarchs of the three families made the same choice to flee. As soon as this decision was made, the elders of these families began packing their valuables. They also sent out word for the family members to flee on their own, each one that could escape being one saved. After all, it was too late to stop them from fleeing. At this moment, besides the three families busily escaping, Zhou Jinyan of the city lord's manor was also panicking. Although he was quite far from Lin Fan's location as a Qihai realm practitioner, he naturally saw Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu. Back then, he had accepted 4 spirit stones from the Huiyun sect as a bribe, which was why he did not intervene to stop the four major forces from attacking the Mu family. Even in the subsequent division of the Mu family's assets, he had taken the largest share. He was now afraid that the Mu sisters would settle accounts with him later. No, I must return the Mu family's property and also offer generous gifts. He acted immediately, ordering his servants to prepare. If he delayed, he might end up sharing the fate of the four great families. Seeing that the members of the three families wanted to flee, Lin Fan was not about to give them that chance. He first went to the sky above the Tian family, directly confiscated their storage pouches, and then struck them with 5 palm blows, completely annihilating them. Of course, Lin Fan would not overlook their treasure vaults. As a Zifu realm cultivator, he already possessed spiritual sense, and these three families had no protective formations. Thus, he could locate the treasure vaults with a single thought. Following the same method, the Liu family and the Yin families soon met the same fate as the Tian family. And so the families that had stood in Chongning City for centuries were destroyed. Watching the three families be wiped out so easily, the martial artists of Chongning City were stunned. They had expected a monumental battle. Some had even fled far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. But in the end, it was a one-sided massacre with no ability to resist at all. They had all heard that the Zifu realm was immensely powerful, but they never imagined it could be this powerful. Zhou Jinyan's heart tightened at the sight. He hurriedly brought the prepared items and found Lin Fan and the other three. Zhou Jinyan pays respects to the senior. Before Lin Fan, Zhou Jinyan was extremely humble, not even daring to breathe heavily. You are? Lin Fan looked at him with confusion. Before Zhou Jinyan could reply, Mu Shishua spoke. Husband, he is the city lord of Chongning City. Hearing Mu Shishua call him husband, Zhou Jinyan grew even more fearful. If the Mu sisters held any grievance against him, he would likely be doomed. So you are the city lord of Chongning City. What business do you have with me? Lin Fan said indifferently. Senior, I have come to confess my guilt. I beg for your mercy. Confess your guilt. What crime have you committed? Lin Fan's voice was light, but Zhou Jinyan was so terrified that he kept wiping his sweat. Senior, back then I accepted 4 spirit stones from the Huiyun sect, which is why I didn't stop the four major powers from besieging the Mu family. Later, after the Mu family was destroyed, I also obtained a considerable amount of their assets. Now I have come to return all these resources and estates in full, hoping that you can show leniency. Zhou Jinyan dared not conceal anything and directly confessed his actions. After all, such matters could be easily uncovered with a simple investigation, so it was better to be forthright. Lin Fan did not answer him, but instead looked at the two sisters. Shishua, what do you think of this? Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu exchanged a glance, having already made their decision. Husband, since he has returned these resources, let it be. After all, he did not personally strike against the Mu family. Given his position, it was already commendable that he did not add insult to injury. The two women bore no hatred toward Zhou Jinyan, the city lord. After all, their Mu family had no deep ties with the city lord. In fact, they were even competitors in some businesses. Having accepted payment, yet refrained from attacking the Mu family showed some conscience. Moreover, killing a city lord now would be detrimental to the Lin family's future development. Although slaying a city lord might not provoke the imperial court into action, it would cause other factions under the court to harbor resentment toward the Lin family. Hearing the two women's words, Zhou Jinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt immense gratitude toward them, and was also thankful that he had not chosen to act back then, or he would certainly have met his end today. Since Shishue and Shiyu have no grievances against you, I will spare you. However, I need you to help consolidate the assets of the three great families and the Huoyan sect. At the same time, I leave it to you to eliminate the remaining members of those three families and the Huoyan sect outside. I trust you will not disappoint me in this matter. As Lin Fan finished speaking, his aura flared briefly, serving as a deterrent to Zhou Jinyan. Rest assured, senior. Give me half a month and I will handle this perfectly. Zhou Jinyan quickly promised. From Lin Fan's words, he also deduced that the Huoyan sect must have been annihilated, otherwise Lin Fan would not have asked him to take over its assets. Very well, you may go now. Yes, senior. I shall take my leave. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Zhou Jinyan finally let out a sigh of relief. The pressure Lin Fan had placed on him was immense. Now he had to complete the tasks Lin Fan had assigned. This was something he absolutely had to do well. Steward. Master, what are your orders? You heard what the senior said earlier. Quickly arrange for people to handle it, and ensure not a single mistake occurs. Otherwise our city lord's mansion might cease to exist. Yes, master. I will dispatch people immediately. After the steward left, Zhou Jinyan hurriedly began sending a message to the prefectural governor's mansion. The appearance of a Zifu realm expert in Chongning City had to be reported. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, along with Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu and Yi Ningshuang, arrived at the former Mu family estate. The Mu family estate covered over 60 square kilometers, making it extremely vast. In the past, the Mu family's 100 clansmen had all resided here. After the Mu family's downfall, the estate became Zhou Jinyan's personal property. Over the past year, he had arranged for many servants to maintain it. Having people stationed there would look suspicious, as if he were trying to spy on Lin Fan. So to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had removed everyone. Looking at the estate, Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu felt a wave of sorrow. This had once been their home, but their parents and loved ones would never return. Fortunately, they now had Lin Fan and their own children. Husband, shall we stay here first or return to Wanxiang City? Let's stay here for now. Returning to Wanxiang City is no longer important. Aside from a mansion, there is nothing left there. Of course, Lin Fan did not intend to establish the family's headquarters here. Although Chongning City was more prosperous than Wanxiang City, it was still unsuitable as a permanent base. It would serve better as a family outpost. Husband, let us show you around the estate. That sounds good. We'll likely be staying here for quite some time, so we do need to get familiar with the place. The two sisters then began to guide Lin Fan around the estate, occasionally offering introductions. Meanwhile, Yi Ningshuang gathered from their conversation that Lin Fan was the head of a clan. Moreover, the clan had been established not long ago. This meant that if Lin Fan wanted to expand the clan rapidly, he would need to take wives and concubines to produce more offspring. In fact, this was how most clans began their development. How else could a family grow from a handful of people to tens of thousands in just a century? Population was the foundation of any clan, and no one would overlook it. The larger the population, the higher the probability of producing descendants with exceptional cultivation aptitude. The longer a clan had been established, the larger its population. Thinking of this, Yi Ningshuang began to devise a plan. She would find an opportunity to introduce her master to Lin Fan. With her master's charm, it was sure to work. If it succeeded, she would gain a Zifu realm master-in-law. Then she was certain no one would dare bully her. Giggle. Thinking of this, Yi Ningshuang laughed triumphantly. Lin Fan and the other three looked at her with puzzled expressions. Missy, what are you laughing at? Mu Shiyu asked curiously. Oh, nothing. I just thought of something amusing. Yi Ningshuang explained awkwardly. Mu Shiyu nodded and continued. Miss Yi, you've been away for quite some time. Have you sent word to your master to let her know you're safe? I've already sent a message to my master via Jade token. That's good. Otherwise, if your master didn't hear from you for so long, she would be worried. Thank you for your concern, Sister Mo. In truth, Yi Ningshuang had not yet sent the message, as she planned to do so before going to sleep. She would definitely find a way to make her master come here in person. Only then could she seize the opportunity to play matchmaker. Time quickly passed to evening. After dinner, having arranged a guest room for Yi Ningshuang, Lin Fan and the other two returned to the Shenxiao realm. Seeing the three return, the others asked, Husband, how did things go? It's resolved. We'll be settling in Chongning City for a while. Good that it's resolved. As for where they settled, they didn't mind as long as they could stay by Lin Fan's side. After Lin Fan and the others had retired to rest, Yi Ningxuang retrieved a jade talisman from her storage pouch and began to contact her master Gunanshi. Master, I have an extremely urgent matter to inform you. Please reply when you receive this. Before long, Yi Ningxuang received her master's response. Ningxuang, you finally sent me a message. Why didn't you reply when I contacted you earlier? Have you grown too proud after leaving, thinking you no longer need to heed your master? Clearly, Gunanshi was somewhat displeased with her disciple's lack of response. Master, you wrong me. How could I possibly ignore you? Then what happened? If you don't explain clearly, you'll face my wrath when you return. Master, if I hadn't been rescued by someone, I might never have come back. What? What do you mean? Does someone in Qingyun Prefecture dare to lay a hand on you? Do they think my Yunxiu sect is powerless? Hearing that her precious disciple had nearly met with disaster, Gunanshi was furious. Master, it's like this. Yi Ningxuang then recounted in detail how she was captured by the Huiyun sect and how Luo Zong had intended to harm her. How dare they? The Huiyun sect dares to attack you, and that Luo Zong uses you to cultivate demonic arts. Do they think my Yunxiu sect is made of clay? Ningxuang, don't worry. I will gather the disciples and declare war on the Huiyun sect. There's no need for war. The Huiyun sect is no more. The Huiyun sect is no more. Do you mean it has been destroyed? Gunanshi found this news hard to believe. After all, the Huiyun sect was on par with her Yunxiu sect. How could it be wiped out so easily? Yes, master. It was destroyed. I mentioned earlier that I was rescued by someone. After listening, Gunanshi was utterly stunned. She never imagined her young disciple would be so fortunate as to be saved by a Zifu realm powerhouse. Now she was even staying in the residence of that Zifu realm expert. Most importantly, the emergence of a Zifu realm expert in Qingyun Prefecture would reshape the entire region's power structure. I must say the Mu family had incredible luck. Despite being reduced to 2 young women, they still caught the eye of a Zifu realm expert. Gunanshi felt a pang of envy at the thought. Master, I have good news. This Zifu realm senior is establishing a clan, and currently there are few members. Do you understand what I mean? Ningxuang, is this true? Gunanshi's voice grew urgent. Of course it's true. Would I joke about such a thing? Excellent. Excellent. I will bring your 3 senior sisters tomorrow. You must behave well there and not offend this senior. All right, that's enough for now. I need to find your 3 senior sisters and discuss this matter with them. Gunanshi was ecstatic. Such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. If any of her disciples caught the seniors favor, the Yunxiu sect's position in Qingyun Prefecture would become unshakable. On the other side, Yi Ningxuang was utterly bewildered by her master's reaction. Her original intention was to matchmake her master and Lin Fan. Yet her master was thinking of pairing him with her 3 senior sisters. It doesn't matter whether it's master or my senior sisters, as long as the match succeeds, I'll have a powerful backer. Besides, my 3 senior sisters are also very beautiful. The senior is sure to like them. If all else fails, I'll have master step in. Hee, I'm such a genius. Forget it, I won't cultivate tonight. Time to sleep. After muttering to herself, Yi Ningxuang fell asleep. In Changning City, undercurrents were also stirring. With the 3 great families destroyed, the 5 families that possessed Qi initial stage power gathered together. These 5 families were the Duan Pei Zhangchun and Wu families. Each family's strongest member was at the Qi initial stage. Compared to the former 4 great families, they were considerably weaker. Now that the 4 great families were gone, Changning City would be theirs to rule. Of course, this excluded Lin Fan and the City Lord's mansion. But they were not worried about Lin Fan. A Zifu realm expert would surely not covet the meager resources of Changning City. At this moment, Duan Shuyuan, the head of the Duan family, spoke. Everyone that senior now resides in the former Mu residence. Should we pay him a visit tomorrow? Pei Yuanzhong, the head of the Pei family, nodded. A visit is necessary, but I wonder if the senior is approachable. They were all afraid of Lin Fan. They had witnessed the destruction of the 3 great families today. They truly feared that Lin Fan would do the same to them. However, Wu Xiangming, the head of the Wu family, held a different view. Everyone, we can rest assured on this point. Judging by the senior's actions today, he is not one to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, the city lord would not have survived. Chen Yongji, the head of the Chun family, nodded in agreement with Wu Xiangming. Finally, only Zhang Tianhua, the head of the Zhang family, had not spoken. The other 4 turned to look at him. Since you have all decided, let us go together tomorrow to pay our respects to the senior. Zhang Tianhua announced his decision. He then added, everyone, I suggest we unite our 5 families and pledge allegiance to this senior. With a Zifu realm expert as our patronate will benefit our development. Though we will have to offer tribute each year. With the seniors backing, our gains will far exceed what we have now. Family head Zhang, I support your idea. Wu Xiangming declared directly. The remaining 3 also voiced their support. Now that a Zifu realm expert had finally appeared, they must seize this opportunity. My only concern is whether the senior will accept us. Chen Yongji frowned. Regardless of the outcome, we must try. If we try, there's a 50% chance the senior will accept us. If we don't, we have no chance at all. Pei Yuanzhong voiced his opinion. Good, it's settled. We'll visit the senior together tomorrow. With all matters agreed upon, the meeting came to an end. Back at Zhou Jinian's place, since the commandery governor Bai Yuanming was undergoing secluded cultivation, he passed the message to Bai Yuanshan, the lord of Qinyan City. Upon receiving this news, Bai Yuanshan was naturally extremely shaken. After fully understanding the cause of the matter, he instructed Zhou Jinian that under no circumstances could he afford to offend Fan Lin. Furthermore, all of Fan Lin's demands had to be carried out without exception. Afterward, Bai Yuanshan immediately convened an emergency gathering of the family elders. Such urgent meetings were only called in the event of major matters. As the Grand Elder took his seat, the murmuring gradually subsided. Grand Elder, might I ask what business has brought us together at this late hour? The speaker was the Bai family's second elder, Bai Yuanqi, who had reached the late stage of the Qi realm. Esteemed elders, I have just received news from the Lord of Chongning City. A Purple Mansion realm expert has appeared in Chongning City. Furthermore, the Huyan sect and all three remaining major families of Chongning City have been completely exterminated. I wish to hear everyone's thoughts on this matter. What? Such a thing has actually happened. Is this news credible? The gathered elders were thoroughly shocked by the revelation, their expressions filled with utter disbelief as they gazed at Bai Yuanshan. I have verified this information multiple times. It is absolutely true. Bai Yuanshan stated with great certainty. Upon receiving confirmation, the atmosphere in the room grew profoundly heavy. The appearance of a Purple Mansion realm cultivator was no trivial matter for the entire Qinyan commandery. Grand Elder, do we know why this Purple Mansion expert would target those four major forces? Bai Yuanqi continued. If this expert had struck out at the four major powers without cause, it would hardly bode well for the Bai family. After all, when such incidents occurred, their family head serving as the commandery governor would naturally be compelled to step forward and mediate. This was a matter of giving accountability to the factions within Qinyan commandery. However, if in the process of mediation they inadvertently offended this Purple Mansion realm expert, it would spell disaster for the Bai family. But if there was already an existing feud involved, then it would have nothing to do with them. Offending a Purple Mansion realm cultivator would mean death was entirely deserved. It all traces back to the annihilation of the Mu family a year ago. Bai Yuanshan said somewhat helplessly. Grand Elder, this matter is actually connected to the destroyed Mu family. But from my understanding of the Mu family, they had no ties to any Purple Mansion realm expert whatsoever. Bai Yuanqi said, his face etched with confusion. Previously there was indeed no connection. But who could have foreseen that the Mu family patriarch had two fine daughters? When the Mu family was destroyed, the eldest and second miss of the Mu family managed to escape successfully. Now these two young ladies have become concubines to this Purple Mansion realm expert. Speaking of this, Bai Yuanshan could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Despite being surrounded by so many opponents, they had still managed to allow two early-stage Kaiyuan realm girls to escape. And now they had brought a Purple Mansion realm expert to the Qinyan commandery. One could only say those four major forces were utterly incompetent, inviting disaster upon themselves by their own foolish actions. The Bai family elders were equally frustrated by the full circumstances of the matter. Previously, the Bai family's strength had allowed them to dominate Qinyan commandery with ease. But now that a Purple Mansion realm expert had appeared, they no longer dared to be so arrogant. Only if their family head could break through to the Purple Mansion realm would they have the qualification to stand as an equal. Who could have predicted that the actions of those four major forces would shatter the existing balance so completely? Very well, let us discuss how to handle this matter. Bai Yuanshan's words brought everyone back to the present. Grand Elder, might I ask whether this Purple Mansion realm expert plans to settle in Qinyan commandery? If he settles here, we certainly must cultivate a friendly relationship with him. Regardless of whether our family head achieves a breakthrough in the future, forging ties with a Purple Mansion realm expert will only bring us benefits. If he is only staying temporarily, then we can simply send some gifts his way. We support the second elder's judgment. As Bai Yuanqi finished speaking, others quickly chimed in with their agreement. Excellent, we shall proceed as the second elder suggests. Bai Yuanshan had no intention of offending the other party. However, the question remains how we should cultivate this relationship. After all, he is a Purple Mansion realm expert. Ordinary gifts would surely be beneath his notice. At these words, those present fell silent once again. A Purple Mansion realm expert was not someone one could simply curry favor with regardless. Grand Elder, I believe the only viable approach to building goodwill is through a marriage alliance. Consider it. He has taken in the two Mu sisters, which clearly indicates he has such needs. In this world, some powerful cultivators maintained large harem arrangements, while others remained solitary. After all, each individual pursued different aspirations. Based on Fan Lin's behavior in their eyes, he clearly belonged to the former category. I support the third elder's view. A marriage alliance is most appropriate. Moreover, this Purple Mansion expert personally intervened on behalf of the Mu sisters, clearly indicating deep affection. Purple Mansion expert has not yet established any formal power base. Once offspring are born from this union, our bond will become unbreakable. Seeing all the elders support the marriage alliance, Bai Yuanxin felt his own resolve wavering. Then who does everyone believe is most suitable for this marriage alliance? Bai Yuanxin asked again. Naturally, the eldest miss. Bai Yuanxi replied without hesitation. Only the eldest miss is truly suitable. If we were to send someone of low status within the family for the alliance, it would make that Purple Mansion expert feel we are slighting him. We might inadvertently commit a grave mistake. Hearing that the eldest miss was to be sent, Bai Yuanxin hesitated deeply. This was his eldest brother's most cherished daughter. Her talent had reached the lower tier of the heavenly grade, and at the age of 23, she had already achieved the early stage of the Qi realm. Provided no tragedy befell her, there would be no issue with her reaching the Purple Mansion realm in the future. I cannot make this decision alone. I must go request instructions from my eldest brother. Uncle, I have already consented to this matter. There is no need to seek my father's approval. As this voice rang out, a stunning young woman clad in pink robes pushed open the door and entered from outside. She was none other than the eldest miss they had been discussing, Bai Qingyan. Earlier she had sensed the commotion and learned that her second uncle had convened all the elders for a meeting. Driven by curiosity, she had come to observe. The conference hall lacked any arrays to block sound, so their discussion naturally did not escape Bai Qingyan's ears. Qingyan, are you truly resolved? Bai Yuanxin looked at her in utter disbelief. He knew his niece had always regarded young promising men with disdain. How could she suddenly change her long-held views, which truly confounded him? Uncle, for the development of the family some sacrifice is necessary. I believe father will also agree with my decision. Besides, the other party is a Purple Mansion realm expert. If I can become his concubine, it is hardly a disadvantage. It is true that I possess the potential to reach the Purple Mansion realm, but a genius who fails to develop is worth nothing. Uncle, you also know that many are unwilling to see me grow stronger. Over the years I have narrowly escaped numerous assassination attempts. Future assassination attempts are also inevitable. No one can guarantee safety from accidents at any time. But if I become the concubine of this Purple Mansion expert, my probability of reaching the Purple Mansion realm will increase dramatically. Bai Qingyan spoke all her thoughts in one breath. The Bai family appeared to hold sway over Qingyun Commandery, yet beyond its borders within the entire Zhao kingdom, they were merely a second-rate faction. Moreover, they had numerous political rivals, all coveting the position of Commandery Governor of Qingyun. For a Qi realm faction, this was a most tempting prize. If the Bai family possessed a Purple Mansion realm relative by marriage, those factions would have to think twice. Qingyan, since you have made up your mind, I will no longer dissuade you. However, this matter has not yet been finalized. We must first understand what this expert at the Zifu realm intends to do next. If he remains in Qingyun Commandery, we can reconsider the marriage alliance. Having said this, Bai Yuanxin glanced toward Bai Yuanxi. Second elder, tomorrow you shall lead a gift to Chongning City to visit this senior. Understood. At this point, Bai Qingyan could not help but speak up. Uncle, I wish to accompany you. She was quite curious about the man who might become her husband. Bai Yuanxin pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well. With the second elder present, nothing untoward will occur. Remember, do not speak carelessly when you arrive. Rest assured, uncle. I know how to behave. Good. If there are no further matters, let us adjourn. Aside from the Bai family, other well-informed factions in Qingyun Commandery also began making their preparations upon hearing the news. Within Xinshao realm, Lin Fan and his companions tallied their gains for the day. In total, they had acquired 5.6 million yellow-grade yuan stones with only 3,200 pieces of black-grade yuan stones. The remainder consisted of various yellow-grade spiritual herbs, pills, techniques, and weapons. Altogether, their loot was valued at approximately 1 million yellow-grade yuan stones. This was the wealth accumulated by the four great factions over hundreds of years. The largest contribution came from Huiyun's sect, accounting for nearly half. Of course, certain properties and yuan stone mines remained uncalculated. All in all, this expedition had yielded decent results. The following day, besides taking Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu out of Shunshao realm, Lin Fan also brought along 30 maids headed by Li Han. These were the earliest followers of Lin Fan. Under his abundant resources, they had all broken through to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Li Han, with the aid of a top-grade breakthrough pill, had successfully advanced to the Qi realm. It was not that Lin Fan was unwilling to provide the others with breakthrough pills. By now he could refine such pills with ease, and Xinshao realm held no shortage of the necessary spiritual herbs. The main reason was that these individuals had only recently broken through and still needed time to consolidate their strength. When Lin Fan's party arrived at the artificial lake in the manor, they found Yi Ningxuang practicing her sword there. Mu Shiyu, seeing this, felt her competitive spirit rise. Husband, let me try Yi Gunyang's swordplay. Go ahead. Upon receiving Lin Fan's permission, Mu Shiyu flew forward and appeared before Yi Ningshuang. Yi Gunyang, shall we have a little sparring match? I would be delighted. Yi Ningshuang readily agreed. But please, Sister Mu, go easy on me. Do not worry. We shall only compare martial techniques, nothing else. As someone at the Qi Si realm, Mu Shiyu naturally would not suppress her opponent with sheer cultivation pressure. That would make the contest rather pointless. Then Sister Mu, please beware. I am coming. Welcome. Mu Shiyu drew her long sword as the two clashed. The fight went evenly, neither gaining the upper hand. Admittedly, Yi Ningshuang possessed remarkable talent. Her sword technique had already reached mastery. If not for the higher grade of Mu Shiyu's cultivated sword art, she might very well have lost. Enough, Yi Gunyang. Your swordsmanship is truly impressive, Mu Shiyu said, choosing to end the match upon noticing Yi Ningshuang's heavy breathing. Sister Mu, please do not say that. I have exerted myself to the fullest while you remain composed, clearly holding back your true strength. It is undoubtedly you who possesses the superior sword technique. Hearing this, Mu Shiyu shook her head with a smile. Yi Gunyang, words should not be spoken so. After all, my cultivation realm exceeds yours. Even with my strength restrained, I still hold an advantage. The reaction speed and various other aspects of the Qi Si realm all surpass yours. You will understand once you break through. The Qi Si realm. That seems unlikely in the near term. Likely another 2 or 3 years at least, Yi Ningshuang murmured to herself. She did not believe she could reach the Qi Si realm so quickly. Soon after, she followed Mu Shiyu to Lin Fan's side. Greetings, Senior Sister Mu. Lin Fan waved his hand with a smile. Yi Gunyang, there is no need for such formalities. Thank you, Senior. Having spoken, Yi Ningshuang obediently took her place to one side. Although somewhat surprised by the appearance of Li Han and the others, she was not entirely taken aback. As an expert at the Zifu realm, it was only natural for him to have attending maids. Presumably, they had arrived the night before. Xiao Han, after breakfast, arranged for some girls to be recruited in the city. This manor is too large to be left unmanaged. Try to recruit young women with good aptitude, and I shall pass down some cultivation techniques to them. Yes, master of the house. Hearing that Lin Fan intended to teach cultivation techniques to his servants, Yi Ningshuang was greatly surprised. Other families would never consider doing such a thing, unless they were death retainers cultivated from childhood, loyal to the family to the core. These individuals served as the sharp blades of powerful clans, handling matters that the family itself could not openly undertake. As for techniques and martial arts, such things were the lifeblood of a family and would never be leaked to outsiders. Not long after Lin Fan finished his morning meal, a report came in. Master, the Duan family, Pei family, Wu family, Qin family, and Zhang family of Changning City, each sending their patriarch, wished to pay their respects. Mu Shixiu, and knowing Lin Fan was unfamiliar with these clans, explained from the side. Husband, these are the 5 Qi Si realm early-stage families of Changning City. How interesting. Then bring them in. Since he intended to establish himself here, Lin Fan naturally wished to meet them. Soon the 5 patriarchs were brought before Lin Fan. Pei Yuanzhong, Wu Xiangming, Qin Yongji Zhang, Tianhua, Duan Xiuyuan, pay our respects, Senior. The 5 of them bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hand. Rise. I wonder what brings you here. At this, Zhang Tianhua stepped forward, having been the one unanimously chosen by the group. Senior, we have come to swear our allegiance. We humbly request that you accept us as your subordinate factions. In return, we shall remit 50% of our family's annual profits to you. Though this amount may seem trivial to you, Senior, we can still be of assistance with minor matters. Lin Fan understood that with his strength now exposed, forces would inevitably come to pledge allegiance to him. This was precisely the influence wielded by a Zifu realm expert across the 100 kingdoms. He simply had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Admittedly, these families were quite clever. After a while, Lin Fan spoke up. You had better think this through carefully. Once you pledge your allegiance, there shall be no turning back. You have witnessed my power with your own eyes. The fate of those who betray shall mirror that of the 3 great families. Hearing Lin Fan's words, they felt no fear, but rather overwhelming joy. If he spoke thus, it meant he had agreed to accept them. As for betrayal, only a fool would entertain such thoughts. Coming to their senses, they hurriedly paid another bow to Lin Fan. We pay our respects, family master. Excellent. Then today I accept your loyalty. Seeing Lin Fan accept them, the 5 were overjoyed. We thank you, family master. Soon after, Zhang Tianhua retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch. Family master, these 5 low-grade Xian spirit herbs were collectively gathered by our 5 families. We humbly ask that you accept them. Since this is your sincere gesture, I shall accept it. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Han stepped forward from the side and took the jade box. Lin Fan bore no disdain for merely receiving 5 low-grade Xian spirit herbs. For these 5 families, managing to gather such herbs was already quite impressive. Purchasing them with Xian-grade spirit stones would require at least 300 pieces. This might not seem like much, but combined efforts of the 5 families could likely only muster such a quantity. Huang-grade spirit stones were utterly insufficient to procure Xian-grade spirit herbs. Since you have all pledged your loyalty to me, I must also show something in return. Thereupon Lin Fan produced a jade vial. Inside are 5 yellow-grade supreme-grade breakthrough pills. One for each of you as a gift from me. Upon hearing the name of these pills, the 5 were instantly stunned. They knew how precious such pills were. The Baibao Pavilion in Changning City would offer but one every 2 years. Though priced at merely 5,000 Huang-grade spirit stones, a normal selling price. Precisely because of this, they could never actually purchase them. Had they been offered at an auction where the highest bidder would win, there might have been a chance. In the end, such a pill would either fall into the hands of the city lord's mansion or the former 4 great families. As for them, such opportunities were forever denied. What are you still dumbfounded? Do you find it insufficient? Lin Fan's voice instantly brought the 5 back to their senses. No, family master. How could we possibly consider it too little? We are simply too overwhelmed. Pills of such rank were beyond our wildest dreams before. Saying this, Zhang Tianhua received the pill from Li Han with trembling hands. For them, this pill was incredibly precious. A single pill was equivalent to producing another Qi-Si realm expert within the family. To break through from the Kaiyuan realm's peak to the Qi-Si realm through personal cultivation was far too arduous. Each of their families had been passed down for at least 200-odd years. Yet among them all, only themselves had managed to break through to the Qi-Si realm. And this had required pooling their entire family's resources to accomplish. Now each family possessed at least 10 martial artists at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Yet without fortuitous encounters, these individuals might never break through to the Qi-Si realm before death. However, with but one supreme-grade breakthrough pill, they could effortlessly break through to the Qi-Si realm. One could imagine how crucial such pills were to them, which explained their overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, standing beside Lin Fan, Yining Shuang gazed at the pill bottle with utter envy. She also desired such pills. With just one, she could break through to the Qi-Si realm immediately. Though their Yunxiu sect occasionally had opportunities to obtain breakthrough pills, it required 5 or 6 years to acquire just one. The previous pill had been obtained 2 years ago, only to be given by her master to her senior martial sister. Obtaining the next one would likely require another 3 or 4 years. Alchemists were far too scarce, and high-quality ones were even rarer. Therefore, in regions like Qingyun Commandery, where no purple mansion existed, the Baibao Pavilion's allocated resources were far from abundant. The greatest resource distribution centered upon the royal cities of various nations. Enough, you need not be so overwhelmed. Since you have chosen to pledge loyalty to me, I shall ensure you are not disadvantaged. There are further benefits to come. Hearing there were additional benefits, the 5 straightened up, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Yining Shuang also watched Lin Fan curiously from the side. Xiaohan, you explained this to them. Yes, family master. Lin Fan had already discussed this matter with everyone in the Xinxiao realm. The previous night, they had all been discussing how once Lin Fan revealed his Purple Mansion realm, strength forces would come to pledge allegiance. As for what benefits should be granted to those who pledged loyalty to them, after collective discussion, a decision had been reached. Little did they expect that someone would come to pledge allegiance so quickly, providing the perfect opportunity to put their plan into effect. Distinguished gentlemen, our family master recognizes the hardships of cultivation. Therefore, he has decided that provided you perform your duties well, and our family master is satisfied, each of your families may redeem annually 2 yellow-grade supreme pills and 50 high-grade pills from me. More importantly, you may request any specific pills you need. As for pricing, supreme-grade pills cost 5,000 Huang-grade spirit stones each, while high-grade pills cost 200 Huang-grade spirit stones. Beyond pills, yellow-grade supreme spirit rice may be purchased annually at market rates up to 10,000 caddies. Hiss! Hearing of such abundant benefits, they all drew cold breaths. But soon ecstatic joy swept over them. Deep within their hearts, they felt immense gratitude for choosing to pledge allegiance to Lin Fan. Should this news spread, one could only imagine how many Qi-Si realm forces would go mad. These were 2 yellow-grade supreme pills annually without restriction on type. If they redeemed 2 supreme breakthrough pills each year, then those in their families who had cultivated to the peak of the Kaiyuan realm could all become Qi-Si realm experts. Within merely 5 years, each family could produce 10 Qi-Si realm martial artists. Furthermore, they could select pills that rapidly enhance cultivation. In this manner, they could rapidly strengthen their family's power. The supreme spirit rice needed no elaboration. Consuming it continuously would greatly benefit even those at the Qi-Si realm. The reason the individuals in the Xunxiao realm had elevated their strength so rapidly was largely due to the supreme spirit rice. At this moment, Yining Shuang looked at Lin Fan with eyes shining brightly. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she finally asked, "Senior, could it be that you are an alchemist?" In Yi Ningxuang's view, only an alchemist would be willing to sell such vast quantities of pills. Miss Yi speaks truly. My husband is indeed an alchemist, a yellow-grade supreme alchemist. Mu Shishue did not reveal that Lin Fan was a Xian-grade high alchemist. Indeed, within the family, there even existed a Xian-grade supreme alchemist, Su Qingyuan. Given Lin Dan's current strength, it was premature to expose his identity as a Xian-grade high alchemist. Otherwise, not only would other Purple Mansion forces take notice, but even Divine Altar Realm factions would focus their attention on Lin Fan. After all, Xian-grade high pills were effective against the Divine Altar Realm. Heavens, Senior, you are actually a yellow-grade ultimate alchemist. That is truly incredible. At this moment, Yi Ningxuang's admiration for Lin Fan deepened even further. At that moment, she made up her mind. I must urge my master to come quickly. If word spreads that Senior is a yellow-grade ultimate alchemist, countless forces will come to seek marriage alliances. Even the Zifu realm forces would not be an exception. Then our Yunxiu sect would be nothing in their eyes. The patriarchs of the 5 great families were also thoroughly exhilarated. They had never imagined that the one they had pledged allegiance to was an alchemist. To them, this was an immense stroke of fortune. Just 2 ultimate grade pills each year would allow them to develop rapidly, not to mention the 50 superior grade pills. With these pills, the strength of the younger generation in their families could also be swiftly elevated. If they performed well in the future, there might even be additional rewards. Thinking of these benefits, the 5 became energized. Patriarch, is there anything you need us to help with? Seeing their eagerness, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. There is indeed something. My estate currently lacks caretakers and needs to recruit some staff. I have entrusted this matter to Li Han, my chief steward. I need you to assist Li Han in handling this task properly. These people were the local powers in Chongning City, making them the most suitable for such tasks. Rest assured, Patriarch, we will fully cooperate with Steward Li. Good. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Yes, Patriarch, we shall withdraw. After the 5 left the estate, they gathered again. Zhang Tianhua spoke first. Everyone, with the pills provided by the Patriarch, we are about to rise. I hope that none of us will harm our common interests for personal gain. At the same time, we must unite and serve the Patriarch diligently without any mistakes. Wu Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Patriarch Zhang, you are right. We must unite. Once the news that the Patriarch is a yellow-grade ultimate alchemist spreads, countless forces will come to pledge allegiance to him. These forces will become our colleagues, but also our rivals. On our own, we are too weak to compete with them, so we must unite. The other 3 exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Good, we also support the union. Thus, from that moment on, the 5 families were completely united. Now let us accomplish the task assigned by the Patriarch. This task is simple for us, but we must do it perfectly to leave a good impression on the Patriarch. Alright, I will go back and personally oversee this matter. After discussing, the 5 dispersed. Meanwhile, soon after they left, a maidservant came to report to Lin Fan. Patriarch's second elder Bai Yuanqi of the Bai family in Qingyun City, along with the eldest daughter Bai Qingyan, have come to visit. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised that another visitor had arrived. It was the Bai family of Qingyun City, the family of the prefectural governor. Interesting. Bring them in. Yi Ningxuang was also astonished, as she hadn't expected Bai Qingyan to come as well. She and Bai Qingyan were close friends. Why is my good sister here? Could it be for a marriage alliance? It's very possible, but I wonder if she came willingly or was forced. Knowing her, she is more likely to have come willingly. Her friend, though proud and disdainful of the young talents of Qingyun Prefecture, was still in awe of a Zifu realm powerhouse. My master, why aren't you coming? If my sister steals the advantage, you will lose your edge. Yi Ningxuang grew increasingly anxious. Her master was far too slow. Soon the maidservant led the 2 into the reception hall. Bai Qingyan immediately noticed Yi Ningxuang, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Why is my sister Yi Ningxuang here? Could she also be here for a marriage alliance? Bai Qingyan was puzzled. But now was not the time to exchange pleasantries. The 2 approached Lin Fan and bowed respectfully. Bai Yuanqi and Bai Qingyan pay respects to Senior. No need for formalities. Please take a seat. Thank you, Senior. After they sat down, Lin Fan smiled and asked, what brings you 2 all the way here? The distance from Qingyun City was over 10,000 li, indeed, quite far. Fortunately, both were in the Qixi realm, so the journey did not take long. In reply, Senior, our grand elder, was overjoyed to learn that a Zifu realm senior had come to Qingyun Prefecture. Unfortunately, the Patriarch is in seclusion, and the grand elder is occupied with official duties, so they specially sent me with a modest gift to present to you. With that, Bai Yuanqi produced a jade box. Senior, within this box is a mystic-grade upper spirit herb, the Xianbing orchid, along with over a dozen unknown spirit herb seeds obtained by the Patriarch by chance. We hope you will accept them. Since it was a gift, Lin Fan had no reason to refuse. He gestured for Li Han to accept the offering. Elder Bai, there must be more to this visit than just gift-giving, right? Lin Fan continued. You have keen insight, Senior. We also wish to know if you plan to settle here. Please do not misunderstand, Senior. It is a matter of imperial protocol. Whenever a Zifu realm cultivator settles down, we must report it to the imperial court. We hope you understand. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's fine. I am aware of that rule. I will stay here for the time being, but once I find a suitable location for my clan I will leave. Hearing that, Lin Fan sought a clan territory by Yuanqi's eyes lit up. Senior, are you planning to establish a clan? Indeed. Lin Fan did not conceal his intentions. It was time to bring his clan into the open. With the confirmation by Yuanqi felt greatly relieved. Since Lin Fan intended to found a clan, he would surely need to take wives and concubines in the early stages. Thus a marriage alliance with the Bai family should not be a problem. Moreover, their eldest daughter possessed an earth-grade lower aptitude. Such a high aptitude naturally made her the prime candidate for marriage. Now it was up to the young lady's own abilities. He then congratulated Lin Fan. Let me offer my advanced congratulations, Senior, on building a mighty clan that will shake the 100 nations. I appreciate your kind words, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Though in his eyes the 100 nations were merely a beginner's realm, his guest lacked such perspective. Lin Fan naturally did not fault him for it. Bai Qingyan knew it was her moment to act. She stepped forward and said respectfully, Senior, may I ask if I could stay here for a while? Ningxuang and I are close friends. We haven't seen each other for so long, so this is a perfect chance to catch up. Bai Qingyan then glanced at Yi Ningxuang, signaling her to speak up. Yi Ningxuang did not hesitate. After all, they were close friends, so she naturally helped. Senior Qingyan is right. We are indeed good sisters. It's been a long time, so it would be nice to have a good talk. I hope you can allow it, Senior. Lin Fan looked at them in surprise, not expecting them to be such close friends. But thinking that both came from top forces in Qingyun County, it was only natural they were friends. At that moment, Lin Fan used the system to inspect Bai Yuanqi and Bai Qingyan. Soon their information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name Bai Yuanqi, age 126. Talent mystic, grade upper strength, Qi Si realm, late stage identity, second elder of Bai family in Qingyun City. Name Bai Qingyan. Age 23, talent earth, grade lower strength, Qi Si realm, early stage identity, young lady of Bai family in Qingyun County. Affection 65, Bai Yuanqi's talent is average, but I didn't expect Bai Qingyan's talent to reach earth grade lower. Her affection is already 65, and this is only our first meeting. No wonder she wants to stay, as she must be here for me. Lin Fan now roughly understood their intentions, but he remained calm on the surface. Since Miss Bai wishes to stay and accompany her good friend, I naturally won't refuse. Seeing Lin Fan's agreement, Bai Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Qingyan, thanks, Senior, for your kindness. With that, she stepped aside. Since she had stayed, there would be plenty of opportunities, and the matter of marriage alliance was not urgent. Bai Yuanqi was delighted that Bai Qingyan stayed. Since that was the case, he had no reason to linger. He then took his leave from Lin Fan. Senior, there are matters in the family that need my attention, so I'll take my leave. All right, since you have business, I won't detain you. After Bai Yuanqi left, the scene grew quiet. Yi Ningxuang wanted to have a private chat with Bai Qingyan, but didn't know how to bring it up. Lin Fan glanced at Yi Ningxuang, who seemed to be hesitating, and said calmly, Miss Yi, there's no need to hold back. Just say what's on your mind. In reply, Senior Ningxuang hasn't seen Qingyan for a long time, so I'd like to have a private chat with her. Yi Ningxuang said honestly. I thought it was something serious. Sisters reuniting should indeed have a good talk. There's nothing urgent here. You can stroll around the manor. Yes, Ningxuang, thanks, Senior. With that, Yi Ningxuang took Bai Qingyan's hand and prepared to leave. Senior Qingyan will take her leave as well. Go ahead. If you need anything, you can tell the maidservants. Okay, Senior. After Bai Qingyan and Yi Ningxuang left, Mu Shishua spoke up. Husband, what do you think Bai Qingyan's purpose is in staying? She didn't believe it was just to catch up with Yi Ningxuang. Sister, what other purpose could she have? She just wants to form a marriage alliance with our husband. Mu Shiyu then looked at Lin Fan. Husband, am I right? That's probably it. Lin Fan wasn't stupid, he could see it clearly. Husband, what do you plan to do? Mu Shishua asked curiously. Sister, isn't it obvious? We'll accept what's offered. Once this precedent is set, other forces will likely follow suit. Then any force in Qingyun County that forms a marriage alliance with us will become a vassal of the Lin family. It won't be long before the forces of Qingyun County look to our Lin family as their leader. Taking over Qingyun County will greatly benefit the Lin family's future development. Although we don't expect much from these people, they can handle minor tasks like mining and searching for spirit herb seeds. Then we can focus on improving our strength. Once your strength grows, husband, we can gradually encroach on the surrounding areas. Lin Fan was astonished by Mu Shiyu's analysis. He hadn't expected Mu Shiyu to have such unique insights. Shiyu is right, that's what I think too. Since Mu Shiyu had said it all, Lin Fan didn't add more. Husband, let's return to Xinshao realm. We should hurry and conceive a child. Mu Shishua urged. By now, Luo Iran and the others already had second children, and the later ones like Shenruotang were also pregnant. Only the two of them were left. If Lin Fan started taking concubines, it would be delayed further. Alright, let's return to Xinshao realm first. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. Meanwhile, Yining Shuang and Bai Qingyan arrived at the pavilion by the artificial lake and sat down. Then Bai Qingyan spoke. Ning Shuang, thank you for earlier. Yining Shuang smiled and waved her hand. Qingyan, don't be so formal. We're good sisters who of course I'd help. Besides, even if I hadn't spoken, Senior wouldn't have refused you. Actually, Senior is very easy to get along with as long as you're not his enemy. Yining Shuang had witnessed Lin Fan's ruthlessness toward his enemies. By the way, Qingyan, why did you come here and even stay? I don't believe you came just to catch up with me. I guess you want to become Senior's woman. Yining Shuang said with a knowing smile. Bai Qingyan was not flustered but a little surprised that Yining Shuang had guessed her purpose. Ning Shuang, you saw through me. Was I that obvious? We're good sisters. I know you well enough. You must be doing this voluntarily, right? Yining Shuang asked with a smile. She knew Bai Qingyan's position in the Bai family, who no one would force her. Bai Qingyan didn't intend to hide it. Ning Shuang, I am indeed voluntary about this marriage alliance. Not just for myself, but also for my family. After making this decision, I was quite anxious because I didn't know what kind of person Senior was. But now that I've met him, I have no worries. As she spoke, she showed an expectant expression. Qingyan, you're still not being honest with me. Yining Shuang did not believe a single word of Bai Qingyan's last remark. Ning Shuang, how am I not being honest? Bai Qingyan asked with a hint of guilt. Ha, I know you well. You were afraid that the elder's appearance wouldn't meet your standards, or that he might be too old. That's why you were worried. Now that you've seen how handsome and dashing the elder is, you must be eager, right? What does that have to do with his character? Besides, you've only met him once, how can you know his true nature? By now, Yining Shuang rolled her eyes at her. Hee, you saw right through me. Bai Qingyan felt rather embarrassed. Now that she had met Lin Fan, he was simply flawless. No matter how she looked at it, she had come out ahead. What a pity. Those young talents of Qingyun County will be so heartbroken when they learn you're getting married. Bai Qingyan, who was still a bit embarrassed, shook her head at this. They won't be heartbroken, just a little disappointed. After all, beautiful women are everywhere. Those noble sons have no shortage of lovely companions. They pursued me so relentlessly only because of my family background. Bai Qingyan saw this matter very clearly. Before Lin Fan appeared, the Bai family was the top clan of Qingyun County, backed by the imperial court. Whoever married her would elevate their family's influence. That was the reason those young masters were so persistent. It wasn't that Bai Qingyan looked down on such people. What she was doing now was no different from theirs. She simply didn't fancy them. She was only interested in the strong. Those men couldn't even match her own talent, so how could she ever consider them? By the way, Ning Shuang, how did you end up here? Bai Qingyan asked curiously. Me? I was quite unlucky. If the elder and his people hadn't shown up in time, I would be in a terrible state right now. At the mention of this, Yining Shuang shuddered with fear. What? What happened? Did someone harm you? It's all because of that Luo Tsang, the young master of the Huoyun sect. Yining Shuang clenched her teeth at the name. Then she recounted her experience in detail. That villain. I never expected the young master of the Huoyun sect to practice demonic arts. I thought he was merely cruel by nature, but it was the cultivation method's fault. No wonder the Mu family was annihilated. He must have coveted the exceptional talent of the Mu sisters. Fortunately, the elder has already eradicated that tumor. If he had succeeded, countless lives would have been lost. Bai Qingyan was genuinely angered by the Huoyun sect's actions. Demonic cultivators were universally despised, yet the Huoyun sect dared to engage in such deeds in secret. Enough, Qingyan, no need to be angry. The Huoyun sect has already paid the price for their deeds. Yes, there's no need to be angry. If the Huoyun sect still existed, I would personally lead a force to wipe them out. Although the Huoyun sect was a top-tier power in Qingyun County, it was nothing before the Bai family. By the way, Ning Shuang, don't you have any feelings for the elder? Bai Qingyan asked with a smile. Me? I'm not sure about my own feelings yet. To be honest, Yining Shuang hadn't considered this matter at all. That was why she had sent a message to her master immediately. It wasn't that she had someone else in her heart, she simply hadn't thought about marriage yet. What's there to think about? This is a life-saving grace. You should repay it with your body. Of course I know that, but I'll wait until my master arrives. In her heart, Yining Shuang was quite willing to become Lin Fan's woman. Yet she was worried that Lin Fan might not fancy her. Seeing Yining Shuang's hesitation, Bai Qingyan didn't press further. Still, she hoped that Yining Shuang would also become Lin Fan's woman. That way, with their close bond, they could look out for each other. A harem was never a harmonious place. At least not the ones she had seen, or rather not harmonious in her own family. Her father had many concubines forming various cliques. Fortunately, her own talent was exceptional, and through her mother's elevated status, her mother lived well in the family. In fact, she had dozens of siblings. The title of Miss of the family wasn't because she was the eldest, but because she was the strongest and most talented of her generation. Thus, she was unanimously chosen as the family's eldest daughter. Such were the benefits of strength. By the way, Ning Shuang, do you know anything about the elder? Bai Qingyan asked again. Come on, I've only known the elder for less than 2 days, what could I possibly know? But he has another identity that I'm sure you'll find interesting. At this, Yi Ningxuang revealed a mysterious smile. Alright, stop keeping me in suspense. How could I guess something like that? Fine. Yi Ningxuang decided not to tease her further. Actually, the elder is also a Huang-grade top-tier alchemist. What? Are you sure? Bai Qingyan was stunned by the news. Of course. The elder admitted it himself. Then Yi Ningxuang recounted how the 5 great families had come to pledge their allegiance to Lin Fan. These families are truly clever and decisive in their actions. The benefits the elder alone offers will allow them to grow rapidly. And since they were the first to pledge allegiance, the elder is bound to treat them specially. Indeed, those were top-grade breakthrough pills, and the elder gave 5 of them away. If I could have just one, I'd break through to the Qihai realm immediately. Yi Ningxuang's voice was filled with envy. That's why I'm advising you. If you become the elder's concubine, breakthrough pills will be nothing. Yi Ningxuang nodded. That's true. The elder is very generous to his own people. Both Sister Mu are now at the early stage of the Qihai realm. The elder must have refined many pills for them, otherwise their strength wouldn't have increased so quickly. But no rush, Qingyan. You go first. Once you succeed, I'll join you. If you fail, I'll abandon the idea. Yi Ningxuang flashed a triumphant smile. Oh, so that's your scheme. I've been betrayed. Bai Qingyan's expression was one of utter heartbreak. Haha, well, you're my best sister. On the other side, after returning, the patriarchs of the 5 great families immediately convened a family council. When the clan members learned of the gains from this journey, they all felt exhilarated. Fortunately, they had not opposed the patriarch's decision earlier. Otherwise, such benefits would never have come to them. Alright, don't be too excited just yet. Next, we must diligently complete the tasks assigned by the main family's patriarch. Remember, when recruiting, do not bully the weak. No one can guarantee whether those girls will catch the patriarch's eye once they go to the main family. If we leave a grudge or even resentment in their hearts, it will be our disaster when they rise to power. Rest assured, patriarch, I know what to do. Good then, everyone go about your work. This task must be completed as soon as possible. Yes, patriarch. Soon the news that Lin Fan was recruiting servants through the 5 great families spread throughout the city. This announcement instantly stirred up the entire city. I never expected that senior would be recruiting servants in Changning City. Could it be that he plans to settle here? This is great news. With the Zifu realm powerhouse stationed in Changning City, its influence will surely grow and development will only get better. Alas, it's a pity they only recruit women. This is a chance to serve in a Zifu realm expert's household. I'd even be willing to clean the outhouse. Haha, I have a daughter. I'll go and let her try. Give it up. Your daughter has neither talent nor looks. She stands no chance. What did you say? Looking for a fight? Who's afraid of whom? Want to spar? Bring it on. I'll knock your teeth out. At that moment, long queues had formed in front of the gates of the 5 great families, all consisting of young maidens. Although they were only applying to be servants, their eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing. This was a chance to serve in the household of a Zifu realm powerhouse, with even cultivation techniques to be taught. How could they possibly miss such an opportunity? Inside the Shenxiao realm, after the Mu sisters had rested, Lin Fan checked on the cultivation progress of the children. Now, with ample resources, all these children had begun their cultivation. With sufficient resources, one's strength could increase rapidly during the Tsueli realm. The time ratio between the Shenxiao realm and the main world was now 6:1. Lin Fan believed that with his full efforts within 2 years in the main world, these people would at least reach the Qihai realm. Those with Earth-grade talent could even reach the Zifu realm without issue. By then, they would be able to stand on their own and establish forces in the outside world. His current manpower was far from sufficient. However, in the future, his requirements for the children's talent would only become more stringent. A day passed quickly. After bidding farewell to Bai Qingyan and returning to her residence, Yi Ningxuang contacted her master again. Master, what's going on with you? Why haven't you arrived yet? Gu Nanshi, your senior sister, isn't in the sect. I'm waiting for her to return. Yi Ningxuang, you'd better come quickly. The Bai family has already arrived today, and other forces will soon follow once they hear the news. If you're late and leave a bad impression on the senior, don't blame me for not warning you. Gu Nanshi, don't worry, we'll be there tomorrow. Your senior sister is on her way back to the sect. Yi Ningxuang, alright, I won't say more. On the other side, Bai Qingyan received a message from her second uncle, Bai Yuanshan. Bai Yuanshan, Qingyan, how are things over there? Bai Qingyan, second uncle, I'm doing well here. Don't worry. Bai Yuanshan, that's a relief. But have you really made up your mind about that choice? If you marry one of the talented youths from Qingyun County, you'll become the matriarch of the family. But if you marry this senior, you'll only be a concubine. Bai Qingyan, second uncle, I've already decided. Please don't persuade me anymore. As for those families in Qingyun County, I don't fancy them. Even if I became the matriarch, what would that amount to? After learning that Lin Fan was a yellow-grade supreme alchemist, Bai Qingyan became even more resolute. If Lin Fan reached the level of a Xian-grade alchemist in the future, wouldn't it be easier for her to break through to the Zifu realm? Perhaps she might even have a chance at the Shintai realm. At the Shintai realm, even the ruler of Zhao State would have to address her as senior. Bai Yuanshan, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to dissuade you. But be careful there and don't offend the senior. Bai Qingyan, rest assured, second uncle. I'm not a child anymore. I know what to do. Then the two ended their communication. She did not elaborate on Lin Fan being an alchemist, unsure whether he wanted that information to be known by the outside world. She could wait until she understood more before revealing it. Time quickly arrived at the next day. By now the news of a Zifu realm expert appearing in Changning City had spread throughout Qingyun County. All the influential forces in Qingyun County had sent representatives to Changning City. Since such a powerful figure had settled there, they had to come and present gifts. As the saying goes, he might not remember who sent gifts, but he would certainly remember who didn't. Being on the mind of a Zifu realm expert was not a good thing. The leaders of these forces were shrewd and would not make such a low-level mistake. At this moment, in an inn in Changning City, 4 beautiful women sat together. These 4 were Yi Ningxuang's master Gu Nanqi and her senior sisters Ling Xuanyue, the eldest, Su Nianqing II, and Lu Qingling III. At this moment, Ling Xuanyue looked apologetically at her master. Master, it's all my fault for delaying. Otherwise we would have arrived yesterday. Now that so many forces are here, we've lost our advantage. Xuanyue, don't worry. Your junior sister is still here. I'll send her a message now. Gu Nanqi, Ningxuang, your 3 senior sisters, and I have arrived at the inn in Changning City. Can you come over? Yi Ningxuang, finally here. Wait for me, I'll be right there. After saying that, Yi Ningxuang quickly tidied up and headed to the inn Gu Nanqi had mentioned. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan, after thinking all night, decided to confess her intentions to Lin Fan early. If she delayed any longer, other forces might beat her to it. After all, others were not fools. She had originally wanted to drag Yi Ningxuang along, but found her not in her room, so she had to go alone. Soon, under the guidance of a maid, Bai Qingyan found Lin Fan. Bai Qingyan felt relieved to see only Lin Fan present. If Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishua were here, she wouldn't know how to broach the subject. Qingyan greets the senior. No need for formalities, have a seat. Thank you, senior. Miss Bai, may I ask what brings you here at this hour? Bai Qingyan glanced at Lin Fan, her heart filled with unease. Yet she mustered her courage and asked, Senior, since you intend to establish a clan, might you have any plans to take concubines? Though somewhat surprised, Lin Fan nodded. Naturally, to establish a clan one needs bloodline continuation. Taking concubines is inevitable. Could it be that Miss Bai has a suitable candidate to introduce? Lin Fan joked. Hearing that Lin Fan intended to take concubines, Bai Qingyan's heart leaped with joy. She then asked eagerly, what does Senior think of me? After uttering these words, Bai Qingyan grew tense. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. He had thought Bai Qingyan would wait a while before discussing this matter. He never expected her to be so direct. Lin Fan gazed at Bai Qingyan for a moment, then said slowly, if it's Miss Bai, then naturally there is no problem, but are you serious? Bai Qingyan nodded vigorously upon hearing this. Senior, of course I am serious. I wouldn't dare joke with you. All right, since you are serious, I have no objections. But let me be clear, once you enter the Lin family, you will henceforth be a member of the Lin family. Are you willing? Bai Qingyan, suppressing her elation, replied, I am willing. Good. Rest assured, since you are willing to join the Lin family, the Bai family will certainly not be neglected. I will prepare 50 Huang-grade supreme pills, 1,000 Huang-grade high-grade pills, 1 gene of Huang-grade supreme spirit rice, 10 Huang-grade supreme weapons, 50 Huang-grade high-grade weapons, and 1,000 gene of Huang-grade supreme spirit wine as your betrothal gifts. Gasp. Upon hearing these numbers, Bai Qingyan drew a sharp breath. Together these items were worth over 50 Huang-grade primal stones. Yet these items were essentially priceless and unavailable on the market. Even offering 2 million Huang-grade primal stones would not secure them. With such resources, the Bai family's strength would skyrocket in a short time. Recovering her composure, Bai Qingyan asked nervously, Senior, isn't this too much? Know to me you are far more valuable than this price. Bai Qingyan possessed D-grade low-tier aptitude. These resources were actually not much. The highest aptitude the Baiwa Pavilion could purchase was only Shin-grade supreme. As for D-grade and above, even if the Baiwa Pavilion had such talents, they would never allow them to marry out. A D-grade low-tier aptitude was one that could hope to cultivate to the divine ability realm a treasure in any faction. Since the Bai family had been so generous as to send Bai Qingyan for a marriage alliance, he naturally could not be stingy. With the Bai family setting an example, more factions would seek marriage alliances with him. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of revealing his Xian-grade alchemist identity at present, he would have offered a Xian-grade low-tier barrier-breaking pill. With this pill, Bai Qingyan's father could quickly become an expert of the Purple Mansion realm. But there was no rush. He would wait until his strength improved further. Meanwhile, Bai Qingyan, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, you are far more valuable than this price, felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She was also pleased with her decision, knowing she had not misjudged him. While Bai Qingyan was still in a daze, Lin Fan spoke again. Qingyan, you can send this message back now, and later tell me the types of pills they need. Bai Qingyan looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Senior, can we freely choose the types of pills? Of course, didn't Miss He tell you that I am an alchemist? Ningxuang did mention it, but can Senior really refine all types of pills? Yes, as long as they are Huang-grade pills, I can refine them all. Gasp! Bai Qingyan drew a sharp breath. The number of Huang-grade pill types was probably beyond anyone's count. That Lin Fan could refine all Huang-grade pills meant he possessed the formulas for every Huang-grade pill. This sounded utterly incredible. Yet Bai Qingyan had no doubt about Lin Fan's words. Coming to her senses, she hastened to act. Bai Qingyan could only imagine how thrilled her family members would be upon hearing this news. Then right in front of Lin Fan, Bai Qingyan transmitted the message. Before long a reply came. Bai Yuanchen, Qingyan, are you sure you're not joking about what you just said? On the other end, Bai Yuanchen was truly shocked by Bai Qingyan's news. So many high-grade resources. They had never dared to dream of such things. It was simply insane. Bai Qingyan, the senior is right here beside me. How could it be false? At this, Lin Fan also spoke. What Qingyan said is true. First decide what pills you need, then let Qingyan tell me. Understood, senior. I will go discuss with everyone. Hearing Lin Fan himself confirm, Bai Yuanchen naturally had no doubts. He hurriedly summoned the clan elders for a meeting. Such matters could not be decided by him alone. Thinking of the resources Bai Qingyan had mentioned, he was so excited he could jump for joy. Once these resources were fully digested, the Bai family's strength would at least double. Over on Yining Shuang's side, she quickly found her master and 3 senior sisters. Master, 3 senior sisters, you've finally arrived. Ningxuang, little junior sister. The 4 of them all smiled upon seeing Yining Shuang. Little junior sister, master said you were captured by the Fire Cloud sect. Are you injured? Senior sister, rest assured I'm fine. Fortunately, the senior appeared in time, or that Luotsong would have succeeded. They never expected that their little junior sister would be captured by the Fire Cloud sect while merely carrying out a simple task. They also blamed themselves for being occupied at the time, otherwise they would not have let Yining Shuang go out alone. Hearing her senior sisters say Luotsong died too easily, Yining Shuang shook her head. Recalling the scene of Luotsong's death, she still felt a chill down her spine. That fellow had died a truly miserable death. All right, master, 3 senior sisters, let's not talk about this. Please come back with me to the Lin mansion first. Little junior sister, is it appropriate for you to bring us directly like this? Ling Xuanyue asked with some concern. Their little junior sister had presumably already gotten along well with this senior. She did not want to cause trouble for her little junior sister due to their breach of etiquette. Yining Shuang understood their concerns. Fortunately, after dinner last night, she had found Lin Fan and informed him about the arrival of her master and senior sisters. Otherwise, she would not have dared to bring people directly to the Lin residence. If her presumptuousness incurred Lin Fan's displeasure, it would be far too unwise. Senior sister, rest assured, I would never act recklessly in such matters, she said. I already informed the senior about your arrival last night. The senior said that once you arrive, I can bring you directly to see him. Since junior sister has already informed him, we are relieved. Along the way, Yining Shuang chatted with them about matters of the Lin residence, preparing them mentally. 3 senior sisters, you now have a competitor. Junior sister, you aren't referring to yourself, are you? Second senior sister Su Nianxing asked with a chuckle. Second senior sister jests. I am no match for the 3 of you. I speak of Bai Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, who is now also in the Lin residence. Alas, the Bai family truly lives up to its reputation as the foremost power in Qingyun County. Their efficiency is indeed swift. It seems we have indeed arrived a step too late, having been beaten by the Bai family. But it's fine. With Yining Shuang, we will be allies and not competitors. They naturally knew the relationship between Yining Shuang and Bai Qingyan. Soon the 4 followed Yining Shuang to the Lin residence. The maid guarding the gate recognized Yining Shuang and had received Lin Fan's orders, so she did not stop them. Seeing that even the gatekeeper possessed the strength of the peak Kaiyuan realm, Gu Nanshi felt a mix of emotions. One could only say it was befitting of a Zifu realm powerhouse. After all, even the elders of their Yunxiu sect were only at the peak Kaiyuan realm. As they entered the Lin residence, the master and her 3 disciples grew somewhat anxious. The person they were about to meet was a Zifu realm powerhouse. Although the Zifu realm seemed only 1 realm apart from the Qihai realm, that realm was a chasm. In the land of 100 kingdoms, countless martial artists were stuck at the peak Qihai realm, unable to touch that threshold even as their lifespan drained away. Gu Nanshi held no hope of breaking through to the Zifu realm herself. When Yining Shuang led the 4 to find Lin Fan, they saw him chatting and laughing with Bai Qingyan. No, Qingyan's speed is too fast. But this was not the time for her to be astonished. Yining Shuang calmed herself and stepped forward. Senior, this is my master Gu Nanshi. Gu Nanshi did not dare delay, and hastily stepped forward to bow. Gu Nanshi pays respects to the senior. Then Yining Shuang pulled the other three forward and introduced them. These are my three senior sisters, the eldest senior sister Ling Xuanyue, the second senior sister, Su Nianqing, and the third senior sister, Lu Qingling. Ling Xuanyue, Su Nianqing, Lu Qingling pay respects to the senior sect leader Gu and your three distinguished disciples. There is no need for such formalities. He then pointed to the stone benches in the pavilion and said, everyone please sit down. Thank you, senior. As the four sat down, their information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Name Gu Nanshi. Age 48. Identity leader of Yunxiu sect. Strength, Qihai Realm Middle Stage. Talent, Xian Grade Supreme. Favorability, 60. Name, Ling Xuanyue. Age 35. Identity, eldest disciple of Yunxiu sect leader. Strength, Qihai Realm Early Stage. Talent, Xian Grade Superior. Favorability, 61. Name, Su Nianqing. Age 29. Identity, second disciple of Yunxiu sect leader. Strength, Kaiyuan Realm Peak. Talent, Xian Grade Superior. Favorability, 63. Name, Lu Qingling. Age 27. Identity, third disciple of Yunxiu sect leader. Strength, Kaiyuan Realm Peak. Talent, Xian Grade Superior. Favorability, 65. After reading the information of the four, Lin Fan knew that the overall strength of the Yunxiu sect was considerably greater than that of the previous Huoyun sect. Not only had sect leader Gu Nanshi reached the Qihai Realm Middle Stage, but even her eldest disciple possessed the strength of Qihai Realm Early Stage. As for the old leader of the Yunxiu sect, she also had the strength of Qihai Realm Late Stage. In comparison, the Yunxiu sect had one more Qihai Realm Middle Stage martial artist than the Huoyun sect. Lin Fan really had no idea where the Huoyun sect had gotten the audacity to capture Yining Shuang. If this matter were exposed, the Huoyun sect would surely face utter catastrophe. After sitting down, Gu Nanshi hurriedly took out a jade box from her storage pouch. Senior, this is a gift we have prepared. Please accept it. Good, you are thoughtful. Lin Fan would not refuse such a gift. If he did not accept it, it would instead make them afraid. By the way, sect leader Gu, in 5 days I will announce the establishment of the Lin family. If you have time, you may stay for the ceremony. Senior, of course we have time. Gu Nanshi said with a face full of joy. Only a fool would refuse such a thing. Originally, Gu Nanshi had been pondering what excuse to use to stay. After all, Lin Fan was a Zifu realm expert. They could not see him just because they wished to. The fact that Lin Fan dispatched his steward to receive them was already a great honor. At the same time, Lin Fan had Li Han publicize the establishment of the family. As the news spread, Changning City became even more lively. A Zifu realm powerhouse establishing a family here had already altered the situation in Qingyun County and even the surrounding factions. Previously, within a 300 million square kilometer area centered on Qingyun County, there was no Zifu realm expert. Now, with Lin Fan's emergence, the forces in this region would look to the Lin family as their leader. Of course, there would surely be forces planted by other Zifu powers in this region. It remained to be seen what they would do. In the Jueying Mountains of Wangyue County, Zhao Kingdom, a powerful sect called the Liehua sect stood. The entire mountain range was not very large, only slightly over 1 million square kilometers. However, the mountains contained 2 small Xian-grade spirit stone veins and over a dozen large Huang-grade spirit stone veins. These were all assets of the Liehua sect. Each year, they brought considerable spirit stone yields to the Liehua sect. The surrounding forces all looked to the Liehua sect as their leader and paid tribute annually. Because the Liehua sect's ancestor was a Zifu realm early stage expert, he was equal in strength to Chun Moyan, the governor of Wangyue County. The two forces stood in opposition. These were the two strongest forces in Wangyue County. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Liehua sect, a sect conference was underway. Senior brother sect leader Junior Brother Li from Qingming Valley has just sent word. This Purple Mansion realm martial artist who suddenly appeared in Qingyun Commandery intends to establish a clan there. How should we proceed? The speaker was Hua Yuanliang, the elder of the Liehua sect, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Qi realm. As for the Junior Brother Li from Qingming Valley, he mentioned it was none other than Li Zhuguang, the founder of Qingming Valley. Li Zhuguang was in fact their junior fellow disciple. This news was unknown to the outside world. From this, it could be seen that Qingming Valley was precisely the power they secretly planted within Qingyun Commandery. Now that Lin Fan had appeared, it would naturally affect their plans. What do you all think? For this question, Song Jingqing, the sect leader of Liehua sect, did not answer directly. He wanted to see what everyone's opinions were. Senior brother sect leader, the other party, is only at the early stage of Purple Mansion realm and poses no threat to our Liehua sect. I agree with third senior brother's view. Our master is also at the Purple Mansion realm. Why should we fear him? I hope he does not provoke us, for we are no pushovers. Senior brothers, one cannot speak so lightly. Our master is currently in seclusion, and when she will emerge we have no way of knowing. Therefore, before our master comes out of seclusion, we should not clash with them. I support fifth senior sister's opinion. Indeed, at this time we cannot afford conflict with them. Fifth senior sister, sixth junior brother, you are too timid. After all, the other party is merely a martial artist at the early stage of Purple Mansion realm. He has no subordinates beneath him, and why should our Liahua's sect bow to him? Third senior brother, our master is currently in seclusion. If you disturb her cultivation, can you bear the responsibility? Moreover, the other party currently has only 2 concubines, and can be said to have no weaknesses. If he strikes against us, even our master would not have time to rescue anyone. Watching his junior brothers and sisters express their differing views, Song Zhengxing quickly intervened. Everyone be quiet. As soon as Song Zhengxing spoke, they all fell silent. Although Song Zhengxing had not yet broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, his strength was the greatest among his fellow disciples. Over the years he had managed the sect with great order and competence. Therefore they held great respect for this sect leader, senior brother. Fifth senior sister's consideration is correct. This Purple Mansion cultivator has no weaknesses, and if we offend them, even our master would find it difficult to protect us. Therefore, under no circumstances should we provoke them. Having said this, Song Zhengxing looked toward his second junior brother, namely the great elder of Liahua's sect, Hua Yuanliang. Elder Hua, before we have fully understood this Purple Mansion cultivator's capabilities, instruct junior brother Lin not to act rashly. As for what other forces, do simply follow their lead. Even if it affects some of our interests, we must endure it for now. Our master is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the mid-stage of Purple Mansion. We cannot afford any complications at this time. If we disrupt her cultivation, none of us could bear the consequences. Once our master completes her breakthrough, she will naturally make them pay. Although several junior brothers were somewhat reluctant about Song Zhengxing's decision, they rarely acted arrogantly and always held their heads high in the face of any faction. Telling them to keep a low profile now naturally frustrated them greatly. However, they dared not disobey Song Zhengxing's words. By the way, fifth senior sister, the other party announced 5 days from now they will establish their family. You should bring a gift and visit. After all, they represent a Purple Mansion realm faction not far from here. Regardless, we should still show some courtesy. Yes, senior brother sect leader. Song Zhengxing sent fifth senior sister specifically because she was reliable. As for the other junior brothers, their personalities were unruly and unsuited for such matters. He certainly did not wish to make enemies with a Purple Mansion cultivator at this time. Once his master broke through to the mid-stage of Purple Mansion, even the commandery governor would avoid crossing them. Meanwhile, in Wangyue, commandery governor Chen Moyan received the same news. A Purple Mansion realm expert had suddenly appeared in Qingyun commandery and intended to establish a family there. This news genuinely surprised him. Although Qingyun commandery was not small in territorial area spanning 200 million square kilometers, its resources were meager and insufficient to support the development of a Purple Mansion faction. This was because Qingyun commandery did not even possess a single minor Xiangrade spirit stone vein. Upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm, cultivation required the use of Xiangrade spirit stones. This was precisely why those Purple Mansion factions disdained Qingyun commandery. In contrast, his own Wangyue commandery, though its area was less than 300 million square kilometers, boasted rich resources including 6 minor Xiangrade spirit stone veins. There were over 100 minor Huangrade spirit stone veins, and medium and large-sized ones were also not few in number. Among these, 3 Xiangrade spirit stone veins belonged to the governor's mansion, while 2 were held by the Liahua sect. The remaining 1 was jointly owned by several other Qi Peak factions. As long as extraction was properly controlled, spirit stone veins were sustainable. A single minor Xiangrade spirit stone vein, provided its foundation was not destroyed, would regenerate 2 to 5,000 Xiangrade spirit stones each year. Though this seemed modest, over time the accumulation became considerable. Sai Wangyue commandery is not far from Qingyun commandery. I hope he does not extend his influence this way. Wangyue commandery's resources cannot support a third Purple Mansion faction. I hear the eldest miss of the Bai family is preparing for a marriage alliance with him. Should I make some preparations as well? Never mind, let me first observe the situation. If he is merely an ordinary Purple Mansion cultivator, it would hardly warrant such efforts on my part. Though he spoke thus, Chen Moyan still prepared a gift and sent someone to deliver it. Apart from Qingyun commandery and Wangyue commandery, the state of Zhao also possessed 4 other commanderies: Luoxing, Hanhai, Tianqing, and Wanchuan. The royal city of Zhao was located within Tianqing commandery. Tianqing commandery was the wealthiest in resources across all of Zhao, spanning nearly 700 million square kilometers of territory. At this moment, Emperor Zhao Qingyun of the Zhao Kingdom also received news of a Purple Mansion martial artist emerging in Qingyun commandery. A stranger reaching the Purple Mansion realm piqued his interest somewhat, though he would not pay excessive attention. He himself possessed strength at the late stage of Purple Mansion, and within the imperial family, there was an ancestor at the divine platform realm. He naturally had no worries that a newly emerged early-stage Purple Mansion cultivator would bring any impact upon his dynasty. Nevertheless, winning them over was still necessary. An additional Purple Mansion realm expert could strengthen the national power of Zhao. Whether a nation was powerful or not also depended on how many Purple Mansion realm martial artists it contained within its borders. Attendant. Soon a eunuch sprinted in from outside. This servant greets your majesty. Go to the inner treasury and select 6 mid-grade Xian-level spiritual medicines along with 10,000 Xian-grade spirit stones and present them to the patriarch of the Lin family. Then in the name of the Zhao family congratulate the founding of their Lin family. This servant obeys the decree. Lin Fan was not his subject, so it was inappropriate to act in the name of the court at this time. In the following days, Chongning City grew increasingly lively. After the news of Lin Fan's intention to establish the Lin family spread, representatives from various forces arrived to offer their congratulations. Now these people were all gathered in Chongning City awaiting the arrival of that day. Over the course of these few days, the Lin Mansion had also become bustling with activity. The 5 major families had already recruited over 1,000 hands for the Lin Mansion, all with qualifications no lower than the yellow grade upper tier. Most of these women came from minor families in Xinyan County. Upon learning that Lin Fan was recruiting servants, those minor families naturally did not miss this opportunity. To serve as a servant in a family of the Purple Mansion realm was in itself a kind of fortune. Lin Fan intended to train these people as the family's visible subordinates. At that moment, in a courtyard of the Lin Mansion, Yining Shuang was whispering to Gunanshi. As for her 3 senior sisters, they were helping with the chores. Master, tomorrow is the day the senior establishes his family. Do you have any thoughts on that? Ningxuang, what are you trying to say? Gunanshi was somewhat puzzled by the meaning of these words. Master, why do you seem so unconcerned? Don't you want to grow closer to the senior? The senior is a Purple Mansion realm expert and also a powerful alchemist. You know that my good sister is already his woman. Can't you be a bit more proactive? Yining Shuang had observed over the past few days that her master and 3 senior sisters were idly staying in the Lin Mansion without making any move. This truly worried her. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Gunanshi suddenly understood. Ningxuang, you don't need to be so anxious. Once the senior finishes his business tomorrow, I will speak to him about taking you as a concubine. It won't be a problem to wait a little longer. What? You want the senior to take me as a concubine? Yining Shuang was stunned. What she meant was to bring her master and 3 senior sisters closer to the senior. How did it become about her? Gunanshi looked at the dazed Yining Shuang, a hint of confusion in her heart. Ningxuang, weren't you just in a hurry? Why do you look so reluctant? Hearing Gunanshi's words, Yining Shuang snapped back to reality. Master, I'm not reluctant, but right now I'm not in a hurry. What I meant was about you and the senior. And if you could include the 3 senior sisters, that would be even better. Master, you're not young anymore, and the 3 senior sisters are no longer young either. It's time to consider your lifelong matters. And about me, eh? This time it was Gunanshi's turn to be stunned. She had never thought of herself as having any relationship with Lin Fan. But now hearing Yining Shuang's words, it actually seemed possible. Her aptitude was if anything stronger than that of her disciples. She was also confident in her appearance, which was no less than theirs. As for age, it could be overlooked. She had a lifespan of 500 years, so her current age was truly insignificant. Even at 100, she would be equivalent to an ordinary person of 18, and she was only a little over 50. If Lin Fan had not appeared, given her circumstances, becoming a concubine of a Purple Mansion realm expert would have been a distant dream. But now the opportunity was right before her. Should she let it slip away? No, she absolutely could not give up. If she missed this chance, she would likely be stuck at this level for the rest of her life. But following Lin Fan, she might glimpse a more distant horizon. However, Gunanshi quickly regained her composure. She could not afford to lose her dignity in front of her disciples. So she immediately put on a stern face. You rebellious disciple, what are you thinking? How dare you scheme against your master? This is sheer rebellion. Do you need a lesson? Hearing this, Yining Shuang was displeased. Master, what do you mean I'm scheming against you? I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't seize this opportunity now, once the senior has more wives and concubines later, you'll lose your advantage. Master, think about it. The senior is a Purple Mansion realm expert. In the early stages, to continue his bloodline, he might not be too demanding. But once the family is on the right track, after a while, entering by then without at least Earth-grade aptitude will be impossible. Just look at the Purple Mansion experts of other forces. Would they accept anyone below Earth-grade aptitude? This is your only chance. Although Yining Shuang made a compelling argument, Gunanshi did not want to lose face in front of her disciple. Enough, Ningxuang. You don't need to meddle in your master's affairs. I will make my own decision. Let's first settle the matter of you and your 3 senior sisters. Seeing that her master was still intent on marrying her off, first Yining Shuang quickly began to think. After a moment her eyes lit up, and she began to speak in a feigned manner. Master, I have no problem with that. I have also discussed this with my 3 senior sisters, and they have no objections either. But Master, if we enter first, and you want to join later, you'll have to call us older sister. Just thinking about Master calling me older sister gives me a thrill. Having said that, Yining Shuang flashed a smug smile at Gunachi. You rebellious disciple, you dare to take advantage of your master. I'll teach you a lesson. Saying this, Gunachi rolled up her sleeves ready to discipline this rebellious disciple. This disciple was too wicked. She would surely cause chaos if not dealt with. Haha, you can't catch me. With that, Yining Shuang quickly ran outside. You rebellious disciple, stop right there. I'll teach you. In the Lin mansion, Gunachi dared not use her chi or movement techniques. She could only run with her physical strength. Otherwise, chasing a Kaiyuan realm disciple would have been child's play. The chase naturally attracted the attention of many. But seeing that it was just a playful chase, the maids of the Lin mansion did not intervene. Senior sister, what are master and little junior sister up to? Before Ling Xuanyue could speak, Lu Qingling chimed in. Second senior sister, you know little junior sister's personality. Only she dares to joke with master like that. That's true. That girl has always been like that. To be honest, they envied the way Yining Shuang and Gunachi interacted. But they themselves could not act that way. They had great respect for Gunachi. It was not that Gunachi was strict with them. In fact, Gunachi treated them like her own daughters. Otherwise, she would not have given the rare top-grade breakthrough pill to Ling Xuanyue 2 years ago. There were many Kaiyuan realm elders in Yunxiu sect who also coveted that pill. You unruly disciple, don't you dare run. Gunachi's furious voice came from behind Yining Shuang. Haha, master, only a fool would stay. At that moment, Yining Shuang noticed Lin Fan approaching from not far away. Seeing this, a cunning gleam flashed in her eyes, and a scheme instantly took shape in her mind. She hurriedly dashed toward where Lin Fan stood. Behind her, Gunachi, her line of sight deliberately blocked by Yining Shuang, failed to notice Lin Fan's presence. All she wanted now was to catch Yining Shuang and give her a sound thrashing. Lin Fan watched the scene unfold, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, utterly baffled by what the master and disciple were up to. Just as she was about to collide with Lin Fan, Yining Shuang curled her lips into a sly smile and swiftly sidestepped. But in that fleeting moment, Gunachi, unable to react in time, crashed directly into Lin Fan. Gunachi was momentarily stunned. She had actually collided with someone. When she realized it was Lin Fan, only 2 words echoed in her mind: disaster. She had stumbled into the arms of the senior. She had no idea if he would accuse her of the crime of disrespect. You rebellious disciple, you're trying to doom your master. Gunachi couldn't help but silently curse Yining Shuang. If this wasn't explained clearly and Lin Fan took offense, she couldn't fathom what consequences might follow. Witnessing this, Yining Shuang couldn't suppress a chuckle in her heart. Master, don't blame your disciple. I'm creating an opportunity for you. You'll thank me later. She had been pondering how to find an opportunity, and Lin Fan's arrival was so fortuitous. Though success wasn't guaranteed this time, it would surely bring them closer. A promising start. As for whether Lin Fan would be angered, she was certain he wouldn't. Although she hadn't spent much time with him, she knew he only showed ruthlessness toward his enemies. With his own people, he was authoritative when issuing commands, but in ordinary settings he remained amicable. He would never lose his temper over such a trivial matter. Looking at Gunachi in his arms, Lin Fan asked with a puzzled expression, Sect leader Gu, what are you and your disciple up to? Snapping back to reality, Gunachi hastily extricated herself from Lin Fan's embrace. Senior, I apologize. I didn't mean to. It's all that rebellious disciple's fault. As she spoke, Gunachi found herself at a loss for how to explain. The topic they had just discussed involved Lin Fan, so naturally she couldn't reveal it. Yining Shuang, seeing this, felt she needed to make another assist. She quickly stepped forward and said to Gunachi, Master, you can't blame me for this. Who was it that just said, a strong man like Senior would have every girl wanting to become his concubine, including yourself? I think you caught sight of Senior and deliberately threw yourself into his arms. Otherwise, with your strength, how could you have failed to dodge and ended up crashing into him? Now afraid of his anger, you're trying to shift the blame onto me. How wicked. You insolent disciple. Gunachi was so furious she felt like hitting someone. This disciple was simply too insufferable. Did she even consider the occasion? Joking like that in front of the senior, she was practically trying to ruin her master. Such a disciple was beyond redemption, utterly outrageous. But before Gunachi could explain, Yining Shuang turned to Lin Fan. Senior, look, my master can't even find the words to explain. That shows she's feeling guilty. The reason she chased me so fiercely was because I said she was delusional, that you would never fancy her. That one sentence enraged her, and she vowed to teach me a lesson I'd never forget. Senior, please take her in. Even if it's just as a servant girl to pour tea and warm the bedclothes. Otherwise, she'll definitely punish me when we get back. After saying this, Yining Shuang fixed a pitiful gaze on Lin Fan. Lin Fan was no fool. He knew most of what she said was a jest. He also saw through Yi Ningxuang's intentions. However, since this was beneficial to him, he naturally wouldn't expose her. Thus he asked Gu Nanshi with a calm demeanor, "Sect leader Gu, is what Miss Yi said true?" Gu Nanshi was now even more perplexed about how to explain. If she said it wasn't true, that would imply she had no interest in Lin Fan effectively closing any future possibility between them. But if she admitted it was true, it would confirm Yi Ningxuang's words, which was rather embarrassing. Still, seeing that Lin Fan wasn't angry, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior, look, my master is too shy to speak. Isn't that explanation enough?" Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. "I didn't expect sect leader Gu to be so devoted to me. In that case, you may stay." "What? The senior told me to stay, just like that. Am I dreaming?" Gu Nanshi was plunged into self-doubt. Yi Ningxuang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She couldn't believe it had been so easy. In such a simple way, she had secured a powerful patron for herself. How brilliant. But seeing her master still standing there dumbfounded, Yi Ningxuang quickly urged, "Master, what are you waiting for? The senior has told you to stay. Aren't you going to show your appreciation?" "Show appreciation? How should I do that?" Gu Nanshi's heart was in turmoil. She had no idea how to express gratitude, utterly inexperienced in such matters. Yi Ningxuang covered her face, inwardly fuming. "Master, you're given a golden opportunity, and you can't seize it. It's up to your disciple again. Without me, you'd never have a chance with the senior. Fine, let me give you one more push." With that, Yi Ningxuang shoved Gu Nanshi from behind. Caught off guard and flustered, Gu Nanshi had no time to react. Have I been sold out by my own disciple? That was the thought running through Gu Nanshi's mind. But soon she averted her gaze and looked at Lin Fan timidly. "Senior, actually Gu Nanshi wanted to explain, but still didn't know how to begin. "What are you unwilling?" Lin Fan asked with a smile. "No, of course I'm willing." Gu Nanshi quickly replied. Who wouldn't be willing? Only a fool would refuse. That was Gu Nanshi's inner thought. "Since you're willing, then nothing else matters. From now on, you'll stay here." Gu Nanshi murmured softly in reply. After chatting with Gu Nanshi for a while, Lin Fan let her leave. As for the matter of taking a concubine, it could wait until after the family was established. There was no rush for a day or two. Fortunately, after these days of hard work, Mu Shishua and Mu Shiyu finally reaped rewards. Although only 5 or 6 days had passed in the outside world, over a month had gone by within the Shenxiao realm. On the other side, after leaving, Gu Nanshi immediately sought out Yi Ningxuang. She had to give Yi Ningxuang a good lesson. Seeing Gu Nanshi bristling with murderous intent, Yi Ningxuang timidly retreated a few steps. "Master, what do you want to do?" "Disobedient disciple, what do you think I want to do?" "Of course I'm going to clean house," Gu Nanshi said viciously. "Master, you're not going to kill the donkey after it has done its work, are you? I was helping you back then. Otherwise, with your personality, how would you have dared to bring up such a matter to the senior? Now you don't even thank me, and you still want to purge the sect. I, your disciple, refuse to accept this," Yi Ningxuang said while retreating in panic. "I don't care if you accept it or not, I'm going to teach you a lesson." With that, Gu Nanshi directly attacked. Master, you have no martial ethics, hitting wherever you want. If you dare to scheme against your master, so why should I care about martial ethics?" As she spoke, Gu Nanshi continued her assault. "Master, are you still going at it like this? Then I'll fight back. Wow, you disobedient disciple, that move is truly treacherous. If your master's child has no milk later, I'll blame you." "I'm treacherous. That's all learned from you, master. As for the milk, don't worry, I can take care of that." Underestimating whom? With her assets, she was not short of that kind of nourishment. She couldn't see her own toes when she looked down. That was no joke. "All right, then let me show you your master's special technique." "Master, you've been keeping secrets, not teaching me such a special technique. Now you know who the master is." "Master, don't be so smug as if I don't have any special techniques. Take this." Thus half an hour passed. Then Ling Xuanyue and the other two came looking for them. Seeing the two with disheveled clothes, the three of them were speechless with black lines on their foreheads. "Master, junior sister, what are you doing?" It's all because of this junior sister of yours. She dared to betray me, so of course I had to teach her a lesson. You three don't follow your junior sister's example, or I won't let you off." "TCH, was that betraying you? I was helping you." "3 senior sisters you judge for me." Then Yi Ningxuang recounted the whole story to them. After listening, the 3 of them stared at her dumbfounded. They really hadn't expected Yi Ningxuang to be so bold, daring to do such a thing in front of the senior. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Otherwise, with their master's personality, there would have been no chance at all with the senior. After all, for such matters, their master had to be the one to take the initiative. "Did you hear that? This is what your junior sister did. She sold out her master just like that. Tell me, doesn't this disobedient disciple deserve a beating?" Hearing this, Yi Ningxuang pouted. "Master, you must be very happy inside right now. But I regret it. If I had known, I would have made my own move. Then later when you join, you'd have to call me big sister. I was so considerate for your sake, and you're still ungrateful. Ling Xuanyue and the other two couldn't help laughing at Yi Ningshuang's words. But a glare from Gu Nanxi made them quickly cover their mouths. Then Gu Nanxi glanced at Yi Ningshuang with a hint of smugness in her expression. Just as Yi Ningshuang had said, luckily, she had taken the lead. If she had to call Yi Ningshuang big sister, how could she ever bring herself to do it? Finally, Gu Nanxi cleared her throat and said sternly, "All right, let's consider this matter settled. No one is to bring it up again." Yi Ningshuang pouted again, but didn't say anything more. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye the next day arrived. Today was the day of the Lin family's establishment in Changning City. So Lin Fan brought Mu Shishue and Mu Shiyu to the main world in the late morning. As for Luo Yiran, Su Qingwan, and the others, Lin Fan was not ready to bring them into the open. Mu Shiyu and Mu Shishue, since they were already in the public, I no longer needed to hide. With the appearance of Lin Fan and the two by Qin Yin and the master-disciple pair of Gu Nanxi received the news and quickly arrived at Lin Fan's side. Greetings, Patriarch. Since Lin Fan had agreed to let them stay, they no longer needed to address him as senior. No need for formalities. Then Lin Fan looked at Li Han. "Xiao Han, what's the situation outside?" Reporting to the Patriarch, the various powers have been arriving and are waiting at the main gate. Have we prepared enough food? Patriarch, we have prepared 5,000 tables. If that's not enough, we can replenish at any time. Good, you must keep an eye on this. If we run out of food, it will be a laughingstock. Also, after all the guests have entered, have someone set up 2,000 tables of open-air feast at the main gate. Today is the day of our Lin family's establishment. We must let the martial artists of Changning City join in the celebration. Yes, Patriarch. All right, it's about time. Let them come in. Patriarch, I'll go make arrangements immediately. Soon Li Han appeared at the entrance of the Lin residence. As she appeared, everyone's eyes turned to her. They were not unfamiliar with Li Han. After so many days, they had already learned a fair amount about the surface situation of the Lin family. Everyone, you have traveled far and worked hard. I am Li Han, the head steward of the Lin residence. Please follow me inside to celebrate the establishment of the Lin family together. Thank you for your trouble, stewardly. Everyone, please. Then, under Li Han's guidance, the crowd entered the gates of the Lin residence. By the way, Steward Li, where should we place the congratulatory gifts we brought? With so many powers arriving today, it was naturally impossible for each to present their gifts in front of Lin Fan one by one. In response, Li Han directly summoned 2 maidservants. Everyone, just hand your gifts to them. No one objected, and they all handed their gifts to the 2 maids. Each power's gift was recorded, so there was no worry about mixing them up. After handling the gifts, Li Han led the bustling crowd of guests toward the family training ground. With so many guests, the family hall couldn't accommodate them, so going to the training ground was the best choice. The family training ground was vast, covering 3 square kilometers. At that moment, thousands of tables had already been set up on the training ground. Although the dishes had not yet been served, the bowls, chopsticks, and wine were all prepared. Please, everyone, take your seats. Our Patriarch will arrive shortly, Li Han said with a smile to the crowd. These factions all knew the rules well. Those with greater power sat in the front, while the weaker ones automatically moved to the back. There was no need for Li Han to worry. After these people had taken their seats, before long Lin Fan led Mu Shishue and the others to the high platform of the martial arts arena. Upon seeing this, everyone present rose to their feet. They bowed to Lin Fan and said, "We pay our respects to Senior Lin and congratulate Senior on the establishment of his clan." Even those who harbored dissatisfaction with Lin Fan dared not act recklessly at this moment. Not even the imperial relatives of the Zhao kingdom could do so. Such was the prestige of the Zifu realm in the 100 Kingdoms. You have all come from afar as guests. There is no need for such formalities. Please be seated. Thank you, Senior. After they had sat down, Lin Fan gestured for Li Han to bring him a cup of wine. Everyone, today marks the founding of my Lin clan. I am grateful that you have taken time out of your busy schedules to grace this occasion. I invite you all to join me in this toast. At that moment, those below filled their cups and raised them high. Senior, please. Everyone, please. With that, Lin Fan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Seeing this, the others also downed their wine in one go. What kind of wine is this? Why is it so delicious? This was the thought that crossed the minds of everyone present after drinking the wine. The sensation it gave them was truly exquisite. If not for the occasion, they would surely have indulged in several more cups. And as they were speculating inwardly, many of the younger disciples, those at the perfect body tempering stage brought by their clan elders, after drinking this cup of wine, directly broke through to the Kaiyuan realm. Even a few Kaiyuan realm martial artists on the verge of advancement managed to successfully break through a minor realm thanks to the spiritual wine. This change immediately stunned everyone present once again. The more experienced martial artists widened their eyes in disbelief. They never expected that Lin Fan would treat his guests to yellow-grade supreme spiritual wine. Such extravagance was truly excessive. Even the representatives sent by the Zifu realm powers were astonished by Lin Fan's boldness. Supreme spiritual wine, they could not drink it continuously. Even for the Qi realm, the annual supply was limited, with 20 jin being considered generous. Only the Zifu realm patriarchs could enjoy an unlimited supply. Yet Lin Fan had brought out so much to entertain his guests. They all yearned for another cup, but the occasion did not allow it, so they could only wait. Soon those who had broken through came to their senses and bowed to Lin Fan. We bow in gratitude to Senior. No need for such formality. Breaking through is your own fortune. Ooh, I am truly happy for you. After expressing their gratitude once more, they finally took their seats. Alright, I know that everyone has come not only to congratulate the Lin clan, but also to learn about our future plans. Upon hearing these words, everyone present perked up, especially the Zifu realm powers. If the Lin clan intended to expand beyond Qingyun County, it would inevitably encroach upon their interests. They needed to understand what Lin Fan planned to do next. As for the Qi realm powers in Qingyun County, they had already resigned themselves to their fate. If Lin Fan wanted to absorb them, they had no ability to resist. Thus obedience was the best option. Of course, they could also choose to align with another Zifu realm power, but thinking it over, it was unnecessary. The outcome would be the same no matter whom they aligned with. Besides, others might not even value them. Now that the Lin clan was established in Qingyun County, it meant the territory of Qingyun County belonged to the Lin clan. Therefore, any faction that accepted them would be standing against the Lin clan. No Zifu realm power would go out of their way to do such a thankless thing. Lin Fan swept his gaze over the reactions of the crowd and continued, everyone, the Lin clan is founded not for conquest, but for peaceful development. Of course, if anyone provokes my Lin clan, I will not hesitate to strike mercilessly. As he finished speaking, Lin Fan released the aura of his early Zifu realm cultivation. Although it was only a fleeting burst, it made the hairs on everyone present stand on end. It also gave those who had never witnessed the Zifu realm a taste of its terror. Some with ulterior motives quickly lowered their heads. Behind Lin Fan by Qingyan, and the others gazed at him with adoration. Now that the clan is established, I will gradually take concubines to expand the family lineage. If anyone is interested, you may privately contact my steward. Those who become my concubines will receive generous betrothal gifts. As soon as Lin Fan said this, many below began to stir restlessly. Such an opportunity to climb the social ladder was not to be missed, especially with the promise of generous gifts. And Lin Fan's idea of generous was certainly not ordinary. After all, the wine they were drinking was supreme spiritual wine, a delicacy that most present had never tasted before. In fact, Lin Fan's intention to take concubines was expected. A clan cannot thrive without bloodline continuity. Thus, many factions had brought along young and beautiful women to try their luck. If Lin Fan took a liking to them, it would be a win-win situation. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. I am also an alchemist, though currently I can only refine yellow-grade pills. If you need pills, you can exchange them for spiritual herbs or spiritual herb seeds. One yellow-grade supreme pill requires 60 yellow-grade supreme spiritual herbs. If using seeds, then 10,000 of the same grade will suffice. A word of caution, I will only sell 100 yellow-grade supreme pills each year. Of course, to ensure more people can purchase them, each faction can only buy 5 yellow-grade supreme pills annually. Lin Fan had calculated that 60 spiritual herbs would yield at least 3 batches of pills. The market price for these herbs ranged from 6,000 to 15,000 yellow-grade spirit stones. Some rarer herbs would be more expensive. Lin Fan did not want yellow-grade spirit stones. Trading for herbs was more suitable. If someone offered mystic-grade spirit stones, he would consider selling to them. At this moment, after learning that Lin Fan was also an alchemist, the crowd could no longer contain their excitement. Utterly thrilled, they burst into fervent discussion. I never expected Senior Lin to be an alchemist. The martial artists of Qingyun County are truly blessed. I am currently at the perfect Kaiyuan realm. If I could exchange for a supreme realm-breaking pill, I could break through to the Qi realm. That's true, but you would need 60 supreme spiritual herbs. That's a huge amount. What's so difficult? The 100 Treasures Pavilion may lack supreme pills, but it doesn't lack supreme spiritual herbs. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll gather them. As long as I break through to the Qi realm, what are a few spirit stones? I can recoup the losses by hunting more demon beasts in the Million Mountains. That's true, but I advise you to act quickly once you return. Once everyone knows that spiritual herbs can be exchanged for pills at Senior Lin's place, the 100 Treasures Pavilion will be sold out of herbs. Maybe the price of herbs will even rise. You're right. This must be done swiftly. If it's too late, you'll have to wait until next year. Such discussions were not uncommon. Some sought realm-breaking pills to advance, while others wanted detoxification pills to save their loved ones. Compared to these minor factions, those forces from the Purple Mansion realm were contemplating much deeper at this moment. Initially, they had not considered the idea of marital alliances. They intended to wait and observe the situation before making a move. A newly established clan was not yet worth their haste to invest. However, once Fan Lin's identity as an alchemist was revealed, they grew impatient to arrange marriages with him. As long as the marriage alliance was successfully established, requesting Fan Lin to refine pills would become far easier. The matter of only 100 top-grade pills per year was directly overlooked by them. This was merely meant to deceive those minor factions. As long as they forged a marriage alliance with Fan Lin, even multiple alliances and cultivated relations between the two clans. By then offering sufficient compensation, they believed Fan Lin would be willing to assist in refining certain pills. At worst, they could simply increase the price. Compared to pills, the quantity of spiritual herbs Fan Lin requested was truly not much. Exchanging spiritual herbs for equally graded pills proved far more valuable. Although more expensive than the 100 treasures pavilion, the pavilion could not supply them with such an abundance of pills. Even the representative dispatched by the imperial Zhao family of the royal house was currently gazing deeply at Fan Lin. He had not anticipated that Fan Lin was also an alchemist. The Zhao family did possess a yellow-grade supreme alchemist, yet he could barely be considered a golden-grade supreme alchemist. This was due to his low success rate. Producing 5 or 6 dozen yellow-grade supreme pills annually already represented his limit. Each year, countless spiritual herbs were unnecessarily wasted. Moreover, not all the refined pills belonged to the Zhao family. Each year, a substantial portion had to be distributed as rewards to officials. For precious pills like the top-grade breakthrough pill, the success rate was even lower. Producing 10 per year was already considered favorable. After allocation, the Zhao family retained very little. With a new alchemist now appearing, they naturally needed to win him over. And the best method of securing his allegiance was through marriage alliance. However, this decision still required him to return home and consult with Zhao Emperor Zhao Qingyun. Meanwhile, the Bai family's representative was smiling broadly, for they had already gained the upper hand over all present factions, having established a relationship with the Lin family. Their eldest young miss now stood beside Fan Lin. At this moment, countless factions were envious of the Bai family. As he had envisioned, some who recognized Bai Qingyan directed gazes full of envy toward them. Fan Lin observed all the reactions below with keen eyes, a smile gently forming at the corners of his lips. This was the first step for the Lin family toward the forefront. In the following days, surely many factions would seek marital alliances with him. He had already openly revealed his alchemist identity. Who among them would not be tempted? As for whether any faction might grow wary of the Lin family, or even harbor hostile intentions, Fan Lin was rather unconcerned. All his true assets lay within the Xinshao realm. The Lin family in Chongning City was merely a diversion. Furthermore, his own strength was not negligible, though only at the early stage of Purple Mansion. As long as the divine platform realm remained concealed, no one could pose a threat to him. Having achieved his purpose, Fan Lin had no intention of further idle talk. Distinguished guests, I shall say no more. Let us now enjoy the feast. Turning to Li Han beside him, he instructed, Xiao Han, you may have the dishes served. Understood, Patriarch. I shall arrange it at once. Soon, under the service of thousands of attendants, all the dishes were presented. At this moment, Fan Lin raised his wine cup once again. Esteemed guests, let me toast you once more. May you enjoy the fine food and drink. Do not let your long journey be in vain. I also sincerely hope you will not find the Lin family's hospitality lacking. Patriarch Lin is too modest. To be treated to such a sumptuous feast is our blessing. How could we complain? This is the most magnificent meal of my life. Indeed, every dish on the tables consisted of precious delicacies such as demon beast meat and spirit fish, none inferior to the second rank. The wine itself was of yellow-grade supreme quality. For most present, this was something they had never tasted, not because they could not afford it, but because there was no channel to purchase it. Though top-grade spirit wine was not as rare as top-grade pills, very little circulated on the open market. It had all been purchased by those major factions. Moreover, even the vegetables were no ordinary variety. If this was still considered inadequate hospitality, then what had they been fed at other factions' banquets? Since you all enjoy it, then dine and drink to your heart's content. No need to hold back. Thank you, Patriarch Lin. At this point, the atmosphere among the crowd became exceedingly lively, no longer restrained as before. Everyone eagerly picked up the wine flasks and began pouring. Master Ma, you are being unfair. You pour your own cups so full, yet give me only half. Don't think you can hog all the finest wine. Hehe, Master Nyo, whenever you visit my estate, you always claim you cannot handle your liquor. I pour you less out of concern, is that not so? Cut the excuses. Pour me a full one right now. I will not leave until I am thoroughly intoxicated. All right, I shall fill it for you. Is that satisfactory? Now that is more like it. Come, let us all raise our cups. Agreed. Taking this opportunity, we shall drink our fill. Otherwise, we may only have the chance when Patriarch marries. They harbored no hopes for concubines, for no family held such elaborate banquets for that occasion. Fine wine, truly invigorating. In all these years, only Patriarch Lin has shown such generosity. By the way, Master Shin, I have heard you have a remarkably gifted daughter. Truly enviable. Haha, nothing to boast about. Compared to the eldest young miss of the Bai family in the commandery city, she falls somewhat short. I wonder whether Patriarch Lin would even notice her. Though he spoke modestly, his expression betrayed a hint of pride. Save your modesty. The Bai family's eldest young miss possesses Earth-grade lower-tier aptitude. Hardly anyone throughout the entire Qingyan commandery can match her. Master Shun, should your fortunes rise in the future, do not forget us. Haha, naturally. These exchanges played out across numerous dining tables. Those factions blessed with outstanding daughters became the center of attention. Establishing ties with the Lin family might not guarantee meteoric rise, but it would undoubtedly enhance their overall strength. And with such a connection in place, other factions would hardly dare to provoke them lightly. The banquet continued from midday well into the evening. The tables clearly could not sustain such a prolonged feast. Yet whenever the dishes and wine were consumed, Li Han would promptly summon attendants to replenish them. The intent was clear: food and spirit wine were provided without limit, allowing everyone to feast and drink freely. This approach thoroughly delighted the guests. Fan Lin had brewed an ample supply of wine previously, now boasting reserves of millions of caddies, more than enough to ensure none would run dry. Beyond the martial arena, the 2,000 outdoor banquet tables also offered equally lavish spreads, though the demon beast meat and spirit fish used were of the first grade. The wine had been diluted somewhat, yet still reached yellow-grade mid-tier quality. Such an extravagant feast naturally drew continuous praise from the martial artists of Chongning City. 2,000 tables were not numerous across the entirety of Chongning City. Yet the Lin family's generous gesture earned universal admiration. It was certain that by tomorrow the name of the Lin family would be widely celebrated by many. After the guests had departed, Bai Qingyan hurried to look for Lin Fan. A growing sense of urgency filled her heart. Though Lin Fan had agreed to their matter, the final step remained undone. Now another woman, Gunanshi, had joined Lin Fan's side. It would not be long before her close friend Yining Shuang and her 3 senior sisters followed suit. Addition to that, the words Lin Fan had spoken to those guests today meant that many factions would soon come seeking alliance through marriage. Therefore, she had to act now while competition was still few and completely become Lin Fan's. The longer she waited, the worse the situation would be for her. With her maid's guidance, Bai Qingyan quickly found Lin Fan. This humble servant pays respects to the master of the house. Oh, it is Qingyan, Lin Fan asked with some surprise. What brings you here in such haste? Master, it is indeed about something. When might we? But the rest of her words remained unspeakable, shy as she was. How could Lin Fan fail to understand what Bai Qingyan wished to say when he witnessed this? Haha, Qingyan, have you grown too impatient? Yes. Bai Qingyan nodded shyly. Then tonight it shall be. When a woman showed such initiative, a man naturally yielded. Back in her quarters, Bai Qingyan immediately summoned her maid to begin preparations. Though there would be no wedding ceremony, she still wished to adorn herself in her finest. Meanwhile, after concluding his affairs, Lin Fan made his way to Bai Qingyan's residence. The master has arrived. Allow me to pour you a cup of water. No need. In this moment, wine suits us better. Saying this, Lin Fan produced a flask of wine and poured 2 cups. Qingyan, once we drink this toast, we shall be family forever. Hearing these words, Bai Qingyan nodded with delight. She then raised her cup. To the master may we drink. Cheers. After 1 cup, Bai Qingyan gazed at Lin Fan with languid, enchanting eyes. This was the privilege reserved for a principal wife. An hour later, they had finished their cultivation. Lin Fan seized the opportunity to review Bai Qingyan's information once more. Her affection stood at 92. Lin Fan was taken aback. With such a high affinity, even without relying on the family divine tree, he need not fear betrayal. This was tantamount to sharing life and death. Beyond her deepening affection, Bai Qingyan's strength had also advanced from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Lin Fan then checked the system rewards 100 Earth-grade spirit stones and a lower-grade spiritual tea tree. This tea, once consumed, could heighten one's comprehension. Drinking a cup before practicing martial techniques would further deepen one's understanding of them. As for this reward, Lin Fan was quite satisfied. Gazing down at Bai Qingyan nestled in his arms, Lin Fan spoke softly. Qingyan, you are now part of our family, and it is time I share certain secrets of the Lin clan with you. Hearing there were secrets, Bai Qingyan's interest was instantly piqued. Husband, what secrets do you speak of? Do not rush. Freshen yourself first, and then I shall take you to a mysterious place. Very well, husband, wait for me a moment. Soon Bai Qingyan had finished her preparations. At this moment, she finally became aware of the changes within her cultivation. Husband, I have broken through. How is this possible? Though greatly astonished, Bai Qingyan knew that her advancement was undoubtedly thanks to Lin Fan. Bai Qingyan was very clear about her own strength. If she relied solely on her own cultivation, it would have taken at least 1 or 2 years of tireless effort to break through. Qingyan, fear not. Soon you shall know the truth. Bai Qingyan nodded. She already knew this was Lin Fan's doing. If engaging in such intimacy could enhance one's strength, how wonderful that would be. Though the 100 Kingdoms also possessed such techniques, they were all harmful arts that drained others to benefit oneself. Clearly Lin Fan certainly did not practice such demonic arts. Otherwise he would not have bestowed such great benefits upon her. All right, Qingyan, relax now. I shall take you somewhere. How will husband transport me away? Does this place contain a secret chamber? Bai Qingyan murmured inwardly. However, before long, she merely felt a flicker before her eyes, and she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Even stranger, it was broad daylight here. The sudden change left Bai Qingyan somewhat dazed. Enough, Qingyan, gather yourself. Husband, where is this place? This is... Lin Fan then briefly introduced the circumstances here to her. Husband, am I dreaming? Could this actually be a small world? Lin Fan's words directly shattered her understanding. Qingyan, this is no dream. All of it is real. This is the true Lin clan. Come with me. You may gradually adapt to matters of the Shengshao realm. For now, let me introduce some sisters to you. Soon Lin Fan led the still-dazed Bai Qingyan to where Luo Iran and the others stood. The group first examined Bai Qingyan, then smiled, and said, "This must be our sister Bai Qingyan. Welcome to join our Lin clan. From now on we are all sisters." Regarding Bai Qingyan's matters, Mu Shishue and her companion had already informed them. "Greetings, esteemed sisters." Bai Qingyan said somewhat hesitantly. "Sister Qingyan need not feel constrained. Henceforth we are family." At this moment Lin Fan also spoke. "Qingyan, take some time to get acquainted with everyone. If you have questions, feel free to ask them." "Yes, husband." By now the family divine tree had already branded Bai Qingyan with its mark. There was naturally no need to conceal anything from her. Afterward Lin Fan tallied the gifts received that day. They were mostly spiritual herbs and spirit stones along with some materials for refining artifacts. The greatest contribution came from the Imperial Zhao family, 10,000 Xian-grade spirit stones, and 6 mid-grade Xian-class spiritual herbs. Combined with gifts from other Purple Palace Realm factions, the total Xian-grade spirit stones reached 12,000. Over 100 Xian-grade spiritual herbs had been offered. Besides the Imperial Zhao family, all other factions had sent only lower-grade items. The remainder consisted of yellow-grade materials collectively worth approximately 1 million yellow-grade spirit stones. Overall, Lin Fan had neither gained nor lost from today's banquet. However, the Lin clan's reputation had already been established. From here on, they could only wait to reap the harvest. At the Lin residence, Yining Shuang had already learned that Lin Fan had gone to Bai Qingyan's quarters. She hurriedly sought out Gu Ninshi. "Master Qing, Yin has already made the first move. Lord Jiazhu just visited her residence. You should make your move tomorrow." "What's the issue?" "She knew Lord Jiazhu before I did." Despite her words, Gu Ninshi's heart began to tremble with anxiety. How should she even approach such a matter? "Master, be brave. From here on it's up to you alone. I can't help you with this. I am your master. What could possibly overwhelm me?" Seeing her master remain as stubborn as ever, Yining Shuang was left speechless. "Enough, Ning Shuang. There's nothing more to discuss. Go rest. It's late." Her mind already in turmoil, Gu Ninshi needed a moment of silence. "Very well. Think this through carefully on your own, master. In matters like these you must take the initiative. Lord Jiazhu is far too busy to come looking for you." After urging Gu Ninshi, Yining Shuang departed. "Sigh, what a tangled mess this has become. I only wanted to secure a future for my disciple, yet here I am caught in the same web myself." Though Gu Ninshi felt a quiet joy, within something still felt amiss. In Qingyun Commandery, many factions located near Chongming City had mostly returned home. The first order upon their return was to convene the upper echelons. The inaugural directive mandated selecting outstanding young women to be sent to Lin Manor. Their standards were modest. Even becoming a concubine wasn't strictly necessary, serving as a maid within Lin Manor would suffice. Having witnessed the Lin family's true might, none would dare underestimate the honor of such a position. The maidservants of Lin Manor were no ordinary servants. What they had witnessed firsthand today, the Lin Manor's attendants apart from the recent recruits, were all at the Qi realm. Such a realm was typically reserved for elders and deacons even within Purple Mansion faction territories. Yet within the Lin family, they merely served as attendants. Indeed, over these past few days, Lin Fan had guided the earliest followers among them to break through to the Qi realm. It was simply a matter of a single top-grade realm-breaking pill. Lin Fan possessed an abundance of such pills. Moreover, he deliberately refrained from concealing their cultivation levels, ensuring no one could miss what they had achieved. So many Qi realm cultivators, yet they were but servants. Such displays naturally left these factions utterly astounded. All could only lament truly worthy of a pill refiner, impossibly wealthy. Witnessing such generous provisions for mere maidservants, they naturally wished to send their own kin forward. Should any be selected as concubines, so much the better, but even the role of a servant represented a profound opportunity. As for the second decree, it concerned the collection of spiritual herbs and their seeds, since these could be exchanged for pills who would willingly forego such an opportunity. Meanwhile, the royal Zhao family's envoy upon the banquet's conclusion hastened back to the imperial capital at maximum speed. He then sought an audience with Emperor Zhao through the night. This subordinate pays respects to your majesty. Rise. Such a late hour. Does this concern the Lin family? Your majesty, that Lin family patriarch is not merely a purple mansion realm powerhouse. He is also a supreme yellow-grade pill refiner. What? Is this truly so? Zhao Qingyun found himself stunned by this revelation. He understood intimately the weight a supreme yellow-grade pill refiner carried. Though such pills held no power over purple mansion realm cultivators, they could produce legions of Qi-Si realm warriors. With enough Qi-Si warriors, the likelihood of reaching purple mansion increased substantially. Even their Zhao family's half-finished supreme pill refiner was treasured beyond measure. Your majesty, this is beyond question. Lord Lin has even offered to sell 100 supreme yellow-grade pills annually. Yet with the Lin patriarch focused on building his clan's future, how could he spare so many pills for trade? His alchemical success rate must be extraordinarily high. Based on my calculations, the Lin patriarch could refine hundreds of supreme-grade pills within a year without difficulty. Zhao Qingyun pondered this assessment and found himself in agreement. Your reasoning is sound. It appears our Zhao family must secure the allegiance of this Lin patriarch. This man dared not respond to the emperor's statement. He was neither an official of the Zhao state nor a member of the Zhao clan, simply a vassal serving the family. He was only required to deliver the intelligence. The emperor's decisions were beyond his purview. By the way, your majesty, Lord Lin has also publicly declared his intention to take additional concubines. I am aware. You may withdraw. This subordinate takes his leave. Zhao Qingyun glanced at the sky and decided against seeking rest. The morning court session was approaching soon. Held once a month, this occasion provided the perfect opportunity. How should I go about winning over this Lin family patriarch? At this moment, Zhao Qingyun felt a growing headache. Had the man been merely at the Qi-Si realm, he could have simply seized him. But at the Purple Mansion realm, such forceful measures would prove impossible. Even deploying Purple Mansion cultivators would struggle to detain Lin Fan, and securing his pill refining services would become equally unattainable. Furthermore, the Divine Platform realm ancestors could only be mobilized during national emergencies. The 100 Nations territory maintained strict regulations. Divine Platform realm cultivators could not attack those beneath their station without justification. Violations would invite coordinated punishment from other Divine Platform elders. Of course, those who provoked a Divine Platform elder would bear the consequences themselves. After considerable deliberation, Zhao Qingyun had reached his decision. Marriage alliance remained the sole means to secure Lin Fan's loyalty. Marrying off a princess would require consultation with court ministers. Yet offering a Zhao family daughter might strike Lin Fan as insufficiently sincere. Considering these complications, Zhao Qingyun's head began to ache. A princess could not simply be given away at will. Should she marry into one of the minister's families, no objections would arise. After some preliminary matters, Zhao Qingyun turned to serious business. My esteemed ministers, are you aware that a supreme pill refiner has appeared within our Zhao state? As Zhao Qingyun's words fell silent, the civil officials directed their gaze toward Chancellor Wei Chongqing. Meanwhile, the military officers focused their attention on Grand Marshal Han Pelu. The families backing these two held influence second only to the imperial Zhao lineage. Each clan boasted multiple Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Both men themselves possessed cultivation equivalent to mid-stage Purple Mansion. Given their standing, how could they possibly be unaware of this development? Though they had not personally attended the Lin family's establishment, their subordinate factions had sent representatives. Immediately following the Lin family banquet, they received reports from those attendees without delay. Indeed, when they learned that Lin Fan was also a yellow-grade extreme pill refiner, deep regret filled their hearts. Had they known of this additional facet of his identity, they would surely have dispatched their Zifu realm experts to offer congratulations. Seizing this opportunity to forge a favorable relationship would have been utterly beneficial to them, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Regrettably, their earlier arrogance had blinded them, causing them to look down upon a Zifu realm initial stage martial artist who seemed to lack any profound foundation. Who could have guessed that he was a true king? The identity of a yellow-grade extreme pill refiner constituted his greatest asset. The mere fact that even his handmaiden had reached the Qihai realm spoke volumes. Pill refiners never lacked for resources. Fortunately, Lin Fan had not revealed that he was a mystic-grade superior pill refiner, otherwise these people would have become utterly frenzied. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhao Qingyun furrowed his brows. What does none of my ministers know of this news? At that moment Prime Minister Wei Chongqing stepped forward. Your Majesty, we are all aware of this news. Oh, then does the Prime Minister have any strategy to recruit him into the service of our Zhao Kingdom? If he is willing, I would appoint him as the Master of the Alchemy Pavilion, holding the first rank with an annual salary of 1 mystic grade spirit stones. Hiss. Upon hearing this remuneration, the officials present drew in a sharp breath. For the Prime Minister and the Grand Commandant, who held the 3 highest offices, their annual salary was merely 2 mystic grade spirit stones. Yet upon reflecting on his identity, their astonishment faded into understanding. Without a generous salary, why would a pill refiner bother to refine pills for you? A mere 1 mystic grade spirit stones was something he could easily earn himself. Why would he come here to be constrained by others? They sincerely hoped that Zhao Qingyun could successfully recruit Lin Fan, the pill refiner, so that they too might reap substantial benefits from the arrangement. Your Majesty, the salary is indeed generous, but persuading him to join the court will likely prove difficult. Based on the information I have gathered, this pill refiner currently wishes only to develop his own family. Thus only through a marriage alliance can we draw closer to him. When Wei Chongqing mentioned a marriage alliance, a faint smile flickered across Zhao Qingyun's lips. He was well aware that offering high official positions and generous salaries would hardly sway Lin Fan. If it were that simple, would the Zhao Kingdom still be lacking in pill refiners? He had deliberately refrained from proposing a marriage alliance himself, wishing to avoid falling into a passive position. Now that the Prime Minister had raised the matter, no one would oppose it. A marriage alliance is indeed a good idea. But according to the intelligence I have received, this Lin family head currently has no intention of taking a wife. How could my princess become a concubine? If word spreads to other kingdoms, would we not become a laughingstock? This is indeed a major problem. Our kingdom's princesses cannot be reduced to concubines. At this point, many officials began to murmur among themselves. Silence, everyone. This is the imperial court. Such clamor is utterly unseemly. Having spoken, Zhao Qingyun turned his gaze to the Minister of Rights. Minister Wen, what is your opinion? Wen Tingyu was the Minister of Rights of the Zhao Kingdom. Upon being addressed, Wen Tingyu hastily stepped forward. Your Majesty, if he is willing to marry the princess with full ceremonial rites befitting a principal wife, I believe it should be acceptable. After all, he is not only a Zifu realm expert, but also a pill refiner. Such a match would not disgrace the princess. Upon hearing Wen Tingyu's words, the officials present brightened. The royal family valued face above all. If the other party granted them sufficient honor, there would be no issue. We second the motion. Zhao Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. Then this matter shall be entrusted to you, Minister Wen. You are to depart for the Lin family shortly and discuss the details with the Lin family head. I hope you will not disappoint me. Your servant accepts the decree. By the way, Your Majesty, which princess shall be the one to be wed? Wen Tingyu had nearly forgotten to ask this crucial question. Zhao Qingyun had over 30 princesses with more than 20 already of marriageable age. When it came to which princess, Zhao Qingyun found himself in a difficult position. What do my ministers suggest? At this moment, Grand Commandant Han Polu stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe the 6th princess, Princess Lingxi, would be a suitable choice. As Han Polu spoke these words, the court fell into a sudden silence. The other officials stared at Han Polu in disbelief. Everyone present knew that both Han Polu and Wei Chongqing had intended for their family's younger generation to marry Princess Lingxi. Though all the princesses were beautiful, Princess Lingxi possessed the highest cultivation aptitude among them, Earth Grade Superior. At the age of 25, she had already reached the late stage of the Qihai realm. It was widely speculated that she would become a Zifu realm expert within 50 years. For the sake of this princess, the two families had been locked in a covert struggle for a long time. Unexpectedly, Han Polu had now conceded. All eyes then turned to Prime Minister Wei Chongqing, wondering what choice he would make. Unmoved by the stares, Wei Chongqing clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty, I concur with Grand Commandant Han's suggestion. Upon hearing these words from Prime Minister Wei Chongqing, the officials present once again wore expressions of astonishment. They had not expected Wei Chongqing to make the same choice as Han Polu. Zhao Qingyun, however, cast a deep, penetrating look at the two men. Others might not understand the underlying reasons, but he knew all too well. His 6th daughter, Zhao Lingxi, possessed talent that was too formidable. The Han and Wei families did not wish for her to remain within the royal family. If the royal family gained another Zifu realm expert, it would be disadvantageous to both families. At the same time, neither the Han nor the Wei family wanted the other to marry Zhao Lingxi. If she were to mature and grow powerful, the delicate balance between the two families would be shattered. Otherwise, why would they have fought so fiercely over a princess? It was all for the sake of their family's future. As for assassinating the princess, that would be a last resort, something they would never do lightly. Inciting the royal family's wrath would bring no benefit to either house. The emergence of Lin Fan now provided the perfect opportunity to marry off the princess. Thus they need not worry about the other family gaining power. A perfect solution for both sides. Realizing this, Zhao Qingyun finally understood why Wei Chongqing had immediately brought up the marriage alliance. He had been setting this trap all along. In a word, the Han and Wei families had calculated everything with precision. Suppressing his emotions, Zhao Qingyun said in a deep voice, "Minister, when proceed, as the Prime Minister and Grand Commandant have advised. Your servant accepts the decree. The court is adjourned." With that, Zhao Qingyun turned and left without looking back. Today's court session had truly infuriated him. Wei Chongqing and Han Polu exchanged a knowing smile. The protracted covert struggle between their two families could finally come to an end. As long as the balance remained unbroken, it was naturally a good thing for both families. Zhao Qingyun returned to his private chamber and shattered many objects. The actions of the Chancellor and the Grand Tutor today had truly disgusted him. Unfortunately, the Zhao kingdom needed both families to exist, so he could not act against them. Summon Princess Lingxi. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon Princess Lingxi arrived at Zhao Qingyun's chamber. Lingxi pays respects to father. Lingxi, come sit down. Father, may I ask what you summoned me for? She glanced at the shattered objects on the floor, surprised that her father had been so furious. Zhao Qingyun looked at Zhao Lingxi and said with a touch of sorrow, "Lingxi, I hope you will not blame your father for what is to come." Hearing this, Zhao Lingxi furrowed her brow. The inevitable had come only sooner than she had expected. If only she had been given more time to break through to the Zifu realm, then she would be able to decide her own fate. Father, is it about a political marriage? Which family, the Wei or the Han? She was well aware of the schemes of those two families, which left her with not a shred of goodwill toward them. Yet there was no help for it. Though the Zhao kingdom belonged to their clan, they were not the sole power. Moreover, the kingdom needed these forces to exist. If the Wei and Han families were eradicated, it would weaken Zhao's strength and leave it vulnerable to other kingdoms. As a princess of Zhao, she had to make sacrifices for her country and her family. But at this moment, Zhao Qingyun shook his head. Lingxi, it is neither of those two families. What? Not those two? His answer caught her completely off guard. For years both families had been vying for her hand. How could it suddenly not be them? Lingxi, indeed it is not them. Currently our Zhao kingdom has a yellow-grade ultimate alchemist. This alchemist has reached the early Zifu realm and has established a clan in Qingyun County. The court officials have decided to have you marry into that family to forge closer ties. Instead of being angered, Zhao Lingxi grew intrigued. After all, marriage was the same. Why not marry an alchemist of the Zifu realm? It was better than the alternatives. Thus this news was actually a boon to her. Father, didn't the Chancellor and the Grand Tutor oppose it? She asked curiously. Oppose? This is precisely their scheme. Zhao Qingyun's voice turned angry. He then recounted his conjectures to Zhao Lingxi. So that's it. They've gone to such lengths to keep me from staying in the Zhao family. Aren't they afraid that after I marry this alchemist, the Zhao family will reap great benefits? Hearing this, Zhao Qingyun shook his head. Lingxi, they are not afraid. I suspect that after you marry, they will also send outstanding young members of their own families to marry into the same household. As emperor, how could he not see through these people's intentions? He had only been careless and had fallen into their trap. But upon reflection, it was hardly a trap. It was indeed difficult for Zhao Lingxi to remain in the Zhao family unless she could break through to the Zifu realm in a short time. Then no one would dare to scheme against her. Yet that was impossible. The Zifu realm was not so easily attained. So even without Lin Fan's appearance, if the Wei and Han families could not have her, they would likely manipulate behind the scenes to send her to another kingdom for marriage. Going to a foreign kingdom would be even worse for her. Understanding this, Zhao Qingyun felt somewhat relieved. Zhao Lingxi, after hearing his explanation, nodded in agreement. Father is right. He is an alchemist. They will certainly not miss this opportunity. But with me there we shall see who reaps more benefits. As a princess, she was not without her own means. Lingxi, do not be careless. I fear they may ally against you in the future. Father, rest assured. I am not one to be bullied so easily. Having grown up in the palace, she was well versed in the arts of intrigue. Lingxi, there is one more thing. This time you will likely marry as a concubine. I am sorry for the indignity you will suffer. He felt a deep sense of loss. His daughter, a princess, was to be married off as a concubine. It was an insult to him as well. Father, do not dwell on it. The status of wife or concubine matters little to me. Besides, he is a Zifu realm powerhouse and an alchemist. It is not a disgrace. Rather than marrying into the Wei or Han family, I would rather marry this alchemist, even as a mere concubine. Hearing this, Zhao Qingyun nodded with some relief. Lingxi, if you can think this way, I am reassured. I have already sent Minister One to the Lin family to discuss the matter. News should come back soon. Be prepared. Yes, father. I know what to do. Go and see your mother. Tell her about this. She will likely teach you some things. The imperial consorts were well versed in palace intrigues. Learning from her mother might prove useful. Ling Si takes her leave. She understood her father's implication. Learning a few tricks seemed a good idea. Meanwhile, after the court session, Minister of Rights, Wen Tingyu, made brief preparations and flew toward Qingyun County. The royal city was only a little over 100,000 li from Qingyun County. With his early Zifu realm cultivation, it took him just over a quarter of an hour to reach Chongning City in Qingyun County. Upon arriving, Wen Tingyu did not head straight to the Lin residence. Instead, he went to the city lord's mansion. Informed of his arrival, City Lord Feng Lihin hurried out to greet him. Your subordinate Feng Lihin, City Lord of Chongning, pays respects to Minister Wen. He dared not show any negligence before such a distinguished figure. City Lord Feng, no need for formalities. I am here on His Majesty's orders to discuss important matters with the Lin family. Lead the way. Of course, Minister Wen. I shall take you there immediately. With their speed, it did not take long to reach the gates of the Lin residence. Feng Lihin stepped forward and addressed the two maids guarding the entrance. Would you please inform your master that Minister Wen Tingyu of the Zhao Kingdom's Ministry of Rights has come to visit? Please wait a moment, City Lord Feng and Minister Wen. I will inform the family head immediately. Thank you for your trouble. Wen Tingyu was not offended by being asked to wait outside. After all, he was not acquainted with Lin Fan. Moreover, he wished to build a good relationship with him. He would not let such a trivial matter anger him and risk offending Lin Fan. Reporting to the Patriarch, Wen Tingyu, the Minister of Rights of the state of Zhao, has come to visit. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, not expecting such a prominent figure to arrive so soon. Though he did not know this man, anyone who served as a minister in Zhao was undoubtedly a martial artist at the Violet Mansion realm. Without further thought, Lin Fan directly instructed the maidservant, escort them to the reception hall. Yes, Patriarch. After she left, Lin Fan turned to Bai Qingyan beside him. Qingyan, what do you think this Minister of Rights is here for? As the daughter of a commandery governor, Bai Qingyan had some understanding of such matters. Husband, I believe this Lord Wen has come by imperial decree. And for the Minister of Rights to be sent, it must be about a marriage alliance. I suspect the Zhao Emperor intends to marry his daughter to you. This visit by the Minister of Rights is to discuss the matter on imperial orders. Hearing that the Zhao Emperor wanted to marry his daughter to him, Lin Fan became intrigued. Qingyan, is the Zhao Emperor that bold? He actually wants to give me his princess. Given that I only take concubines now, would he allow his princess to become my concubine? Hearing this, Bai Qingyan shot him a playful glance. Husband, you have no idea the influence of a yellow-grade top-tier alchemist. Securing your allegiance would bring immense benefits to the state of Zhao. Fortunately, you have only revealed your identity as a yellow-grade alchemist. If they knew you were now a profound-grade upper-tier alchemist, who knows how frantic they would become. The imperial clan's ancestor might even come to invite you, or perhaps to kidnap you, so you could refine pills for them. Saying this, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but laugh. Ever since she learned of Lin Fan's true capabilities, Bai Qingyan felt even more fortunate about her earlier decision. Otherwise, how would she ever have known how vast the outside world truly was? Now Bai Qingyan's vision was no longer confined to the 100 Nations region, but spanned the entire Xintian continent. Following Lin Fan, they would eventually cross the Million Great Mountains and set foot on that unknown territory. The latter part of Bai Qingyan's words had already been considered by Lin Fan. This was precisely why he concealed his true strength. Although the Lingxiao realm served as a safe haven, ensuring no security concerns. But being constantly coveted by others was never a good thing. Alright, Qingyan, let's not dwell on this. Would you like to come with me to meet this Lord Wen? Hearing that Lin Fan wanted to bring her along, Bai Qingyan's heart swelled with joy. It was a token of his recognition. Yet after a moment's thought, she shook her head. Husband, I think I'd better not. Such an occasion is hardly appropriate for me. Very well, I'll go ahead then. You go ahead, husband. I'll go chat with Ning Shuang. When Lin Fan arrived at the reception hall, he found Wen Tingyu already there. As for City Lord Feng, he had already returned. The conversation between these major figures was not something he could be privy to. When Wen Tingyu saw Lin Fan enter, he rose from his chair. So this is Patriarch Lin. I have come by imperial decree. I hope you will forgive my intrusion. You flatter me, Lord Wen. Your visit to my humble abode brings great honor to the Lin family. How could I possibly take offense? As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other party was being so courteous, Lin Fan naturally had to reciprocate the respect. Haha, I'm glad you're not offended, Patriarch Lin. Of course not. Lord Wen, let's sit down and discuss matters first. Good. After Wen Tingyu was seated, Lin Fan instructed the maidservant to brew some tea. The two chatted idly for a while, building rapport before Wen Tingyu finally broached the main subject. Patriarch Lin, I have come here on the Emperor's orders. At just 25 years of age, she has already reached the late Qi realm, and she is certain to break through to the Violet Mansion realm in the future. After hearing Wen Tingyu's account, Lin Fan was quite astonished. Not only that, but her cultivation talent is the highest among all the princesses. She is of Earth grade upper tier. Lord Wen, does the Zhao Emperor value me that highly? I only take concubines. Marrying a princess is one thing, but the best one at that. This truly baffles me. Patriarch Lin, I won't hide it from you. There are some circumstances behind this. Wen Tingyu then explained the relations between the Wei Han and Zhao families. Among the Violet Mansion realm powers, these matters were no secret. Informing Lin Fan of this would not provoke the ire of those three families. Lin Fan never expected that the covert struggles among the three families would ultimately benefit him. However, he had little interest in the court's power struggles as long as they did not interfere with him. Patriarch Lin, the Emperor, has only one request: you may take the princess as a concubine, but the ceremony must be conducted with the rites befitting a principal wife. Do you have any objections to this? If you do, I can relay them to His Majesty and discuss it further. In this regard, Wen Tingyu maintained a humble posture, truly afraid that Lin Fan would refuse. I have no objections. Holding a wedding ceremony was no big deal to Lin Fan. Excellent. Thank you for understanding His Majesty's wishes. I have successfully fulfilled my mission. Haha, I imagine Lord Wen hasn't eaten since the morning court session. Allow me to play the host today. Splendid. I've heard that Patriarch Lin's spiritual brew is quite delightful. I must have a taste today. Then Lord Wen, please do have a few extra cups. Certainly. I shall not let such fine wine go to waste. Haha, it seems Lord Wen is also a connoisseur of fine spirits. Who can resist good wine? Wen Tingyu laughed heartily as well. Under Lin Fan's orders, the maidservant quickly prepared a sumptuous feast. At the dining table, Wen Tingyu stared in amazement at the goblet in his hand. As the emerald-clear, translucent wine was poured into the cup, a layer of frost swiftly formed on the surface of the cup, emitting waves of chill. Patriarch Lin, what kind of wine is this? Wen Tingyu asked in astonishment. He had tasted many top-grade spiritual brews, but never one that exuded cold vapor. This wine is called Mystic Frost Liquid. It manifests this way because it contains the ice-attributed spiritual herb frost condensation flower. Did you personally brew this spiritual wine, Patriarch Lin? That's right. Lin Fan admitted directly. Since he had already revealed his identity as an alchemist, adding brewer to the list was no big deal. After all, most alchemists knew how to brew wine, though they were rarely skilled at it. In fact, alchemists found it easier to learn brewing because of their thorough understanding of spiritual herbs, a solid foundation. But most alchemists would not invest their energy in this pursuit. Lin Fan's confession drew a sharp intake of breath from Wen Tingyu. He was genuinely stunned. He had never imagined that beyond alchemy Lin Fan possessed such remarkable expertise in brewing. The Lin family master truly possesses extraordinary talent, Wen Tingyu praised. One must cultivate goodwill with such an accomplished figure. Though unaware of Lin Fan's exact age, he sensed the man was quite young, certainly not exceeding a century. So young, yet his cultivation had already reached the Purple Mansion stage, and he demonstrated such profound mastery in both alchemy and brewing that his future achievements would be limitless. Should Lin Fan advance to the profound tier in either alchemy or winemaking, he could rapidly elevate any faction to prominence. Once the Lin family rose to power, his own clan would pale in comparison. Therefore, before the Lin family established itself, Wen Tingyu resolved to forge strong ties with Lin Fan and decided to select a promising young clansman to send their way upon his return. Naturally, this would need to wait until after the princess's marriage. As a subject of the Zhao kingdom, he could not possibly act before the princess's interests were secured. Lin Fan remained unaware of Wen Tingyu's hidden calculations. Noticing the minister still gazing at the wine cup in his hand, he smiled and said, "Minister Wen, do try it and tell me how it tastes." Excellent. Wen Tingyu closed his eyes in enjoyment as the wine went down. It entered cool and crisp, yet transformed into a gentle warmth as it reached his stomach, bringing profound comfort. After savoring its aftertaste, Wen Tingyu couldn't help but exclaim, "What fine wine!" "Then drink your fill, Minister Wen. I've told you the spiritual liquor is unlimited. The Lin family master is most generous." Sated and satisfied, Wen Tingyu prepared to take his leave. "Lin family master, thank you for your hospitality, but I must return to fulfill my duties. Once the princess's wedding date is set, I will notify the Lin family master immediately." "Very well, Minister Wen, take care. Feel free to visit whenever you have time." "Lin family master, I will certainly come visit when I have time. Your wine is truly unforgettable." "Haha, that is no trouble at all, Minister Wen, please wait a moment." Saying this, Lin Fan turned to Li Han nearby and instructed, "Xiao Han, go fetch the item." Soon Li Han approached carrying a gourd. "Minister Wen, this gourd contains some fine wine. Take it back to enjoy it." "Haha, how wonderful." Wen Tingyu gladly accepted the gift. Lin family master Wen takes his leave. With that, Wen Tingyu soared straight into the sky and quickly disappeared from sight. After Wen Tingyu departed, by Qing Yan and Yi Ningxuang arrived hand in hand. "Husband, how did it go? Is Emperor Zhao planning to marry his princess to you?" Bai Qing Yan asked with keen curiosity. "Qing Yan, you guessed correctly. It is indeed about that matter." "Haha, then congratulations, husband. May I ask which princess?" Yining Shuang also watched Lin Fan with equal curiosity, wondering which princess it was. It's the sixth princess, Zhao Lingxi. What do you know about her? Lin Fan had only heard one side from Wen Tingyu and knew nothing specific. The princess Lingxi. She has the finest talent among all the princesses. Bai Qingyan had some knowledge of most princesses, but Zhao Lingxi was the one she understood best. This sixth princess was simply too renowned. Qingyan, tell me what you know. Yes, husband. Bai Qingyan began to relate what she knew earnestly, with Yining Shuang occasionally adding details beside her. It seems Minister Wen spoke truly. Qingyan, how much betrothal gift do you think I should prepare? Bai Qingyan paused in surprise. She hadn't expected him to ask her that. Yet since he had asked, she felt she should answer. After a moment's thought, Bai Qingyan said, Husband, I believe we should give quite a lot. This is a royal marriage. However much betrothal gift we give will be made public. Moreover, neighboring kingdoms will hear of the princess's marriage and send envoys to attend. Then your influence won't be confined to Zhao alone. So regarding the betrothal gifts, we can be quite generous. When neighboring countries see your magnanimity, they may well propose alliances through marriage. Having broadened her horizons, Bai Qingyan naturally hoped Lin Fan would take more talented women into his family. Now that she belonged to the Lin family, she naturally wished for it to grow strong and prosper. Yining Shuang looked at her close companion with some surprise. She felt Bai Qingyan had become almost unrecognizable. Didn't Qingyan worry that having many outstanding women would threaten her own position in the family? Yining Shuang shook her head. These weren't her concerns. She had already decided to urge her master shortly. Her rivals were growing ever more formidable, and even a princess had entered the fray. If she didn't act quickly, she would miss her chance entirely. Lin Fan considered this and found Bai Qingyan's reasoning sound. Yet he still needed to deliberate on the appropriate amount of betrothal gifts. As for whether exposure might reveal to the Lin family of Chu that he was one of their own, that was merely overthinking. The Lin family's leadership had no knowledge of his existence. Only the steward overseeing their district had interacted with him, yet that steward's cultivation barely reached the Kaiyuan realm, far from qualifying as high ranking. Lin Fan had been so unremarkable during his time at the Lin family that the steward had likely forgotten him entirely. Even hearing the name Lin Fan would never occur to him. While Lin Fan chatted with Bai Qingyan and the others, Wen Tingyu had already returned to the imperial capital and sought out Zhao Qingyun without delay. Minister Wen, how went your mission? Did the Lin family master agree? Zhao Qingyun harbored genuine concern that Lin Fan might not be interested in marrying the princess. Had Lin Fan refused, it would have been a profound embarrassment. Your Majesty, this humble servant has succeeded in his task and completed the matter. Furthermore, the Lin family master made no demands. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingyun felt complete relief. You have worked hard, Minister Wen. Your Ministry of Rites must now consult on selecting an auspicious date for the marriage. Your Majesty, this humble servant speaks no hardship. All is but my duty. By the way, Your Majesty, the Lin family master is also a top-grade Huang-tier brewer. Upon learning Lin Fan was also a brewer, Zhao Qingyun brightened. Minister Wen, is this true? With the marriage alliance secured, if this were indeed the case, it would be most favorable. Your Majesty, this is beyond question. The Lin family master told me himself. Good, I shall bear this in mind. Though overjoyed within, Zhao Qingyun maintained his composure. After all, he was an emperor. How could he let others read his thoughts? Then, Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, this humble servant takes his leave. Very well, select the date as soon as possible. Zhao Qingyun now focused solely on completing this matter swiftly, unwilling to face any complications along the way. At the Lin residence, while Fan Lin was away handling matters, Bai Qingyan pulled Yining Shuang aside to whisper. Ningshuang, what are your thoughts now? Yining Shuang naturally understood what Bai Qingyan was asking. Qingyan, let my master take the lead first. Otherwise it would be improper. What if he ends up calling me senior sister? That would sound quite strange. Such talk was fine as a joke, but if it were made real, Yining Shuang simply could not bring herself to do it. Alright then, but remember to seize the opportunity quickly. If you miss this chance, you will lose an invaluable opportunity. What opportunity? Yining Shuang asked with great curiosity. I'm sorry, I cannot tell you. You will know when the time comes. She left it at that, not only because of the imprint from the family divine tree, but also because even without it, Bai Qingyan would never reveal such secrets to outsiders, not even to her own family. As a member of the Lin family, now she naturally had the Lin family's interests at heart. Moreover, Bai Qingyan clearly understood how much trouble exposing this matter would bring to Fan Lin. Seeing that Bai Qingyan would not elaborate, Yining Shuang did not press further. After chatting a little longer, the two parted. The moment Yining Shuang left, she went straight to find her master Gunachi. Master, you can no longer delay. Even Minister Wen from the imperial court was sent by Emperor Zhao to discuss the marriage alliance with our family head. The final decision is for the sixth princess to wed our family head. If you do not take the initiative soon, I will go find the family head myself. Yining Shuang knew her master well enough. Without some pressure, she would likely delay even longer. As expected, upon hearing Yining Shuang's words, Gu Nanqi grew flustered. She knew this matter truly could no longer be postponed. With the imperial princess herself coming to arrange the alliance once this incident passed, other marriage proposals would surely follow endlessly. In the face of those powerful forces, she held no advantage whatsoever. Ningxuang, I understand. Tonight, I will go find the family head. Seeing her master's determination, Yi Ningxuang was overjoyed. Master, let me go share this good news with the 3 senior sisters right away. With that, Yi Ningxuang skipped off happily. Time flew, and soon evening arrived. Gu Nanqi had already reached Fan Lin's residence, though she did not enter directly, instead pacing back and forth at the door, clearly still quite nervous. Nanqi, since you have come, why not enter? Hearing Fan Lin's voice, Gu Nanqi stiffened instantly. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and pushed the door open. As Gu Nanqi stepped inside, 4 figures emerged from the nearby shadows. Our master has finally gone in. I thought she might chicken out just now, Ling Xuanyue said, with visible relief. Sun Yinqing shook her head. Senior sister, if not for the family head calling out just now, I bet she would have turned back. Second senior sister is right. Fortunately, the outcome is good. Lu Qingling finished, then turned to look at Yining Shuang. Junior sister, isn't it your turn next? Third senior sister, I'm the youngest. Shouldn't senior sister Ling go first? Hearing this, Ling Xuanyue immediately shook her head. Junior sister, you are the one most familiar with the family head. Of course you should go first. We can always call you senior sister later. Senior sister Ling speaks correctly. It is indeed your turn next, junior sister. At this point, the 3 of them had formed a united front. What was there to fear about being called senior sister? Faced with their simultaneous declarations, Yi Ningxuang was utterly dumbfounded. She wanted to protest. Am I still your beloved junior sister or not? Junior sister, consider it as paving the way for us 3 senior sisters. Yes, junior sister, we 3 are begging you. After all, you are the closest to the family head. Pretty please, junior sister. We 3 have always spoiled you the most. Yi Ningxuang looked at the pleading expressions of her 3 senior sisters and finally nodded. Fine, then I'll reluctantly agree, but only this once. No second time. Haha, I knew junior sister was the best. Inside the room, Gu Nanqi sat nervously watching Fan Lin with a timid expression. Family head. Gu Nanqi called out shyly. Nanqi, why are you so nervous? Am I really that frightening? Fan Lin spoke gently. Gu Nanqi quickly shook her head. Family head is not frightening at all. It's just that Enough, Nanqi. Relax, there's no need to be tense. Seeing that Gu Nanqi still seemed unable to let go, Fan Lin decided to chat with her for a while. Nanqi, could you tell me about Yunxiu sect? Hearing Fan Lin ask about Yunxiu sect, Gu Nanqi immediately perked up. Family head, Yunxiu sect has nearly 30,000 disciples. Over 20,000 are miscellaneous disciples at the first 3 stages of body tempering. The last 2 stages of body tempering belong to the outer sect disciples. Those above the Kaiyuan stage are inner sect disciples, numbering nearly 1,000. Once one reaches the peak of Kaiyuan, they can become a sect deacon or elder. As for martial artists at the Qihai stage, currently besides myself and Xuanyue, there is only my master. Nanqi, do you know the strength of Qingming Valley and Xianxian sect? Not exactly, but their overall strength should be roughly comparable to our Yunxiu sect. After listening to Gu Nanqi's account, Fan Lin had a general understanding of Qingyun Commandery's power. Nanqi, what do you think is the difference between a clan and a sect? Family head, there is certainly a difference between clans and sects. Of course, this is merely my personal view. Let us start with clans. Clans sometimes have internal conflicts, particularly over power and profit. But when facing external enemies, they are very united. There may be instances of colluding with outside enemies for personal gain, but such occurrences are extremely rare. Because once discovered, the betrayer would be shunned by the entire clan. As for sects, they are actually composed of many families. Take the sect elders, for example. After they marry and have children, over time, their lineages form separate families. This means that at times they may compromise the sect's interests for the sake of their own family. Even those who do not marry will still favor their own disciples. Sect politics are deeply divided, especially in older sects where factions multiply. Even when the sect faces danger, it is difficult to unite all its strength. Therefore, under equal circumstances, clans have the advantage over sects. However, from another perspective, sects develop faster than clans. Because during a sect's development, other powers and strong experts may join. I suppose each has its own merits. It depends on how one weighs them. Well analyzed. Fan Lin praised. Thank you, family head. After some conversation, Gu Nanqi's tension had gradually eased. Just as Gu Nanqi was anticipating what would happen next, Lin Fan suddenly spoke towards the door. What are you 4 doing out there? Why don't you come in? Lin Fan had already sensed the presence of the 4, but he had not paid it any mind. He just never expected these 4 to become so audacious as to eavesdrop, which truly left him speechless. Did they really think his Zifu realm strength was just for show? Not to mention Zifu realm, even a Tsueli realm cultivator could detect the commotion these four were making. The reason Gunanshi had not noticed was that she had focused all her attention on Lin Fan. Now after Lin Fan's reminder, she also sensed the presence of the four. Why are these four girls here? They aren't here to see me make a fool of myself, are they? Thinking this, Gunanshi was also speechless with embarrassment. These four disciples were truly beyond redemption, wanting to see their master be humiliated. Meanwhile, Yining Shuang and the other three outside heard Lin Fan's words and were startled. Junior sister, look what you've done now. We've been discovered. Earlier Yining Shuang had suggested they come eavesdrop, and they had initially refused. Who would have thought Yining Shuang would say that the family head and their master were busy with important matters and had no time to deal with them? As a result, they inexplicably agreed. Mainly they were still somewhat curious about such matters. Though Yining Shuang was a bit flustered inside, she pretended to be calm and said, "Let's go in. It's fine. The family head isn't angry." Then the four cautiously pushed the door open and entered. "Greetings, family head," they said timidly. "What are you four doing here?" Lin Fan asked with feigned authority. Family head, we just happened to pass by and take a look." "No other intentions," Yining Shuang said with a fawning expression. "Do you think I believe that?" Lin Fan said irritably. Seeing that Yining Shuang wanted to explain further, Lin Fan waved his hand. "All right, I know exactly what you're plotting. Since you're all here, let me take you to a place." Having said that, without waiting for them to react, Lin Fan directly brought them into the Xinxiao realm. He had already checked their favorability levels, all of which were above 80. Therefore, the moment they entered the Xinxiao realm, they were branded by the family's divine tree. Then Lin Fan ignored their shocked expressions. He directly instructed a maidservant to explain the situation inside to them. He then brought Gunanshi to his residence. Time passed, and in the main world 10 days had gone by. During this period, the date for Princess Lingxi's marriage to Lin Fan was set exactly half a month later. Under the order of Emperor Zhao, this news had spread throughout the entire Zhao kingdom. At this moment, the Lin family of Qingyun County had become the focus of all powers in Zhao kingdom. During this time, Lin Fan had already won over Yining Shuang and the others. However, the rewards were quite ordinary. Apart from the fixed spirit stones, there were only spiritual herbs. Another piece of good news was that Bai Qingyan was pregnant. In the Xinxiao realm, Lin Fan was now playing with his children. Luo Yiran and the others were also there. In fact, everyone spent a considerable amount of time each day with these children. "System, do you have the 4 books and 5 classics and the Taoist canon from my previous life?" If so, Lin Fan planned to use the 4 books and 5 classics for the children's early education. As for the Taoist canon, Lin Fan wanted to see if it would be helpful for cultivation. Host, the system has not yet activated the exchange function. If you need it, you can wait until next time and consume an Earth grade lower reward. System, then next time directly exchange it for this reward. It was just an Earth grade lower reward. By the time his children were born, he should have quite a few. Now there were already 48 women who were pregnant. At this moment, Bai Qingyan sat beside Lin Fan. After learning that she was pregnant, Bai Qingyan was overjoyed. "Husband, the wedding date with Princess Lingxi has been set. Have you prepared the betrothal gifts?" Lin Fan nodded, but in fact there wasn't much to prepare. During this time, Su Qingyuan had refined quite a few pills. "Qingyan, I have prepared 60 breakthrough pills, 60 antidote pills, 60 replenishing pills, 60 augmentation pills, and 60 healing pills. Besides these supreme grade pills, there are also 1,000 top grade pills. In addition, there are 10,000 jin of spiritual wine. What else do you think needs to be prepared?" Bai Qingyan thought for a moment, then nodded. "Husband, I think this quantity is just right." It was not that she was being stingy, but that the Lin family should not display too many resources at present. "Since you also think it's fine, I'll have Xiaohan send these things over. It's not appropriate to deliver the betrothal gifts on the wedding day." Without further ado, Lin Fan directly called for Li Han. Then he handed these resources to her and asked her to take them to the Imperial City. Subsequently, a team of 10, led by Li Han, flew from Chongning City toward the Imperial City. With their Qihai realm strength, they would need several hours of flight to reach the capital. In the afternoon, Li Han and her party finally arrived at the Imperial City. Then without delay, they went straight to the palace after entering the city. There was no helping it, those below the Zifu realm were not allowed to fly within the Imperial City. However, with their pace, Li Han and the 9 others quickly reached the palace gates. At that moment, an Imperial guard stopped them. "Halt! The Imperial Palace is a restricted area. Trespassing will result in immediate execution. General, we are from the Lin family of Qingyun County here to deliver betrothal gifts. Please inform the Emperor." "A guest from the Lin family. Please wait a moment, I will go and report." The matter of Princess Lingxi marrying the Lin family head of Qingyun County was already known to all, so he naturally dared not be negligent. When Zhao Qingyun heard that the Lin family had come to deliver betrothal gifts, he was greatly surprised. Usually when a princess married, the emperor bestowed gifts upon the consort. How could the consort offer betrothal gifts to the emperor? But thinking that Lin Fan had no lord-vassal relationship with him, he felt relieved. Summon them in quickly. He wanted to see what kind of betrothal gifts Lin Fan would offer. After Li Han and the 10 entered, they cupped their hands toward Zhao Qingyun. We pay our respects to your majesty. No need for formalities. Thank you, your majesty. With that, Li Han took out a storage pouch and a list. Your majesty, these are the betrothal gifts from our family head. Please take a look. Without Zhao Qingyun needing to say more, the eunuch beside him hurriedly took the items and presented them to the emperor. When Zhao Qingyun saw the list, he was extremely shocked. These were 360 supreme-grade pills. The imperial family, counting those they refined themselves and those purchased through various channels, probably only amounted to this much in a whole year. There was no way around it. The alchemists in the 100 Nations region were far too scarce. Of course, those large dynasties with experts at the divine ability realm overseeing them would have more alchemists, including some at the mystical grade. After all, those at the divine ability realm could traverse millions of mountains and communicate with the outside world. The legacies they held could certainly not be compared to nations like Zhao State, which only had the divine platform realm as their peak strength. At the same time, the resources controlled by large dynasties rarely flowed to other nations, as expected of an alchemist, so generous with their offerings. Looking at the list in his hand, Zhao Qingyun could not help but marvel inwardly. He then turned to Li Han and the others, and said, when you return, please convey my gratitude to your matriarch for her generosity. Certainly, your majesty. We shall deliver your words to our matriarch. If there is nothing else, we should take our leave now. There was no fault in their discomfort. They were strangers to palace customs and naturally felt out of place. Zhao Qingyun harbored no resentment toward this. The hour grows late and nighttime travel is far from safe. Why not rest here tonight and depart tomorrow morning? Li Han considered this carefully and found merit in his reasoning. Though darkness had not yet fallen, the journey back would consume many hours. Their route home would cross not merely walled cities, but vast mountain ranges as well. Should they encounter powerful demon beasts along the way, the peril would be real and immediate. Then we shall trouble your majesty. Ultimately, for the safety of all, Li Han chose to stay for one night. Haha, what trouble could there possibly be? Guards, escort these ladies to their quarters. See that they are attended to with the utmost care and without the slightest neglect. Yes, your majesty. After Li Han and her companions departed, Zhao Qingyun summoned Zhao Lingxi. Lingxi pays her respects to Father Emperor. I wonder what business brings you here, daughter. Lingxi, your future husband, has sent a bride price offering. Ah, bride price. Zhao Lingxi was quite taken aback. Outside of royal political marriages, princesses typically received only lavish dowries, not bride price offerings. Not only has he sent a bride price, but he has been remarkably generous. Do take a look. As Zhao Qingyun spoke, he handed the list to Zhao Lingxi. Upon seeing the items listed, she was likewise deeply astonished. I never expected so many supreme-grade pills. It seems I hold some importance in his heart. As she spoke these words, a smile graced Zhao Lingxi's face. I can only hope he will treat you with genuine devotion, Zhao Qingyun said somewhat wistfully. The thought of his beloved princess becoming a concubine made his heart heavy. Father, you need not worry on my behalf, though I have yet to meet him. Yet he was willing to personally destroy those 4 great powers for the woman he loves. I am certain he treats his women well. I have a deep intuition that this marriage may prove to be a profound opportunity for me. I can only hope so as well, Zhao Qingyun told himself, seeking solace in those words. Very well, Lingxi. You may go now. Take this time to spend with your mother, the Empress consort. After you marry, opportunities to return will be few and far between. Understood, Father Emperor. Lingxi takes her leave. Time slipped swiftly away, and soon the day of Lin Fan and Zhao Lingxi's wedding arrived. Congratulations, Master Lin. The blessings flowed ceaselessly. Please make yourselves comfortable inside. I must now go fetch my bride and cannot spare the time to entertain you properly. I ask for your understanding. Haha, Master Lin, hasten along. Do not let us hold you back. The bride awaits and should not be kept waiting. After exchanging a few more words with his guest, Lin Fan called upon his system within his thoughts. System, can you mask the aura of that Earth-grade mid-level flying vessel? The Earth-grade mid-level flying vessel was far too conspicuous. If it attracted the attention of the divine ability realm forces, that would be problematic. Indeed, host. How would you like me to conceal it? Lin Fan was secretly pleased to learn it was possible. Simply mask it to emit the aura of a mystical grade mid-level vessel. Understood, host. No longer delaying, Lin Fan summoned the flying vessel and tossed it into the air. In an instant, a colossal structure, 1,000 meters long, 600 meters wide, and 150 meters high, appeared overhead. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words upon beholding this monstrosity. This was no mere flying vessel. It was nothing short of a floating cruise ship. The sudden appearance of such a colossal object in the sky naturally drew considerable attention. Wow, is that a flying vessel? It is enormous. As expected of an alchemist, even their flying vessels are impressive. I believe our Zhao state's imperial family is the only one with a flying vessel, and even theirs seems smaller than this one. The guests at the Lin residence were likewise buzzing with discussion upon seeing the vessel. Lin Fan paid them no mind, and led his wedding procession aboard the flying ship. Meanwhile, Lin Fan hung large characters on the vessel proclaiming the wedding procession. Under his control, the flying ship sped toward the imperial capital. Lin Fan did not let the vessel travel at full speed, for its maximum velocity reached 500 million li per hour. At such a pace, the imperial capital would be reached in the blink of an eye. A mystical-grade mid-level vessel simply could not match that speed. Eventually, under Lin Fan's control, the vessel arrived outside the palace grounds in merely half a quarter hour. Its sudden appearance caused the Purple Mansion realm cultivators guarding the capital to mistake it for an enemy invasion. Fortunately, drum and gong sounds rang out from the vessel, combined with the wedding procession characters displayed upon it, preventing any misunderstanding. Then, accompanied by the celebratory music, Lin Fan stepped out from the flying ship. So the master of the Lin family has arrived. Please do come in. The Minister of Rites was the first to welcome him forward. I trouble you, Minister Wen. Master Lin is too modest. This is my duty to attend to. After enduring a series of elaborate ceremonial rites, Lin Fan finally laid eyes upon Princess Lingxi. Master Lin, I entrust my Lingxi to your care henceforth. I pray you will treat her well. That is the plea of a father. Your Majesty need not worry. I shall never mistreat the woman I wed. These simple words served as Lin Fan's solemn pledge to Zhao Qingyun. I trust you. He believed that someone of Lin Fan's caliber would never break his word. Your Majesty, then I shall take Lingxi away now. But rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall frequently return with Lingxi to pay my respects. Very well. Raise the palanquin. Upon these words from the emperor, a eunuch beside him immediately proclaimed in a loud voice, by imperial decree, raise the palanquin. Soon, accompanied by ceremonial music, a grand procession emerged from the imperial palace. Hundreds of carts bearing dowry gifts alone, accompanied by 500 palace maids in attendance. These maidservants had all been prepared by Emperor Zhao specifically for Zhao Lingxi. As a deeply cherished princess, her dowry could hardly be lacking in any way. In terms of value, it surpassed even the bride price offered by Lin Fan. Emperor Zhao would never allow himself to lose face in such matters.